To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, you beautiful Tuesday, you Christmassy Tuesday. Now we're back in the grind. Yesterday was a big old, hey, we're back. We're back from the Hawaii. We're back. No, now you just start chopping wood and breaking rocks and settling in for your Tuesday morning. You got your hot takes on the 49ers. As the day went on yesterday, it seemed like the narrative started growing that the Niners have a chance to be the 1 seed. We'll have to discuss that at some point. We left yesterday's show with the bad news on the Giants. We'll have to discuss that at some point. Warriors hosting the 21-1 Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. 21 is 73 wins in danger. 808 KNBR. So lots of stuff to get to. Plus our 49er auction. Our holiday auction is underway this morning at 7 a.m. Our friends from the 49ers Foundation will be here. Usually with bagels and cream cheese. Usually. So a good old Tuesday on tap for you, Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. Good morning, brother.
What's up, Murph? It's a pretty jam-packed Tuesday morning. We do have some 49ers news today. A big guest list that I know Young Tony's going to get to on the other side. Warriors back in action tonight against OKC, a team that just got J-Dub back straight out of 408, Santa Clara's own Jalen Williams. He'll be playing tonight. So we've got some Warriors news. We've got some Niners news. You mentioned the Giants news. And don't forget about those baby Sharks, baby. 6-3 win over the Mammoth yesterday. How about my guy Will Smith crossing dudes up, skating in between legs and putting two in the back of the net?
Can we go ahead and say, and I'm going to go with the Royal, I'm going to infuriate Sharks fans everywhere and go with the Royal we, because they're like, because right now there's a thing going on in Sharksdom. And that is, from 2000 or whatever to 2018, whatever. I'm throwing a blanket over the Thornton Marlowe years, 05 to 18, whatever it was. Everybody acknowledged the greatness of the Sharks and how they were a top team in the NHL for year after year after year. They never could bring home the cup. They got there once, but they could never bring it home. And then the Sharks went dark. Yes. They did something, and somebody wrote this into us once, and they're right. They did something that the Giants refused to do, which is blow it up, suck, and rebuild through the draft.
Yep.
And that's something we can talk about, actually. Do the Sharks have more cojones than the Giants? Or are the Giants better to their fans by trying to contend every year? It is an interesting philosophical discussion because the Sharks went dark, bro. And I mean, everybody bailed. Everybody bailed off the bandwagon. And the Shark tank was empty, except for a handful. And those who rode it out through the dark days are now seeing people like, well, you and me and Copes and all these other people.
Whoa. I don't want to be grouped into the conversation with you and Copes because, Murph, I was down there at the Shark Tank. I was there opening night this year. I was there opening night last year. I was down there a day, the same year they traded away Brent Burns, and I had to watch him skate at the Shark Tank in a Chicago Blackhawks jersey.
Wow, you're talking Brent Burns.
Yeah, so I was there during some of the dark days. I was born and raised in Sharks territory. I will not be grouped together with you and Copes.
Well, no, I only put myself in there as a joke, too, because I'm still a casual, and I will always be a casual. Although I admire what they're doing. But I know that Copes has come up against some headwinds because some people are like, cool, and KNBR's talking Sharks. And other people are like, bro, don't even think about it. Keep my hockey team's name out your mouth. There it is. But that was really funny how you got triggered there, man.
I was like, come on, don't put me in the same category as Copes.
Were you there in the pitch black days of 2022, though? 2021?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right after Brent Burns was traded away during that whole breakdown, I was there opening night watching him skate around in a Chicago Blackhawks jersey, and I'm like, damn, this sucks, dude. Brent Burns was one of my favorite Sharks of all time.
You know why? Because what we got to do over there on that side of the studio is put one of those, just get a little fake turf right in here, get a little AstroTurf planter, and put in that license plate sign on the lawn of every law-abiding home in the 408. This is Sharks territory.
You're damn right it is, Murph.
We should have them behind you.
We should. And then I should put it up and take it down every time I leave. Maybe when we move from shows, we can move it to each Shark's head. For the afternoon, boys, for Dirty Work, we'll move it to the producer studio for my guy Tim Webb, because I know T Webb is a diehard Sharks head.
I was going to say, who would you identify as we do this communist witch hunt of the 1950s? Isn't it true? Or was it what was the line McCarthy would ask? How long is it? Isn't it true there? are you now or have you ever been a member of the San Jose Sharks party? Who would be who would you power rank as the legits in this building?
The number one power ranking, the president of Sharks operations here at The Sports Leader is the boss man, Mike Holler.
Okay.
Without question. He literally works for the Sharks.
Bonafides.
Yeah, he's bona fide. He's diehard. He doesn't miss a game.
He didn't bail off when it got dark.
No, he had to go and actually work those games. He actually works up in the score booth for the San Jose
Nobody
Sharks.
can touch Holler.
No. Mike Holler is royalty when it comes to the Sharks, and it's not a coincidence that he's now the PD, and now we're actually allowed to talk a little bit more Sharks. We're not getting yelled at for talking Sharks on the airwaves anymore. So he's definitely number one up there. I have to give a shout out to my guy Steve Fishman, who used to do a Sharks podcast for KNBR back in the day.
Things you rarely hear.
Yeah, dude.
I got to give a shout out to my guy Steve.
You got to respect the fish, dude. I got to hop back in my tank.
He was the
See
real
if you
deal.
can find that soundbite. Oh yeah, he was a hockey head. Okay. He did a Sharks podcast on the side, so he's definitely up there. Our guy B. Smith, who used to run the board for Tom Tolbert. B. Smith.
These are all formers.
Yeah, these are all formers. So then I'd throw Tim Webb into that conversation also as your diehard. So that's my Mount Rushmore of Shark heads here at KNBR. And shout out Ralph Barbieri as always.
And had I sidled up to Timmy at in Hawaii with the Mai Tai and said, who did the Sharks play tonight? He'd had an answer.
Oh, yeah, he'd have an answer for you. And here's actually a bit of a funny story that I have not had a chance to tell you or our listeners yet, because we signed off Friday morning in Hawaii, the same morning that we had Macklin celebrating on the show, front of the program. Well, Murph, that was not the only shark that I saw that day, because later on that Friday afternoon, as I'm hanging out floating in the Mauna Kea Bay, I'm in the water for like half an hour. I get out feeling great, feeling refreshed, and I see a bunch of like flags on the beach. I'm like, these flags were not on the beach when I went down to the water. And then I get to the other side of the flag, and there's a big sign that said, shark spotting in the water.
Oh.
And, bro, I had been out there for a half an hour just floating around. I'm like, can somebody blow a horn? Can somebody give me a heads up? There was a shark sighting in the water, and nobody told me?
You know what happens when they spot a shark? They're like, anybody who was already in, we're writing those guys off.
Dude, yeah, that guy's chum.
Whatever that guy made his decision before the spotting. Everybody from here on out, don't go in the water.
Actually, I heard the lifeguard say, don't worry, he's from Sharks territory.
There you go, buddy. There you go. Yeah, so it got dark in 2018, 2019 was their last good year. So they had 6 straight sucky years. And that's when everybody bailed off. Anyway, that's a long way of saying that the Utah Mammoth are the San Jose Sharks B.
Yeah.
All right, dude?
That's what Mammoth. Take it.
Hey, Mammoth, you're our B. That's right, I said our.
Yeah, enjoy that new mascot.
Good stuff, man. All right, well, that was fun. Sharks did win last night. That's also a long way of saying that, too. So, fun stuff. Also, Monday Night Football. I watched a large portion of it because I did have a rooting interest. I had to put away Danny Dunn's and this one felt good because he named his team specifically to annoy me. And how about that? Like, I'm not naming my team to go after one person here, but he did. He named his team 810 KSFO.
And you got a problem with that?
Oh, huge problem. Same problem you have with me lumping you in with Copes and the Sharks fan.
Yeah, same problem the text line now has with me correcting me that Brent Burns played for Carolina, not Chicago after he left the Sharks. It was a Carolina jersey. That's what it was.
This is what happens when you go on a rant sometimes.
Yeah, dude, come on. It's early in the morning. I had a few beers that night, but I was there. I saw him skating around, and I was not happy, all right?
At least he knew who Brent Burns is.
Yeah, come on.
How many of you out here even know who Brent Burns is?
Come on.
So
I was swimming with Sharks last Friday.
How many people? Exactly. This guy defied death.
Give me a break.
This guy defied death. He defied death so he could talk about Brent Burns.
That's it, dude. That's what I'm hearing.
So, what number did Brent Burns wear?
Come on,
808 KNBR.
What do you want?
Burnsy, as I believe we like to call him back in the day.
Great beard.
But yeah, man, I had to put away Danny Dunn's 810 KSFO in fantasy, and it took I went in behind. I needed Drake May to score a certain amount of points, and he did. Because Drake May has been one of the reasons I am going to make the playoffs, and it looks almost certain that I'm going to make the playoffs. By the way, yet again. There's 3 death taxes and me in the playoffs. Football Mensch, formerly mid-segment reads. But, took care of 810 KSFO. And, in fact, I think by beating him, because he's my Utah Mammoth, I should make him change his name. Ooh. That's what I should do. That's,
make him re-identify.
Hey, you're my B. Change your name.
Yeah.
But anyway, point is, I watched the Patriots, and we keep asking, who's the best team in the NFL? Who's the best team? Is it the Patriots? Is it the New England freaking Patriots out of nowhere wearing their Steve Grogan throwbacks last night? Out of nowhere. Nobody saw this coming. They're way over their over-under total. Are they one of those teams that now there's a knock that they haven't really beaten any quality teams, but then again, 2/3 of the NFL is not quality. Pretty much anybody you play anymore is not a very good team.
So you're saying that the Patriots have been playing with the last place schedule.
Pretty much. Dude, Mike Vrabel, I mean, I haven't watched a lot of Pat's ball this year other than just admiring Drake May because it was a genius draft pick, is that those guys freaking hit. And they hit like differently than almost any team out there. So I got to give Vrabel a lot of credit because he's clearly got those guys buying in. And I don't know if you saw the Jackson Dart hit. Did you see the whole? Yeah.
Well,
man.
dude.
Wow.
There was
You don't see hits like that anymore.
That was that hit on the sideline. And then there was a hit where the Giants player's logo went flying off his helmet yesterday on like that special teams on that kick return.
Oh, I missed that.
Like that was brutal also. Yeah, but they were laying some thunder, laying some hits. And yeah, I think Mike Vrabel is one of the most underrated coaches in the league. And that's going back to his time in Tennessee when he was coaching with the Titans, when he was like outsmarting Bill Belichick when it came to special teams rules. I don't know how the hell that he had like that lame duck year where nobody signed him for a year. Maybe he was waiting for that Patriot job to open back up, but I always thought Mike Vrabel should have instantly gotten another job.
Yeah, people were bad about that. I mean, listen, so we talk about the coach of the year has been sometimes a sports talk radio topic, and that Kyle Shanahan has a legit argument given all the injuries he's dealt with. But man, oh man, the shiny object that is Mike Vrabel looks like it'll be the pick. All the other guys, Ben Johnson in Chicago,
I
too.
think it's all Vrabel and Ben Johnson because of the narrative of them turning around teams that were top 10 draft picks.
Narrative, man. Now, I mean, the Pats beat the Bucks at one point this year.
What else happened on that record? What else happened on that schedule? Go back like week 3, week 4 of the season.
Bro, week 1.
Week 1,
they
baby.
They freaking lost to the Raiders.
They lost 20-13 to the Raiders. Your boy Drake May threw an interception, and I was like, I'm not sold on this Drake May guy.
Yeah. Oh, man. The Raiders beat the Pats.
That's what I'm saying. It's like when people are like, the Patriots are the best team in the AFC. It's like, you can't be the best team when you lost to the Raiders.
September 7th.
Oh,
back then, I think weren't the Giants still mathematically in it on September 7th?
Do you remember the 7th day of September?
All right, guys. Well, listen, fun stuff. Welcome to the KNBR 49ers Holiday Sports Auction and the 49ers Foundation is what I'm trying to say. We'll be here in our building, and that starts at 7 a.m. We'll tell you guys all about that. You can play video games with Ricky Pearsall. You go to Top Golf with George Kittle.
Wow.
How much fun is that? Cookie baking with the offensive line starts at 8 a.m. Wow, they're sleeping in.
Yeah, what kind of cookies
they
are you making?
You snooze, you lose, buddy. They don't want to start at 7. You can paint the field before a game day, all that good stuff. So we'll start at, I guess, 8 a.m., I'm told. 8 a.m. So we adjust. All right, and we talked about that guest list that we're bragging about. You don't want to miss it. Next on The Sports Leader.
I'm Fish. I'm signing off. I'm going to go jump back in my tank somewhere.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. So Murph just told you a little bit about the KNBR Holiday Sports Auction. We also heard from one of the GOATs, one of, maybe the GOAT. Here it is.
Hey, faithful. Jerry Rice here. Tune into KNBR's Holiday Sports Auction and bid on unforgettable 49ers experiences and exclusive memorabilia.
Pretty incredible by the GOAT there, shouting us out. I want to tell you a little bit more about it. Some of the packages, video games with Ricky Pearsall, Top Golf with George Kittle and the tight ends. There's a lot of good stuff on there, so we want you to go to 49ers.com/give to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Like Murph said, the auction opens today at 8 a.m. and closes tomorrow at 7 p.m. All proceeds benefit the 49ers Foundation and its mission to educate and empower Bay Area youth and beyond. Our goal is to raise $190,000, and we need your help to accomplish this goal. Visit 49ers.com/give to bid on packages today.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
No, I wouldn't say that because I think he's had so many big-time games. So many really good games. But that's not to take anything away from yesterday. I thought he played really well. The way he played was the exact way that the game dictated. He was very good in the pocket. We blocked them, I think, very well in protection, but Brock also did a real good job not getting too deep, staying up in the pocket, being able to hang in there on some longer developing plays. He took care of the ball and made some big-time throws that got us points.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, talking about Brock Purdy. He was asked, was that one of Brock's best games as a Niner? I was like, wow, that's kind of a strong statement. That's not something I thought when I watched the game. It wasn't something, in fact, I actually thought there were times it looked kind of rough. Well, it was cold. It was nasty. He was under duress a lot. But he never turned it over, which was really, really good. But I didn't think it was one of his best games as a Niner. Although I was in the car last night for Niners Nightly, and I heard Krug talking about it, and he was calling it thought it was his best game. I was like, yo, that's a strong statement. By the way, is this Larry June?
It is 6 a.m. in Sausalito, Murph.
I just knew anytime I feel good with the groove, it has to be Larry June.
Oh, it's a great way to start the
morning. Is this the Alchemist then making these beats then?
Not sure if the Alchemist did this track. Now, he did a lot of work with the 2 Chainz album that Larry June and 2 Chainz just put out, but not sure if he did this beat exactly.
Now, does Larry ever come in and rap over this? Is this just a groove?
Oh, no, he definitely raps, but not a lot of Larry's lyrics are FCC friendly, so we play a lot of instrumentals here on this show.
Positive message for the kids. Yeah. I think he's actually describing things that happen behind closed doors, isn't it?
Well, I would say he's actually extremely positive compared to most other rappers. Like half the time, Larry June's just rapping around, driving around the Bay Area and like finding an organic smoothie or something to sip on.
Wow, who's the guy? I think he is Mike Silver doing an interview in San Diego.
Just looking for a smoothie.
Let me finish this interview, and then he pushes the sunglasses up. Then let's go get a smoothie. But San Diego Mike to this day treasures as one of his favorite memories. All right, hey, yes, go ahead.
I had a thought real quick before we digress on Larry June about the topic of whether or not that was one of Brock Purdy's best games. I don't agree with that take. But I will say that you can make the argument that this was one of the best bad weather games for Brock Purdy because he has struggled. We've seen it before in the rain. Now, it wasn't those type of conditions, but with 30 to 40 mile per hour winds, we saw what happened last year when he went out to Cleveland. So I will give him credit for playing that well in that type of weather.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. That's a good take. But you're right with the big asterisk that there was no moisture.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't dumping rain or anything like that.
But it was unpleasant. It was cold. It was windy. It was gnarly. And there were several large men in brown jerseys trying to hurt him. And he was able to escape, stay upright, not just not turn it over, but didn't even really throw a pass that felt like it should have been a turnover. Usually a couple times a game, Brock will do something. You're like, ugh, that was a little too aggressive. Probably should have checked it down there. There were none of those in this game.
Well, I saw a great stat yesterday that Brock Purdy had 7 thrown away passes, which was one of the highest of his entire career, which to me is great decision-making when you got someone like Myles Garrett breathing down your neck. Myles Garrett had 6 pressures, but only got 1 sack, and it came in the fourth quarter because Brock Purdy was not trying to do too much, and if it wasn't there, if the pressure was coming, he just simply got rid of the ball.
It's a great point, and it's like a pitcher pitching around a good hitter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like sometimes, you walk that guy. You know what? glad he walked that guy.
That's the good old-fashioned unintentional, intentional walk.
Shohei Ohtani's up. Just give him 4 wide. Well, you know what I mean? Just we're going to be careful with him on this
make
one.
him chase something.
Yeah, remember the theory in the World Series they're going to intentionally walk Ohtani every at-bat? Remember that theory? We were younger then. Let's go for the guest list. We're talking about... Go ahead.
I was going to say, remember when people wanted the intentional walk to be banned because of Shohei Ohtani?
For a hot day.
Like it's impossible to walk a guy without the intentional walk.
Dude, people were coming out with strong takes. Baseball's broken, man.
What the hell?
Baseball's broken.
Stop
The golden at-bat, remember that?
Well, that's still alive, buddy. That's still alive.
Put that to bed.
Let's go with the horns because I want to get to this guest list because it's about this guy we were just talking about. Not young Tony, who barged in there earlier. Good morning, young
I thought it was a
Tony.
good nugget to chime in
Yeah,
with.
it was good. It was very good.
Yeah.
What's up, Tony?
Could have waited till after the horns.
Yeah, it's my fault.
For
Yeah.
your OCD host here.
Yeah.
How you doing? Good morning.
Good
Tony.
morning.
How are you, buddy?
I'm fantastic.
Happy Tuesday. How's 19th Avenue treating you now?
There's a lot of construction on 19.
yeah.
I try to stay middle lane. There's a lot of red
Well-
light cameras as well, and then the road work. We got some road work going on.
Okay, well, we for everybody, and I got to imagine a lot of our listeners fall into this category who use 19th Avenue on a daily basis. We're all in the same boat, and that boat is sinking. It's construction, like indefinite construction. I saw one like website that my sister sends me this stuff because she works at United Airlines, although she's now in Japan on vacation.
Whoa, big in Japan.
I know,
big
right?
in
How about
Japan.
that? She just works for United, so when she wants to, she just finds a first-class seat and flies to Osaka.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I
Sounds
know.
like a good
It's-
nice little benefit.
It's incredible. So anyway, she is so mad about that whole. Well, we talked about this. Katie Murphy versus Kerry Crowley on the Great Highway. And go out there, Kerry. Listen, I love Kerry. I love him, but they just like couldn't be more wrong about this whole Great Highway thing. Like it's just almost like it's not even an opinion. It's almost like a fact. It's almost like objective. It's not even subjective. It's the worst thing ever that they shut down the Great Highway. And now I just saw my sister sends me these updates. She's like, "Do you know what's going to happen to 19th Avenue?" I'm like, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it." She's like, "Look at this, dude." I saw summer 2026 as one of the potential end dates.
End dates?
Summer 2026
For
yeah.
19th?
Yeah. So that means we're looking at it for the next 6
Well,
to
for
7
you, like
months.
the road is terrible. There's
You don't need to worry
potholes
about it,
everywhere.
Yeah, but I'm just confused because I used to use 19th when I would commute up to Sonoma State.
Yeah.
But I'm just they're going to shut it down?
No, they're shutting. Well, yesterday they're working lane by lane.
Lane closures,
They're shutting down a lane. There's only 3.
Oh,
bro.
dude, yeah. I was going to
Only
say
3.
that's like the one way to get through the city that way.
Yes, and shutting down one of those lanes
Oh, that sounds awful.
and shutting down the Great Highway. So
Damn.
happy
Other
Merry
than that,
Christmas.
how was the play, Mrs.
Merry
Shanahan?
Christmas, buddy.
So
Merry
all
Christmas.
3 of you boys now have the same route to work?
I didn't realize those guys use it, but they do. They do. They don't have to. Those guys don't have to.
We don't
They
have
other
to. We
options.
take Park Presidio all the way up
Yeah, yeah.
through 19th, and I think it's a nice scenic route as well. You know, you're going through the city, you feel nice, you
That's
feel
so
great.
scenic when you see those.
And then you
those
see
big
the lane
flashing
closures.
lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
actually a bit surprised that Tony doesn't go the other way and just go all the way down in Embarcadero and get
He
onto
could.
280
He
101
could
right there.
and he should.
Yeah, he probably should.
Although, don't sleep on the ferry building stoppage, man. Sometimes you'll be cruising on the Embarcadero and you'll spend a half hour just getting through 2 stoplights at the ferry
A lot
building.
of lights.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
as many cameras on Embarcadero, though.
Oh.
Just a little heads up.
That's fair. That's a great
As a
point.
man that used to drive through a couple red lights every morning on the way to work.
Be careful out there.
Yeah, it's all right. Statute of limitations
As
is
the
fine.
great Sergeant Esterhaus would say on Hill Street Blues, hey, be careful out there.
Careful
That's
out
how
there,
we would
kids.
start that's how we would end our Thursday nights on
It's a
Hill
good
Street
tip.
Blues. Oh,
Yeah.
Hill Street Blues. He would always say, hey. He would do it was the opening of Hill Street Blues, which at the time was a groundbreaking TV show. Man, best cop drama ever. And it opened with Sergeant Esterhaus, who was a funny, avuncular sergeant, giving the assignments for the day. And then when they would all be leaving, he'd be like, hey, be careful out there. And then they would start the Hill Street Blues theme, which was an iconic theme by Mike Post. But I digress.
Well, just to get
Yet
you going,
again.
Curly wants me to get you going on Cary and the Great Highway. I think they use that. It's like a little strip for runners.
Yeah.
There's a marathon coming up, the San Francisco Half Marathon. I think
You
I
know
might
what?
run.
I hope
Cary
everybody
likes to
sprains.
run.
I hope everybody sprains their freaking ankles.
Damn.
All right, dude?
Damn. I'm just
Why don't you-
saying.
I hope you trip on a hammock.
It's nice and scenic.
I hope you trip on a freaking hammock hook.
See, now,
All right,
Murph,
bro?
you're going face to face with 5K Tony.
Yeah,
Tony
well,
likes
guess
to run
what?
all around the city.
I
Tony
got-
might be running out
Let
there.
me map out several routes for him
Feb
that don't
1.
include the Great Highway. Dude, all right?
I'm looking forward to Murph, early in the morning, setting booby traps for young Tony running
I
on,
think
on
when
the,
I
on
finally
the highway.
snapped was when I read somebody defending it and saying, "Yeah, I like to lie in the hammock out there." I was
yeah.
like, "Bro, I'll tell you what about your freaking hammock. Your hammock's going where the sun do not shine, bro. I mean, are you blanking kidding me?
Yeah, Murph.
Well, it's nice to lie in a hammock down there.
Yeah, who needs highways when you have hammocks?
Dude, let me tell you about your blanket hammock. All right, what do you got,
Yeah,
buddy?
well,
What
we
do you
got a great show for everybody. Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30. Winter meetings do start this Sunday, so we got a lot going on.
We got a lot to talk about on the other side with the Giants because this story that Bagley wrote has everybody upset.
Yeah.
We'll have to discuss it. Yes.
Absolutely. It's a great tease. And then the Niners bye week, obviously, next week, but it's kind of their bye week this week. So John Lynch is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Set your alarms. And then our Niner player of the week, I might need a little help from Paul Heyman, Marcus.
Ooh.
Our player of the week is...
Purdy!
That's pretty good.
Barack Purdy's going to join us at 8:30 this morning. We're going to have Mike Silver at 9:15. Then we're going to do a late cooler content at 9:30. Hope that's okay.
So let's repeat this. John Lynch on a Tuesday because of the bye week. Brock Purdy at 8:30 is our player of the week. It's pretty good.
All for free.
That's better than working on one of the 3 lanes on 19th and shutting down the Great Highway. That's better than that.
That's tough.
All right, you know what's the baseball equivalent of shutting down the Great Highway and doing 7 months of work on 19th Avenue? The Giants tapping out on Ime. We'll get into it next. Emi, pardon me. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's a Larry June Tuesday, as opposed to our 2010s Friday.
Well, I just know we're going to get
Yes.
negative. I just want everybody to know life is beautiful, you know?
Look at you, Tony.
Oh, man, very good. See that movie, Life is Beautiful, the very popular Italian-American film by Roberto Benigni? Roberto Benigni, Life is Beautiful? No? That was a good one. It was quite the big box office smash. It was about concentration camps in World War II. I know, right? Bring everybody up in the morning, right?
Yeah.
But it was like this very almost comedic, romantic thing about, anyway, Life is Beautiful. Check it out.
Well, Murph,
Benigni.
I'll say this. Life truly is beautiful for the fact that just a couple weeks ago, after putting young Declan Murphy on Game About Larry June, after putting young Tony on Game About Larry June, one of our Hawaii winners, Patrick, came up to me in Hawaii and said, Waterboy, I want to thank you for putting me on Larry June. So the Larry June army is growing, and that's why life truly is beautiful.
Are we heading towards, just like when you discovered LaRussell at a young age, and LaRussell's everywhere now, we got him on the show a couple of times. Are we due to get Larry June on the show?
Dude, I think we need to book Larry June sooner rather than later.
I'm guessing Larry June's not a morning person.
No, unless he's
when
up
he said
at 6 a.m. in Sausalito.
I'm guessing when he wrote 6 a.m. in Sausalito, it wasn't because he was waking up at 6 a.m.
It's probably because he was going to bed at 6
I think
a.m.
he
in
had,
Sausalito.
friends in the living room getting it on,
Yeah.
and they weren't leaving until 6 in the morning.
Look at OG Murph dropping rap lyrics. Next thing you know, you're going to be quoting 3-6 Mafia today to John Lynch.
Oh, for Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, exactly.
Lane Kiffin, right.
Shout out Ben Garrett.
Wearing his purple tie here. Okay, a couple things here. Well, let's get the positive stuff out of the way. It is Giving Tuesday, right? Everybody around and you guys know me, I'm on the board of the Giants Community Fund, the Junior Giants, and we just had our Willie Mack luncheon the day after we got back from Hawaii for the Junior Giants. It's so great to see it's all the kids from every Junior Giants league who won the Willie Mack Award for their league. They came from all over, man. We had from Redding and Red Bluff, Lompoc, Lake Tahoe. They all came down to the park. We had a great day. But we too, on the Junior Giants, could use a little bit of help. So we do so much for these kids, education support, Willie Mays Scholars Program, mental health resources. It's over 36,000 kids a year. So if you can have a moment just to donate to giantscommunityfund.org, we sure would appreciate you guys. And we are matching. Thanks to the GEM project, every gift will be matched up to $75,000. So there's my plug for the giantscommunityfund.org Giving Tuesday. So that's the positive part, right? Now we get into the negative part of the Giants, which is this story dropped in The Athletic right when we were getting off the air. We touched on it briefly around 9:45 yesterday, but then it got traction all day on social as people read it. And basically, if you want to just go by the headline, and we can get into the nuances of it. Nuances. But the headline would be, Giants are not going to sign Ime. The big Tatsuya Ime. Dare I call him the Yamamoto of 2020?
Nuances.
The Yamamoto of the 2025-2026 Hot Stove League?
Essentially.
I mean, I don't know if he's that hyped or if his numbers or his credentials match a Yamamoto, a Sasaki.
Roki Sasaki. I'd say he's in that conversation. I don't know if he's better than those guys, but the jury's still out.
Shall we say, we use the phrase, Marcus, of that ilk?
Yes.
Of that ilk.
From that ilk.
So you go Yamamoto, Sasaki, Ime. That's an ilk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people felt, and this happened when we were off on break, is that Ime did a podcast in Japan and was asked, hey, do you want to join the Dodger machine? And he said, no, I want to take down the Dodgers. And oh my God, Thanksgiving came early. We were
music to our ears.
He probably wants to stay on the West Coast, more friendly to the Japanese player. He wants to take down the Dodgers. The Giants need pitching. The Giants, under Buster Posey, have done bold things like sign Willie Adames to a long-term deal, trade for freaking Rafael Devers in the middle of the season. Oh my God. Ime, this makes all the sense in the world. The Buster Posey era. Andy Bagley drops a story yesterday. It says sources, the famous sources, no names on it, just sources, saying the Giants are going to sit it out because of finances. So we need to talk about this here right now because there's a lot of ways to look at this. One way to look at it is rage. Right out of the gate. What are you doing? You got to throw punches with the big boys. You can't sit by and let them get Ohtani and Yamamoto and Sasaki and not do anything. You can't just go shopping for middle of the road starters, like bargain bin guys that you're going to find to figure out your rotation. The other way to look at it, and I would submit this to you, Marcus, is that as the dust settles and the rage settles from Giants going to sit out the Ime sweepstakes, I got two counters to that. Number one, maybe not. Let's see. Maybe it's negotiating. I don't know. But more likely is that Buster Posey's going to still do something big. I don't think Buster Posey's going to sit here and just bargain basement shop and just cruise along and have like a what am I looking for? A hodgepodge rotation going into the 2026 season. So as upsetting as it is, because I would love Ime, I would love him. He's in his 20s. He's of that ilk, all that stuff. I'm gonna reserve my rage right now because I still do believe that Buster Posey's going to do something big, whether it's a trade or whether it's a very good free agent signing. I don't know. Are you saying it's time for rage? Or are you going to be patient?
No, I think I'm going to be patient also, Murph. At least until Ime signs somewhere. Then I'll let the rage come out, and I'll really be pissed off on 50,000 watts, and I'll tell you how I really feel about this situation. But it's hard to get angry before winter meetings even happen, before Ime even signs with a team. But it is discouraging to hear that the Giants are potentially out already before the big negotiations even start. Like, at least sit down at the table, see what's going on, see if there is some value, see if you can find a way to make this work out financially. So from that standpoint, it is a bit frustrating, but it was also frustrating hearing the Giants front office last year going into the winter meetings and the reports that the payroll was going to be rolled back. And to your point, what happened after we got the report that the payroll was going to be rolled back and everybody was freaking out about the somewhat break-even contracts? Buster Posey came in and gave the largest contract in Giants history to Willie Adames and then topped that contract by trading for Rafael Devers. So over the last year, they've brought in a lot of money, which might also affect what they do this year moving forward. But I also know that Buster Posey wants to win. He's not here to blank around. That's why they got rid of Bob Melvin and went straight to Tony Vitello. And I think that Tony Vitello is going to need some of those horses because he had horses in Tennessee. So I would be surprised if they don't add anything to the rotation. I'm just curious to see where the money goes and how much the money the Giants actually have to spend because according to everything I'm reading from Andrew Baggerly, they're still about $60 million under that luxury tax threshold. So it seems like they have room to play with, which is why I'm confused about why this story is coming out now before winter meetings even kick off.
Right. So patience, I think, is the right thing. With patience with a tinge of rage. Because it would be nice to hear if they were in the mix for Ime, at least making an offer, see what they can. Now, again, let's see. Maybe they will. Maybe this story... As you pointed out last year, we had a story that said they were going to pare back payroll, and then they went and signed Adames and Verlander, too.
And I think some of the reason why Giants fans are getting so excited because a couple weeks ago, it felt like there were reports saying the Giants would be a team linked to Ime. So then why are we getting these conflicted reports?
They've gone to Japan to see him. There were a couple other things in the story, though, that were alarming to people who kind of like to get down into the next level of the. And one was the private equity. Now, this is not something I enjoy talking about because I'm not an expert on private equity. I've never been in private equity. These are companies that just have money. And they go, as best I can understand it, I'm a private equity company. I have a lot of money. I'm going to go buy your company. I'm going to buy a stake of your company, and I'm going to help you make your company better. Well, in other words, that means slashing, increasing profit, and then getting a return on your investment, right? That generally is what it means. Private equity doesn't usually come in and say, hey, guys, you're all getting raises. Mm-hmm. You're all getting raises and 2 extra weeks vacation. They don't really say that, right? So when the Giants, and this is now happening across all of sports, private equity firms are getting into pro sports teams, and people are, because it used to just be Eddie DeBartolo owned the Niners. That's it. Eddie DeBartolo owned the Niners. Eddie did with the Niners what he wanted to do with the Niners. Joe Lacob owns the Warriors. He's going to do it. Well, now, all of a sudden, if Eddie DeBartolo sells part of his team to a private equity team, now he's going to listen to these guys. They're like, hey, we gave you $500 million. Why don't you stop giving out free water bottles? You know what I mean? It's like stuff like that, right? So the Giants went into, like other teams, a private equity deal. And they told us at the time, and we had Larry on. No, it's not going to affect the team. They're making an investment in the infrastructure. They're making an investment in the stadium. They're going to make the stadium better so that the team's going to be a long-lasting, fruitful franchise, and that's how we'll get money on our investment. Or the fabled Mission Rock development, which, by the way, I'm a fan of. I like the idea of Mission Rock. I mean, yeah, it used to just be a parking lot. You know, I think first of all, I like the park. Right, number one, I like the park. Number two, that freaking bakery, dude. Arsicult, is that the name of it? Arsicult Bakery?
Yeah.
Yo! That's like the best bakery I've ever been to in my life. Bro. Bring on Paris, France, dude. That bakery. Have you ever checked out that bakery?
I've had the croissants when somebody brought them in, but I haven't actually gone to the actual bakery.
They are crazy. They're chocolate chip. Young Tone, you been to that bakery there at Mission Rock?
I'm with Marcus. They brought in a bunch of good stuff, dude. It was tremendous. I need to go check it out, and I'm waiting on one of these games to be in, I'm living in the city now. I want to go to one of these games.
You don't even have to go to a game. It's open all day, all year.
That's a good point, yeah.
They also have flour and water pizza, Aiyuk sandwiches, but it's been a little slow. I think I thought they would have been a little more bustling. And they told us when they built that thing that thing was going to create the waterfall revenue that would spill down to the team and, quote, let us compete with the Dodgers. Well, wait a minute. So we built the Mission Rock. We brought in the bakery. And now we're not going to go compete with the Dodgers? Something's not adding up here. You know what I mean? And usually when that's not adding up, that means rich people are keeping their money. That's usually what it means. So
yeah, well, real quick on the Mission Rock area, I feel like Thrive City has gotten out and ahead of the Giants when trying to build stuff and restaurant around like the stadium. What they've done with Che Fico and Fixcu and all that stuff, like they have restaurants popping up left and right, which I'm sure has revenue somehow leaking back to Joe Lacob, which means more money for the Warriors to spend. But it's interesting, Murph, because you're right. We did talk to Larry Bear last year. I actually had a conversation off air with him last year when I went down to like the media food day when I was like sampling out different foods and I'm sitting there eating a loaded brisket baked potato. And Larry Bear comes over and starts talking to me, of all people, about private equity. And I'm like, Larry, what are we doing here? Like, you're chopping it up with me, the water boy? Like, I barely got a 2.0 to play baseball and football in high school.
The water boy's answer was, I don't know, but I do like the Raiders minus. I do like the Raiders plus 3.5 at Cleveland.
Yeah, like, Larry, I got a couple picks for you. But he basically explained it to me like I'm 5 because I am, like, theoretically. And he told me that private equity was brought in to improve the ballpark experience. That's why they upgraded the Coca-Cola bottle. They did some stuff down at the bottom there, like the premium club level seating. They got nicer seats and overall, but his message was if we improve the ballpark experience, that's going to lead to more ticket sales, which leads to more revenue. Okay. And that's basically the runaround that I got.
Well, that's all great. And that's one way to spin it. Then you look up and you see that Tatsuya Ime is coming to America, and they're saying we don't want him.
Yeah, and I'll say this, as nice as that new Coca-Cola bottle looks like, I'm not going to the ballpark to see that Coca-Cola bottle. I'm going to see Willie Adames. I'm going to go see Rafael Devers. I'm going to see Ime. Like, I'm going to see players. Like, to me, that's how you get the attendance numbers up. You win ball games. Like, the rest of the stuff, that's great. It's one of the best ballparks in the country already. I don't need all these upgrades. I need more players. I need upgrades to the rosters. That's what I'm looking for.
So the thing I would just say, as we kind of come to the end of the segment here, is that, of course, it upset me that I saw that. I would love to get Ime. I would also just say this, is that I have been sort of an unabashed fan of Buster Posey since he got here. I've loved what he's done. Adames, okay, it's a long signing, but they needed a shortstop. They went and got a shortstop. They got a shortstop that hit 30 home runs for the first time in 20 blanking years. And he's fun to watch. Yeah. If you want to be entertained at the park, him prancing around all over the field. The only thing I would knock on Willie Adames is he's too friendly to the other team. But other than that, and maybe I didn't like the purple sleeves, but other than that,
what about the purple gloves?
I mean, the 30 bombs, and he got you a shortstop. Then he went and made this Devers trade is everything I've been asking for in life. That's all I've been asking for is make a bold, franchise-changing trade. And as much as I like Kyle Harrison, and I think he will be a good pitcher in the big leagues, it was a fair price to pay.
Yes.
It was a fair price to pay. It was a really good price to pay.
I make that trade again today.
Oh, my God, dude. Jordan, you got out of the Jordan Hicks contract, which was burdensome. And then I guess the kid James Shields. They also traded. We're not James Shields.
Not James Shields. Tibbs. James Tibbs the third.
They traded Tibbs, and then he's now a Dodger.
The fact that he's now in L.A. is hilarious.
But anyway, point is that I love what Buster does. And then I wanted Bob Melvin to succeed. You all know that. I was Mr. Hum Baby guy. It just wasn't happening. There was a flat, stagnant feel to those teams over 2 years. And I like that he made the move. And even with Vitello, even though it's a risk for sure, it was bold. Right? Everything he's done has been bold and brassy and ballsy. So that's why when I see they're going to sit out Ime, I'm going to say, okay, well, I'll wait because he might do something else. Are you guys seeing, like, I'll just throw this out there. I don't have inside sources on this, but Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee is apparently being dangled as a trade offer. I mean, he only has 1 year left on his deal, but maybe what if he landed Freddie Peralta? Would you guys be happy with that?
Yeah, depending on what they traded to go get him.
Right. And maybe they're trying, like, you hear about Elliot Ramos possibly being on the market.
Yeah, so it seems like it might be more likely that the Giants might be looking to trade for a pitcher, but we also know that they might be looking for that mid-tier, lower-level, cheaper option. We've heard the name Max Scherzer 1,000 times because of his relationship with Tony Vitello. There's a possibility that someone like Justin Verlander could come back. You got guys like Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen out there. Like, those are options to fill out your rotation, but at this point in the career, those are not aces that you're going to pair up with Logan Webb moving forward.
Just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text time before we get out. 510 says, I have a drawer full of bells and whistles. Give me wins.
I want wins.
There you go. 530 says, if they want to improve the ballpark experience, why don't they make food and ticket prices cheaper? Do away with dynamic pricing, $150 plus to take my family to a ball game, SMH. 530, I feel you, but I actually think that's across all sports. Like, you go to a Warriors game, we just talked about their beer prices.
All sports here in the Bay Area, but we have seen other teams like Seattle this year had like a $5 beer menu. We've seen these value menus across the league. The Atlanta Falcons do it. There are teams that are doing it, but here in the Bay Area, it's probably the most expensive beer in the country at a sporting event.
And 49ers tickets aren't cheap, too. All these tickets are cheap. 707 says, I'm sorry, but ballpark improvements do not bring me to the ballpark. Good play does.
I agree.
4 and 5 says, don't forget the Dodgers have more money because the best player in baseball is basically playing for free.
Yeah.
Why aren't the Giants
printing money in Japan?
Why aren't the Giants giving the best player available that kind of deal so we can get more good players? So they're talking about a different 707, 60 million. Being 60 million under the luxury tax doesn't matter if you defer the entire contract. The Giants haven't done that. 707 says, the Giants are more interested in being a real estate company than a baseball team. That's been said before. 4 and 5 says, Scott Boras is playing y'all like a fiddle. The man with clever riddles and rhymes for his clients fed him that anti-Dodger talk. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's a Boras prank, huh?
Yeah, those riddles aren't that clever.
Yes. Oh, exactly.
Yeah, someone's going to be funding Nemo
4 and
this
5
offseason.
says, what has he said for Ime? What has he said?
I haven't heard anything good on Ime yet.
Yeah, he's going to do something. Kind of surprising, now that the A's have left the Bay Area, the Giants' ownership is the cheapskate in the Bay Area sports market. They're supposed to be. He says the Giants better be careful. The fan base will turn on them. 415 says, Murph, you need to chill with influencing the lunatic fringe. We can't compete with the Dodgers in a measuring contest. Come on, baby.
Why not? Let's measure. We got a lot of money. We got deep pockets.
Shout out Paul Anka and Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, and here's another thing, too. I know that the A's technically are not out of California quite yet. They're still in Sacramento for another year before going to Vegas. But wasn't there supposed to be a lot more money coming in with the Giants just completely owning Northern California? Like the territory, the rights, like everything. Like the Giants should be a top 5 spending team, and they haven't been a top 5 spending team since 2019.
Yeah, that's an incredible stat. 209 says, it doesn't matter. The Dodgers will three-peat. I'm rooting for a lockout.
Oh, come on.
518
Don't
says,
take away baseball from me.
518 says, I'm not buying that report. When has Buster ever given his thought process on anything like this? He keeps everything close to the chest. Sounds like a smoke screen. So is Buster playing back on Boras here? All right,
Buster.
And 209 says, guys, Tarek Skubal also might be available.
Dude, they're saying that the Tigers don't want to pay him. You'd have to give up the whole farm system. But man, oh man, could you imagine Skubal and Webb at the top of that rotation?
707 says, did the ballpark improvements include that Doval light show?
Yeah, it did. It definitely did.
Oh, my God.
and the colored lights up top, too.
Oh, man. Anyway, there's more stuff coming in, too. So good stuff. We appreciate all y'all for checking in. We wanted to touch on it because it's a hot topic. If you guys want to continue, we can. 808 KNBR is the phone number, but we also have some Kyle Shanahan sound to get to. We're building up towards a couple of things. One, the KNBR holiday auction starts at 8 a.m. The 49ers Foundation benefits. Top golf with George Kittle? Come on, man. That sounds pretty fun. Plus music, floor seats and suites to Ed Sheeran and AC/DC. One of those Christian Yushchik puffers signed by McCaffrey. How about that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Probably should have been wearing a puffer this past weekend. You see, he left the game with fractured ribs. Yeah, Kyle gave an update on that yesterday.
We'll get into that, too.
We'll get into that.
Cookie baking with the offensive line. How about that one?
How about that? Yeah.
I like a good cookie.
What kind of cookies?
And you tease Top Golf and George Kittle, the tight ends?
That's crazy.
That sounds insane.
Yeah, it does sound good. With Tonjes and those guys, you can talk Grateful Dead, too. All right, so we got Kyle giving updates on the 49ers going into the bye week, and, of course, continued rage or patience with Buster Posey and Tatsuya Ime on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injuries from the game. Nick Martin will be in the concussion protocol. Kyle Juszczyk has a rib fracture. We'll evaluate that after the bye. Ben Barch ended up spraining his foot. He'll most likely go on IR, miss the rest of the year. And that's it from the game.
There's Kyle Shanahan with a somewhat briefer injury report, although Kyle Juszczyk's ribs are obviously of note. He has 2 weeks to heal those things up. If I had broken ribs, I'd be out for like a year. Oh. We're like, yeah, maybe he'll be back by the 14th. And Ben Barch, if you care about your left guards, it's now going to be Spencer Burford time.
Oh, Murph. You know what time it is.
Tacos didn't come.
That's our guy. So Spencer Burford, famous from the Super Bowl, of course.
Tacos didn't come.
No, the block didn't come either. Anyway, he'll be their left guard. But other than that, Niners remain pretty darn healthy. Can they add somebody like Eric Kendricks after the bye to their linebacker depth?
How about that sneaky signing?
No, that was
Eric
sneaky.
Kendricks?
We'll have to talk to John Lynch about that at 8 a.m.
Absolutely, especially after last year when Eric Kendricks was originally going to sign with the 49ers, then left and signed with the Cowboys, and that led to the Devondre Campbell scandal from last year.
Are we we went from being like people ragging on John Lynch to now beginning to recognize, hey, the trade for Sky Moore, that was pretty good. And hey, the trade for Keon White, that guy's making some plays. And, hey, you found Cleve Ferrell on the street? Hey, and wait, Eric Kendricks might sneak onto the roster in December?
Yeah, don't forget, Bryce Huff was a trade earlier this year before the season started.
Do we have to hit the Shaq meme? We owe John Lynch an apology. We were not familiar with his game?
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Murph. I think we're familiar with the game, but I think sometimes 49er fans forget because not everything happens right at the trade deadline. It's kind of similar to last year with the Giants, quote, selling at last year's trade deadline and waving the white flag, despite the fact that Buster Posey went out and traded for Rafael Devers a couple weeks prior to that trade deadline. But timing is everything in life. And if you're not making those big blockbuster trades on the trade deadline day, it looks like you're sitting there doing nothing.
Timing is everything in life for sure. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And it depends on how you live your life on social media. Or as Tony Vitello might say, Twitter is not life. Because you could just sit there and not log on and just find out that you're evaluating John Lynch for who they are, which is a consistent contender that's had one or two bad seasons, but for the most part, for 7 to 8 years, they've been in the mix and in the hunt and have made several NFC Championship games. Or you could go on Twitter and see that John Lynch is the worst GM in the history of the NFL. Fire him now. It's amazing that there's an anti-Steve Kerr faction out there too. There's a huge anti-Steve.
There's an anti-everything, Murph.
So, well, I guess that's what makes the world go round,
yeah, I
right?
guess so, yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, with Lynch, you do have to take the good with the bad because there is the Trey Lance stain. There are first-round busts. You do have to acknowledge any number of offensive skill players they've drafted from all those running backs, from Joe Williams to the Ohio State kid. I forget his name even now. The running backs who just never...
Trey Sermon.
Thank you. To all these receivers that they've drafted, the Cowings of the world, the Jordan what's his name? I don't even forget the kid's name. Watkins? Yeah. Uh-huh. So there's been any number of busts and misses that you can criticize John Lynch for. At the same time, Christian McCaffrey trade. Yo, that's like Devers, man.
Yeah, Trent Williams trade.
Yo, that's like Devers times 2, right? And then, of course, you can say lucking into Brock Purdy, but calling Brock Purdy's name.
Still drafted him.
For sure. Signing Mac Jones.
Yep.
I mean, signing Mac Jones was gigantic. It's 5 W's right there, guys.
And then don't forget to add guys like Fred Warner or Diamador
Kittle.
Lenore, Kittle, all those guys. Bosa's an easy one because he was a second overall pick, but still, there are some gems that they have found in the later rounds that kind of offset some of those early round, third round misses.
And not only that in a time right now where Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh is getting, he's on the ropes right now. They started chanting "Fire Tomlin" in Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Crazy that Pittsburgh's turning on Tomlin.
Well, it brings to mind the word continuity, and really only Baltimore with John Harbaugh and Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin are the guys, and then Kyle Shanahan and Sean McDermott also in Buffalo, and Sean McVay too, I think. But there's like only a handful of teams that have continuity, and the Niners are one of them. And you start looking at all these teams, like last night, the New York Giants, they're looking for a coach, right? So, I mean, there's any number of teams, and so you gotta be thankful.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be an apologist or a homer here. Trust me, I'm happy to rip them if they suck. But I do feel like it's been a pretty good 2-week run for John Lynch when Sky Moore is returning those punts and Cleve Farrell's racking up sacks.
Yeah, you're looking pretty good, Murph. And in comparison, you could be a fan of the team that used to play in Oakland, who has had 18 different head coaches in my lifetime. So, yeah, consistency matters, and it sounds like there is a consistent relationship between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch that has led to a lot of success here. But there's also people who are saying that they have not been successful because they haven't won the big game, because they haven't won the Super Bowl, and they're never going to give credit to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and anybody in this 49ers organization until they win that big game.
Which is, fair. It is fair, but it's fair. It's harsh, it's fair, but being in the mix is big. I judge the 97-03 Giants. That's the Brian Sabian, Dusty Baker Giants did not win the championship, but every freaking year we're in the mix and in the playoffs almost every year. And I loved that era. And it brought us guys that you love to this day: Rich Aurelia, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds, JT Snow. These are guys you love. These are players that when they come back, they get standing ovations. They did not win a World Series, but those are guys that you really, really enjoyed when they were here. So there is something to be said for being in the mix all the time. We just talked about the Sharks earlier in the first segment. They never won it, but there's a huge amount of love for that era.
Yeah.
The Thornton Marlowe era, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And when you're in the mix, you also get a little bit of airtime on KNBR.
All right, Kyle Shanahan. We already talked about the Brock Purdy game here. He did talk about the Jauan Jennings situation, which, where there's smoke, there's fire. Twice Jennings has done something to the opponents that has caused them to snap.
Dude, Merrick hit him in the nuts, Murph.
And then the next week, multiple Browns were taken, and do you want to replay who's it, Shelby?
Yeah, Shelby Harris.
Shelby Harris.
Former Bronco
It's
D-lineman.
worth replaying because it was a nice, clean cut, and his words are so strong and sturdy when he just flat out calls out Jauan Jennings after the game. This is now 2 weeks in a row that opponents have called out Jauan Jennings. Yesterday's bum babies, buddy. Yesterday's bum babies. Anyway, we can move on. Let me know. Kyle Shanahan, you found it. Here it is.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched in the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
Oh, man, that's so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting comments coming from a defensive lineman because you would think that a wide receiver and a defensive lineman are not running into each other too often, but you also heard Shelby Harris call out Jauan Jennings for running behind his offensive lineman to hide. Well, my question is, why did Shelby Harris run to the media to say this? Why didn't he do something on the field? You're padded up. You got a chance to ear hole Jauan Jennings if you really want to go after him. I don't understand why they made this public when there's always usually this brotherhood in the NFL where you kind of keep the on-field stuff off on the field and don't bring it into the spotlight of the media.
Do we have the Tim Ryan cut that social media used yesterday? I know I told you I'd line up the Shanahan sound, but let me know. We asked Tim Ryan about it because he's on the field, he was in the grass, and he was down throwing haymakers with the big boys. So we said, okay, you've been in the trenches, Tim. When something like this happens, does that mean Jauan's? Does he deserve it, or what's your take?
I don't know. I mean, I did my share. I didn't talk nearly as much in pro football just because I knew karma is a bitch. It's coming back at me one way or another with all these guys out here. I talked a lot in college football. You say a lot of things below the belt to try to get into the craw of your opponent. I don't know what Jauan said. All those receivers smack talk. All those DBs smack talk. It's nonstop. The linemen not nearly as much. But I think, you better pick the tree you want to bark up. And I wouldn't be barking up the tree of Myles Garrett. I'm sure that everybody was telling him. In fact, and I think there was an exchange between he and Myles Garrett. I'm sure some offensive linemen went up to him and said, dude, stop it. You were barking up the wrong tree. Don't get that dude going. So probably a little of both. I'm sure Jauan talks a lot. I'm sure it's nonstop. He backs most of it up, no question about it.
Yeah, I'm sure Jauan talks a lot. I'm sure it's nonstop. He backs a lot of
well,
it
the
up.
frustrating part is that Jauan Jennings is probably talking S while he's putting you on your back or putting you in a Gatorade cooler. Because we know no block, no rock. Jauan Jennings is one of the best blocking wide receivers in the league. And defensive backs don't like it when you block them all the way up through the whistle and you push them out of bounds. It feels like they're getting punked. So I feel like that's part of the reason why people clap back at Jauan Jennings also.
Here's part 2 from Tim Ryan.
I think part of why people get so agitated with Jauan is because of his style of play, which is as physical as it gets. It's not dirty, but he is going to play ball the way Kyle Shanahan wants him to play ball in terms of his blocking, and he's going to block to the whistle. He's going to finish if he's got you locked up. Hell, the referees will even penalize him for legal plays. Remember the Arizona game last year at the end of the season. So I think that's part of it. And I'll say on the other side that Cleveland's probably overreacting, their defensive linemen. But it is what it is, man. It's all about clicks now, Murph. You know that.
It is all about clicks now. Huh?
You got to save that cut.
It's all about clicks now.
It's all about clicks.
Well, what did Kyle say about it? He was asked about it. So cut Q, Tony, from Kyle Shanahan about what's his take on Jauan getting into all these problems.
Yeah, my understanding was, it had nothing to do with Malik. We got so much love for Malik. It just sounded like there was players standing around for a while because of the injury, and then they got chirping at each other, and I don't know what words were said, but it sounded like he offended some guys with the words, but it was just about words during an injury timeout.
Okay, so he's not sure. Now,
yeah, and I feel like that's an important thing to clarify, too, that it was not him trash-talking Malik Collins while he was down injured on the play. And Myles Garrett even clarified that when he was asked on Sunday at the podium if it was about Malik Collins being down. He said, no, it was just Jauan Jennings out there being a yapper.
And, in fact, Malik Collins, I just saw in the sports headlines, he's out for the year with that quad injury, so it was a serious injury. So here's more Kyle Shanahan on Jennings playing to and through the whistle here.
No, I talked to Jauan. I asked him about it, but not in I love how Jauan plays. I think Jauan plays to the whistle as good as well as any player in this league. Is extremely aggressive and plays as hard as he can to the whistle, and he's been doing that, as Niner fans know and you guys know, since he's been here. I think sometimes that offends other players and rubs people the wrong way because they're not used to people going that hard to the whistle. But I think what JJ is very good at is not breaking rules. It's just like at Arizona last year when he went to the whistle so hard it offended some of their corners and they started throwing punches. And unfortunately, JJ got kicked out too, but not because he didn't throw a punch or anything. And I think JJ's been real good at not breaking rules that way. And he gets other guys to break them a lot on him.
Okay, so he defends his guy. There's that old line, he doesn't play to the whistle, he plays to the echo of the whistle, and that's kind of what Jauan Jennings does. So we'll see how that goes. Somebody writes in here, too, 925 on the text line says, I'm sure NFL Films has to have the audio of that, and the Jauan Jennings NFL Films episode would be a hell of an episode.
Oh, I need some of that audio, Murph. Someone's always rolling.
Hey, and the last thing I'll say on the Niners is, did you guys see this stat that this bye week that they're already going to move up the ladder on the bye week because of the games played this weekend, that the Bears play the Packers, and those are two teams ahead of the Niners in the standings. Whoever loses that game is going to fall behind the Niners, even the Bears, even though that the Niners, no matter what happens in the Bears-Packers game, are going to move up to the 6th seed.
Wow.
How about that?
And that's because of tiebreakers?
Well, first of all,
49ers are 8-2 in NFC games this year. 4-1 in their division.
The 49ers are 8-4 here. I sent it to the chat line for all y'all on our thread here. Yeah. So it goes like this. If Green Bay wins here, sorry, I had to roll past the reggae track that somebody dropped on Lane Kiffin.
Dude, that reggae Lane Kiffin track was hilarious.
Should we roll that in?
Dude, the AI Lane Kiffin
reggae
disc.
Roll that in?
I'll save that for a reggae Friday.
So if the Bears win, the Niners pass Green Bay because Green Bay would fall to 8-4-1. Wait, is that right? 7-4-1. No, the Green Bay would fall to 8-4-1. The Niners are 9-4. So the Niners would move to them. If Green Bay wins, the Bears fall to 9-4, and the Niners beat them on tiebreaker. So either way, and if they tie, which could happen, the Niners will pass Green Bay an NFC record. So no matter what happens in that game, the Niners are moving to the 6th seed. So we're coming into work Monday. Now, that's not all, because there's 2 other games. Now, these are less likely. Certainly, Green Bay, we've just nailed that down. No matter what happens in that game, Niners are moving to the 6th seed. But there's 2 other games. The Seahawks-Falcons. Now, you'd think the Seahawks are going to win that game, but But if the Seattle Seahawks lose, the Niners move to the 5 seed. Okay? That's all you need. It's the NFL, right? The other one is the Rams-Arizona. Now, do you think Arizona has any chance to beat the Rams?
I do not
know. Well, what would you have said about Carolina?
I probably would say the same thing.
But
a better chance than the Cardinals, but still no.
If the Rams lose to Arizona, the Niners will also jump to the 5. Now, here's the capper. If both Seattle and Arizona lose this weekend, which, any given Sunday, the Niners will be the 2 seed. Yo, dude. That's how fast it could happen. And all they got to do is sit home and eat bonbons.
Dude, what do you give me for the Niners sitting at home during their bye week and potentially coasting to the 2 seed, and me in high school and in college in a group project doing absolutely nothing and coasting my way to a B or an A?
Look at you now.
And look at me now.
As I've said, every time you tell one of those stories of your checkered academic career, look at you now.
Yeah, look where it got me.
Look at you now.
That's a great message for the kids.
You were just showing me pictures of the Mauna Kea resort you were staying at.
It's fantastic, dude.
So whatever you did.
I'm out here swimming with the sharks.
You know why? And also because this kid showed up for freaking work every day.
You're damn right.
And he showed up early and he worked every shift.
Never complained once.
Did you work a weekend overnight?
Dude, I've worked every single minute of the clock on every single day here at KNBR.
You are the true dirty work guy.
Exactly. I've done the dirty work, dude. I've worked here during daylight savings where my clock got shifted. I had to work an extra hour.
Look at you now. It got you the Mauna Kea, buddy.
It got me
Next
the Mauna
thing you know,
Kea.
you're in the water with a shark.
That's it, dude. This is Sharks territory, Murph.
So there you go. We got to put that up behind you. Okay, that was fun. All right, we got Mike Krukow at 7:30. Hey, the Warriors added a player that you know. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Bright and early on a sunny, chilly Tuesday morning, Steve Moskowitz is here to help because maybe you have unfiled tax returns. He's our good friend. He's our tax attorney. Steve, do the people have unfiled tax returns? What can you say? Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. There's a lot of help for you. This is a super common problem. It cuts across all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money to pay it. So they make a mistake in the first year, they just don't. And then the second year rolls around, they say, well, now how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Or sometimes people don't have the records. No problem. We'll get all the records the government has on you. Or your bookkeeping's a mess. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department for you. The bottom line is there's no good reason not to do this. It's harmful. This is December 2nd. It's the Christmas season. I want all your listeners to enjoy this holiday season. Think what it would mean for yourself, your business, your family, to get this off of your back. This is what we do for a living. We've been doing this for years. We're super familiar with it. We have a free consultation. What do you have to lose? We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll go forward and do everything for you. And you can actually go ahead and enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, talk to me.
Yeah, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, beautiful Tuesday morning. Chilly. God, man. But walking the dogs in the evening, it's bite to the air. You guys feeling that? Or is that just my little neighborhood?
No, it's definitely cooling down.
All right. So Potrero Hill is a little chilly. How about the marina? How are we chilling out?
Very cool. I wanted to go for a run outside. Yesterday I chose to go to the gym and just run on the treadmill, which I just hate. Like, our treadmill's the worst thing in the world. I know, it wasn't that cold, but I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, I'll just hit the treadmill.
Also, don't you live next to the sexiest mile in all?
Can I say it?
Yeah, I don't know if you can say it.
I didn't want to say that word.
Sluttiest?
See, you said it. I didn't want to say
Paulie
it.
Mack used to have a sound bite. That was Jay from Clerks saying, sluts. I'm sorry. It was from Wedding Crashers.
Oh, okay.
I think it was Bradley Cooper, actually. Yeah.
I was going to say, where we going? Mall rats,
and
Clerks?
he would hit it all the time.
Yeah,
He would hit it. And we were talking about.
But that's why I said the sexiest mile.
We were playing a lot of. We were playing a lot of hose sound bites yesterday.
Yeah,
so
this is true.
So
I'll probably go for a run today on the Marina Green. Yeah, just call me soft.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm that's definitely
S-O-F-T soft.
When I was a jogger back in the day, I would like to jog in the rain. Make you feel alive, Tony.
Bro.
So we lived in the Haight, Upper Haight, and we lived down on Central and Waller. So you go down about a mile down Waller and take you to the Kezar Stadium and run in the rain, and then back down. Those are some of my funnest. It's back when I covered the Niners, so I had all this comp time. So when you covered the Niners, back in the day, you'd work from like the first day of camp till the end of the season, which back then used to be the playoffs every year. Well, I guess it is these days, too. They make the playoffs frequently. But anyway, and then you would have like 2 months off, dude. 2 months off. You just do whatever the blank you wanted. So I would just go jogging around, go to a bunch of matinees in the city, wait for Candace to come home from work.
Yeah.
We had no kids. And then we would just go down to Martin Max, have a couple of pints. Man, those were the days.
I was going to say, sounds like
Those
my
were the
lifestyle now,
days.
Murph. Getting a couple matinees and
Did you
midday
jog
pints.
in the cold?
So I'm actually a fan of running after it rains. Like I like the feeling of like the earth being cleansed and the fresh air and being kind of purified.
Marcus getting into his hippie side.
Yeah,
I like
dude.
it.
Like
I like
after it rains is a perfect time to go running.
Freshness.
Yeah,
the freshness.
dude,
So,
You can smell the pine
Does your
needles.
apartment building have a treadmill, or you belong
There's
to
a gym in the apartment building. By the way, I forgot to mention this. This was before Thanksgiving weekend. I went to Kezar Pub and Kezar Stadium. By the way, Kezar Pub, best wings in the city.
It's up there.
I mean, bro,
on the list,
and the
but
vibes in
Make
there.
sure we're not offending our friends at the final.
Well,
do they have wings too?
I haven't tried their wings yet.
Do they have wings, John Joe?
No
they
wings
don't?
there,
Okay,
Curly
all right.
said,
So we're clear then. All right, yeah. But you'd have Amichi's wings ahead of Kezar.
Of course, yeah.
Which you'd have. All right.
Lemon pepper with that
But
spicy
if you're
ranch.
over there,
Okay, if you're over there and there's no Amichis near you, then you can have them. All right. And once we've checked all the boxes, all right.
So did you go run a couple laps at Kezar?
No, I took a couple friends over there. My brother was in town. Tyler was in town, just showing them around the city. We wanted to go over there.
What'd they think?
We were told Kezar Pub was the best place, best place to go get wings in the city. So we went there at like 9:30, actually. Got a nice Guinness at like 9:30 in the morning. Watched some football. It was the Sunday before Thanksgiving break.
Solid.
That's super
And
solid.
then you went to Kezar and you felt the ghosts of Hugh McElhaney and
Pretty
Joe
cool.
the Jet Perry. All right.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
And the wings?
The wings, dude, tremendous. They had like they're like Gangnam style wings. They also got like some Buffalo style wings, bro.
You start dancing?
I'm telling you, dude, incredible. Go check it out.
Don't forget when I did my famous book From Kezar to Levi's and was talking to the New York-based designer who was designing something at Levi's Stadium, he said to me, we really want to bring back the old feeling of Kezar. And I was like, yeah, I got to go.
Oh, man.
I got to go.
That's like
So,
that scene from Inglourious Bastard where he throws up the
yeah,
OK.
which
and
I finally saw.
You finally
on the
watched
plane.
it. Nice,
Yeah.
dude. Great.
I felt
great
bad. It was a
flick.
very tense scene, too.
Dead giveaway.
The tension in that
You
scene, though.
can't throw up your fingers that way.
Freaking Nazi was sniffing them out,
Yep.
man. It was really. I was like, come on, don't give it away. Don't give it away. and then they blew it.
Yep.
And then all hell broke loose.
Dead giveaway.
So, then again, all hell broke loose at the end of that movie, too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
so,
a lot of hell breaking loose in that movie.
That was a hell of an entertaining ride, that movie. All right, guys, back to what I told you on the tease. The Warriors are playing tonight. How come? So the Oklahoma City Thunder are coming to town, and already I'm saying the Warriors have no shot. They got no shot. They're not winning this game. We're going to talk to. Oh, we're not talking to Marcus. When do we talk to Marcus Thompson? Tomorrow?
Thursday.
Ooh,
We moved him to Thursday.
Okay, all right. Because today's such a busy day with John Lynch at 8 and Brock Purdy at 8:30. That's today. John Lynch at 8, Brock Purdy at 8:30. Don't go anywhere. Rip off the knob. And that is that the Oklahoma City Thunder are 20 wins and 1 loss. 20 and 1. Has anybody started talking about the 73 wins? Is that is that a talking point in the NBA circles right now? Does anybody care? I mean, I think it's kind of significant. I think they have a real shot.
I mean, once you get to 20-1, you got to start talking about it, and especially the fact that they got off to a 17-1 or 18-1 start without Jalen Williams. Like, he just came back a couple games ago.
Right. Jalen Williams is back.
Yeah.
By the way, Santa Clara Hoops I saw is actually pretty good this year.
Oh, yeah.
The NET rankings came out. The first NET rankings, the Bruins, don't even get me started. But the Santa Clara's 32. Pretty good.
We played
St.
some
Mary's
ball
is
in the
29.
408.
So two St. Mary's and Santa Clara are both in the top 35. So that's pretty darn good. Anyway, point is that Oklahoma City Thunder is just they've won 12 in a row. I mean, Warriors don't have Steph tonight.
Nope.
It's like, why are we even playing this game? Well, maybe because we can welcome a new Warrior, Seth Curry. So after that weirdness, thank you. After that weirdness of him signing and then not signing and then not being on the team, it's all about the CBA and the second apron. Bro, I don't even want to take you down this road, but it has to do with they had to only put him on the roster at a certain point in the season calendar-wise to make sure that they were under the second line of the apron. Anyway.
Because it was confusion.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Do I need to spend my time worrying about this stuff?
I don't want to
Bottom
talk
line,
about
Seth
aprons.
Curry's going to be in a uniform, which is great. I think it's great. By the way, also, DeAnthony Melton is due back maybe this week.
Ooh.
They're going on the road this week. They go to Philly Thursday, I think. He said he could return this road trip.
Damn, the Warriors might end up with like 10 guards on their roster. I mean, you want to talk about small ball lineups, Steve.
Well, and it's funny. I look at the standings, man, and there they are right back in the play-in bracket. Right. And I got, you know what? When I look at it, it just feels like they're going to be there all freaking season. And here we go again. Wasn't this supposed to be a championship run? Signing Horford and all that? And
yeah, but to me, signing Horford indicated a move for a playoff run, for a championship run. And I've said this before. I think he's going to have a much bigger impact in the postseason later on past the regular season. The question is, How are they going to get through the regular season when you have Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Al Horford at this age? We thought the answer was going to be Jonathan Kuminga after seeing how well things went the first week of the season. But that train has now gone completely off the cliff, and now we're not even seeing Jonathan Kuminga out there.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Horford's out with his sciatica, which is unbelievable. Tonight. But Seth Curry, we wanted to welcome him officially. It's kind of fun to have him, and you're right. Yes, it's more guards and more smallness to the Warriors. But here's Seth Curry, cut 103, Tony, about being back here. Yeah.
Trying to do whatever I can to help the team right away, if possible. I mean, whatever. I mean, if they throw me out there tomorrow, fine. If not, it is what it is. I mean, I'm trying to obviously gotta get back in the flow of like an NBA season, but just here to do what I do. I mean, I feel pretty good, so whatever they need from me, I'm gonna try to just provide what I bring.
Yeah, all right, Seth, and I'm looking forward to it. And he was back at practice yesterday, cut 102, Tone.
It was good, man. It's a weird little break for me. First time in a long time. I've just been watching NBA basketball and not been a part of it, so it's good to be back in the gym and get be around the guys and kind of get the blood flowing again in practice.
Okay, by the way, 35 years old, 12th NBA season, ranks 8th all time in three-point shooting percentage, 43.3%. Top 10 three-point shooter in the history of the league. Led the league last year with Charlotte, made 45.6% in 68 games. So the dude can shoot. He's played 9 teams as he's bounced around the league, avoiding playing with his brother. But now he finally said, all right, it's time. And here's Kerr on his availability tonight, cut 101 here.
It's great having Seth, officially. He gives us another great shooter, guy who's really solid with the ball, total pro, ready on a moment's notice. So it's exciting. Obviously we've been anticipating this, and, he's been staying as ready as possible. I anticipate there's no injuries or anything like that, so he'll be active tomorrow night.
Okay, so you guys excited?
Yeah, I'm excited because the Warriors need more offense, especially right now without Seth Curry. So maybe if I squint hard enough, Seth Curry will look like Steph Curry. Because, Murph, check out this stat that I wanted to get out before we end this segment. The Warriors with Steph Curry on the court have an offensive rating of 118.2, which is the 6th best in the league. Without him on the court, their offensive rating is 105.2, which is the 30th ranked offense in the league.
I am an eyewitness. I was in the building Saturday night. That was some of the worst offensive shooting I've seen in my life.
Yeah.
The end of the first quarter was 18-17, and we were lucky to be that high. It was so freaking bad, so bad. And then at the end of the game in the Brown, they decided to make a couple of buckets late, and they won the game. But I was like, man, this team without Steph is tough.
Yeah.
And I know Jimmy, they're trying to run everything through Jimmy, and GP2 was doing a lot of cutting to the basket, which was great. But Kuminga didn't do too much. Actually, he hit 2 threes in the fourth quarter. I should amend that. But anyway, the point is, your stat, I can vouch, buddy.
Yeah.
I can vouch.
Yeah, you take Steph off the floor, they turn into one of the worst offenses in the league.
Well,
that's an issue.
Come on down, Seth Curry. Welcome to the fam. Mike Krukow, and then John Lynch, and then Brock Purdy. Don't go anywhere on the Sports Leader. The good people at Provident Credit Union. Going to a holiday lunch with those guys tomorrow. Looking forward to it, too. And also because I like being around those guys because it's a local financial institution with good people that take care of your money. We have our mortgage with them. Had it for a long time now. And also, you want to grow your savings, let's do it. Let's do it at Provident Credit Union because they have pick-a-term certificates. And this is a short-term way to grow your savings. It can be 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. You choose. And you earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's a high dividend rate that can help you reach your goals faster. Newsweek named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025. Nice little feather in the cap. I would vouch for that too. So whether it's unexpected expenses, a big purchase, or extra financial flexibility, Provident makes it easy to hit your short-term goals. Their financial coaches are on your team helping you plan smart and stay ahead. So you ready to grow your savings? Check them out. Provident Credit Union's pick-a-term certificates, visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. Rates effective November 15, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, always great to talk to Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. Now we're in December. Here we go, getting closer and closer to the winter meetings. The Hot Stove League needs to heat up. Let's talk about it with Mike. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Doing well. Just starting to get pretty excited about the winter meetings. You know, this is the time of year when I do the show with you, and I go right to the MLB rumor page.
Yeah.
Because everybody's speculating. It was pretty funny. I was looking at an article on MLB today, and they had, I think 25 or 50, however many proposed possibilities of a trade, and the Giants were named in like 80% of them. It's like, which I thought, okay, that's good. Here we go, because Giants definitely have made it known that they're going to be active in either trading or going into the free agency market. But so that excites me. I think it's fun. I think it's fun for all baseball fans.
Yeah, that's my big thing is that Buster has shown us in 1 year he will do stuff. And, you know, whether it's Devers or whether it's firing Bob Melvin and hiring Tony Vitello or Willie Adames or Justin Verlander, any of that stuff. So that leads to the big topic, Mike, the big fish, and that's this Tatsuya Imai, who is believed to be of that sort of Yamamoto Sasaki vibe coming out of Japan. Everybody's like, well, the Giants should go get him. And then, Mike, he gives this quote in Japan saying, I want to take the Dodgers down. That got everybody so excited. And then Andy Bagley wrote a story yesterday in The Athletic saying, sources tell me the Giants are going to sit this one out. So that's a lot to process from the Imai comments to the Baggerly story. What's your interpretation of it all?
Well, it's fun. I mean, I thought the comments, I don't know if they actually came from him, but you know, you're kind of a marketing genius because right away, I mean, the minute that thing came out of his mouth or his agent's mouth or whoever's mouth, it made its way to San Francisco and everybody started talking about it. Well, here we go, natural deal. And the guy's got good stuff. He's got some warts. I mean, a couple of years ago, he averaged over 5 walks per night. This is no bueno. But he's aggressive and, and he's fun. And look, when you've seen the success that the Dodgers have had with Ohtani and Yamamoto, I mean, everybody wants a player who has played in Japan or Korea that has big reputation. I mean, it's become a source that fills a hole rather quickly. You don't have to wait for Asian players to develop. I mean, they're kind of the finished package when you get them. So there's a lot of benefit to your rotation or to your lineup to bring an established player in. And you take a look at what the Asian players have done around the league. They've been incredible. So I think it definitely is in your best interest to scout that area. And we know that Buster went over to Korea last year. I don't know if he made it to Japan, but definitely is impressed with the type of talent that comes out of a finished product and the caliber of play that you see traditionally from all the Asian players. I mean, they can play and they know the game. They're smart, high IQ players.
Mike, I remember last offseason before the start of winter meetings, there were multiple reports about how the Giants were going to roll back their total payroll. And then a couple weeks later, Buster Posey went out and gave out the biggest contract in franchise history to Willie Adames and then traded for an even bigger contract midseason to bring in Rafael Devers. So how much do you read into these reports early on before even the start of winter meetings on who the Giants are in and out on?
Well, I don't pay much attention to them at all. I do know that when you have a team in your division that's been back-to-back world champs and they're spending a ton of money, it puts a lot of pressure on every other team in that division to do the same thing, to compete. And one thing that is a huge motivator are the crowds the Giants have and the expectation that fans have. You know, and Buster knows full well. I mean, he was there in 2010, 12, and 14, and he saw firsthand and felt firsthand the emotion that was in those stands every night. And I think that you have to feel that you owe the people that bring that energy to your club every night. You owe them to put out a good product. And that means that you're going to have to spend some money to bring some players in who are stars, that are attractions. And we also know that what we've seen in the early deals this year, it's going to be expensive. Dylan Cease, right-handed slider guy, with a high release, 7 years, $210 million. And I say that because a high release slider is a guy that has a tendency to break down. 7-year deal, and we are also seeing a continuance of the shopping for relievers. Devin Williams just signed a 3-year deal with the Mets, $51 million. That's a reliever. And then Ryan Helsley with the, I guess he went up to the Phillies. I still think of him as a Cardinal. He signed a 2-year deal. I think he's $28 million. That's $14 million a year. That's a lot of glue for a reliever. So we're seeing new totals being given out to relief pitchers, and it continues to grow. So bottom line is it's going to be expensive. So if you're going to be in the business of entertainment and giving your fans true, sincere, deep-rooted hope, you're going to have to spend some money.
So in big picture, Mike, were you disappointed to see the story that Andy Bagley wrote about the possibility of sitting it out? You know, that fans seem to be upset by that headline.
Well, I mean, fans want everybody. Fans, they don't have any concern whatsoever for the budget. They could care less about that. And they want to bring in people they want to see. They want to have a chance when they leave spring training, that they can compete with not just the Dodgers, but anybody. So I'm not surprised by the frustration of the fans when you have an established writer who, with a great reputation for accuracy in what he reports, when he says it's not going to happen, well, that's going to upset people. But I don't pay a lot of attention to that. I mean, anything can happen. It may not look like it right now that it's going to happen, but it could all come down. And I do feel that the Giants are going to be very active coming into the winter meetings. If it's anything that think back to the trade deadline last year, and it went nuts. It went absolutely nuts, and we loved all that. And I think we're going to have a similar situation in the winter meetings. So I don't really think any article is going to be a final feeling that the front office has in regards to who they pursue and how much money they're going to spend.
Yeah.
Mike, we can get deeper into some free agent names on Thursday, but just big picture before the start of winter meetings, how would you prioritize the needs for the Giants going into these winter meetings? Is it starting pitching? Is it bullpen pitching, second base, right field? What do you think the Giants need to attack?
Yeah, all those. I mean, if you want to come out of spring training with a pat hand, you're going to have to put a couple of guys on your pitching staff. And we're talking both ends, rotation and bullpen. And then you want to be deep with the rotation. But I think they have that. I think they have a feeling that they're going to get a lot out of their young arms that have come out of the minor leagues and shown that that they're going to be future big leaguers. I think that they have some belief, so that eases the pain. And I don't think they had that 3 or 4 years ago. They do now, and it'll be interesting to see what they do in the infield. It'll be interesting to see what they do in the outfield. But they have some moves to make. They need to beef it up. They really do, and they know it.
And Mike, I don't expect you to have a book on you. I know you go to MLB Trade Rumors and all that, but a new coach again. I have no idea about this guy. His name's Christian Wonders. He's got a fun name, Christian Wonders, as an assistant pitching coach. This is according to the San Francisco Chronicle. Shana Rubin had the story. He's a 33-year-old who was at the Tampa Bay Rays last year as a minor league pitching coordinator in performance development. The year before that, he was the sports science instructor for the San Diego Padres. He's going to work alongside Justin Message, who was the Brewers AAA guy and with the Pirates, and alongside Frank Anderson, who was Tony Vitello's longtime pitching coach at Tennessee. So that's 3 whole new guys, Mike, from Frank Anderson, the longtime Tennessee guy, to Justin Message, to Christian Wonders. So I don't know. What do we think about not knowing anything about these guys?
Well, you look at their background, and they have a science background. They have a people background. Especially the old guy coming out of Tennessee. I thought that was a great pick. I don't care how old you are. I mean, you could be Justin Verlander, and you still respect a guy who's been there before you, who's been around the game a long time. Whether the voice and the stories are primarily the stories made up from the college level or whatever, he's been around the game. So those are guys that are father figures. And we all need them. When you're in the 162 games, the emotion spectrum is so insane. How you try to maintain a consistency of emotion, it's very difficult to do. And when you have an older guy on the staff, you look to that guy just simply because of what he's done, not only in the game but in life. He can give a perspective that can get you through, and I like that ad. And all these guys are all guys that have a science background, which I think when you're evaluating pitchers, one of the quickest ways to get back to good, sound mechanics is being able to understand the throwing mechanism that a pitcher has. Because it's pretty simple. I mean, you start off with where you position your weight on your foot as you are on the mound. You want it to be on the inside part of your back leg. As you lift that left leg up, your front leg, you then have a little bit of a bend in your back knee. That loads. Now you want to have your hips be in a position of power so that they're not sliding out too early from your lower body and it's out of sync with your upper body. So that means that your stride step, the way that your front elbow is tucked, the way that you target your stride step, the way that your front elbow unfolds, and when that front foot drops, you want to have that right hand or left hand, your backhand, be in a high position as you start forward to your motion and finish your throwing release. And that sounds like a lot, but it's not. And when you have 3 sets of eyes on you that understand the mechanics of the game, if you go out of whack, you have a better likelihood of being able to get back on top and get back in control of your mechanics. That's around baseball. That's not only in the big league, that's in the minor league level. And I think that's a great thing. Before, you had one pitching coach who was in charge of 10, 12, 13 guys. And that's a lot to ask. It's impossible, especially when 3 or 4 or maybe half of those guys or even more than half those guys don't speak your language. So I think when you bring in guys now, they have to be bilingual. You have to have a set of you have to have an understanding of mechanics. And I think that's exactly what they did.
It's all good stuff. It's a whole new thing. We're going to learn them all. We're going to learn them all through spring training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The last one, Mike, is that the Giants did sign a guy, a lefty. This is since we last talked to you, they also non-tendered Joey Lucchesi, which surprised a lot of Giants fans. We're like, wait a minute, he was fairly effective. But then they went ahead and signed Sam Hentges. His last name reminds me of Pat Hentges, the old, was he a Blue Jays GM, was he? Pat Hentges? Am I doing that right? Anyway, Sam Hentges is a lefty. He's a 29-year-old. He's coming off of Tommy John, but his numbers are pretty good. And I know you sometimes noodle around. Did you kind of dive into him? And he's also coming off, I think, a knee surgery too. But it says he should be ready, and that's a lefty for the pen, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great arm, and it's just a matter of being able to get healthy. And I don't really have much concern for guys coming off of Tommy John because the amount of success players have had having not only one but two Tommy Johns. So I think basically they can get fixed. That's how good modern medicine is. So we'll see. I mean, there's a lot to ask there. Not only does the elbow have some medical history, the knee does too. We'll see. But hey, you never know. And if you strike gold with a great arm and you lock a spot into your, especially a left-hander, into your bullpen, I'll be the first guy to welcome at the door.
I know, right? Lefties are good too. Pat Hentges was a pitcher. Remember him? You remember him? No,
I do, but
yeah.
Keep in mind, he was in the other league. We
Yeah.
didn't see the other league.
Right. What was his names? The Blue Jays were pretty good back then too, so I always remember his name. But yeah, I'm with you. All right, so much little odds and ends here and I'm with you on the Emi and Buster. Let's just see it. Let's let it play out. I mean, it was a story, and we'll watch what happens. But with the winter meetings coming up, there's a lot to get to. So fun stuff, Mike. Great talking to you. We'll do it again Thursday. Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday, and I'll use this time because Giants fans are listening that it's Giving Tuesday, and we have a couple of things going on. We have the Niners holiday auction coming in. It starts at 8 a.m. There's so much good stuff in there, including video games with Ricky Pearsall, Top Golf with George Kittle, cookie baking with the offensive line. But also, as a board member of the Giants Community Fund, if you guys want to give to the Junior Giants, we sure would appreciate all y'all. Over 36,000 kids this year. I just did the Junior Giants Willie Mack luncheon the day we got back from Hawaii at the park. Shout out Randy Wynn and Noah Lowry for showing up and helping out. And that's all the leagues from Marcus, from Red Bluff and Redding down to Lompoc out to Lake Tahoe, and they all picked their Willie Mack Award winner. Their Willie Adamas.
That's awesome that
So
they have
all
Willie
these
Mack
kids,
winners.
it was so cute. They're boys, girls, little ones, big ones. It was awesome. They all did something to earn that award, and it just reminded you of all the good stuff going on all over California with the Junior Giants. So if you have a chance to give, we have a matching, the GEM Foundation is going to match it up to $75,000. So giantscommunityfund.org. That's my pitch for Giving Tuesday.
Go Junior Giants.
Why don't you donate your car, Marcus?
Yeah,
Come on, man.
donate your car
you can
today.
Start taking Bart to work.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
All
Huh?
right.
The problem is Bart doesn't run when I commute to work.
Well, it was rambling when I went. I was thinking about that. I was walking in this morning, and Bart was rambling by. And I was thinking, yeah, maybe I should be taking Bart to work, but
no.
Nah.
Yeah. I was going to say Bart has got to start right around 5 a.m., right?
Do any of our afternoon people take it?
Yeah. Derek Papa takes Bart in. Walter takes Bart in. Holler. I think even Copes will take Bart in.
And they take Bart home?
I believe so.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Copes doesn't have a car. I don't think he has a choice.
Anybody down with this sun rising right in my face right now?
Yeah, dude, let's throw the break and we can put those blinds
Where's my
down.
should I bring shades for the 8 o'clock hour?
You should.
Should I start doing shows in shade? That could be funny.
You should bring like a whole sun hat.
Holy, I'm just going to look right into it to maximize everything. Look at that.
Yeah,
They say it's good for the skin.
Yeah,
Ooh,
take
how am I looking?
Take your top off, Murph. Let's get a tan.
How am I looking?
You look like you did on the beaches of Hawaii.
Oh, stocky. All right. John Lynch at 8 a.m., Brock Purdy at 8:30. That's awesome on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Today is Giving Tuesday, and we have a special message from the GOAT.
Hey, faithful, Jerry Rice here. Tune into KNBR's Holiday Sports Auction and bid on unforgettable 49ers experiences and exclusive memorabilia.
Shout out to the GOAT, man. That thing is awesome. We want you to visit 49ers.com/give to bid on incredible one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences and packages, including video games with Ricky Pearsall, Top Golf with George Kittle and the tight end. Sign me up. You get to cookie bake with the offensive line. There's a Niners locker room tour, KNBR radio booth takeover, a lot of good stuff. Auction opens today at 8 o'clock and closes tomorrow at 7. Our goal is to raise $190,000, and we need your help to accomplish this goal. All proceeds raised benefit the 49ers Foundation and its mission to educate and empower Bay Area youth and beyond. Like I said, 49ers.com/give to bid on packages today. Once again, 49ers.com/give.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I wouldn't say that because I think he's had so many big-time games. So many really good games. So, but that's not to take anything away from yesterday. I thought he played really well. The way he played was the exact way that the game dictated. He was very good in the pocket. We blocked him, I think, very well in protection, but Brock also did a real good job not getting too deep, staying up in the pocket, being able to hang in there on some longer developing plays. He took care of the ball and made some big-time throws that got us points.
There he is, Kyle Shanahan, talking about those 49ers and Brock Purdy after a 26-8 win over the Cleveland Browns, which moved the 49ers to 9-4, and as we detailed earlier today, putting them in position to climb the ladder of the NFC, man, that no matter what happens during this bye week, the 49ers are going to move up to at least the 6th seed because the Bears-Packers game will push one of those two teams below the 49ers. I mean, my God, I started thinking, it's funny, you go through various sort of processes of a game. Like you watch the game, you react at the moment, then you have your sort of like hour afterwards and you think about it. Then the next day you do your morning show and then you listen to the afternoon shows and the midday shows, and I'm in the car for Niners Nightly and everything. And then you're like, hey man, the Niners have a freaking chance. And then I started thinking, I went from thinking at the end of yesterday, like, yeah, listen, they're 9-4, but it's the schedule. It's, young Tony, the last place schedule. But then I was like, wait a minute. It's December, and they're right freaking there. And right now, despite all the flaws, and yeah, I got flaws for you. I mean, of course, we can go through any number of flaws that this team has, particularly the gigantic injuries to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. But you're like, you're right here now. What the hell? Why not? I mean, and really, when you look around the league, yeah, the Rams smoked them. That's a problem. The Rams are a problem. Other than that, is there like a game where you wouldn't just take your chances? Like the 60 minutes of football with Kyle Shanahan's offense and the way Robert Saleh has this defense plan? Heck, add Eric Kendricks to the mix. Add Cleve Farrell to the mix. So I don't know. Am I crazy for thinking that anything can happen?
No, you're not crazy, Murph, because going into this week, the 49ers are tied with everybody else at the top of the NFC with 9 wins. They're half a game back from the 1 seed right now. Now, obviously, a lot's going to change over the next couple of weeks, and the 49ers should be focused on trying to win the NFC West before they even start thinking about that number 1 seed. But it's out there, especially in a year where we talked about there being so much parity. Like, who is the best team in the NFC? A week ago, I thought it was the Rams. Then they lost to the Carolina Panthers. Now, maybe that's just a bad game for Matthew Stafford on the road, traveling across the country. But we look at the Eagles, who just lost to the Packers. You look at the Packers, who have lost games earlier this year. It's like nobody has ran away as the favorite to win the NFC. So why not give the 49ers the opportunity, even dealing with these injuries on both sides of the ball? They're right here in the mix. Somehow, some way, they have a 9-4 record when they've missed Brock Purdy for half the season, when Brandon Aiyuk hasn't played a single snap, when you lost Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and so on and so on. Add Michael Williams into the mix also. It's unbelievable that this 49er team is 9-4 heading into the bye.
Wait, who is that receiver you mentioned?
Brandon.
Yeah. Maybe we'll discuss it. Connection being made? Let's go.
He's humble.
I'm so grateful that you became our coach, Tony, and my parents were incredible folks, but I don't know if anybody had the impact this guy did. Hall of Fame football coach, but even a better person.
He's lifted the Lombardi.
We're world champs, brother. World champs.
He's earned the gold jacket.
Tony Dungy, he said to us, our job is to win championships here in Tampa. But if that's all we do, we will not have done enough.
Now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco! CMC, enter the dragon, baby!
Here's the 49ers president of football operations and general manager, John Lynch, with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
All right, always a pleasure to have John Lynch on the UMA guest line. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, and John is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Latham. Discover the Sandwalk King River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. John's also sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill. Beautiful showroom to see the Freedman's difference. So much to get to with John Lynch, including the holiday auction that starts right now at 8 a.m. But first and foremost, a big fat good morning to John Lynch after a big win on Sunday. So welcome back to Murph and Marcus, John. How you doing, man? Good morning.
Morning, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. We got the KNBR holiday auction. We have some good people from the Niners Foundation, Hannah and Aniela, educating and empowering youth in the Bay Area, John. So that's a good start. Why not?
No, our team, I tell you, when I came here 10 years ago, was one of the things that resonated with me is, I was always taught it's not just a nice thing, but a responsibility to give back to your community. And the York family certainly demonstrates that, embodies that. Everything they do with the 49ers Foundation is wonderful. So please support that. Some things are just given to red tape and all that. Now, this money goes directly to kids. It's incredible how many kids come to our stadium each year with our different programs. And I couldn't be more proud to be part of an organization who does so much in their community.
So before we get into the football stuff, John, you get to bid on one of these three items here. 1, video games with Ricky Pearsall, John Lynch on the sticks.
Okay.
2, Top Golf with George Kittle and the entire tight end's room. Grab your driver and head out to a stall, all right? And 3, baking cookies with the O-line. Get out the dough with Colton McKivitz and Trent Williams. What's the John Lynch bid? Where are you going?
Oh, man. I love Ricky Pearsall, and I just don't play many video games. Love the O-line, but those guys, I don't know about baking cookies with them. They can eat cookies. I'm not sure if they bake them that well. I think Top Golf with the tight end room, and anytime you're with George Kittle, I can tell you you're going to have a blast. So that's where my money goes.
Okay.
Now, John, yesterday Tim Ryan told us that during the bye week he's going to try to get out to the course and play a little golf. Are you going to have any time to play a little golf yourself during the bye week?
I may jump out. We're going down to San Diego to see our family and whatnot. So I'm not bringing the clubs, but if my buddies down there want to get out, I may have to do that. And we don't get any time. I mean, the clubs basically go away once the season starts. So that would be fun. And I tell you, it's such a late buy. I mean, week 14. I've never experienced this in my career. And, the fact that we got here at a fairly good place with everything that's happened, 9-4. Now I always try to make the best of every situation, and the fact that we're 9-4, we get a bye this late. I called around a bunch of teams who've had buys. This in Baltimore is a team who has had the last couple of years. I think 2 of the last 4 years they've had a week 14 bye, and one year they loved it because they were a really healthy team, and it allowed them to get a fresh start going into the month of December in the playoffs. The other month, it kind of didn't come at an opportune time. So the fact that we've made it this far where we're at, and I'm really looking forward to our guys getting a little bit of rest, getting away, mentally refreshing, but then physically coming back, and it sets up at a nice time for us.
Yeah, it is a wildly late buy, but it does happen to teams in the NFL. It's just the first time it's happened to the 49ers and such a banged-up team. I should mention, just circling back to the auction for one last thing, it is 49ers.com/give is how you go. 49ers.com/give, and it is all presented by Dignity Health. It's today and tomorrow through 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. tomorrow. So there you go. All right, go to 49ers.com/give. Check out the items. Okay, John, so, there's a lot of individual stuff to ask about, players and moves and things you guys have done, but I want to stay on the big picture. Because you said, 9-4, and the way we go into this bye, Marcus and I were just talking before you came on, and you've seen all the scenarios. Dude, you're right in the middle of it. You're like right in the middle of it, and it's crazy. You had Brock Purdy gone for 8 games, right? You're without Nick Bosa, you're without Fred Warner. So there are worries on this team, right? The defensive line is banged up, et cetera. But I guess, John, at this point in time, you go into December 9-4. I guess my question is, are you guys saying, why not us? Why not now? Like, is the Super Bowl on the table?
I think I think what we've done the best job of doing is just thinking about the next week, and that gets very cliche. It's hard to do. The bye does give you some time to look at the big picture, and you guys are right. Who would have thought after we played Carolina that they'd go beat the Rams? Well, they did. And so I think what it shows is this year it's anyone's championship out there. And I think it's gonna come down to who can have some good fortune in terms of being healthy at the right time. But are you getting better each week? And that's one thing I'm really proud of our team. And I think Kyle has done an incredible job leading us. We're finding a way in each phase to get a little bit better each week, despite, or regardless of what has happened in terms of injuries and whatnot. We're focused on, can we get a little bit better each week? And when you do that, we've got enough in our locker room, I believe, that we can contend. But right now it's about having our bye, enjoying that, getting fresh. And then it will be about Tennessee, and that's really what our group has done a great job. And that's why I think we're in the position. It's 9-4. I mean, shoot, you get greedy. You start saying, man, if we had just played a little better in Houston, if we had played better against Jacksonville. But we are where we are, and I love the position we're at, because I don't think anyone can say, hey, this is the team to beat right now. There's a lot of teams that are right in that mix.
I tried to get your Joe Namath guarantee. You didn't take it.
No, I'm not going there.
John, with the amount of injuries that we've talked about the entire season that you guys have dealt with, we know that you're impressed with the guys who have stepped up to fill the shoes, but how impressed are you with the coaching staff on all three phases of the ball? We talk so much about Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh, but how about the job that Brant Boyer has done with the special team unit, where it seems like you guys are taking advantage of opportunities and now winning games because of your special teams unit?
Well, no doubt, and I can't wait to talk about Brant, Colt Anderson, and Ronnie Blair, old player who's on that special team staff. But, I'd also mention, and Kyle will be the first to do this, Kyle gets a ton of credit for our offensive stuff, and he is our play caller. His mind is unbelievable. It's unparalleled in our league, I believe. But Clay Kubiak, Chris Furster, Brian Fleury, Bobby Turner, Mick Lombardi, Jacob Webster, all these guys are part of our staff, and Leonard Hankerson, and they do an unbelievable job. And so those guys, I think, deserve a lot of credit. They do we take a lot of pride in developing our players. This league is set up for parity, so how do you separate yourself? It's the development of young players. Sometimes fans aren't seeing on the field practice squad guys. And then it's also getting your players who are on the field ready each week, and they're doing a tremendous job. But Brant Boyer and that group, they've come in and and let's call it what it is. Special teams has not been a strength for us. I think when Robbie was here, we were making a lot of kicks, but I don't think we've ever been, top five type of group. And you talk about getting better each week. It didn't start great, but we've constantly gotten better. We're having success in our return game, both on kickoff and punt. We're covering punts well. Thomas Morstead's done a tremendous job. John Weeks. I thought Brant Boyer was crazy when he said, hey, we've got this whole idea of getting younger and, and kind of adding some youth to our roster. And he says, hey, my first suggestion as a special team coach, we want to add a 40-year-old punter and a 40-year-old long snapper. I was like, Kyle, who do we hire and why? But those guys have done a tremendous job. I'm speaking of Morstead and Weeks, kind of cleaning up that operation. It's been really good for us. Obviously, Eddie Pinheiro has been incredible. Matt Gay came in and made all his kicks and was tremendous for us when Eddie was injured, and we'll see where that goes now. We're hopeful to have Eddie back, but Grant, his leadership's been incredible. Colt Anderson, his assistant, and like I said, Ronnie Blair, those guys have been awesome. And you had a guy like Sky Moore, who I think what that does, when you have a returner back there, been a part of this. When I was in Tampa, we had a guy, Carl the Truth Williams, and Carl took a number of punt returns to the house. But everyone blocks a little harder when they have a guy back there who they think could go on any given return, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. And so really excited about our group, and we just got to continue that mindset of getting better each and every week, and special teams have been and need to be a weapon for us moving forward.
And is it fair to admit, we didn't emphasize it the way we should have the last few years? This is a result of a renewed emphasis.
Well, I think we always emphasize it. I think sometimes you go get a guy like Brant Boyer, and I think where Brant's really good, he's going to speak up and say, guys, you need a top flight gunner on your team, and you go get a Saran Neal. And his name doesn't always pop up, but man, those are huge plays in a game. And that gunner who's the guy outside, it's a really thankless and tough job. I think the hardest job, along with probably quarterback and all of football. I mean, it is brutal out there. Duran's been incredible, but Brant spoke up about those guys. Luke Gifford has played a lot of defense for us, but, he came to us because Colt coached him and with the Titans and had been around him, and those guys couldn't have recommended him higher. So they spoke up and said, hey, we need some reinforcements. I told you about our older punter and long snapper, and they said, yeah, I know they're older, but these guys still have it, and they can do what we want to do. So they spoke up, and so personnel, we did add some things. Sky, we kind of ran into a situation where we were getting low on receiver in training camp. We were injured everywhere. Sky was a guy we liked coming out of the draft, and we knew he had some return value. We thought more so on the kickoff return than the punt. But, again, the development, I think Sky is blessed. And the one thing you could see right from the start, he's fearless. He hits with no hesitation. And you'd see him just getting blown up. But you also felt like, man, he's an inch away from going. And I think I give him so much credit. When he first got here, he wasn't necessarily catching the punch really clean. So it was kind of scary putting him back there. But he's worked so hard with our guys. And now he's as clean as anyone back there, and all you have to do is watch the Cleveland game, and their guy put it on the ground 3 times. It was really tough in that weather, and Sky excelled at a 66-yard return, getting a lot of heat from our guys for not capping them off with touchdowns. Got to the 2-on-1, and that punt return got tracked down by a tight end, but he's infused a huge boost into our special teams, so he's been awesome.
John Lynch, 49ers GM and President of Football Operations, is the voice you hear this morning on the guest line. And, John, I wanted to circle back about your comments on development, because this weekend we heard George Kittle give a lot of praise to Alfred Collins and his development throughout the season. So from your viewpoint, how have you seen Alfred Collins develop to this point of the season?
It's been really good. He came in the offseason. He's a really big guy, and he came in, he was injured. We knew that when we drafted him, that he had a calf that he was dealing with, and he had pulled it fairly good in preparation for the workouts and all that, and the draft preparation. So we knew we weren't going to have him for a little bit, and with a bigger guy like Alfred, that's tough. Pad level and all that suffers when you're not out there on the field. And so when he first got back on the field, we were going, wow, this is a little bit of a project. We knew he had the ability that we just loved and coveted, but it was going to take some time. But he got better every day, and Chris Kasarik was on him and stayed on him, and kind of was his worst nightmare. But the great thing you saw about Alfred, he just kept coming, and he kept coming, and the improvement didn't show right away, but when it came, kind of right at a really opportune time, a couple of weeks before the season kicked off, and we said, wow, okay, here's what we were expected to get when we drafted him. And then he's found a way to get a little better. It's not perfect, and what I can tell you is that I think we're going to have a really, really high-end player for a long time in the middle there. But that will come, with more time. But right now, he's playing at a really high level and picking us up. And he's got a lot to his game, but he loves football, and he's got the greatest smile. I mean, I remember the first time Kyle asked him to break down the team, and he got the biggest grin that it's just all our guys just started laughing. He's got a great energy to him, and going to be a really good football player for the Niners for a while.
Yeah, it's John Lynch talking about Alfred Collins, a second-round pick out of Texas, staying healthy. Knock on Formica here. John, so at the trade deadline, there was a lot of talk. John Lynch didn't get Trey Hendrickson. He didn't get the big pass rusher. And what you did was you traded for Keon White the week before, and then you went and got Cleve Ferrell off the street. So I'm wondering if you were in a debate class and somebody's saying, John Lynch, if you had gotten a great pass rusher, the Niners could win the championship. And your answer was, yeah, but I got Keon White and Cleve Ferrell. Is that playing out the way you planned? Are these two guys going to be real contributors down the stretch? And this is kind of a credit to your personnel department and you guys not doing the obvious thing, but doing the subtle thing?
Well, I think whoever you're going to go pick up, you have to believe that they're going to be impactful. And we certainly felt that with Keon. Keon was a guy who we felt really fit. Even I shared with you guys, I normally don't do that, a discussion I had with Mike Vrabel. They saw him more as a just rotational outside edge guy, and Keon loved coming inside and rushing. And that's exactly our vision for him coming into the draft. And then what we needed now, having lost Yetur for a big chunk of the season and Michael Williams, and that was kind of going to be their role. So, and then Keon had another year on his contract after this year. And if you're going to get someone, you just don't want a rental. You'd like to have it where you have them for a couple of years, especially a young player like Keon. So that really aligned. And Klee had been here before. We knew he was our type of guy. We ran into some injuries, and we got Klee back on our practice squad. He's done it the hard way. I mean, you're talking about a guy who was a top 5 pick in the draft when he came out, humble enough to say and believed in himself enough and loved it when he was here enough that he said, yeah, I'll join the practice squad and I'll show you. And now, I mean, he's like a sack master. He's all over the field. So Klee is playing at a high level. He had 9 tackles the other day. That's rare for a D lineman to have 9 tackles in a football game, to go along with his 2 sacks and I think another 2 quarterback knockdowns. So he's our player of the week on our defense. He's on our wall here that we do. And so Klee's been outstanding. I would also add, we didn't do it at the deadline, but Sky was a guy we picked up. Our personnel group did an unbelievable job identifying him and sharing their vision for like, hey, here's what we think he would be for us. And Sky's been a tremendous boost, as has Brian Robinson. Brian is, I see a guy who's getting a little bit better, and we're using him a little bit more each week, and he's going to come up big for us as well. So, and then we didn't stop looking. We at the deadline, we were still going right to the very end. It's just nothing really made sense in terms of what they wanted for the comp, and we felt like the group we had was pretty good.
Well, John, we're well past the trade deadline now, but we saw you made another move last week, signing Eric Kendrick to the practice squad. Now, this is not the first time that you guys have attempted to sign him to the squad. So what can you tell us about those discussions and ultimately what led to the decision to bring him in?
Well, it's kind of like, if you ever ask a girl and she says no the first time, you keep coming, and then maybe you'll have better luck. No, I joke around with Eric on that. Eric, I was not happy with Eric, at free agency a couple of years ago because he had given us a commitment. But then, you step away. His old coach, Mike Zimmer, had become the DC at Dallas, and he could play Mike where he was normal, where he was accustomed to playing. He'd be the signal caller. We were asking him to come play next to Fred after we had, we knew we were not going to have Greenlaw. And so that transpired. But, I think we ended things at a certain time on a good note. I think Eric reached out, told us how sorry he was, but that was the right thing for he and his family. And so we kind of monitored him this offseason, and he had some surgeries and whatnot to get healthy. And then he didn't have a place, and we kept in touch. We lost Fred, obviously. Tatum went down, and so it kind of became pressing. So we reached out. We saw, you really know a guy like that wants to play when he's willing to take a practice squad job, and Eric was willing to do that. And so. We're excited. I can tell you, just 1 week here, he's moving around really well. He's a really good football player who we've gone against for a long time. And anyone who goes against him will tell you that guy knows how to play and plays at a really high level. So we're happy and fortunate to have him, and we'll see where this goes.
A great Bruin, you just enhanced your locker room. The locker room culture, the fiber just rose there. He actually was a great Bruin. He was a Butkus Award winner. He was a really, really good gutty player. So I'm really
a baller. He's just like a tackling machine.
Just a good dude, like team guy too. Fits that culture of that locker room too. So that should be awesome. All right, so we haven't talked to you since before I let you go, is the Brandon Aiyuk situation. And so it's been ground well plowed. I know you've done an interview with Matt Mayoko, and The Athletic wrote their story, and all the talkers have had their opinions. I guess I got a couple of questions on it, but number one, where we're at right now, I guess the first question is, do you still have a realistic belief that he could play in 2025?
Realistic, I'm not sure. Hopeful, yeah, So I think that's kind of where I'd leave that. He continues to rehab, and hopefully that's like I've always said, is we're a better football team when Brandon's out there, and I hope that's the case. But I think that's probably what it is hope right now, and I wish it were a little bit more than that.
So you just talked about being unhappy with Eric Kendricks, after he gave his commitment and all that. Could you just talk about the sort of the, I don't want to say personal side of it, but really the what am I trying to say? The locker room side of it, that Brandon sort of let you guys down in a way, the way it's been reported. How are you processing that as an organization? This is a guy you wanted to be WR1, and then he winds up voiding his contract by doing something that we don't know. But how are you guys processing sort of the damage to the locker room on that? How are you guys compartmentalizing that?
I think, number one, we're focusing on the guys that are out here because they're a tremendous group, and they're all about the team and all that. And so when you have a situation like this, that from the negotiation all the way through, and then you get that fixed, and he has a really tough injury, and so I think what I try to do on all these situations is look inward. What could I have done better? What could we have done better? And the great thing with this is it's not over, so we can take that, we can hopefully move forward, and that's what you do. You look inward and say, where can we be better? And then you try to implement that moving forward so that we get everybody on the same page and we're all pulling in the same direction.
If indeed you guys move on from him after the season, is there a salary cap problem? Like, will this affect the 2026 salary cap and your ability to acquire players? Because it's going to be a big hit.
Yeah, we're just we're focused on on our bye week, resting up, and we'll deal with all that. We're always on top of that, and we're going to be just fine. We're hopeful that Brandon's a part of us. I hope that's never an issue because the hope is that Brandon's back with us and we're moving forward with him as one of our core players.
John, we know that these guarantees were voided on earlier this season or in the preseason, but has the relationship or the communication have been affected at all since these reports have been made public?
I don't necessarily know that the reporting was an inflection point, but I think the entire time it hadn't been great, and so you do your best to rectify those things, and then everyone's got to be professionals and conduct themselves in that manner, and so that's how we treat all our players, and we have great relationships with our players. We've had a great relationship with Brandon, and we look forward to that continuing.
All right, John. Well, listen, like you said, we'll continue to monitor that situation, particularly as the season comes to an end and all those transactions come to an end. So I guess we don't want to end it on like a downer note. How was Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving was awesome. I'm sure there's people out there. Oh, we're empty nesters for the first year. Oh. And there's something that is so like maybe no better feeling than when you get all your kids back in the house once you're an empty nester and everyone's there. You're at the Thanksgiving table with family and friends. It's like everything feels right with the world. So it was an incredible Thanksgiving because of that. Everybody was back and couldn't have had more to be grateful for and thankful for. So it was about as good as it gets.
It's like a commercial where the kids come home, they drop their bag, you go run down the hallway, you hug them, every mom's crying. There it is. Then you bring them in, the dogs barking, dogs jumping up on them and everything. Yeah? And the mom's got the cookies in the kitchen and all that.
Put them back on the plane, though.
I know. Well, guess what? They get to come back in a couple weeks. I think there was one last X's and O's item we forgot to address.
Sorry, John. Wanted to squeeze in one more question and just get your thoughts on the Jauan Jennings situation. Shelby Harris called him out publicly this week. Now, this isn't the first time that Jauan Jennings has gotten underneath the skin of opposing players, whether it's his style of play or his trash talk on the field. But, John, you've been on the field before. Is there a line that shouldn't be crossed? And what are your thoughts on Shelby Harris calling him out publicly to the media?
Well, I think, there's a line. I mean, we've seen some terrible stuff, spitting and all that. Jauan never does that. I'm not out there, so I don't know exactly what he says, but there's people I trust who are out there and have heard it, and I don't think Jauan's saying anything. I can't speak for Shelby Harris. What I do know is Jauan plays incredibly hard, and he plays through the echo of the whistle, and that's how I was taught to play, and so I've got a great deal of respect. I understand that can be frustrating. for opposing players because they're not used to it. And I think when he's on your team, I kind of liken it to Draymond. I mean, Draymond just plays so hard that he's an irritant. And that's very similar. Jauan plays really hard, to the whistle, and they frankly aren't used to receivers doing that to him. And then he's exceptionally strong, and so he tosses these guys around a little. And it's a great thing that he's on our side. I don't believe that he crosses the line with things he says out there. I think he just kind of gets under people's skin because he plays a certain way. And I can tell you this, they all wish he were on their team. So we love having him on ours.
All right, good stuff. Good defense of your guy. And then I guess the last thing is, hey, you won the big game. Congrats.
Yeah, congrats, John.
Got the axe.
Yeah, that was fun. I actually was talking with Andrew in the last couple of days, and I told him, I said, thank you, because that football program hasn't had that feeling in that building for a long, long time. And I give Andrew a lot of credit. The student section was rocking. We're being thank you, and I appreciate you guys. You didn't mention Notre Dame. That wasn't so
I
good.
know.
That's a
Well,
good football team.
that's a different matchup.
But
Yes,
that big game, hopefully a sign of things to come. That place was rocking, and our guys played really well. So really appreciative to Frank Reich. He kind of stepped in a tough situation and gave those kids everything he had, and helped kind of salvage what could have been a really tough situation. And the record wasn't great, but they got better, and I think you can now see a little bit of hope at Stanford football, especially with Andrew in charge and Tavita. I know Tavita, and I'm excited for the program with that hire, and it seems like things are kind of turning in a really good direction. I know they got a commit from a quarterback down here in the city.
Right.
Anderson's very excited about that, so that's awesome. Yeah.
And $50 million doesn't hurt. $50 million doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. So
50, and I don't think they're stopping there. I think that's kind of spurred a lot of donations.
Okay.
So I think there's some good news coming this way.
Ooh, Ron Rivera's rattling right now. He's shivering over there in Berkeley. All right, John, you said it all. We've touched on it all. Off you go. Enjoy your bye week. Thanks for all your time. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Hey, thank you, guys. All right, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. John Lynch into Brock Purdy next on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On The Sports Leader.
All right, our 49er Player of the Week. When you hear Teach Me How to Doug, it's only one guy, right? It's Brock Purdy. He is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's about just once or twice a year we get to have Brock Purdy on the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR, the 49ers flagship. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Brock, you created a monster, buddy. Wherever you go now for the next few weeks, they're going to be hearing this song. So good morning. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Brock?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, thanks for having me. We're, I don't know. I guess we're all going to be dugging from here on out as a team. So,
can you give us the backstory? Somebody wrote in and said it was a Baker Mayfield tribute, or is that fake news?
That's fake news. I mean, I think there was a viral video of him hitting it, years ago, and that was great. But for me, this year, I was like, you know what? Like, I can't wait to score when I run one in, and I just want to get the guys going by doing something. And I was like, I can hit the Dougie. So it's really how it came about, yeah.
So, Brock, what is your history with the Dougie? Because I know we all have our go-to dance moves. Was this something that maybe you were pulling out on your wedding night?
Oh yeah, I definitely was hitting it, on the wedding dance floor, and I got the same reaction from all my family and friends, like, what the heck, like rocking Dougie, and so I've sort of just been, I guess, sitting on it and waiting for the right opportunity to do it after a touchdown or a big moment. So why not in Cleveland? So.
Are you surprised by the reaction? Because here we are talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I scored. I looked at all the Cleveland fans, and they're booing me, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to just whip out the Dougie on them, and then people were talking about it. But I don't know. It's just more than anything just having fun with, playing the game and with my teammates.
What was Jenna's reaction?
She loved it. She texted me after, and she's like, great game and stuff. And then she's like, by the way, I actually really liked your Dougie. And I was like, let's go. That's all that matters.
Well, Brock, we've seen those dance moves before, but it was you line dancing in that boot commercial you did. Any chance we get you and the offensive lineman line dancing in the end zone after a touchdown?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess we could do everything, country, Dougie, you name it, we could do it. So I might have to get all the guys together and get something, lined up for after a touchdown.
Well, I did see that today's the 40th anniversary of the Bears recording the Super Bowl Shuffle, so maybe you guys can kind of be inspired by that. I don't know. It's all silly. It's all fun. By the way, while we talk about Jenna texting you, we haven't talked to you, I think, since your baby was born, or maybe we did once, but just, again, congrats on fatherhood. Little baby Millie. And tell us, how's Millie's first football season going?
It's been great. She's just growing every day and every week. And, I come home and there's something new that she's doing and, smiling, or she's trying to roll over now. And I don't know, there's just little milestones that, when I come home, it's so cool seeing. And her, just having her at the games and, seeing her after, it's just a good perspective for me of, like, what matters. And, I'm just so blessed with an amazing wife, and then obviously an amazing little daughter now. So I don't know, my heart, Jenna's heart, like, our hearts are just so big and full right now. So
that's just awesome. And little babies are so light. As a guy whose babies are now 18 and 14, just treasure how light and good, and how she smells like a little new baby. I wish we could hold one right now. I'm jealous of you, buddy. So that is awesome. And by the way, will you be teaching her the Dougie at some point in time?
Yeah, I think when the time is right.
So we brought it full circle there. Oh, man, fun stuff. Hey, by the way, while we have you, before we get into football stuff, today is the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, and it benefits the 49ers Foundation. You know about this, 49ers.com/give. There are items involving Brock, including Brock Purdy's locker room nameplate, a Brock Purdy autographed jersey, a Brock Purdy autographed football, and then, Brock, a signed custom Brock Purdy oil painting, dude. How about that? How'd you feel about signing an oil painting of yourself?
It was sweet. We came in from practice, and they had them all lined up in the hallway, and I was like, dang, is this for me? And they're like, no, we're auctioning it. I was like, dang, this thing is sweet. So it's really cool.
Well, what you do is you go to 49ers.com/give, and you can bid on all those. We asked John Lynch this question. So of the top 3, playing video games with Ricky Pearsall, you can bid on that. Going to Top Golf with George Kittle and the tight ends, you can bid on that. Or baking cookies with the O-line. You can bid on that. Where's Brock Purdy's bid going?
Man, I'm probably going to have to do the O-line and cookies. So that'd be fun to watch.
Well, Brock, we know that you do like to take care of your offensive linemen as a giver. It was last year when you gifted them Toyota trucks for Christmas. So the question is, how are you going to top that this year? Are the offensive linemen already bugging you about their gifts for this Christmas season?
Man, no, they've been really good, and I appreciate that about them. But obviously, yeah, I'm thinking up some things, and I have a good idea. I think of what I want to do. Obviously, I'm going to try to surprise them with that. But yeah, they've been generous, and they still got their cars. They're driving their Toyotas around and everything. So it's good times, this time of year with all of that. So it's fun.
Now, we had Colton McKivitz on earlier this season as our 49er Player of the Week, and we asked him about the gift-giving ability of his quarterback, but he's had 2 quarterbacks this year. So is there any chance that maybe you and Mac Jones go 50-50 on Christmas gifts for your offensive linemen?
Man, that's a good idea. I actually haven't thought of that, so I might hit up Mac after this and see what he thinks.
See? Productive visit to the Murph and Marcus show there. All right, Brock, we're going to go now to the football side of things, and I'm going to start in Cleveland, and there's, I don't know how much you look at Pro Football Focus. Some people like it, some people don't, but they have a stat called turnover-worthy plays. This is something Matt Barrows found in The Athletic. He said, going into this game, your turnover-worthy plays rate was one of the highest in the league, meaning balls that are sort of into traffic or could have been picked but weren't. And on Sunday, you had 0 turnover-worthy plays. Was that a very conscious effort? Because a lot of people are talking about how careful you were with the football, and a lot of people saying the 7 throwaways were some of the smartest plays of the year. Can you reflect on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, going back to the Monday night game, it was, for me, I went into the game going, all right, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to throw the ball, and then there was just some moments where I just feel like I needed to be a little bit more accurate. I like my decisions. I just needed a better ball, and so. When you miss, obviously it just gets magnified a little bit more than any other throw. But for me going into Cleveland, it was, all right, how can I protect the ball? How can I protect our team? And especially with the conditions that we're playing in and how good their defense was. It was on my mind to be smart and just find a way to win, stay aggressive, but also when it's not there, let's just live to see another down. And so. That's sort of just how I looked at it. I was proud that, our whole team was able to play smart, be on top of their stuff, and take what the defense gives us, and we just score when we had the opportunity to do so. So definitely learn, as we went this last week, but, hopefully I can continue to do that and have that be my mindset for sure.
Would you say that some of those decisions and throwaways were impacted by guys like Myles Garrett and that Cleveland Browns pass rush, or is this something that you want to do moving forward, cutting down some of these risks?
I mean, obviously, when you play a guy like Myles, you got to know where he's at and be smart in terms of how long you hold the ball, can get the ball out of your hands and be smart with it. But I mean, honestly, I thought it was just a great mindset in general playing quarterback. So I really, learned a lot last Sunday, and obviously we had success with it. And so just moving forward, yeah, I can learn from that. But at the same time, I think games are different. With how you got to be aggressive and take. Opportunities to go make a play or whatever, but not trying to go out of your way to make plays. It's being smart at the right time and everything. So I don't know. I learned a really good lesson, and we'll continue to strive towards that as the season goes.
Is that something that's a little hard for you? Like, because you want to be a quarterback who throws the ball downfield. That's what you want to do. You want to score points. You want to have big gainers, and yet sometimes the discipline move is to check down, or throw it away. Is that hard for you to resist the temptation to be aggressive?
I mean, honestly, it's what's the play called? What's my answer per coverage? Kyle is going to have some opportunities to throw the ball down the field, and if the defense gives us a look, boom, let's go for it. Let's be aggressive and let's rip it. And so that's been my mindset my whole career, and At the same time, though, within that, it's how can we, win this game? It's 4 quarters of ball, and how can I be smart on this drive? And even if we have to punt, that's okay. Like it's bigger than just, hey man, like we have a shot here, and I'm just gonna throw it deep. So, how can I find my answer per play and be smart within it?
Now, Brock, we got to ask you about the toe because I thought your mobility looked the best it's looked the entire season. But you tell us, how did it feel scrambling around and pulling out that read option for a touchdown? How did the toe feel this past Sunday?
Yeah, it's felt great, man. It's gotten better. I feel like every week, and just in general, I'm out there playing, just worrying about my assignment, details, throws, and I'm not even thinking about my toe. It's more so just warming it up, and then after games and stuff, treating it up and everything. But it's in a really good spot right now. I feel confident in it.
Well, it's funny. Kyle told us you didn't think you'd be healthy for the rest of the season 100%. Is that accurate? It's not going to be 100% the rest of the season?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to just be a thing that, I feel, like I said, warming up or waking up in the morning or, that kind of thing. But, when I'm out there, adrenaline's going, I'm worried about playing quarterback. I'm not thinking about it, as I'm dropping back or throwing or anything like that. So, but it is what it is.
There's this phrase, there's this injury, turf toe. We've been hearing it since forever. If you followed football, turf toe. A lot of people thought, he stubbed his toe on the artificial turf. No. Steve Young comes on our show. He told us in September, he called it a nefarious little sucker is what he called it. What did you know about turf toe going into this season, and what can you tell us about it now?
Yeah, I mean, I heard, guys that have had it and stuff, and they, try to play through it, or it takes them out for a while. Like there's sort of like a spectrum with it, but I never really thought about it in terms of like my position. I think you hear about it with like skill players and whatnot, but I didn't really know much about it. But after going through it, it's like, man, like how you really need to appreciate the small muscles, the ligaments, like your feet, your foot health. And making sure your feet are right, and mobilities, your toe mobility, and everything like that. It's sort of just opened up my eyes in terms of just my health with my ankles and my feet and everything moving forward. But it's something that it sucks going through to experience, but I learned from it, and hopefully moving forward I can just continue to make sure my feet are right.
Brock, on Sunday, we saw you on the sideline wearing an elbow brace / warmer, and I heard your comments after the game saying that you've worn that before to keep your arm warm. I'm just curious because we see it all the time with pitchers in baseball, either wrapping a towel around their arm or wearing a jacket in between innings. Is that kind of the same thought process that you're going with to kind of keep your arm warm in between drives?
Correct. Yeah, I've done it, I think even going back to my rookie year, I've always just had a little elbow heating thing on, and it's just coming off the field. It's obviously it's colder in the year and stuff, and this is the thing that I move the ball down the field with, and so I just want to make sure it's warm and good, and has nothing to do with my arms hurting or anything like that. It's just making sure it's warm and ready to go for the next drive.
Yeah, I guess it's one of your features there too. I'm looking at the receptions, and Christian McCaffrey has 85 of them from you and Mac Jones. You got to go all the way down to 41 is the next number for Jauan Jennings. I'm wondering, as you guys go into this December where you're in the mix, how you can get more production out of your wide receivers.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to how can we win. And, if that's run the ball, let's run the ball. If it's throw the ball 50 times in a game, let's do it. And everyone's down for that. And that's the cool thing about, I feel like all our receivers in the room, like they understand, hey man, like how can I contribute to win? And obviously I want to get all my receivers, 1,000 yards in a season and 20 touchdowns each. Like I want that for them. But the reality is, like, you get so many drives and so many opportunities, and I know that they're all ready for those moments and opportunities. It's just, does the play present itself, and do we get that op to go and get it? And so it's just one of those things that we're just being patient with game by game. Everybody has a different opportunity each game, and they all know that, and that's the cool thing about them, man. They're so selfless, and they're about the team. They're not about themselves. And but if you ask me as their quarterback, man, I wish all those guys, could get the ball every play. So it's just how it goes.
A couple more minutes here with Brock Purdy on the UMA guest line, our 49er Player of the Week, before he let him go for the bye week and enjoy his beautiful family there. All that said, that brings to question Brandon Aiyuk. We haven't had a chance to ask you. I know the beat writers do, but how disappointed are you with the way this has played out this year?
Yeah, I mean, he's going through his thing, and I can't really speak to it much just because it's his situation, and him healing up, from his knee injury, and then all the contract stuff. Like I'm totally out of that. Like that has nothing to do really with me, or I hadn't had any impact on that, so I can't speak to that. But I just think it does suck because I love BA, and all the moments that we've had on the field together have been awesome, and love playing football with him. And so it's just, I don't know, it sort of sucks right now. It's sort of all gray, and we don't really know, I guess what's going on. But he's doing his thing. I know he is rehabbing and trying to get back, and so that's all I can really say to it. So
yeah, well, thanks for answering it. Fair answer. And then we'll end it on just a much more optimistic, big picture note. You guys got to December. You're 9-4. I don't know if you've seen these stats. Like, no matter what happens in this Bears-Packers game this Sunday, you guys are going to move up to the 6th seed. If the Rams and Seahawks so generously lose this weekend, you guys can go up to the 2 seed. I mean, you have the Bears on the schedule in front of you. All this stuff's in front of you. We asked John Lynch this just a half hour ago. We're like, is the Super Bowl on the table? Like this season, this cursed season where you're hurt and Nick Bosa's hurt and Fred Warner's hurt, is the Super Bowl on the table, Brock?
Yeah, I mean, for us, man, it's got to be one game at a time. Obviously, we've since the beginning set this thing out. It's been, yes, we can go achieve our goals, and that is a goal for sure. But can we just go win this next game, and then the one after that, and the one after that, and not get caught up in what the whole playoff picture looks like and this and that? Like, I think we can't overlook anybody, man. And so I know all the guys in the locker room. That's been our mindset all year. We've had some guys go down, and people will say, oh, that's it, just because they're hurt or this or that. But, man, it's football, and guys step up. Guys have opportunities in front of them, and then they go and seize the moment and don't look back. And so I think we have that kind of team that's, blue-collar, chip on the shoulder, ready to go prove themselves because people have doubted them. But, we just got to continue to have that mindset one game at a time, and then we'll see at the end of this thing where we're at.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Then just last one is because you say you guys have blue collar, chip on the shoulder, guys next man up. That leads to just a chance for you to talk about your guy, Mac Jones. I know it was hard for you to not be out there. You were dying. I'm sure you were dying. You're like, God, I want to be out there. But here comes Mac. If you're going to have a backup, that's about as agreeable a dude as you're going to have. He seems like he supported you the whole way. He giggled his way through these press conferences. He made some clutch throws. He was very tough in the pocket. What was it like for you watching Mac Jones, and maybe you even stole a little bit from him or borrowed a little bit from him?
Yeah, man, he's a man. I think our relationship and us getting close throughout the year, and I think both of us just having each other's back. The quarterback position, people can, they want to make storylines and all these things about who the next guy is and this and that, but to have both of us understand the position and the highs, the lows that come with it, it's been pretty cool. Like, he's been through what I'm going through, an injury and trying to lead a team and all that, so it's really cool. But more than anything, him going out there and keeping our team alive and making plays and straight up balling out, it was really cool. And so definitely learned from him in terms of being efficient, taking what the defense gives you, trying to stay on the field, find ways to get points, whether it's good looking or not, or kicking a field goal after a check down. It's little things like that that's playing NFL quarterback that I learned from him, and hopefully we can continue to push each other and help each other out as we go down the stretch here. And but extremely thankful for that guy, that's for sure.
Yeah, good old Thanksgiving gift on that. And are you as amused by his cackle as we all are? We're like, God, this guy's got quite the cackle.
Yeah, he's hilarious. It's just his charisma and his personality. He's awesome, and honestly, it's been good for me to have a guy that you can see play quarterback and have fun with it. Because for me, I'm so serious about my job and everything, which is great. But it's cool to see him have fun with it and learn from him in that regard. So it's been cool.
I got to imagine Mac Jones can Dougie. I got to imagine.
Oh, yeah. Mac and Dougie, that's for sure.
Well, all right. We may need a duet at some point in time. We
need a Mike Jones, Dougie mashup between Mac Jones and Brock. We'll figure it out.
Oh, man. You've been a good sport, Brock, and now you get to go back to Jenna and Millie and whatever it is you guys get to do during the bye week. Oh, did you ever buy the boat? By the way, is that still on hold?
It's still on hold.
Okay.
Hopefully,
All
one of
right.
these off seasons I'll be able to get it. Hopefully.
All right. When it comes in, when your ship literally comes in, we'll celebrate. Thanks for all your time. Go enjoy your bye week and your family, and thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus. Congrats on the win.
Yeah, thanks, Brock.
Thanks, guys. Yep, go Niners.
There he is, Brock Purdy on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Oh, the only thing we didn't talk to Brock about was Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about holiday catering. All right, let's talk about delivering to businesses with a full-blown catering menu for large events. It's holiday season, baby. So you're looking for a great option to have food delivered for your company holiday party this year. Amichi's has a full range of customizable options in ideal portion sizes for your group. So we're talking about the catering menu. Options to order the pastas, the salads, the flame roasted chicken wings. We did this. We had the little team party, high school water polo feast of pastas in those trays, the big large size trays. It was awesome. Kids cleaned them out, and those pastas are really, really good. So you can help yourselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amichi's full range of menu items. So check out the catering menu at amichis.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year, Amichi's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wait, that's not the Dougie? That's not teaching me how to Dougie. No, that's Motley Crue, baby. And you get to see Motley Crue with Tesla and Extreme. Oh, Extreme. Remember that? More Than Words? Thursday, in case you weren't busy, Thursday, September 24, 2026.
Oh, let me check my schedule.
Where will Tony Vitello's Giants be on Thursday,
I
September?
thought you were going to ask where's young Tony going to be.
At Shoreline Amphitheater, Motley Crue. I can't believe it's 2026 and Motley Crue is still rocking your cojones off. Call Curly and win the tickets. 415-896-KNBR, 2 tickets. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see Motley Crue at Shoreline, 9/24/26. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. I'll say that again. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Wow. Well, you're welcome, everybody. What'd you want? Wait. Those interviews were behind a paywall. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, those interviews require a subscription fee. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, wait.
Those interviews require a username and password. No, I'm sorry.
Not so fast.
Those were free.
Yeah.
From us to you.
Yeah.
All right. That's our Christmas gift to you.
It almost feels like I should like throw up like a QR code on the screen or something, like donate to the Waterboys beer money.
Well, I mean, talk about this holiday auction that we're doing. It just started and it goes through tomorrow at 7 o'clock.
Yes. Send your money to the
auction.
auction.
What if you bid on an item of just listening to us for an hour and hearing John Lynch and Brock Purdy?
Oh, it would be the top selling option, Murph.
I mean, honestly, we've got to give both those guys a lot of credit. Both those guys are very conversational. We had them for long times. Sometimes those guys can short answer you into oblivion, and then you're done. You're like, all right, this guy's not into it. We're out. Shout out the spring training interview I did with, I'm going to throw this guy under the bus 20 years later. Giants middle relieving lefty Jeff Facero.
Wow.
I just said
dude.
Jeff Facero.
Damn.
He came on, bro, was not interested. And by the way, listen, with all due respect to Jeff Facero's career, I never pitched in the bigs. He wasn't really that caliber of a player to big time us the way he did.
Come on, Jeff.
But anyway, I just think about short answer guys, you know.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy and John Lynch were not those guys.
No, not at all.
And
that was an hour straight of gold.
Lot to talk about there. Obviously, the juicy stuff is Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know if the Bay Area is the Bay Area past Brandon Aiyuk at this point? Are most people past it? It's not like people aren't waking up in the morning anymore pissed about Brandon Aiyuk. I think we've all kind of come to a resignation.
Yeah, well, especially since this news broke about a week or so ago, that last Friday, the last day that we were in Hawaii, Mike Silver came out with the article, and stay tuned because Mike Silver is going to join us in just about 10 minutes here, so we'll get his side of the story also. But I think there was so much fatigue with Brandon Aiyuk when we're talking about him being out there during preseason at Allegiant Stadium out in Las Vegas running on the field. You're like, oh, this guy might be back week 3, week 4 maybe?
Yeah.
And then that timeline just kept on getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And then the sources are revealed that the guarantees were voided in the contract. And that just seemed like the final nail in the coffin that since Brandon Aiyuk is not even going to ask for an appeal on this guarantee being void, that tells me everything I need to know, that Brandon Aiyuk wants to get out of town, and I don't know where the hell he thinks he's going to find $30 million guaranteed somewhere else. He's not going to get that.
You wish you knew where he was going to go?
I wish I knew.
It was over a year ago that we wish we knew, John.
I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew, you know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
Still works for me. I don't know how it feels in your car. It works for me.
I
It really
love that
does.
John Lynch chuckle. I wish I knew.
Is that a Creative Tony mix or a Marcus Boucher
I
mix?
think that was a Waterboy production.
Oh, was it?
Or
Yeah.
maybe even a Young Tony.
No, I'm pretty sure I made that.
Yeah, that's a Young Tony mashup.
All right, I'm going to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
The Mac Jones, we should credit Marcus, though.
Mac Jones, who we talked to Brock Purdy about, and he said, he learned a little bit about protecting the ball and not forcing things. It was interesting to hear Brock come out and say, after Monday, I don't want to say he was gun shy or had a little trigger fear or whatever, but he kind of said in that interview, I knew I needed to sort of change it up. I
Yeah.
needed to, and we talked about the 7 throwaways. These are going to be like the famous 7 throwaways that's going to grow in lore as Brock turned a corner as a quarterback and stopped taking stupid chances where he just threw the ball away 7 times in Cleveland, and people were like, yo, that's the right thing. And he said sometimes punting. So Rick Neuheisel, when he was the coach at UCLA, famously got barbecued when he came. And first of all, he wasn't winning enough. That was the problem. But he also said, punting is winning. He said this one time. He said, punting is winning. People killed him for that. Dude, punting is, I don't want my head coach saying punting is winning, right? That's not something.
Yeah, usually if you don't punt, that means you won the game.
It was poorly phrased, but what he meant was sometimes the punt is the smart play, and Brock kind of said that to us today. It's not, you're not looking to punt, but if it's 3rd down and you're being chased, should I force it into this tight window or should I just chuck this one away and, Marcus, live to fight another day?
See, that's the key, Murph. Yeah. And I think not just to only hyper-focus on this game against Cleveland, and props for me for using a big word like hyper-focus.
Yeah.
I think we should focus on what we saw last year from Brock Purdy also, where there was a common theme and narrative that maybe Brock is trying to do too much. Maybe he's trying to carry this offense because Christian McCaffrey was injured. And so I think there's a big difference between playing football in this Kyle Shanahan system when Christian McCaffrey's on the field and when Christian McCaffrey's not on the field. I think that's a big reason why Mac Jones was so successful also this year. And we've seen the 49ers win games with both quarterbacks because Christian McCaffrey has been the consistent key. So I think now he knows maybe he doesn't have to do everything offensively. Like now there's less pressure on Brock. And maybe his first game back against Carolina, he got back into that old mindset of, I got to be the guy putting up 40 points like we did in Arizona. I got to be the one to carry the torch. No, Brock, you have superstars around you. You could be point guard Purdy, and if you take care of that ball, your offense is going to score points regardless.
Steve Young had Ricky Waters. Joe Montana had Roger Craig. Dude, it's not a sin to just deliver the mail to your horse and let the horse run. And I mean, I told you guys I've been on this Instagram accounts that just relive old Joe Montana highlights. That's literally me. I'm the guy eating beans out of a can, watching Joe Montana highlights on a black and white TV.
Damn,
dude.
straight from the can.
But dude, Joe Montana would dump the ball to Roger Craig, and Roger Craig would take off like a freaking stallion, dude. This is why he's getting momentum to be in the Hall of Fame, perhaps, because
he should be.
Sort of getting renewed focus with McCaffrey. People are like, oh, yeah, we've seen that before. It was Roger Craig. So, do that, dude. I mean, Alex Smith got knocked. Captain check down, right? Captain check down. Well, I mean, Alex also didn't have Christian McCaffrey. Alex is probably like, well, where was my Christian McCaffrey? Where was my Ricky Waters?
I want CMC.
He had Frank Gore.
Yeah, exactly. But not a receiving running back.
Gore was not as much.
Like
he could catch a ball, but it wasn't the facet of his game. There's certain guys who are better receiving running backs. Frank was more of a runner than a receiver. So Alex never really had that. There were other things that went on. Then Alex was part of a good team in 2011. Heck, they went to, if Kyle Williams doesn't, he's in the NFC Championship at home. I mean, fate's a hell of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Fate and luck is a hell of a thing. I mean, I've talked forever. Adam Vinatieri, dude. There's no rule that says Vinatieri has to make that kick through the snow. He could have easily slid that thing left, and we may never even heard. Tom Brady could be coaching the Sarah JV football team right now.
Why you got to bring this up, Murph? Because there were rules that you're not supposed to bring out a snowblower and clear the damn landing field before you kick it. That was a rule that they ignored.
Do you know why I have to bring it up? Because 408 says, I hate to break it to Marcus, but BA will be on the Raiders next year.
Dude. I don't want that problem. Antonio Pierce is gone. That connection is gone. You had a chance to trade him to the Raiders, and the Niners did not do that.
Kind of does have Raider written on it.
Everybody's got Raider. Everybody with problems has Raider written all over their forehead.
I was reading Mike Sando address the Raiders in his latest pick six, and he was not. He thinks they're going to move on from Carroll.
They're saying Pete's on the hot seat,
and they're saying that yet another
great. Looking forward to my 19th coach of my life, Murph.
Oh my God,
this is insane. This is unbelievable.
Don't forget, you can come over to these colors.
Not my colors, Murph. Not my colors. I can't do it.
You know what your colors are? The KNBR Holiday Sports Auction. Those are your colors. Presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. They're here. Hannah and Aniela are here from the 49ers Foundation. They brought bagels. Fresh bagels and a big freaking tub of cream cheese.
I'm eating one right now.
There's nothing like that fresh bagel with the cream cheese.
Oh, nice little everything bagel.
Oh, yeah.
I want everything.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Well, everything's on this list, including video games. So what you do is you bid and you empower and educate Bay Area youth. Presented by Dignity Health, this holiday sports auction. Video games with Ricky Pearsall. That sounds like fun. Top golf with George Kittle and the tight ends. That's unbelievable. And see how smart Brock was. When I threw the three at him, I'm like, I bet a QB better take care of his O-line. And he said, yeah, I'd bake cookies with the O-line.
Absolutely.
He was a smart character.
Absolutely.
So cookie baking with the O-line.
I want to see more of a cookie eating contest with the offensive line.
Man, oh, man.
I mean, those guys can take down a
And
sleeve
what kind of
Oreos
cookies are we
easily.
doing? Are we doing gingerbreads? Are we doing sugars? What are we doing?
You got to go chocolate chip.
Chocolate chip?
I mean,
Well,
that's
the
a
holiday
classic.
season?
Yeah, I don't know.
You could do the sugar cookie with little...
That would be some pretty funny looking
reindeer.
gingerbread men.
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Gingerbread. You can paint the field before a game day if you have one. If you're like the greenskeeper in your life. There's a KNBR radio booth visit. There's AC/DC and Ed Sheeran's floor seats and suites. There's all sorts of good stuff. I would go to 49ers.com/give. 49ers.com/give and check them out. And we appreciate you. And it closes tomorrow evening. So start bidding. All right. Mike Silver's the one. Credit to him. And Diana Rossini. They broke the Brandon Aiyuk story of how bad it got. So that's Mikey being Mikey. He's the man. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus Boucher, and it's the holiday season, which means it's the best time of the year for sports on Prize Picks. We got college bowl games, basketball matchups, and playoff pushes all happening at once. And while you and I are out here making decisions every day, like what gifts to buy, what to eat for dinner, what game to watch, there is one place where it feels good to be right, and that place is Prize Picks. And today is Tuesday, which means it's Taco Tuesday. Every Tuesday, Prize Picks will put out these promotions for discounted picks that you can add to your lineup. And today's pick that they just put out is Anthony Edwards. They dropped his points total from 29.5 to 23.5 today against the New Orleans Pelicans. You have 3 hours and 15 minutes to add it to your lineup and take advantage of this Taco Tuesday promotion. So what are you waiting for? Download the Prize Pick app right now and use the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Taco Tuesday!
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, we love talking to Mike Silver. Mikey and I love trading barbs on social media. Cal beat UCLA in basketball. I have to wear that. Oh, it was brutal. But life goes on.
Tough week for UCLA. First, we had Tim Ryan talking USC beating you guys in football. Now you're losing basketball games.
We got our coach that we're very excited about.
That's true.
Michael, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Great. How are you guys? What's going on?
Hey, man, we talked to you last Friday or 2 Fridays ago in Hawaii, and you were sitting on this big old story. You didn't tell us that we should be clicking on The Athletic later that morning, the Brandon Aiyuk story.
We didn't know yet. You know, you know how that goes. You have it when you have it. So, the Aiyuk story is something that Diana Racine and I have been working on for a long time. Obviously he had a serious injury, so no one was expecting him to rush back. But, it just started becoming pretty clear that something was not right. So, it's a very bizarre story, just that, the optics of it are so bad for everyone. The player doesn't come out looking great. A cynic would say the team took advantage of a buyer's remorse situation after a severe injury and, did something pretty extreme. And the agent for the player is also the agent for the general manager. So you question, that conflict of interest. So I think if you look at the whole picture, just if you step back and look at it globally, it's like, whoa, something's going on there.
Do you honestly think that cynic part, because, it's good to be cynical, that the Niners took advantage? You're saying that they found a way to waive or void the contract because it was rooted in their buyer's remorse, that this was not necessarily just a cut and dry deal, but that since they had buyer's remorse, they were looking for ways to get something back?
A cynic would say that not only, remember, Kyle ran up the stairs to stop a trade, so it was not like this, easy negotiation. And certainly, he threw a tantrum on the practice field about the shorts not long after that. So you could look for reasons in a vacuum where you go, well, maybe they regret it and wish they hadn't done it. That's not what I'm saying, though. I'm saying a guy tore up his knee playing for you after you signed him. And I don't know. I've seen John Lynch's quote was like, well, we had no choice. If he missed some rehab or whatever he did, the only choice if someone didn't do a couple of things you wanted him to do is to void $26 million in guarantees for the next year. That feels extreme. That doesn't feel like a first step. And there may have been things behind the scenes that got it to that point, but to portray it as this procedural, well, of course, but of course he missed a few things and we had to void it, but come back and play for us and we love you. Come on, man. I just think let's be honest about what happened. And seemingly the player has remorse too, because if he's not fighting the
extreme step to avoid $26 million in guarantees because he may just want to get out and go somewhere else, then that's part of it too. But again, people have agents and players unions to represent their interests. So then I wonder how that conversation went between John Lynch's agent and the player's agent, who are the same human.
Yeah, Mike, that was actually my follow-up question. Why do you think Brandon Aiyuk chose not to go through the appeal process?
I could not tell you until I talked to Brandon. I'm baffled. I'm not sure that the Players Association really knows why. I don't understand why someone wouldn't at least try to fight that. I mean, for context, for you sports fans who think like, well, if you didn't show up for a work meeting, of course the boss can do whatever they want. Like Latrell Sprewell was a star player on the Warriors, and he got mad at head coach PJ Carlesimo one day and choked him at practice. Like not like for a second, but like started choking him and had to be pulled off. And he was suspended, I think, for the remainder of that season, which was a lot of that season, 60-something games. And the NBA Players Association fought it and got it reduced. Still was suspended for a long time, but was suspended for less time. So, sometimes extreme things happen, but you have people who represent you and try to, mitigate the circumstances. So that would be a normal course of events in a situation like this. And another normal course of event would be there'd have to be some lead up, like warnings, like, yo, dude, if you need to do this, and if you don't do it, like, you're going to lose all this money potentially. Like, so maybe that also happened. But again, the person you would call if you're John Lynch to deliver that message is also your agent. So I'm just kind of confused by the whole thing.
Well, I'm with you, man. It's so weird. And I'm wondering, like your reporting is pretty solid on this. Like, you guys are like, nobody's disputing your reporting on this. Like the Players Association is like, yeah, you guys got it right. And Aiyuk's camp's like, yeah, you got, like, this is great. Like I hate to even go there because I know I'll trigger you in a way that could be amusing to me, but probably anger our audience. But we have a president of the United States who all he does is shake people down, like CBS News, 60 Minutes, whatever. Give me your money. Give me your money. Give me, like, how Brandon Aiyuk's not taking a page from that play, looking and saying, give me at least a little bit of my dough back, is so baffling to me, dude.
Okay, for the record, I did not. I don't have any ill feelings toward anyone in the NFL to the point where I'm making that comparison, where I'm putting that on them.
Well, I'm just saying the guy's a master.
That's Brian Murphy on KNBR doing that.
The guy's a master at shaking people down. That's all he does. He's like, people just pay him to go away is what they do. And so I'm just surprised that Aiyuk didn't at least get a few bucks out of this thing back. Like that, I can't even imagine that.
I don't even know what to say.
I think I'm trying to trigger you or lead you down the path here, buddy.
Well, Mike, I'll jump in and I'll just ask you the simple question. What do you think is the most likely outcome? Like, how does this play out? Do they just go their separate ways? Is there any chance the 49ers could get something back in a trade? Or how does this end for Brandon Aiyuk?
Feels like a trade would be tough. Like, hey, man, we voided that contract, but you should totally pay him, man. Like, he's awesome. Go get it. Like, here, give us a pick for that. Feels like a trade would be hard, and feels like the relationship continuing in a chummy, fruitful way, and I'm including this season, feels hard to me. And there may be other factors going on, and I don't know Brandon's state of mind. So, maybe there's some things that behind the curtain that none of us are privy to, and that could be part of it too. But if you were trying to have a cool relationship going forward and say things publicly like, nah, we want him to play, man, he's a Niner, can't wait till he gets back out here, like, again, like, you wouldn't, like, it wouldn't follow logically that, like, hey man, you missed some stuff in July, like, not like Abdul Carter apparently was late to stuff and had to miss part of a couple of games. Like, he missed some stuff in July, and we're voiding 26-point-something million in guaranteed money that you just fought for all off season and summer in like a, major high profile feud. But hey, we still love you, man. You should totally come, like, test out that knee for us to try to help us. So it feels to me like he doesn't play here anymore and is cut and gets whatever he can somewhere else and tries to rebuild his career. And, that was not an insignificant knee injury. It wasn't just a typical torn ACL. It was 2 ligaments in the meniscus. But hopefully he goes back to being that really, really productive player and ends up making the money on the back end. And, it works out for him somewhere else.
Man, what a story. We will continue to follow it for sure. 49ers are 9-4. Dude, any way you slice it, they're in the mix. And it's not like this is not the 84 Niners, dude. This is not the freaking
right.
This is a flawed team with a ton of injuries and no wide receiver production and a quarterback with turf toe and missing 2 of the best defensive players in the league. But any way you slice it, they are in the mix, and it's right there. And I don't know if there's anybody in the NFC that's that awesome other than the Rams rolling them in the last time they played them. Mike, how realistic is this thing for the 49ers to be in the mix into January?
I mean, it's really cool. We knew the schedule lined up pretty well. We did not know that, 2 great players would be out for the season and, some other really great ones would be out for extended periods. But they've been incredibly well coached on both sides of the ball. Obviously, Saleh coming back has been huge. Kyle's, operating at an elite level. Purdy settled down and starting to look like that dude again, which is huge. And I think they're going to have to outscore people ultimately because I don't know how Saleh and those defensive guys are doing it. And that was the Browns and the quarterback making his second start. But, at some point, they're going to have to, in the playoffs, take on a team that is going to score on them, a decent amount. And their path to victory in that game, I believe, is going to have to be score more. And you mentioned the receiver thing. That's a real thing. But you got Kittle, you got McCaffrey, Juice once he gets over the rib thing. And so I do think there is a path for them. But you're right. It's not as easy a path as, say in 2023 on paper because they just are not as loaded. And obviously, there's no way to sugarcoat, the defensive line without Bosa and the linebacker core without Fred. Those guys are doing cool stuff. It's really great, but it's not the same when seasons are decided when you don't have 2 dudes like that on the field.
It's Keon White, it's Clee Ferrell, it's Eric Kendricks is what they're doing right now to stick all their fingers in the holes, and we'll see what happens here in these next few weeks. Mike, and then we'll just end it on this. Given that you have 32 babies and you love them all equally, except for the one in Vegas, surely, because that's the problem child for sure.
They're fun. They're fun.
Anyway, this is one of the stories that's emerging in this NFL season is, whoa, there's no good teams. That's one of the stories. Now, you could argue that the New England Patriots looked pretty damn good last night. They were hitting hard, and Drake May looks fantastic. My God. But I'm wondering, do you believe there's a great team out there? Is it the Patriots? Is it the Rams? Or are you a believer right now, this is as wide open as you've ever seen it?
Yeah, it's hard to believe in some of these teams. If the Patriots schedule makes the 49ers schedule look like
I know, it's
the
crazy.
hardest schedule of all time. It's crazy. But you're right. Drake May is made a huge leap in year 2, and they're playing really well. Do you believe in the Bears? Do you believe in the Colts? Do you believe in the Panthers who just, pulled off another upset? And do we think the Chiefs and Eagles and those teams are going to snap out of it, and the Bills in the end? So it's all really it's really hard to gauge right now. And I do think the Rams are real, despite the fact they just lost this week, and the Seahawks are real. So for the 49ers, it's it's one of those tough situations where 9-4, if you're in the NFC South, you're printing hats already. But, the NFC West is pretty strong that way. But, yeah, I think it's hard to know, and that's good if you're the Niners because you never know. A team in the playoffs by then could elevate the Packers, somebody where you're like, whoa, we didn't see it coming, but they were great all along. Or the Cowboys are on a heater. Maybe they get in and start rolling. But in theory, in any given game, the 49ers should have a chance with really good coaching and still some elite players and a quarterback who I believe is capable of elevating to beat anyone in any game. And then, if you can do that 3 times somehow, then you're playing a Super Bowl at Levi's. But apparently not practicing at your facility.
I saw that Eric Branch had a story that to keep competitive equity, if the Niners make the Super Bowl, they'd have to practice at San Jose State.
Yeah, this is the first year they're deciding to. This is on the 60th Super Bowl after 59 times where they didn't care about competitive inequity. They're going to do it. And if it's the Niners, they're going to do it to the team that had to practice on asphalt leading into their last Super Bowl appearance.
That's what yeah.
One of their best players then mysteriously tore his Achilles running onto the field.
You could honestly say that the Niners practicing in Vegas wound up being the turning point in franchise history, too.
I mean, it's like, really? We care about – I'm calling BS. If I'm the commissioner and the 49ers somehow make the Super Bowl this year without Bosa and Warner, et cetera, and they're in it, new plan. They're going to operate out of, wait for it, 49 Centennial all week because it's dumb not to. And, it's an advantage. You know what? You know how much money it costs and energy to get a Super Bowl bid and be mad that our weather is good. Like, stop it. This is dumb. In fact, I will jump up on the table and yell and scream. If the 49ers even get to the conference championship game, I will loudly start saying, this is the dumbest thing of all time. Give them back their damn building if they win. It'll probably curse them, and then they'll lose, and I'll get blamed for it, but I'll still be ready.
I tell you what, if give me a choice between the Santa Clara and Stanford, I'll take Stanford. That's where the AFC team's going. I'd like to do that little slice of heaven down there. I'll take Stanford. You take Santa Clara. Yeah.
Ew, terrible place to be.
Oh, yeah, I forgot who I'm talking to. That's right. My bad.
Horrible.
My bad.
Just had a really bad experience down there. But, no, I mean, of course you want your own building with your own offices.
But I do understand that it is slight competitive advantage. It is true.
I know, but they never cared until now.
Well, they've never had a home. They've never had a home
Rams
team.
won at SoFi, and Tom Brady won in Tampa, right?
Let's go back and look at all 59
going back to the first 55.
Yeah. See if anybody ever won a game because they had a better facility.
Well, we know.
One of the great. Well, I'll leave you with this. When I was at SI, the Steelers made the Super Bowl against the Cowboys in Arizona in early 1996, and they had a meeting right when they got to the resort in whatever part of the Phoenix area they were in, the Steelers, and Greg Lloyd was the surly edge rusher, really elite player, but really had an edge to him. As the meeting starts, stands up and goes on a tirade about how the Cowboys got the better hotel and the Cowboys got cooler gift bags, but it was an all-time rant, and a lot of it was about how their hotel sucked compared to what the Cowboys hotel was. And everyone kind of stops, and Cower points to a guy like 3 feet away from Greg Lloyd and goes, Greg, that's Jim Stevens. He's the owner and operator of this resort. And the whole team just cracks up. It's just like, nice work, Greg. Come on, man. But with all of that said, facilities don't decide Super Bowls. That is a joke. Give the 40 now I want the 49ers to make the Super Bowl really, really bad because I want to have this argument with people that this is the dumbest thing ever.
I love
Give
it.
the 49ers their damn facility.
You found a bone to chew on. I love it. Finally, last one, buddy. When are you announcing Tosh Lupoy? When's he coming to Berkeley?
Well, this is still a fluid situation, so I'm not discussing any family business, but if that ends up being what happens and Tosh Lupoy becomes the coach of my alma mater, I will be one of many, many, many excited people. But, Ron Rivera and Chancellor Lyons and a committee are all over this, and there are a lot of moving parts. So I'm waiting along with everyone else for some clarity. And, Tosh is an elite coach and recruiter and bleeds blue and gold and always has, despite some messiness at times, and it would be a wonderful thing if that happened.
It is September 5th in Berkeley. I will tailgate with you, buddy. UCLA under the rising star Bob Chesney from James Madison versus Tosh Lupoy, the De La Salle kid. And that'll be a hell of a game, and you and I will be tailgating, buddy. Can't wait.
You guys hired Kenny Chesney to coach the Bruins.
I'll
That's
take
actually a good outside the box move.
I'll take Kenny. I'll take Bob.
Got to be a song lyric in there that encapsulates
He's
that.
gonna
That's
be
awesome, man.
He's going to be no shoes football. He'll be barefoot on the sidelines there. All right, bud.
Awesome, man.
Always
That's
enjoy.
next level.
No, he's a great coach. Guess what? We're coming, and we're getting that dub on 9/5/26 too.
You're actually trying to like publicly scare me with the.
Yes.
We got the James Madison
Yeah,
guy.
dude, you would have killed for the James Madison coach, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we would have killed.
Excuse me. I know people
State
at
not
Stanford who
available?
wanted Bob Chesney and didn't get him, bro. Penn State,
Do you have
dude.
any, like, nine-man
This is one of the
football coaches?
best hires in the college football cycle.
Okay, save this clip, everyone.
Yes,
Save this
absolutely,
clip.
bro. Do I
am shivering. I'm shivering.
You just
man.
lost 31-10 to frickin' Stanford, bro, with Frank Reich. So I would, if I were you, I'd be piping down about now. And
That's
Bob
why-
Chesney's
that's why
coming.
we're looking
All
for a
right,
new
dude.
coach, bro.
Bob
That's why we
Chesney.
had to-
And Bob
I love
Chesney's coming
Justin,
for you,
but
buddy.
That didn't help.
Always a pleasure, Mike.
Yeah, always
a
fun, Mike.
pleasure. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Give the Niners back their building.
Mike Silver on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, late cooler of content. Those P1s who love our show, thank you to both of you who listen to, and that is, of course, something we do at 8:30 every morning. But because we had John Lynch and Brock Purdy for an entire hour, once again, you're welcome. Followed by the contentious Mike Silver. Should be cooler of contentiousness with Mike Silver. Cooler of content is late today. It's sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. Puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think.
I will say, doing the cooler of content this late is kind of messing with my body clock.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when your dog wakes up and expects to get food at a certain time,
well,
but you sleep in for an extra hour.
When you change the clocks, your dogs lose their minds.
Yeah, there's no daylight saving for dogs.
Flash and Chixie's still going, man. They're still going. And now we have a fireplace. We put in a gas fireplace, right? That's a big purchase in the Murphy household. It was a big gift for Candace. Dude, you should see Flash cuddle up in front of that thing.
Oh, dude, I bet.
Oh, my God. Nothing just like a sleeping dog in front of even a gas fireplace.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Max does the same thing at my parents' house. He just lays down right in front of that
you
gas
got to
fire
imagine
pit.
the bliss that they feel with that heat coming on their fur.
And then you go give them a scratch, you rub their belly, it's nice and warm. Like, oh, I'm going to lay down for a second.
Oh, man, he looks so freaking comfortable.
Living the life.
Anyway, we digress. Man, did you see this Young Wei Koo thing last night, bro?
Dude, I did.
Yo, everybody from Troy Aikman to, wait for it, Danny DeVito. That's right, Danny DeVito said they've never seen anything like that. And I agree. I usually don't like when people say, hey, when's the last time you saw this? Because it's like, I don't know when's the last time. But I can't ever think of a time I saw a kicker's right foot go into the turf and not the ball.
I mean, I haven't seen a chunk like this since the last time I played golf with Murph.
No joke. No joke. Golfers are making jokes like this. And here's also no joke. I am such a mental small person. I would have used the other word, but I got chastised. That literally, when people say that, I start thinking about chunking it.
Oh, no.
Like, that's how weak I am mentally in terms of golf.
Swimming in your own dome.
Yes, that's why I can't play golf, because I'm mentally...
Sounds like a case of the YIPS.
Don't say it, Tony. Don't say it.
I gotta go meditate and get it out of my head now.
That's it, dude. You've got the Young Wei yips.
Okay, next one I'm gonna smooth it. Okay, there you go.
Be the ball.
Young Wei Koo. Check this out. This is the Manning cast with Danny DeVito. It was asked by a third party, does young Tony know Danny DeVito?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. By the way, he was hilarious because he wasn't even interested in talking to Peyton or Eli. He was actually like interested in the game. They were interviewing him, and he's just like, yeah, all right, cool. Back to the game. What's going on?
What a concept.
Well,
I guess who wants to watch the game?
Watch this here. This is Young Wei Koo. This is crazy. Now, this holder does bobble the ball briefly, but I don't know.
Still.
This is one of those moments where, talk about the yips. Here it is.
Oh my God! He tripped. He tripped, Danny.
Oh, he still didn't get
the kicker. The kicker tripped trying to kick the field goal. He tripped over the turf. I have not seen that.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Let's watch this.
I felt good about the holder throwing a touchdown until I didn't.
Oh, look at that.
What? He just kicked the ground?
What the hell was that?
Eli, it's like one of your fat 9-irons you hit. You're just all grass.
Dude, look at that. Oh, look at that.
That was like...
they got,
oh
my
God.
God.
That's what Dart said, Danny. Dart said the same thing as you.
Exactly what Dart...
Oh, man. Poor Young Wei Koo. And then after the game, he was like trying to give an excuse. He was like, the ball was moving, so I stopped.
Dude, the turf monster got him.
You've never seen that, right?
No, I've never seen anything like that as a kicker. and I get what you're saying. Like, it wasn't the greatest hold. Looks a little sketchy at first. But if you're the kicker, bro, you just got to swing.
Yeah, just kick the ball.
Hit it hard in case you hit it.
Oh, man. By the way, Danny DeVito, American treasure, 81.
Wow.
And he's still just full of vim, vigor, vitality, and comedy.
I didn't realize he was that old.
81, and he looks great. And you see his reaction when Koo, Danny DeVito leans up. He's got his hands on his head. It's like, oh, no. I didn't watch.
Yeah.
He's from Jersey. I'm imagining he's a Giants fan.
I'm imagining maybe he had money on the Giants.
He's a Giants fan,
yeah. It's like Young Way's out here not covering the spread.
By the way, according to Wiki, 5 feet. 5'0".
Yeah.
5'0".
Is that generous?
Yeah, I'll give him 5.
I mean, everybody adds an inch, right?
Once again, second reference to Frank Sinatra this morning. Right? You see that story?
No, I missed that one.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
81. That's pretty incredible, though. I had no idea how old he was.
You know what's funny? You said Always Sunny, and that's at my bar. When I go to see my barber, shout out Ken Thunderhawk on Battery. He's the best in the business. And he always is playing comedy on an iPad in front of us, and he plays a lot of Always Sunny for me. And I never watched the show, but I feel like I've seen every episode in his barber chair now.
That's how I am. My roommate at Sonoma State, shout out to my guy Wiggins, would just have that on repeat 24/7.
Seems funny.
Yeah, it's a funny show. Yeah.
By the way, so for me, he'll always be Louis De Palma from Taxi. I mean, that's for me, from an entire generation.
Don't forget,
others might remember him as a twin with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Him and Arnold.
Yes,
also played the Penguin in Batman Returns from 92.
Good pull.
And married to Rhea Perlin, who was Carla in Cheers and all that stuff. So, they've been married since 82. God bless Danny DeVito. And he and Eli do those Jersey Mike's ads. Is that why he's doing the Manning cast last night?
I think that's why he had him on as a guest.
They're kind of funny. The Jersey Mike's ads. So,
got to make sure to get it Mike's way.
All right, what else we got? We got Lane Kiffin.
More Lane Kiffin?
Dude, Lane Kiffin. You guys remember Ed Orgeron?
Yeah, of course.
Ed Orgeron, talk like this. Go Tigers.
I used to love those sound bites.
Well, guess what? Lane, being Lane, he knows how to play the media. He's there in his purple tie. He's escaped death in Oxford, where he says they were trying to run him off the road and yelling things he said that hurt his soul. But now he's got his purple tie on, and he knows how to play to the media. He invokes the great Ed Orgeron. Go Tigers. Listen up here.
Actually, we're going by Tiger Stadium. I called one person. I called Ed Orgeron. And I said, hey, man, all I can do is, man, this place just makes me want to talk like you right now. I did. I was like, we were in the car, and the kids were in there, and I was like, and the coaches, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like channeling Ed right now. I was like, I'm feeling him. Like, I rolled down the window, and I was like, go Tigers to the fans. And I'm like, so I called Ed. I said, I don't know what's going on, man, but I'm feeling you right now. And he's like, Coach, you're at the best place in America. So I feel that. So as I thought I would do, I have no idea what your question was.
Look at Lane.
All right, Lane, working the
feeding
crowd.
from his palm on day one.
Working the crowd already.
Whoever's idea it was, his agent, his buddy, go with the Ed Orgeron joke. It played. That laugh. Give me that laugh. If he didn't say I did in the middle of that laugh, that would be a beautiful laugh track to have for our files, because it was a rich, warm laugh when he said, this building makes me want to talk like you.
I did. I was like, we were in the car.
That I did ruins an otherwise pristine laugh track.
I did.
That's straight out of a sitcom.
Actually, you might want to keep it even with the I did.
I did.
So, it was fun fun getting Mike Silver to talk about Donald Trump today.
I did. I was like, we were in.
There it is.
Actually, you did it. No, it's funny. Now, I'd say that's probably better that he's going with Ed O. Instead of Brian Kelly a couple years ago saying, I'm here with my family. Trying to do that fake Southern accent that he had.
That was bad.
That was bad. So Lane's off to a better start than he is.
Lane 1, Brian Kelly 0.
I'm here with my family.
Yeah, and instead he went, Lane got him. Lane beat him.
Yeah.
Lane won the media day.
Point one to Lane.
All right. And then on the heels of that, AI, they did it. So if you're feeling a little too good about Lane, know that within minutes of him signing with LSU, Ole Miss an Ole Miss fan dropped an AI reggae track that is profane. Why don't we play a few seconds of this? This is what happens out there in the universe these days. Here.
Lane Kiffin is a Lane Kiffin is a okay. Quit on his team, then slipped out the door. Lane Kiffin is a Lane Kiffin is a okay. He talked all that talk, but all them words was a joke. Look out what this man say, change. Lying through his teeth, he a mother. Snake. Quit on his team on the verge of the playoffs, sending cryptic tweets cause the love chaos. Gone, bruh. We gon' be just fine.
That's actually disturbingly good.
Dude,
that reggae
it's
track.
scary. And you said that's AI.
I think it is.
Wow, dude.
Maybe it's not.
We got AI diss tracks.
It is. So it's the studio's called Porchlight Studios, and it's like an AI, just anything you need AI, that's what they do.
Their opening line is Lane Kiffin is a bee, Lane Kiffin is a hoe.
Lane Kiffin is a Lane Kiffin is a a okay. Quit on this team and slipped out the door.
Okay.
Ain't giving is a okay. Ain't giving is a okay. He talked all that talk, but all them words was a joke.
Oh my goodness! All right, guys.
That's
pretty good
insane.
cooler today.
Yeah,
Whether it was
fun cooler.
Danny DeVito, Lane Kiffin, or an AI reggae track. There.
Okay.
We didn't have time to put the Saints kicker Charlie Smith's hometown in Ireland going crazy. There's a bunch of Irish kickers now living in kicking in the NFL. One of them actually missed a kick and got blown out. But this guy Charlie Smith made a 56-yarder and his hometown went crazy. But we don't have time. Let's get out.
All right.
All right. Auction. Don't forget Hannah and Aniela are here, and they brought bagels and cream cheese.
Delicious bagels.
The same way Lane Kiffin knew to invoke Ed Orgeron to get the big laugh, Hannah and Aniela knew they brought the fresh bagels and the tub of cream cheese that we'd promote the auction.
Oh, yeah. Feed it to the radio pigs.
So there it is, man. KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, 9 of them, 9th annual, presented by Dignity Health that benefits the 49ers Foundation, educating and empowering youth. Go to 49ers.com/give to bid today and tomorrow. There's video games with Ricky Pearsall, top golf with George Kittle and the tight ends, cookie baking with the offensive line, and more and more and more. All right. We'll find out what young Tony learned on the other side on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, time to grab a mug of Bigelow tea because it is the number one tea in the Bay Area because every season is Bigelow tea season. We grab for it here. It goes with your bagel, a mug full of English breakfast to get me going. All of Bigelow's different flavor options, perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Nice and soothing, keeps me going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at The Sports Leader. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One last giveaway. Amichi's gift card, $100. Call John Joe Curley right now. $100 Amichi's gift card. That's awesome. Call him right now, 415-896-KNBR. $100 Amichi's Pizzeria gift card furnished by Amichi's. Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amichis.com. Is this more?
This right here is MF Doom, One Beer.
Okay.
I'm surprised Tony's playing. It's one of my favorite tracks.
It was one of the recommended ones, but it's a banger.
Thank you, Tony.
Right into YT.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, young Tone. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There wasn't anything like overtly wild. Yesterday it was Bobby Chesney taking over UCLA, but today it came late, huh?
Yeah, we were talking about Danny DeVito and his long line of, characters and movies. We were talking, Penguin, of course, the Taxi character.
And then the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest crowd came and
Good call.
Correct. He was very good in Cuckoo's Nest.
That was his first big one. He talked about that on the Manning Cast last night. And then Marcus told me he was in Matilda.
Wait, multiple texters are saying he was in Matilda. We have to rep because when somebody brings up Matilda, we can only think of one thing and one thing only, young Tone. The great Anthony Edwards, Olympic gold medalist Anthony Edwards. He's in the Danny DeVito army here.
What's your favorite movie?
Matilda.
Matilda. You have to explain why your favorite movie is Matilda.
I feel like women are powerful. So Matilda, she was a very powerful little girl at such a young age. And I just like to see things like that. So when I first seen it, I was like, this is the best movie of all time.
The best movie of all time. I love that answer.
It's such a random answer.
He is, he is incredible, and I love him. Now they're off to a little bit of a slow. Well, they're 12-8. They're kind of in warriordom.
Yeah, he missed a couple games due to injury, but he's back as well.
Well, Danny DeVito, Anthony Edwards, and young Tony all come together. We all learned it too together. There you go, Steph. All right, time to slide out of here. Fun Tuesday. Thanks to John Lynch and Brock Purdy for a great hour. Papa and Silver is next, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I rolled down the window, and I was like, go Tigers to the fans.
Ain't giving is a ain't giving is a okay. He talk all that talk, but all them words was a joke.
I'm Fish. I'm signing off. I'm going to go jump back in my tank somewhere.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours. 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
I said it yesterday going into the game. A big factor, a big phrase for me in the game would be the Brock clock. The internal clock against the Cleveland Browns of, you don't want to be sitting back there more than 3.5 seconds in the pocket because they're going to jump in the well and they're going to get you. He managed the risks and he wasn't late.
I think what we've done the best job of doing is just thinking about the next week. And that gets very cliche. It's hard to do. The bye does give you some time to look at the big picture, and you guys are right. Who would have thought after we played Carolina that they'd go beat the Rams? Well, they did. And so I think what it shows is this year it's anyone's championship out there.
Injuries from the game. Nick Martin will be in the concussion protocol. Kyle Juszczyk has a rib fracture. We'll evaluate that after the bye. Ben Bartch ended up spraining his foot. He'll most likely go on IR, miss the rest of the year. And that's it from the game.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft shit, and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
Yeah, well, look, when you're going into a bye week and we're here on a Tuesday, we just got to go with the whole hodgepodge of sound right there. You hear from John Lynch, you hear from Brock Purdy, you hear from Tim Ryan, and of course, a little Shelby Harris, the soundbite of the day yesterday. He's a hoe, and I want that known. Quite an opening line here as we open up the show on a Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver hanging out with you from 10 to 2. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. A fairly light injury report for Kyle Shanahan by the standards of what the season has been, but not insignificant. Ben Barch headed to the IR, and then per the hat you see on the stream from my guy Greg Papa, Kyle Juszczyk with a rib fracture. He will be evaluated after the bye week. Dude, if I had a rib fracture, I wouldn't be doing shows till after the bye week, at the very least. But these football players, there's something else. And Kyle Juszczyk, an integral part of this team, as he has been the entire time in the Kyle Shanahan tenure. So we got a lot to get into. And there's a Curry back tonight for the Warriors, although it is not Stephen, it is Sethin back on the team. He is officially going to be activated. So we got a full day. It's the bye week. We do a whole hodgepodge. And Papa, good morning.
Yeah, we often wonder those non-Steph minutes. Can we just clone Stephen? Well, we kind of are, and we'll get against maybe the best defensive team ever in the history of the NBA. The Dobermans and Michael's Bulls, and the Pistons were bad boys. Were they good defensively? They just violate everybody. I'm about 40 years older than you, but I'm so much less mature. When I hear Shelby Harris, he's a hoe, right away, I just start. I can't stop myself. I am a child, and Tim Ryan with the Brock clock, and say that slowly. You know, when Brock, we first saw big brain Brock, and we were learning the size of his cranium, his cerebellum, and the way he managed that game. It was a preseason game against the Green Bay Packers. Who cares but me? And then right when he took over, we dropped the line during a timeout. We didn't go Brock clock, but we called him a clock sucker. And the whole booth just exploded. And, of course, during a game when I'm so dignified in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth with my Marty Glickman ascot on, I can't drop a clock sucker, but we do on the show all the time, and that's the beauty of Brock Purdy. Once you have that lead, 5, 4, 3, 2, snap it at 1. If Matty Ice did that for Kyle Shanahan of the Super Bowl up 28-3, Kyle would not be, besides his beautiful bride, Mandy, he would not be ringless. So in any event, we'll get into it all. And Ben Barch, are we ever going to see this guy play? I mean, Chris Furster loves him in left guard, and now the Liz Frank. We are going to get some hurt guys back a little bit. But the big injury, obviously, he's so underrated. It's hard to even call him a position. I mean, technically, he's the best fullback in pro football. This is his 8th year as a San Francisco 49er. He will make the Pro Bowl for an 8th time. Now, you can say, how many fullbacks are there in the NFC, Papa? It doesn't matter. You know, and people slide tight ends over, and if Juice can't go, I think he'll find a way to shoot it and flack it and do something. I actually have a flask he can use if he wants to do that for the juice part when he scores or catches a ball. He waits till he scores, but he's just such a piece with Christian McCaffrey. When I see those brainiacs all line up in the backfield, where you got Brock Purdy there in a gun, you got Juice to one side, McCaffrey to the other. I mean, the brain power, it's so Bay Area to have those three guys. Plus, he wears number 44, which is the great Tom Rathman's number. We'll see. Kyle Juszczyk is just special. There's no one like him today in the NFL, and you give me a comp. There's no one like him in the history of the NFL that plays fullback the way he does. Remember when the Rams moved Ben Skoranek to fullback, the wide receiver, number 18? They tried to get a little juice in their lives. Now they got Jim there, but they don't have the Jim and the juice together. It's just, he's different. The way he creates angles, the pieces that were written about him. When I learned a lot of stuff, and I know Kyle well, watching him his 4 years in Baltimore there, and he was a Pro Bowler his final year there, and then he's made it every single year as a Niner. He'll make it again. But just how he got so big and, wanted to get physically tough to play at Harvard. He wasn't a great inline blocker, the coach said there. You got to block better. And then it's the way he does it with a Ivy League education and angles. And it's just fascinating to watch him take the Kyle Shanahan run game, where it's all based on half a body. Why do you do all that pre-snap motion? Just to create a half a body where I don't have to square you up and block Myles Garrett. If I can just set an NBA-type screen on half of your body, I can block him enough to get McCaffrey to where he wants to go, and the same with Kittle. So, and by the way, we wanted to know, who called the toss of the coin, and Tim Ryan, we did hear Tim in our mix there with John Lynch and Kyle and everybody else. And Rock did confirm, T-Rock, that it was Kyle Juszczyk. I think they're going with game captains, and he is from suburban Cleveland, Lodi, Ohio. He went Fred Warner, tails never fails, and it came up tails, and they said, we will receive. And they, what? You're going to do what? It's a Kyle Shanahan team, and I think he's honestly outside of a Super Bowl overtime. I'm not sure he's ever done that. So, but it did turn out that way. So we do feel for Ben Bartch. We have confidence in Spencer Burford. I think he's ready. He's healthy now. He's mauling people. He's got the quickness to get up in the next level. I think he'll be your starting left guard for the rest of the year. We'll see how it goes. There are injuries there, but I know Firster loves Bartch. But what are you going to do? Liz Frank, they'll put him out for the year. Maybe they'll get some linebackers back. I think your kicker, Eddie Money, will come back when the Niners reconvene. They're still hanging around the building, getting some treatment, and they're feeding them. But at some point, they're going to have 5 days off for the bye week. They'll come back, have a bonus practice on Monday before we remember the Titans. But kind of had a feeling when Juice walked off, and we don't know if it's like Jauan Jennings and it's 5 fractured ribs, whatever it is. Is it a hairline fracture? But he did miss, what was it, the New Orleans game, Greg, or the Seattle? Early in the year, he did miss, I think it was the New Orleans game, most of the game. And they tried Jake Tonjes there. He was a little like Ross Dwelly, where, the play is just follow Juice. And they do that split flow a lot where Juice will go one direction and McCaffrey will go the other. It's called a split flow by intention. With Ross Dwelly, it was don't go where Ross Dwelly goes because he's going the wrong way every single time. He's trying to he got better over his time as a blocker. And by the way, he's playing on Thursday night for the Detroit Lions. Ross Dwelly is the tight end there, or the injuries they've had to their great tight end Laporta. He's taken over as one of their top 2. He's on the field a lot. But we'll see. If they don't have Juice, they figure out a way to have someone play in the backfield. But Juice is not a fullback. He's an H-back. He's a slot wide receiver. He's an X-wide receiver. He's just so valuable to what they do. So hopefully he'll be able to play through this injury. But, fractured ribs are not an easy deal.
No, and look, we saw that happen with Jauan Jennings a little bit earlier in the year when he publicly said he had 5 fractured ribs, and that got suffered in the game when Brock Purdy came back a little too early versus the Jaguars. Then he got hit. Nick Martin also in concussion protocol. And one thing that I was very glad to not hear about yesterday was anything with Curtis Robinson, because we knew it got shaken up late in the first half, and he ended up coming back in the game. But guess what? Brock Purdy played through a whole game of turf toe there in week 1 in Seattle. So you always wonder, and you always fear a little bit with these 49er injuries, maybe there would be something a little bit worse. Nice to hear nothing on Curtis Robinson, as they are already down to Mike linebacker number 3 for the time being. By the way, we didn't talk much about Eric Kendricks because that news came out after we had split up for the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So coming up, let's get into some of these injuries. We could talk about the O-line. We could talk about the linebacking core. And then we've got Jeff Howe of The Athletic joining us at 10:50. Just wrote a big column about the NFL playoff picture, both AFC and NFC, after Week 13. I got some good news to share for you at 10:30. The 49ers, they're going to move up no matter what because the Bears and Packers play each other. Barring the Packers getting their second tie of the year, 49ers will automatically jump whoever the loser of that game is. 808 KNBR to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver recapping Niners ball on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health is live. Go to 49ers.com/give between now and tomorrow at 7 p.m. for your chance to bid on incredible one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Again, that's 49ers.com/give. Go check it out.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we're hopeful. Tatum's coming off his high ankle, so I believe that would be 3 weeks. So that might be a little fast, but he's got a chance along with Samo. And then Etor has a good chance too. He had a good workout today, so hopefully it continues over our week away, and hopefully he's good to go next week when we start up, and we should get Eddie back also with his hamstring.
Here's some positive injury updates from Kyle Shanahan yesterday in his teleconference call. 49ers get the bye. I'm going to call it a much-needed bye just because it's here, period. I wasn't sure it was ever going to come. Here we are in Week 14, and they finally get a weekend off before they get ready to face the Tennessee Titans. You know, we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Larry Krueger Pop, but all that attention has gone to Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and then later on, Mykal Williams and their season-ending injuries. Tatum Bethune also needed a replacement. Yetur Gross-Matos has been injury-plagued really since before the season. Sam Okuanu now missing some time. So when you talk about your Keon Whites, your Cleveland Ferrells, your Curtis Robinson's continuing to fill in, I mean, yeah, you can say that they played against the Arizona Cardinals and the Cleveland Browns, and they've won 3 in a row now, but what's going to happen when they got to face the LA Rams again? Guess what? They don't. We got 2 weeks before they worry about a really tough 3 games. The Indianapolis Colts, we know what this offense has been. They're starting to reel a little bit. Chicago continues to find ways to do just enough in the fourth quarter. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC. And then, of course, Seattle's going to have some major implications there in the final week. But the good news is you're finally getting a chance to get a little bit healthier outside of the guys that you know you're not getting back for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, that's football when they reconvene next week. And they're still in the building, and they're getting treatment, and they're feeding them breakfast, and they have meetings, and then they'll have most of the week off and come back for a bonus practice on Monday next week and then start gearing up. Remember the Titans on Wednesday, and then you mentioned Sauce Gardner has a calf strain, by the way, for the Indianapolis Colts. They're just not the same team as they were earlier in the year. There was a point where they were the best team, not only in the AFC, I think they were in the entire NFL. Quarterback playing with the fibula, the hairline fracture, which is not an easy injury. Very underrated is DeForest Buckner going on IR with a neck. They're not the same team right now. They're trying to figure it out, and I think Houston may catch them. Jacksonville right now has the South lead, which is amazing. All 3 going to make it from the AFC, but we'll concentrate more on the NFC. You know, one thing we just kind of glossed over, and you hear me mention whenever I talk about Jimmy Garoppolo not seeing that buzz linebacker, and he doesn't see Luke Kuechly, doesn't see Eric Kendricks, and Eric Kendricks intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoff game, the first playoff game in January of 2020 when the world was still somewhat normal after the 19 year. And then, you know, Kyle ran the ball down their throat with Tevin Coleman, but it was a lot because Mike Zimmer, the head coach then, just decided to play 2 safeties high. And it was, you know, the hitman, Harrison Smith, played high. Tim and I could see it. If 22 is deep, they're going to run the ball. And Mike Zimmer would not bring him down. He wouldn't even bring him down late. So run it. But part of it was Jimmy threw the ball to Eric Kendricks, who we know well. We almost got to know him better last year, as for a little while in the offseason. And I asked Kyle about the conversation and the whole thing when they had him on the phone. He wasn't doing a lot of talking. He was uncomfortable with the whole deal. I don't know if he ever agreed to it and backed out. He wasn't comfortable committing to being a Niner because a couple of things. Mike Zimmer was the new defensive coordinator in Dallas, and he had a chance to go there, I think, later in the day. It even came up. And he's a Mike linebacker. He's a middle linebacker. He's a green dot wearer. When he ran Zimmer's defense, he was the guy in Anthony Barr, the double A-gap mug they'd always do, and Anthony Barr from UCLA. They're both from UCLA. You know, they drop out or they'd put him up on the line. Anyway, he had a chance to wear the green dot and be the guy in Dallas as a Mike linebacker and play for Mike Zimmer. He didn't sign a contract. He kind of mumbled his way through the conversation, and he got out of it later in the day. Actually, so something is signed, or even if you speak up, yes, I will do that. It's hard to back off, but if you're like, I'm not, and then it doesn't happen. Anyway, it became an issue last year when we were watching him play in Dallas because his foot speed he was just flying around. And obviously the Niners went the other way with Devondre Campbell, who we saw in the playoff game, the divisional against the Green Bay Packers. He played well in that game with his smarts, but he was not moving well. He just did lower body injuries. He had an assortment of them. He was not the same player. I'm like, damn, Eric Kendricks would have been so much better in this defense than Devondre Campbell. But, that ship has sailed, and Kendricks had a big year last year. He had 138 tackles for Mike Zimmer. He had years where he had 143 for Zimmer as a true Mike linebacker. Interestingly, and all those years in Minnesota, he was there 8 years, 1 year with the Chargers, and then last year in Dallas. He's on the Niners practice squad. He did not have a job. I don't think there's any real injury with him. He wound up playing 15 games last year. This guy can play, and he can play Mike, and he can play Sam. I don't think you'd put him, well, I don't know. You could play Will. So I think right now, Curtis Robinson's been just okay. I've been underwhelmed by him. I think he's fine. I built him up big that he would be able to do this, and maybe there's just a little bit of, he had never started before in the NFL, and he's coming back off a bad injury. I've been really disappointed in Luke Gifford. He's been outstanding on special teams, but I saw that guy play Mike linebacker, watched every snap the last 3 or 4 games he played last year due to injury in Tennessee, and I'm like, this guy can fly. You put him next to Fred, and he's not the guy. I don't know what the deal is, and whether he was in coverage with Fannin, when he fanned out to pick up the tight end and he just fell to the ground. Well, athletes don't go on the ground. Stay up on your feet. So it's not been good. A guy like Eric Kendricks could plug in anywhere. Fred ain't coming back. Let's see how quickly he picks up this deal. He could be your starting Mike linebacker. He could be a green dot wearer. I don't know. He probably won't go away for the bye week. He'll stay here and maybe just take his iPad with him, but he's going to get full boast of Johnny Holland, the linebacker coach, and KJ Wright, who they say is quality control, but he's a Legion of Boomer. Next to the great Bobby Wagner, that defense was lethal, and those linebackers buzzed under in the cover 3 deep, 4 under. So Kendricks could fit in anywhere, and then we'll see where Tatum comes back. It may be another week, but they've had a lot of Nick Martin shows up, as you noted, on the concussion protocol, and just a lot of little nagging injuries. You've had injuries all over the front, and a lot of it's on the D-line, but your linebacking core, you're kind of figuring out, and we didn't talk about it much because it was just off the Cleveland game, and he hasn't even, put on a uniform now. He's still on the practice squad, but Eric Kendricks has had a long and distinguished NFL career, and last time I put eyeballs on him last year in Dallas, he can still play.
Yeah, and look, we know him very well from Minnesota, and we all forget, or maybe we don't forget because of how poorly that situation ended, that if Eric Kendricks ends up following through with the deal that was being discussed, we don't have the Devondre Campbell situation pan out the way that it ultimately did. So whatever, that's in the past. Eric Kendricks back on the practice squad, and we may end up seeing him on the real fields come a couple of weeks from now, come after the bye. And look, Tennessee's a game that you got to win. That's one that they are a struggling team. Cam Ward is new to this. He's going to figure it out. They got an interim coach situation. It's a big old mess. I'm not saying that's a guaranteed win. I'm just saying it's one you need to take care of business on because your last 3 are going to be no picnic by any means. You got to go on the road Monday Night Football to Indianapolis, who, yes, they are reeling, but you still got to deal with Jonathan Taylor and that offensive line. That's not an easy test. Tyler Warren, I expect to look a lot more like Tyler Warren and not the guy who was questionable with an illness coming into Sunday because they just didn't look good at all. And then we know what Seattle is and Chicago. Like it or not, you got to take them seriously. At some point, they're going to be in the playoff mix, if not at the top of the NFC by the time you see them on Sunday Night Football for Mike Tirico in Week 17. So lots we can get into here. I do got to tell you, we got a couple of giveaways. Well, one is not so much a giveaway. It's a chance for you to just go bid. The holiday auction is live. Go to 49ers.com/give. And we also are giving away our pair of tickets to see Evanescence. That's going to be July 20th on 2026 at the Shoreline Amphitheater. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. through livenation.com, but we'll be giving it away between the 10 o'clock and 1 o'clock hour every day, Monday through Friday. So, yeah, a little bit of an injury update. I'm glad that it feels like a pretty short segment talking all about it. Eric Kendricks is in, hoping to get Tatum Bethune back, hoping to get Eddie Pinheiro back. It was nice to know that Matt Gay filled the role pretty good, considering that you had to kick in the crazy winds of Cleveland. And I know that short field goal at the end of the half was a little bit close, but all that counts is what happens on the scoreboard, and it was the doink and score, something Eddie P has done a couple of times this year. So you hope to get him. You hope to get Yetur Gross-Matos. And, yeah, the defensive line is the unit that probably is going to be the most scrutinized when you consider the run games that you got to go and face, not just Jonathan Taylor. What Ben Johnson has done, and I got to give Ryan Poles credit too, investing in the offensive line the way they did. Caleb Williams has been fine. He's made some clutch plays. He's done enough to win them a lot of games. But Chicago, make no mistake about it, their identity is being a running football team. And they got both DeAndre Swift and the 7th rounder, Kyle Monangai, they will run the ball over and over and over and try to control the game that way. It's no surprise that Ben Johnson wants to do it. What is a surprise is how effectively they've been able to do it all season long. And then Seattle, we know they got a couple of good backs there between Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. And that's not to even account for the guy that already broke the franchise receiving record in Jackson Smith and Jigba. So we're going to be looking at everything in the big picture for sure over the next couple of weeks. And honestly, as far as it's a good time for the bye, bad time for the bye, look, it depends on where you are as a team. I'm glad that there is a bye for the 49ers to just regroup a little bit, because if they want to be a team that is like these other 7 in the mix to be an NFC contender, it's good to get your rest where you can take it right now, because it's amazing that they're 9-4 with all they've had to overcome. It's pretty nice to just finally take a Sunday to regroup mentally, physically, spiritually, whatever you got to do.
And then come back and play the Final Four, and then maybe 4 more, and you're Super Bowl champions. We'll see, maybe as few as 3 more, and you never have to leave your home stadium. So I loathe the term trap game. It happens in basketball, clearly, where you have a scheduling and a back-to-back, and, you guys just can't play. And, there are scheduled losses in the NBA. There are scheduled wins in the NBA. I'd like to see Oklahoma City lose their second game of the year, by the way. We'll get into it with Sam Amick. I do not want this team to go 74-8 or better and break the Warriors' record, but they're fully capable, and they are, wow, they may be the best defensive team. A lot of the numbers show they are. If we actually lined up and played, I'd take Michael and Scotty and Hull Grant against them, but this team can guard. Anyway, we'll get into it later. So the NBA is different. I don't think it happens in the NFL, but this Titans game is, if there ever was a trap game, it is against them. So when they come back next week, Kyle's going to have to make an argument here that this team can beat you. I know they haven't beaten hardly anybody all year, and I watched the Jacksonville game, and I'm like, whoa, are they going to be picking one all over again next year after they just took Cam Ward? And how good is that guy really? And, Brian Callahan losing his job and the whole thing anyway, and Bill Callahan leaving. But that one is, the players are going to have to focus. It's a home game. I think they'll find a way to win. I'd like to see them just blow them out and take them out and really click on all aspects of it. But then the next one, is going to be the Bears. And, Indianapolis first, then the Bears. And those are going to be tougher games. Indianapolis is coming down, but that'll be a Monday night game. Then you got the short week for a Sunday night game against Chicago, and then the big game. It may decide everything. It's Seattle game. Why did Ben Johnson on the Black Friday, and I watched it all, but after it was over, I'm like, enough of the Bears going for like 250 on Philly's front. How did they do that? Why did the new head coach of the Bears greet his team in the locker room after shirtless? What was he doing there?
I think he was just in a flow state. He was very happy. And Ben Johnson, like a lot of coaches, just got a little bit of psycho energy. I don't know if there was any big story behind it.
Douse him with beer or anything, or, dump the skookle on his head or anything? I mean, what? His shirt was fine. It wasn't, all wet and champagne. What would they? I mean, they acted like they won the damn Super Bowl, bro. Like, it was an impressive win to go into Philly and run all over that front. I did not see that coming. I thought it'd be a competitive game, and there were a lot of dogs that won over the weekend, including that one. I mean, at Thanksgiving Day, look at all the dogs that won. But they acted like and I know from where they came to where they are now as the number 1 seed. It's been a very impressive ascension. But they didn't even play on Thanksgiving, so they didn't even get a John Madden turducken. Did they get something on a Black Friday from Carissa Thompson? What exactly did they win on Friday where the coach acted like he won the Super Bowl?
Best Buy coupons? I don't know. Walmart coupons? Yeah, something like that. But no, I mean, okay, counterpoint to all that, though, because I do hear what you're saying. That was a massive celebration for what was admittedly a big win in the regular season. Then again, I'm thinking, what was the last Bears victory they had that felt as big as the one on Black Friday?
Ooh, damn. When they went to when Devin Hester opened the game with a kickoff return and Jeff Joniak, Devin Hester, you are ridiculous. And then they lost the game to the Colts. I mean, how far back are we going to when they won the NFC Championship game? No, when was the last time they were in the playoffs, the Bears?
Well, they went a couple of times with Trubisky. There was the double doink year. Then they snuck in as the 7 seed, lost to New Orleans, but that was a pretty anticlimactic game. That was a late push there by Matt Nagy when I think they rotated between Foles and Trubisky that year. So they made the playoffs a couple of times. I mean, maybe the 2010 season when Green Bay ultimately beat them in the NFC Championship, but the Bears were the 2 seed and got a first-round bye. That was a big year there with Jay Cutler, Lovie Smith. So I don't know, something from that season possibly. I guess my point is
15 years ago?
Yeah, I guess my point is it's been a long time for them.
Yeah, I celebrate. But the head coach getting that, I could see the players getting into it. I'm sure when they were flying back to Chicago and they hit it big time wherever they went, Rush Street, they probably don't hit Rush Street living there, but wherever they hit, I mean, I'm sure after they won on Black Friday, they had a nice weekend off. The players can do that, but for the coach to act like that, that was, and he's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing, and he's doing a brilliant job. And the way their running game is really sophisticated, and the Lions miss him. There's no doubt. Kyle and his staff are doing a great job. The Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson, after getting off to an 0-2 start, they certainly can celebrate, but they acted like they won the Super Bowl for the first time since the '85 Bears. That was excessive.
Well, the AFC counterpart to the Chicago Bears is the New England Patriots, who are also getting a bye this week. And Jeff Howe covered the Patriots beat for a while. Now he's national. He knows all about the playoff picture. He'll be joining us at 10:50. We'll talk to Tracy Sandler at 11:50 and Sam Amick at 12:50, his usual time. So when we come on back, I went into the playoff simulator a little bit. Given how many teams are at the 9-win state in the NFC, specifically every single one of them, the 1 seed has 9 wins and the 7 seed has 9 wins. So not all of them because Green Bay had the tie. My point being, there are a lot of different scenarios it can go. So I didn't go with the whole algorithm of exactly what needs to happen. I think after the week of the Tennessee game is probably a better time to take a look at it. Huge game on Thursday Night Football for Week 16 between the Seahawks and the Rams. So we'll be monitoring that one. But I did want to just get a little bit into where the 49ers are at, why this bye week is advantageous, and how some of these tiebreakers should be looked at this stage in the season before Jeff Howe joins us at 10:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know you guys are hungry for more, right? Itching. Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago is hungry too. The city of Chicago!
Yeah, Chicago Bears coach Ben Johnson going shirtless after the big Black Friday win. You know, so the Bears haven't won a lot of games in the last decade, certainly not to that caliber. And so I'm realizing I haven't had a chance to look into the Bears lore. One of the Black Friday headlines that slipped me when I was spending a little time with family and doing a little traveling, and I appreciate a lot of you alerting us on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Yeah, Ben Johnson took off his shirt not just to show how fit he was as the first-year coach of Chicago. It's so that he could trigger a hot dog giveaway. That's right. The Wieners Circle in Chicago has an offer where if a Bear takes off their shirt, they give away free hot dogs. And so Ben Johnson, I mean, look, Black Friday is an interesting day to do it because I really tried to not eat until dinner the next day. But hey, if you win a game like that, of that caliber, you're not going to say no to free food. So Ben Johnson, let's hope you don't have to do that in week 17 after Sunday Night Football. But good for you, feeding a city and feeding them something they've been hungry for a long time. That's not just hot dogs. That's victories.
He's such a weenie. So that's what he did it? Did he get an was that an endorsement? Did he get money back from the company to do that? Or did he just do that out of the goodness of his heart?
I'm seeing goodness of the heart, although, again, I'm finding all this out about 3 minutes ago. So I appreciate the texters letting us know about this. Again, it was a Black Friday headline that totally slipped me. I didn't expect the Bears to win the Black Friday game, nor did I expect a whole city of Chicago to be fed with hot dogs. But Ben Johnson, man of the people, got to give it to him.
Yeah, and then he says yesterday that being the number one seed is not all that important. So, but they had a quality win. I mean, to go into Philadelphia and run all over them like that was a great win. And I mean, right now he and Vrabel, I don't know how the votes are going to get split up. We'll ask Jeff when he joins us at 10:50. It's going to be one of those two guys that'll probably win Coach of the Year. And you know, Kyle's doing a great job in what he's been able to accomplish. So, as we get into this and you know, it's amazing how tightly packed the NFC is, from the 1 seed, the Chicago Bears, to the 7 seed, the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, everybody is pretty jumbled up. I think from our standpoint, Greg, the goal is still got to be to conquer the West. It is to win the NFC West. Yep. Because if you don't win the NFC West, the highest you can be as a seed is 5. The 4 division winners get 1, 2, 3, 4. So whoever wins the West will be the minimum of the 4, and more likely would be towards the top. You would be, you know, maybe 1, 2, or 3, and you host a playoff game in your stadium. So it's a big deal to be able to get that. And if you're, you know, high enough up, you could host 2 of them, possibly all the way to the Super Bowl, which is in your stadium, which is interesting. Niners will not be able to access their facilities if they do make the big game. They're going to be at San Jose State in the NFC and all that. So just from the NFC West and the Rams losing in Carolina the way they did, and I went back and watched it quickly. You know, Stafford throws a pick 6 to Mike Jackson. He has the strip sack at the end that iced the game. But their defense, whoa, they did not show up in Charlotte at all. They gave it up all day. They got run on. You were criticizing, we all were, Dave Canales, for not running against the 49ers, and they ran a lot of Chuba, but they ran a lot of Rico. They ran the ball at them, and they played keep away in the second half, and they hit them on big play. It's almost like everything they did wrong against the 49ers. I thought they'd be more aggressive going forward on 4th down against the Niners on Monday night. They weren't. So what did they do against the Rams? They went forward on 4th down, and they went deep down the field. The go route to Coker was a 4th down touchdown. The roll left, throw back right to Tet McMillan was a 4th down touchdown that won the game. The Rams defense just, whoa. When have we seen the Rams defense get exposed? Well, Kyle had the first 2 drives to beat him on that Thursday night, and when Philadelphia got way ahead of them. And they may be tired. They've traveled a lot. The Niners travel a lot. Seattle travels a lot. But the Rams had to go to Europe this year to play, and they didn't play well defensively. But it changes everything. Where Seattle's 9-3, the Rams are 9-3, and the Niners are 9-4. The West is not yet been decided, obviously, and there's a lot of different permutations here. But I think what we're talking about is that last game of the year. Now, you want to beat Chicago. You want to beat Indianapolis. You want to beat them all. Winning out and then beating Seattle at the end would be the key, element of how this is all going to work, Greg. And then when it comes right down to it, the Rams-Seattle game that is coming up on a Thursday night in a couple of weeks is going to be huge.
Yeah.
And I think we're rooting for Seattle in that game to win. And then the Niners beat Seattle at the end. So the way there's a path. The Niners winning out, obviously, is going to be a challenge, but doable. And then if Seattle beats the Rams on that Thursday night, then the Niners could win the NFC West just by that. You have to win the last 4 games of the year, and those last 3 are going to be hard at Indianapolis and then the 2 home games. But before you even get into everything else, because then you're getting into these other teams cannibalizing each other, and like Thursday night, I assume we root for Dallas to beat Detroit, correct?
Yeah.
Or are we because Detroit's closer, but then could Dallas make the kind of run they're starting to make now, and could they get in? And if it doesn't go that way, I'm setting up a scenario to win the West and to be at the very least if you do that, if you win out and wind up with 13 wins here, you'd be 13-4, you're going to be more than the 4th seed. You may wind up number 1.
Yeah.
Overall, I think that's a very strong possibility. I mean, you could be 7, you could be out. So a lot is to play for there. But I think the key thing is going to be that Seattle game at the end. But the reason that needs to be important is to be able to beat Indianapolis and beat Chicago. So the final 3 games of the year are going to be incredible. You're talking about 3 teams that are capable of not only making the playoffs as opponents, but going deep in the postseason this year.
Well, and the one thing that the Panthers win over the Rams did also is kind of make it seem like whether it's the AFC or the NFC, and look, I'll leave Denver and New England out of it because it's not relatable to the 49ers, but certainly for the NFC, I feel like everyone's going to be playing for something come week 18. Now, we don't know for sure. There's still a month to play, but the standings are so compact from 1 down to 8, and I'm not even accounting for Carolina maybe making a push at the South, or Dallas if they win on Thursday. All of a sudden, if the Eagles start sliding and Dallas gets hot, could they make a run? It's unlikely, but it's possible. So when I was looking at the 49ers and the possibility of the 1 seed, I kind of went down the same thought process you just laid out, where it's like, look, there's too many factors as far as these other teams in the mix in the NFC, what their records are going to be. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Instead, I was looking at the division because they all got 9 wins, and you know that Seattle and the Rams have 1 loss behind you. After this weekend, I'm expecting both Seattle and the LA Rams to get their 10th wins. But just a reminder for everyone, if we're talking about the tie-breaking procedures between division opponents, first is head-to-head. So you split with the Rams, you have a chance to sweep Seattle. You could go 1-1 there at the end of the year. Second is the best win-loss tie percentage in games played within the division. So to put it very simply, that Week 18 game means a lot. There is a lot riding on that for the 49ers, because if you can get to 5-1 in your division, well, then all of a sudden you could be in pretty good position to take the West, depending on how these other games go. The third tiebreaker, and this is the one that doesn't favor the 49ers as it stands, the best win-loss tie percentage in common games among their opponents. So if we're looking at these 3 at the top of the division, the common opponents would be each other: Rams, Seahawks, 49ers. It would be the Cardinals. It would be the Panthers, Buccaneers, Falcons, Saints, Texans, Colts, Titans, Jaguars. As it stands right now, the 49ers have a 7-4 record among the common opponents. The AFC South hasn't been that kind to them. And then they lost one to the Rams, and they lost to the Bucks in the Fred Warner game. The Rams are 8-2 right now, so they're positioned the best, and Seattle has a 6-3 record. So they've played the fewest games, but right now you would say with the common opponents and everything, that's going to favor the LA Rams as it stands. That's all to say. As we look at it right now, and I'm not going to get too deep in Pandora's box, the short conclusion that I put out is, like you said, Seattle beating the Rams is probably what we want on Thursday Night Football in Week 16 so that the Rams have another division loss. And then if the 49ers can take care of business in Week 18, they will automatically have the best divisional record. So they would have the head-to-head over Seattle. And in a three-way tie kind of scenario, they would automatically get it by having 5 division wins.
All right. So are you not doing the algorithm? I got it all filled out for you to go through every single game. Now, I mean, the rest of the league has 5 games, so we'd have to do it kind of a Cliff Notes version. Niners have 4, but on a bye week, maybe we'll use your big brain Silver to do it. Big brain Babs, Chris Babcock has chimed in, and in fact, he's confirmed what we're talking. If the Niners win out and Seattle beats L.A., the Niners are the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
And I would love it if the Niners do host the Chicago Bears, and the winner of that game will be in the Wieners Circle. Everybody is blowing me up now. Chris Paul, don't you know about the Wieners Circle? You know, I love their website. When you order from the Wieners Circle, it's what the F do you want? And then you scroll down, welcome back, biatches. And it will is it basically Chicago-style hot dog is street meat? Is that what we're talking about in the Wiener Circle that the head coach of the Bears had to go shirtless for?
You know, we're going to have Jeff Joniak join us coming up for that Week 17 matchup. I'm a little disappointed that when we were all hanging out at the Combine, he didn't fill us in on this lore. Like, this is kind of important, and he didn't fill us in.
This.
I know. Maybe he didn't know about it.
Luminali, the pizza I know, Gino's East, Jimmy Garoppolo loves Luminali. So you could get the double dog, two dogs on one bun. You ever do that? Charred or steamed? How do you want? And you got your char Polish as well. I don't know if they have Chicago style. You got to go Chicago style on the Wiener Circle.
Yeah, I would think you have to. Do they give away? Is it just? I'm wondering if the giveaway is restricted to just free. Anyway, we can get into this a little bit later. Let's get into Jeff Howe's playoff picture. He knows a lot about the Patriots. He knows a lot about the AFC and NFC as a whole. We'll talk to him coming up in just a bit. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom, with locations across the Bay Area, can supply your plan to customize your home to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project. While they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget. Their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that others won't attempt, like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on expert installation support and specialized delivery with trucks designed specifically for window and door transport as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency as well as fireproof options for your home or business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, we are kicking off the guest list here on a Tuesday. NFL is all up, and it's a big old chaotic mess, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The 49ers are the 7th seed in the NFC. They have 9 wins. The Chicago Bears are the 1 seed in the NFC. They have 9 wins, and the Patriots, also with the late bye, just won on Monday Night Football last night. They are on track to have the road go through New England for the first time since one Tom Brady played there. We are going in circles, and it's all so much fun. Jeff Howe of The Athletic wrote a big column about the NFL playoff picture after 13 weeks, and the conclusion I drew from it as we welcome him on the UMA guest line is that we know nothing. Jeff, we appreciate your time. Greg Silver and Greg Papa here on KNBR, flagship of the 49ers. How are you today?
Doing well, and that's how I like it too, because when nobody knows anything, that makes me look just as smart as everybody else.
I mean, look, anything we can do here at the radio station to make our guests or ourselves look smart, we're going to devote our energy to it, because otherwise we don't exactly have a lot to offer here. At least I can say for myself. But look, I know that the whole anybody can win is a cliche statement. But if you look at the playoffs in recent years, it's like, yeah, that's why you play the games. But let's be realistic. You think it's going to be Patrick Mahomes. You think it's going to be Josh Allen. Who from the NFC could ultimately take it? It was the 49ers. It's been the Eagles, maybe the Rams. I mean, in all seriousness, Jeff, when is the last time you felt like the bubble of Super Bowl contenders was this large heading into December?
Oh, my goodness. At least a decade, because when the Patriots were rolling, I mean, you knew it was going to be them. When the Chiefs were rolling, you knew it was going to be them. And honestly, up until about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I thought the Chiefs were ready to start rolling again. But it's a total mystery. I love the AFC because not just the new blood at the top of the standings, but the fact that nobody's really proven. And now I'm still based in the New England market, so I've heard all of the criticism about the Patriots' schedule, which is soft, don't get me wrong, but it's true for all 7 teams in the current playoff field in the AFC. None of them have beaten more than 2 current playoff teams. None of them have a strength of schedule that's, or all of their strengths of schedule are below 500. So none of these teams are playing an overly tough schedule. And that's why I think if you're the group that's in the playoffs right now, the last thing in the world that you want is a battle-tested Houston getting into one of those last seeds, or Kansas City finding its rhythm and getting in, because that's just going to give a team like that so much more of an advantage over these newer teams. And then, you look at the NFC, a lot of it is very similar there. I mean, the Rams are absurdly battle-tested. They're 6-2 against current playoff teams. But other than that, I mean, you've got a lot of teams that are just taking advantage of the softer schedules, and that's going to get them into the dance. We'll see how they are able to perform once they're there, though.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just watching New England last night and how well coached they are, how well this young quarterback is playing as a first-time, full-time starter, Jeff, and second year overall. And, I mean, it's unbelievable, 11-2. And then in the NFC, Chicago, I mean, what are we doing? The Super Bowl shuffle? Are we going back to 85 and Bears and Patriots? I don't think we'll wind up with that Super Bowl at Levi's, but we don't know. Let's just concentrate on the NFC, because all roads do lead to Levi's here, and the 49ers are certainly in the mix to not only be in the top 7 and make the playoffs, but maybe steal the NFC West. I mean, for most of the year, I thought the Rams were the best team in the NFC, and Seattle was a close number 2, and then Charlotte happened, Carolina happened to the Rams. So as you assess the very top of the NFC, the Bears are there for now. Ultimately, that second week in January when we're playing wild card football, who has the number 1 seed and does not play wild card weekend? Who gets the bye in the NFC?
I still think it's going to be the Rams, and I know Sunday is a tough loss, but I mean, teams are going to lose, and they did look invincible. Their margin of victory over their winning streak was something like 18.5 points or something. I'm going off memory here. I wrote it like 2 days ago. That was a long time ago. But like, they were blowing teams out, and not just that, they were playing quality teams. Again, it's 6-2 against teams that are in the playoff field. So they're the exception. They're the team that has looked great, and they've looked great against high quality, high caliber opponents. So I still think the Rams are going to end up holding serve and getting that number 1 seed. It's going to be tough for Chicago to hold on. I mean, they've got 2 games against the Packers. That's going to be the remainder of their schedule. It's going to be really challenging for them to maintain that top spot. And then Philadelphia, like you said, is sort of that other team. But Philadelphia no longer has the backbone of its identity. You know, they're no longer that team that can sign up for a 60-minute street fight and know that they're going to come away to beat you. Their offensive line is not the same high-quality group that we've come to know for the last 5 or so years, where they were, at worst, the second-best group in the NFL. They're not opening up the holes for Saquon Barkley. It's opening up a whole myriad of challenges for Jalen Hurts in that passing attack. And when you can't just, you know, Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and whatever's going on there, you know, some of that stuff can get glossed over when you can just line up and say, we're going to give it to Saquon 20, 25 times a game, and we're just going to beat you up. When you can't do that, that's when teams start to get a little bit nervous. So I think Philadelphia is in a lot of trouble there too. And I really like Seattle to kind of add to your point there.
Talking to Jeff Howe of The Athletic on the UMA guest line. All right, Jeff, when we talk about the NBA a lot and we focus on the Warriors, what always comes up around playoff time is, yeah, well, some of these younger teams that did well in the regular season, are they ready to win? And look, in a 7-game series, it's a different conversation than what you have in the NFL, where it's just one game coming down to 60 minutes, ball bounces weird, injuries happen. You know the deal. But I guess the question for you is, when you look at both conferences, where do you stand on that notion of, are these younger teams ready to win? If we're talking NFC, that's your Chicagos, your Green Bays, your Seattles. If we're talking AFC, New England, you could say Denver with Bo Nix leading the way, maybe Jacksonville under a first-year head coach. I mean, what do you say to that, even with these teams that might be hosting playoff games come January?
The thing I like about Chicago, and I'm not willing to say they're going to start winning playoff games or anything like that, but the one thing that would give me confidence in them and that the young label is they're so physical. And they tried to be, you know, Ben Johnson, I was there in training camp. Ben Johnson really made it a point to say, we're going to line. It was everything I just said about Philadelphia that Philadelphia is no longer able to do. That's the Bears' identity. They're going to line up and they're going to kick you in the teeth every single time they're playing. And that starts with energy. It starts with coaching in the offseason. This is not an identity that they just started to wake up to just because they were playing Philly last week. It's a team that invested heavily in its offensive line. That's a team that's identity is starting to play well on the offensive line. Now, there's so much attention on Caleb Williams, and I understand that. I'm guilty of it too. He certainly still has a lot of areas where he needs to improve. But as long as they're driving that offense on the ground, and as long as he's handling those 1 to 2, really like the half-field reads and then kind of improvising, those are the things that are going to help him kind of stay afloat until he kind of refines being a professional quarterback. But at the same time, they're playing good defense. They're physical. That's a team that I think could be a little more dangerous than we're probably giving them credit for so far. On the AFC side, somebody is going to have to, there's like no choice. Like somebody is going to have to start proving people wrong because everybody's young. Now, the one thing that I think will give me a little pause there, I don't think Indianapolis is going to be able to hold on to their playoff spot. So who is that going to bring into the mix? I mean, I don't think Pittsburgh's good enough to climb. So it probably comes down to Houston and Kansas City. And again, those are 2 very battle-tested teams. Kansas City's credentials speak for themselves. If they get into the dance as a wild card team, and all of a sudden, I mean, could you imagine being New England, Denver, Jacksonville, getting one of these high seeds, and then all of a sudden you're looking at Buffalo and Kansas City as the potential road team? I mean, what kind of that's just brutal. So yeah, the AFC, man, it's just both conferences are so fascinating for completely different ways. I'm jacked up for the playoffs.
Well, and we're looking at the 7 that are. I mean, you're talking about Kansas City right now. They're 10. They're 6-6, and 7 make it. Right now, the Houston Texans do not make it in the AFC. I think ultimately Houston may win the AFC South, and I want to ask you about the teams like Detroit and Dallas and Carolina in the NFC as well. But we were talking about the AFC. Houston is getting better. Their defense is so dominant. Kansas City's Kansas City. Do either one of those teams make the playoffs? Neither? Both? What are you looking at with the playoff perennials? Houston right now is the 8th seed and they're out, and Kansas City, Jeff, the 10th seed and they're out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so hard for Kansas City. Like you said, 2 games back and just only 5 games to go, having to leapfrog the amount of teams that they will. That's just, man, that's a lot. Now, one advantage, they've got Indianapolis this week. That's a team they're chasing. So there's one potential box that they can check off. The question I have, though, is I've been waiting. Like, Kansas City looked like they were ready to wake up 3 weeks ago and really take over the AFC. And they've since been on this skid here. So I don't know what in the world is going on with the Chiefs. Every time I think they're ready to say, okay, you know what, it's winning time, whether it's the fourth quarter in a close game, whether it's post-Thanksgiving in the actual schedule, they're just not ready to do it. And it's just so bizarre because they have the talent. They've gone through adverse situations like this at this point in the season before, and they're not answering the bell. I think Houston's able to kind of get up there because Indianapolis and Jacksonville are going to beat up on each other a couple times over the last 5 weeks. So that's going to open the door for Houston. There's too much leaking oil in Indy right now. So I think Houston's the team that jumps in and steals that spot.
No, I agree. And back when the 49ers played Houston, Jeff, we knew that their defense was a highly respectable unit, but their offense was in such a rut. We're thinking maybe the Niners, even with Mac Jones, can take advantage of this. And they couldn't stay on the field in the first half, and Houston's defense just had them bottled up all day long. So when I watched them continue to play and shut down Josh Allen, like, this is a team that I'm starting to take very, very seriously, even if C.J. Stroud can play decent football on a lot of days. So you said you're in New England. I got to ask you, with a month left to play, do you think Drake May is the MVP right now?
At this very moment, I don't have a vote. I'm not cool enough. But if I did, I would vote for Matthew Stafford right now. I think there's absolutely time for Drake May to kind of take that over. I don't think it's a big gap right now. But you look at the Patriots, they're going into the bye week. They're coming out of it with Buffalo and Baltimore. If they win those 2 games, I think Drake May is probably going to win over the people like me who are still sort of deferring to Stafford. But if the MVP has really been a flavor of the week for the better part of 2 months, I mean, going from Baker Mayfield to Sam Darnold and so Jared Goff for a stretch. I mean, there were just so many different guys who were kind of in that mix. Right now, it's looking like Stafford and May. And it's been a pretty fun race. It's wild. I can tell you, Patriots fans are pretty excited because the last 5 years of sort of dormant football in this region, everybody's just sort of been awakened to the fact that Drake May is outstanding, absolutely better than advertised, earlier than expected. But not just that, they're physical too. And the way that they beat up the Giants last night, they signed up for a street fight. The Giants did not. And you saw that play out early in the game. And I think that's one of those types of games where the Patriots can say, hey, you know what? The quality of the opponent doesn't really matter. But if you show up and you're willing to just hit your opponent as hard as you can every single play, those are the types of moments that sort of galvanize a team at this time of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Ellis hit Jackson Dart right on the fringe of the white there. And then Teo Johnson, the tight end, came over and got into it. It was fascinating, and it almost turned into a street fight there, but it got under consideration. Drake May is just wise beyond his years, the way he plays. He plays with a veteran poise, but I'll ask you, I don't think he has a 300-yard passing game all year. And correct. I don't care about that. He's 11-2. They're number 1. But has a quarterback ever won the most valuable player of the league and not had a single 300-yard passing game? I mean, he's had a bunch of 280s and 290s. He's right there. But the number, he does lead the league, correct, in passing yards. So he adds up. He's consistent every single week, but it is really impressive. Just jumping over to the NFC, we were talking about the bottom feeders, and Houston and Kansas City are playing each other this weekend. That's going to be a huge game. Likewise, you were talking about Indianapolis and Jacksonville. They're playing each other. In the NFC, Detroit and Dallas are playing each other exactly 1 week after Thanksgiving. And, of course, they each host a Thanksgiving Day game in their city every single year. This will be in Motown. How do you look at this game? I just cannot. I think it may happen, but I'm trying to wrap my brain around it, Jeff. An NFC playoffs that does not include the Detroit Lions, who were their number 1 seed last year. What, they go 15-2 or something? They're 7-5. They're not going to have Amon-Ra. And then you got Dallas making the surge. They're making it 6-5-1. Does the loser of this game not make the playoffs this year?
Totally. And actually, well, thank you for correcting me. I had my AFC South schedules mixed up there. So thanks for getting me on the Chiefs correction this week. No. I appreciate that. And then, yeah, I mean, it's wild because I think Dallas right now is absolutely one of the 7 best teams in the NFC. The problem is you can't sleepwalk for the first 8 weeks of the season and then still get votes from the playoff committee. So it doesn't really work that way. I mean, I think if the Cowboys, I mentioned if the Chiefs get in, nobody's going to want to see them. If the Cowboys get in, I think they're in a very similar boat just because defensively they're starting to wake up. They're a whole lot better, especially with Quinnen Williams in the middle there. And getting Overshawn back is a big boost. And then you just look at the way Dak is playing and just being able to utilize those 2 guys outside the numbers. I don't think they have quite enough time to catch Philly. I'm not going to write them off completely, but I think Dallas has a slightly easier chance. Detroit is just so up and down, and I really, really like what Jared Goff has been able to do since he's gotten to Detroit. I don't really like what I'm seeing this season, and it's not totally Goff. I think the protection's not as good, and certainly there's been some issues without Ben Johnson running that offense. Obviously, Dan Campbell taking control of the play calling midway through the season on the fly is a huge indicator that something is amiss there with the passing game. So he doesn't look comfortable when you're able to attack him like Philly did a couple weeks ago. He looks totally out of sorts. So I think Detroit is in a lot of the loser of the game definitely misses the playoffs. It's going to be tough for either one to get in either way. But yeah, this is a win or go home type of game.
It really is crazy how a few years ago when they expanded the playoff field to 7 for each conference, Jeff, you're thinking, these 2-7 matchups really stink. And then Green Bay got the upset over Dallas when Jordan Love went nuts, and then it's gotten a little bit better. And now all of a sudden I'm thinking, wow, it's a fight to even get that last 7th seed because of how competitive it is in both of these conferences. So we really appreciate your time. I got one more question for you, as it doesn't relate so much to the 49ers, but when we were talking about the haves versus the have-nots, or maybe the more established teams versus the young and up-and-comers, do the Baltimore Ravens win the AFC North? Like, that division has just become a massive, massive bummer.
Does anybody win the AFC North? I mean, even if somebody gives somebody a T-shirt, does it even matter? Like, it's just, I think honestly, like the way that both teams are now, I don't know, maybe Baltimore doesn't deserve the amount of the hate that I'm giving them right now for one bad game. And, that shouldn't really take away from the winning streak or the way that they were able to rebound from 1-5. So I think Baltimore is probably going to be fine. But I mean, I think Cincinnati at 4-8 has a better chance to win the division than Pittsburgh at 6-6. I don't like the direction Pittsburgh's heading in. We've seen this play out before where Pittsburgh kind of nosedives toward the end of the season and they're not able to pull themselves out of it. It's happened earlier than normal for them this season. The weird thing with Baltimore, now look at Lamar's numbers. The last 4 games, he has, I believe, 1 touchdown and something like 3 or 4 turnovers. Now, the numbers would look better if guys like Isaiah Likely didn't fumble through the end zone, if, Tez Walker doesn't misplay a couple deep balls, Zay Flowers doesn't get called for a questionable OPI. But it's just that offense is a little bit out of sync, which is a huge problem when the defense is still trying to figure itself out. They're getting better, but they're still not the Baltimore defense that we're used to. So that's kind of a weird one. But yeah, right now, I mean, it's so weird to say from a division that is historic or in recent history is more often than not been the best division in football, or to see them struggle as badly as they have.
I mean, somebody's got to win it, right? And, Baltimore 6-6. Lamar does not look as twitchy as he normally does when he breaks the pocket. He's just not the threat. And then Pittsburgh is 6-6. They got trampled. I agree with you. With Burrow back, Cincinnati's a threat. But, at 4-8, kind of like Dallas, can they make a run? So somebody's got to win that division that really, I mean, they could maybe win it at 8-9 or 9-8. Where over in the NFC, and we haven't talked directly about the Niners, I mean, you got, 3 9-win teams. The Rams are 9-3, Seattle's 9-3, and the Niners are 9-4, and they beat the Rams and they beat Seattle on the road. They beat them both. They got one more with Seattle. You kind of answered the question because you think that the Rams ultimately will be the number 1 seed in the NFC, which would mean they would win the NFC West this year. Do we have 3 playoff teams from the NFC West, Jeff? And ultimately, where do the Niners fit? Are they in the playoffs? Are they a 7 seed? Are they a 5 or a 6? What's the rest of the year look like for the Niners?
Oh man, it's going to be tough because I think Seattle's a better team. That the Colts game, I think the Niners beat the Colts. They're obviously going to beat the Titans. The Bears is tricky. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we know as much about the Niners as I would like to at this point. Having the, going back and forth between quarterbacks, having the injuries. Some of these guys are coming back healthy. Some won't, of course. So it's not like one of those Niners teams that you feel really good about where they are and that they're going to continue to sort of, improve down the stretch. I think they're probably able to, the other side too, like they've got a game and a half edge on Detroit, and I don't think Detroit's going to beat Dallas on Thursday night. So yeah, I mean the Niners get in, but it's going to be with an 11-win season, still pretty good in the regular season. So yeah, I mean I think the Niners are in. It's going to be 3 playoff teams. I think the Niners just are not in the same category as the Rams and the Seahawks. I think if the Seahawks start to play well, if they start to hit their stride, I think they're as capable of getting to the NFC Championship as any team in that conference.
Well, as I opened up the interview with Jeff, we all know nothing, and that's a way to make us all look a little bit smarter. We appreciate your time very, very much hanging out, and might have to bother you again once this playoff picture is set to figure out what to make sense of it all. So thanks so much for coming on, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Of course. Thanks so much for having me. And if I may, Greg, I just want to say from one cancer survivor to what I hope is another, it's great to see you back on the air and everything. I really appreciate, hearing your voice back on the radio.
Thank you, my friend. Best to you. Good health, and we'll one day ring the bell together, my friend. Thank you.
Sounds good. Take care.
Thank you, Jeff.
Absolutely. Jeff Howe of The Athletic, based in Boston, but covers it nationally. And, man, he was awesome. By the way, if the playoffs started today, it would be a 2-7 matchup down at Levi's Stadium South to face the LA Rams. But I'm really excited for this bye week because the 49ers have been one game off of all these teams having to continue to play, not having their bye, and then we get an even number of games in a playing field. It's going to only be Green Bay and Dallas screwing up the math after that with the tie they had. So Tracy Sandler is going to join us at 11:50, and so I want to keep it on the Niners up until then. John Lynch and Brock Purdy came by with Murph and Marcus this morning. They both spoke about their approach to the rest of the season and also shared some thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. So we'll get into that. And don't go anywhere because we got to tell you about the holiday auction once again. And stay tuned as we'll be giving away Evanescence tickets between now and 1 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
With the 49ers set to head into their bye week, both John Lynch and Brock Purdy stopped by with Murph and Marcus around the 8 o'clock hour, and they got into the team's wild journey to get to 9-4 before they finally have a week off. You can hear the latest on their expectations and approach for the rest of the season on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues on your Tuesday. Thanks for joining us. A lot of Niner talk here in the first half of the show. Then we got to get into some Warriors. Steph Curry injured and not playing against the 20-1 Oklahoma City Thunder, but we'll talk all about that with Sam Amick at 12:50. And yeah, it's going to be a tough test this week for the Warriors as they navigate life without Steph. They scraped by the Pelicans on Saturday night in the Kevon Looney Chase Center reunion game. Jimmy Butler did his thing down the stretch. And while we got you, let's talk all about the holiday sports auction. That's right. Between now and tomorrow at 7 p.m., you have a chance to win one-of-a-kind experiences and prizes. And we got an update. The 49 boxes, they've been sold out in the first 2 hours. The 49 boxes from the KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health just in a couple hours, already sold out. So clearly a fan favorite, and they're going to need some more of those next year. We also have 49ers game day photographer Terrell Lloyd joining us tomorrow at 1:15. We're going to have Al Guido on the show, president of the team. So it's a big deal and a big time to raise money. The goal of $190,000. You can win some exclusive experiences, which includes playing video games with Ricky Pearsall, a top golf outing with George Kittle, and baking cookies with the offensive line. I'm trying to figure out which one of those I would choose to spend my money on the most. But we said we were going to get into some John Lynch sound. And in fact, he actually weighed in on this very dilemma. Here's what your general manager of the team had to say.
Oh, man. I love Ricky Pearsall, and I just don't play many video games. Love the O-line, but those guys, I don't know about baking cookies with them. They can eat cookies. I'm not sure if they bake them that well. I think top golf with the tight end room, and anytime you're with George Kittle, I can tell you you're going to have a blast. So that's where my money goes.
All right, so if you agree with John Lynch, you can go and outbid him right now at 49ers.com/give. And if you disagree, go and fight for one of the other prizes, cookies with the O-line. I'm kind of with John. I don't know if they would be, artisan bakers, but I think if you could bring some cooking skills into there, you could make a couple of batches. They would probably eat a lot. You would get some, around the holidays. That sounds kind of nice.
Colton? Is that you? Colton McKivitz? Oh, come on. Baking cookies with Trent Williams? Nothing that's better than that. And Top Golf, that's the spot to go to, by the way. After 49er games, and I get traffic coming out of Bill Walsh Way on the backside. So crossing Great America Parkway is not happening. The best place to get to right after the game is Top Golf. And you can watch Sunday Night Football there. It's a blast. And I know Christian McCaffrey's there often. George Kittle, they have a lot of team outings there. So any one of those are going to be great. What I would do, actually, is a 10-day 49er practice with T. Lloyd, the 49ers team photographer. Whenever I'm in practice, I'm right in the middle. John Lynch is to my left, and T. Lloyd is usually in the prone position, completely down on the ground, getting a low-angle shot. Michael Zigaris is the headliner. He just shows up on game day. He's the Z-Man. He hangs with Mick and Keith and those guys. So he doesn't make practice. T. Lloyd, who we're going to have on tomorrow, is there for every single Niner practice. He attends more practices than me and T-Rock combined. And he is a hoot. And the guys reached out to me from the beginning of my journey this year, and he's been a good friend. So great to have Al Guido on, the 49er president. Big year to finish up 25 strong with the 49ers KNBR auction, and then 26 with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and everything he's been working on for a long time. So we'll open the show with Al. We'll close the show with T. Lloyd. But what I would want is a 49er practice behind the shield and, inside those gates, and to be able to watch a Niner practice with T. Lloyd. He is one of a kind. Great guy.
And he's going to be in studio tomorrow, so it's going to be great to meet him in person and hang out. And, looking forward to having both T. Lloyd and Al Guido join us tomorrow. We're also trying to track down our good friend Kevin Harlan, who I know is one of the busiest men ever. I think he now is on the NBA schedule, so I got to see what his latest is, because I don't think he did Westwood one for the Monday after Thanksgiving. He always takes the one before and the one after.
And he also did not do Monday Night Football last night. He did not go to Foxborough. He did do the 49ers game in Cleveland, so maybe he's doing an NBA game. And I think the best broadcast we have had this entire year, and maybe the best single game of the year, was that Friday night game in San Antonio. Wembenyama! Curry from Kerrville. So we'll get Kevin on. Tom McCarthy, the great voice of the Philadelphia Phillies, to the game last night, and he is an outstanding NFL television broadcaster as well. Does a great job on the CBS crew. So Harlan did not make it to Foxborough last night. And Kevin, we had him on a couple of times. He did not know my health situation, so he apologized to me vociferously. He dropped in the booth on Sunday in Cleveland to see where I was, and sent me a long text. And he and I are going to hook up this week, and we'll get him on the air at some point. But it was great to have him on the Niners game in Cleveland on Sunday.
Yeah, no question. He probably went in, saw Jack Smith, and was like, "Whoa, you look a lot younger, Pop. You're looking good." But no, whether it's Jack Smith or Carlos Ramirez or Justin Allegri, Guy Haberman, we've had a lot of people doing a great job filling in to the degree that they can, because not exactly the easiest shoes to fill here, as we all know very well at the leader. All right, so we got John Lynch's thoughts on the holiday auction. When we come on back, let's hear John Lynch on the Brandon Aiyuk situation, as well as a couple of sound bites here from Brock Purdy, your 49ers player of the week. I guess if you hit the Dougie, doesn't matter what your stats are, it was an easy selection on the player of the week, and we'll do that before Tracy Sandler joins us in about 20 minutes. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm. They live here and they work here, and you know all about it because they've been here for more than 25 years. Chris Dolan and his team are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that are fighting for you locally. So in the workplace, if you face discrimination or wrongful termination or sexual harassment, you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights, because you deserve to be protected. And if we're talking about injuries, well, Chris and his team have seen all sorts of no-fault injury accidents in over the last year. So we got motorcyclists and pedestrians, and we're now at the season where you might run into traffic there up on the slopes, skiers and snowboarders. The bottom line is everyone's traveling, everybody's moving. We got to be careful and make the Bay Area, or wherever we may be heading to this holiday season, an overall safer place. And if something happens that is unfortunate, that's a bit of a no-fault injury, or that you feel like you got discriminated against in the workplace, well, the Dolan Law Firm has got you covered. They've secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. And you don't have to pay anything up front or deal with the stress of hourly rates. I mean, they're not even getting paid until you're getting paid first. So yeah, again, they live here and they work here, but the most important thing is that they win here. Go to dolanlawfirm.com. All right, too much silver in this break. So let's get you over to someone who actually can help you more than me. We're talking about Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. He's always helping out the people. And for a situation like unfiled tax returns, Steve, what should you do if you're dealing with that on your hands?
You should call us. It's a real common problem. And the number one reason people don't file is they just didn't have the money to pay. And then they made a mistake. They didn't file the first year. And before you know it, the second year rolls around. They don't have the money. And they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? It becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS agent's going to come knock on your door, ruin your life? It doesn't have to be. If you don't have the money, that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. If you haven't filed 5, 10 more years, however many years, we want to take care of you. If you don't have your records, that's okay. We'll get all the records the government has on you. If you don't do the bookkeeping, that's okay. We have a whole bookkeeping department. The bottom line is we want to give you your life back. It's December 2nd. How about enjoying the Christmas season instead of worried about this? Enjoy it with your family. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I don't want this on my head anymore. Take it over for me. We have free consultation. Talk to us and enjoy your holiday.
That's all you got to do. Make your holiday a little bit less stressful, and you can give Steve Moskowitz a call right now. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for spending your Tuesday with the Gregs, 808 KNBR. To join the conversation, stay tuned for our contest giveaway. You can win a pair of tickets to see Evanescence. And while the 49ers finally get a little bit of holiday leisure and a chance to breathe, we talked earlier about some of the reinforcements that they might get coming off the bye. That includes Tatum Bethune, Yetur Gross-Matos, Eddie Pinheiro after Matt Gay filled in for a couple of games. And we got the latest on Ben Bartch, who's going to the IR. Kyle Juszczyk with the rib fracture will be reevaluated after the bye. And Nick Martin entered concussion protocol. Let's talk about someone who we were hoping would be a reinforcement, but then big news came out that the money that was guaranteed got voided all the way back in July for their contract. That is Brandon Aiyuk. And due to the holiday, we haven't had a lot of chances to have Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, a lot of our 49er regulars on the air. So John Lynch was on with Murph and Marcus early on a Tuesday to get ahead of it before he heads off and takes the time away, spends it with his family. Here's what he had to say as far as Brandon Aiyuk and if he would consider it realistic that he could come back to the team at any point this season.
The Brandon Aiyuk situation. And so I guess I got a couple of questions on it, but number one, where we're at right now. I guess the first question is, do you still have a realistic belief that he could play in 2025?
Realistic, I'm not sure. Hopeful, yeah, so I think that's kind of where I'd leave that. He continues to rehab and hopefully that's, like I've always said, is we're a better football team when Brandon's out there. And I hope that's the case. But I think that's probably what it is hope right now. And I wish it were a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so when I hear that, realistic, I'm not sure, hopeful, yes. I'm going to put money on the fact that he's probably not going to be playing this season, and I wouldn't expect it beyond that. Now, never say never in a lot of cases, and there's so much that I don't know of what's going on, including the health of his knee, where you could say what you want about the relationship between the two sides. He also had a major surgery last November that we just hit the year mark on. He was around the team in the preseason, then he wasn't there during media availability, and truthfully, I don't know, but I think when you look at the 49ers offense, and we talked about all the reinforcements that came back between Brock and Kittle, Jauan getting a little bit healthier, CMC being the steadying compass that just keeps this thing guiding to a 9-4 record, this is probably as full strength as you're going to be at any point, barring some kind of surprising headline. At least that's how I see it.
So John was on this morning, and Matt Mayoko interviewed John in my stead on the game plan interview on a holiday week like Thanksgiving. Kyle's not available. The schedule's off. Have him sit down on Thursday is not going to happen. So John Lynch often comes in around the holidays. And the basic quote that John gave Matt on the game plan interview, there are things that happen. There's basic rules, team rules, league rules. I can tell you as a team, we don't have many. The ones we do have are very important to us, and that's when they're not followed, adhered to. This is the first time it's happened in our tenure. We felt like we had no other recourses to exercise those things, and so we have. As I told you and Mike Silver, one of the authors of the story, I think it's related to his rehab and is being away from the facility, and that's fine. Nick's not always there. He has people he rehabs with. His brother's busy playing in Western New York. They spend time in the off season, but. So, if rehab rules are broken, you have the right to, take money back. The one thing I would say is, and I've been, this is a bad injury. We know ACL, MCL, meniscus. It occurred on October the 20th. He did not have the surgery until November the 15th. Neil Elatrash from L.A., the Dodgers team doctor and the Rams performed it. He's kind of the, he's the guy who does it for the Stars. He did Knicks. He's done many of these. They had to wait a long time. So when that date of November the 15th came and went for me, that's a year. All right, where are you at now in your rehab? Now it's December the 2nd. He does have time to come back at the end of this year and be in part of the 4 games. If he doesn't play in the 4 final regular season games, he could still come back and play in the playoffs. B.A., you got to go play football, brother. Enough of this. Your teammates want you back. The organization, it's a tough situation if he comes back and gets hurt. There are a lot of layers here. If you are physically able to come back and play football, how many chances do you think you're going to get to play playoff games? How many chances do you think you're going to get to play meaningful regular season games?
Yeah.
Your career is not going to last forever. When you are able to play physically, go play. You've missed over a year. It is time to go play. The league will treat you differently if you want to move on and you don't get hurt here and you are able to be traded or released or whatever you desire with your agent Ryan Williams. Go play. Don't hibernate. Don't take the entire year off and hide. You don't have time for that. The clock is ticking on your career. And you have to show this league when the new league year starts, whether it's here or someone else in March, B.A. can ball again. Go play when you're able to play. The vibe I'm getting, he doesn't want to play. If you don't want to play, the league is not going to want to play you and they're not going to pay you. And they're going to monitor all this. If you did this to John Lynch, everybody loves John Lynch. And don't speak a bad word of this guy. If you're having an altercation with John Lynch, wait till you come into my building. It'll be different. So whenever he is able to play, and as far as we know, he's not been physically cleared by Dr. McAdams and the Dustins and everybody. When that moment comes, go play football again.
I'm fully with you. And what makes this situation so strange is that we don't know the degree of his health and the process of the rehab and everything. But the big question when this headline first dropped and when we had my father on to talk about it was, why was an agent and a client who fought so hard to get $30 million a year and boost that contract up from the initial negotiations to where it went deep into the offseason, into training camp, there was a hold in. How come all of a sudden they were okay with just having $26 million voided in the middle of the offseason? I mean, that part seems to not make a lot of sense. And the only speculation I would draw is exactly what you just laid out of BA simply doesn't want to be here and he doesn't want to play football. I don't know how fit he is to be able to get on the field right now, but if he is, then I have no idea why the situation has gotten to this point. And if he didn't want to be with the 49ers, why sign the contract to begin with?
Well, they paid him a lot of money. I mean, I have no idea, and I'm not around. And even if I was around and I knew, I would not tell you exactly what's going on. That's just the nature of what we have to vouch to. But if he violated terms of his contract and did not hit markers in his rehab, even though you're not around the team and you're choosing to rehab somewhere else, you have to check in with the medical staff. It's a bad injury. If you're not doing that, you are violating the clause for them to get you back on the field. I don't know that that's the case, but if I'm him, I make them make me inactive. If they don't want to put me on the field because they're worried that I'm going to get hurt at the end, and now what do you do with the guy? Some of these guarantees may come back. He becomes untradeable. You know about the Colin Kaepernick situation from years ago. You know about Jimmy Garoppolo. They wanted to trade him. They could not. Jimmy could not pass a physical. He wound up boomeranging back into your building. So there's a risk by playing a really good player that he gets hurt, and now you're stuck with him, and you don't want to pay him, and there's a battle going on with money there. But for him, when you are physically ready and can pass a physical, and that day is not technically come, but it may have come. It may have already been here where you can get back on the field. BA, it's time to go play football. You are a football player. You're a damn good football player. Go play. Even his agent would say, we got to show the league. What better forum is there and stage for you to go play on a Monday night in Indianapolis, a Sunday night in Santa Clara against the Chicago Bears, a playoff game when planet Earth and our country stops to watch these games and all these GMs? Can BA play anymore? The hell, I haven't seen him since his knee locked on that field on the in-cut against the Chiefs. How do I know? Send me the medicals. Well, I don't know. What is he really like? So go out, and maybe he can't play, and he doesn't want to show him what he's about, but you've missed a lot of time. And you're not going to be able to play forever. When you are physically able to play, you got to go back and play. Make them make you inactive.
And another layer of this whole dynamic that is really fascinating is the fact that John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk have the same agent. I mean, we know agents are designed to be middlemen and do a lot of the dirty work on behalf of their clients, but you got the middleman being in the middle of these two sides legitimately. So John Lynch's agent and Brandon Ayuk's agent, I don't know what the communication was like all the way back in July when this money was initially voided, but yeah, this situation has become a strange one. And when I hear Lynch say, realistic, I don't know, hopeful, yes, I'm thinking it's more likely than not that Brandon Aiyuk is done playing football in a 49er uniform.
Yeah, I mean, just he was very cautious in his word choice there. But again, there's a lot of money that they're voiding. So everything that he says publicly could be used against him. As far as and we've asked John this before, obviously during the year where it got contentious in the offseason, John kind of does his own deal with Jed and the 49er organization. His relationship with Ryan Williams is different than when John was playing. And I don't even know if Ryan represented him at that time when he was a player. But it's different now that John is the general manager. He does contracts himself. There becomes a point where the agent in certain realms of your life and vocations becomes a necessary evil. I don't want to say it like that. I've paid a lot of money to agents throughout my life, and they've done a lot of good things for me. But there are times you can do a deal yourself. You're kind of boxed in. He does a deal with Jed directly and the Yorks directly, where that relationship is a bit overblown. But for the outside world that doesn't quite understand it, it does seem like it's a bit of a conflict. And if you had one guy representing both sides of this dynamic, you'd be able to solve it. So, it is what it is. But BA, it's December the 2nd. You've missed. You got hurt on October the 20th of 2024. It's December the 2nd of 2025. If you don't play anymore this year, you're getting into September of 2026. Look at the calendar, my friend. If you want to be a football player, you're not going to play football your entire. You're not going to play when you're an 80-year-old man. That's not happening. It's a young man's game. When you are healthy to play and mentally able to play, go play.
808 KNBR to join the conversation. We'll talk to one of our insiders coming up in just a bit. Tracy Sandler, the woman with the coolest sports schedule in all of the land, especially now that the World Series is done. I can say that. She did a little Michigan, Ohio State. She was there in snowy, windy Cleveland, and we'll ask her all about her weekend when we come on back on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Every Tuesday at this time, we have one of our favorites join us. She is part of the family here at The Sports Leader. You can hear her on 49ers pre- and post-game every Sunday. And she joins us on the UMA guest line. Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network and right here at KNBR. How are you, Tracy? It's good to talk to you for, the third time in now 8 days?
Yes, we've been talking a lot on these segments. I am well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're great. I'm running out of questions to ask you, but no, in all seriousness, I actually, instead of going with the question, though, I do want to give you an opinion I have and see if you agree with it, because we had back-to-back days of discussions, and a lot of that was about Brock Purdy and the interceptions he threw against the Panthers and relating it to the column that Marcus Thompson wrote about not shriveling and being the guy that can rip it and being the guy that can lead this team. So to me, the defining moment of that win in Cleveland was at the very end of the half. When you're going against the wind, it's 2 straight incompletions, and on 3rd and 10 to hit Ricky Pearsall, move the chains, then the deep pass to George Kittle, and ultimately get that field goal to go into halftime with the lead. That was a moment where I thought, okay, Brock Purdy in a lot of ways, he did the safe thing, he did the smart thing, and yes, he was the perfect leader of the offense, but to be the guy that could sling it against the wind, convert that 3rd down, and go back into halftime with the lead, that was the type of Brock Purdy that the 49ers need if they're going to go anywhere in the final month plus of the season.
I do agree with that. I actually absolutely agree with that. And I think that's why Brock Purdy works so well in this offense and works so well leading this offense. He can do the safe thing. He can get things moving, but when he needs to sling it, when he needs to make the big play, he makes a big play. And that was a heck of a throw, it was a heck of a catch from Kittle. But that throw, to me, is why the 49ers believe so strongly in Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that was a deep shot down the sideline, and they call it a Spartan route. He kind of runs a little bit of an out and a go against his safety, and it was clever. Maybe break it down in the playbook tomorrow, Trace. But the one on the outcut that Greg referenced, and Kyle Shanahan mentioned it yesterday, just showed his ability to grip it and rip it, which we don't always see. Now, you were in Ann Arbor, Michigan, on Saturday for Ohio State, Michigan, and that got the weather. It started to snow in the second half. There was no freezing rain or snow, but there was wind. And when you're watching a game on TV like we always do, it's hard to see wind. You could see a ball, flutter in the air. They can show you the U.S. flag and it fluttering, but wind is just kind of out there mysteriously lurking, but you don't see it with your eyes. You feel it. You were there to feel it. So, Brock's ability to grip it and rip it, and I was there for the game in 23 when, there was some rain in that game, but it was the wind that just pulled balls from him on his pullback. The ball slipped out of his hand. Just his ability to grip it and rip it through that wind, which was gusting up to 40 miles per hour off the shores of Lake Erie. What did you come away to amplify Greg's point a little bit about Brock's ability to grip a football and throw through the wind like that?
I think all the concerns, all the things that everybody was thinking about going into the game, not just with this game, but Brock and inclement weather. And after the game before, I think it takes all those concerns away because he clearly can do it. And he did play at Iowa State, so he's played through some inclement weather. And he clearly can do it. He has the ability to do it. He can get the job done. I think he learned a lot from that game in 23. He's had games with inclement weather over the last couple of years, and he's figured out how to make it work. So I think all these little concerns that people have been having about Brock Purdy and the things that have come up, especially after last week's performance, I think he showed in every way, no matter the conditions, he can get the job done. And as you said, his ability to grip it and rip it, which is, by the way, should be the name of a podcast, was fantastic there in the wind. And I think people should, it's no longer an issue. So let's say the 49ers head into Philadelphia the first weekend of the playoffs. They're in Chicago the first weekend of the playoffs. I don't think weather or conditions should be something that people are now concerned with Brock Purdy.
Tracy, you can have grip it and rip it with Papa's permission, but Tim Ryan's podcast is going to be the Brock clock that he mentioned. So as long as you stay away from that one, you can take grip it and rip it. We are talking to Tracy Sandler here on the UMA guest line. So at long last, the 49ers have reached their bye. All the players made their comments about it in the postgame. Do you see having the bye this late as a positive or a negative with the way the 49ers season has played out through the first 13?
I actually think it's a positive. Before the season started, looking at it, it's like, oh my gosh, that's such a late bye. And earlier in the season, they were dealing with all the injuries. Oh, it would sure be great if they had a bye right now. They could use a reset. But I actually think it's worked out because obviously as the season's gone on, they've gotten better. They're in a good place. They're in a groove. And I know there's the thought process of then is it hard to stop, playing football and keep the momentum? I don't think that's going to be the case here because now they have a chance to kind of rest and regroup. They're playing football at a high level. And then they're going into this final month of the season and into the playoffs. And I think they have a later rest period, so to speak, than maybe a lot of other teams, which I think eventually is going to end up being an advantage for them.
So they're 9-4 with getting a week off, and they got 4 more to go, obviously. But how do you assess the totality of the year? You get off to a 3-0 start. Brock gets hurt in the first game. You wind up, getting the winner to Tonjes. Mac Jones comes in. They beat New Orleans. They beat Arizona on Eddie Money's field goal. And then, Fred Warner gets hurt. And you wind up a 7-week stretch where you alternate win with loss, loss with win, and you wind up going 3-4. You get Brock back. The offense regenerates with 41 in Arizona, and you win 3 in a row. So when you add it all up, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, a lot of injuries. Some guys are coming back. The headliners on defense are not with Nick and Fred. We'll find out about the other guys. Michael's not coming back. Just how do you assess where they are right now at 9-4, getting the late bye and 4 more games to go before the playoffs start, Trace?
Well, in a weird way, it reminds me of 22 and 23, where at one point they were 3-4, and I think going into a bye week, or 3-5 going into a bye week, or vice versa, and then they went on a run. So they're doing it differently, but this isn't really how different they've been when they've been successful, because they did get the hot start. There's the win-loss, but as we all know, it's how you play in November and December. So not all 9-4 records are looked at alike, but I think they should be really encouraged, because if you were to look at this team a couple months ago, they lose Nick Bosa, then they lose Fred Warner in back-to-back weeks. I mean, the thought would be, this is a wash. This is going to be a wash, but they never believed that. So I think they've learned a lot. They've gone through a lot. It has been a roller coaster, and it may continue to be so with the young defense, but I think they're in a really good spot. The offense is clicking. The defense is coming together, and they are figuring it out. So I think, and I also am a little bit of the opinion that sometimes a roller coaster of a season better prepares you for the playoffs, because you've been through all the things and you know how to get through all the things and how to work around them, improve upon them, scheme around them. So I think in a lot of ways, it ends up being a positive. They would certainly prefer to be in this position with Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, but they've been through it in the season and they've really never wavered. I think that's the thing that's been really evident to me, is that with everything that's gone on, losing Fred Warner was emotional and awful, and they were all very devastated by it. Same with Nick Bosa. But they never felt as if, like, well, now it's done, and here we go again. That you never got that feeling in the locker room, and I think that that's why they are where they are. And, I mean, they got a big 4 games ahead of them. One of them is a should win. The other 3 are totally up in the air. But they're in a really good position, and this is not part of your question, but I just have to say I think Kyle Shanahan should be in big conversation for Coach of the Year.
Oh, that's been a nice Monday discussion for us, and we'll probably continue milking that one into next week before they get back into action to play the Titans. Our conversations with Tracy, as always, are sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. So, Tracy, with their 9th win, the 49ers have guaranteed a winning season a year after going 6-11. If we think about the biggest differences between last year and this year, #1 would probably be having a healthy Christian McCaffrey. #2 would probably be Robert Saleh being back in the building running this defense. How important have some of the other factors been that might not be getting talked about as much as of late, if we're talking about having a capable backup quarterback when your starter, who you just newly extended, missed 8 games? You could say special teams and the way they've really turned it around this season has been a huge plus and certainly was on display on Sunday. I mean, how do you look at the big differences between last year and this year, and what holds the most weight to you?
Well, you hit it with a couple of those. First of all, let's talk about special teams. I mean, special teams for years, even in their successful years, even the year they went to the Super Bowl, was kind of a mess and was a blight. And it was kind of like you just hoped special teams wouldn't lose the game for them. And you could argue that it did lose a Super Bowl for them. So I think that's been huge. And to be able to look at it as a positive, to know now you have the potential to have great field position because your returner can do that and hang on to the football. All of these little things that your special teams can tackle and that they can make plays. I mean, they're making the kicks. There's a lot of things here, but special teams is huge because there's a confidence when they go on the field now that I think is really helpful. Obviously, having Mac Jones is tremendous because we saw in years of 49ers past, and even look in 2018 when Jimmy got hurt week 3, and there were pretty high hopes for that season, but they really didn't have a quarterback that could get the job done with Jimmy out for the season. So I think having Mac Jones was huge for this team because you had a starter level quarterback. And I think I've said it before on this show, he may be their backup quarterback, but I don't think Mac Jones is a backup quarterback, if that makes sense. So to have that was tremendous for them. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey, obviously Robert Saleh are huge, but I think you hit on the two of the things that have been tremendously important. And then I think on the defensive side, these young guys have made plays and they've come along relatively quickly. There are things to learn. They have made the proverbial rookie mistakes, but they've come along, they've worked hard, they've made plays when they needed to. And I think that's been huge for this team. And George Kittle singled out Alfred Collins the other day with the season he's having, and it is probably something that's not getting talked about enough, but Alfred Collins is a guy who came to training camp and it was like, oh God, is this guy even going to make the team? Is he going to be able to be on the 53? And there was, of course, the huge play in LA, but if you watch him week after week, he is making plays and adding to that defensive line. And I think that's the thing. Maybe the guys that you didn't think would be able to step up in the face of this adversity have stepped up.
And Robert Saleh calls them the baby Niners, and he's having to nurture these young guys, these neophytes, just youth everywhere in the D-line, obviously at the linebacker level and throughout the secondary. And right now, after they got torched by the LA Rams and Matthew Stafford and gave up 42 points in that game, Arizona put up a lot of yards, 5,000 yards or 500 yards in the game. But they scored only 22 points, and the Niners got ahead so quickly, so Saleh played a top-down defense. Carolina, they held to 9 points in that game. They busted one time in the post to Tedero and McMillan. And then looking at what they did to the Rams on Sunday in Charlotte, Trace, that win is impressive. And Cleveland doesn't have a great offense, but the Niner defense, they missed some tackles. They had a hard time with the run defense in the first half, but they only gave up 8 points on the road in the NFL. So now we'll see what they'll do against Cam Ward and obviously into Chicago and Seattle. But just as far as the defense is, the offense is good enough to win. Maybe to win out and win big time in the playoffs now that you got the quarterback back. And I do want to ask you about Brandon Aiyuk before we depart on this Tuesday. But defensively, what are you seeing? Are they as good as they've played against Carolina and against Cleveland and overall against Arizona despite the yards? Or are we still worried that team that allowed the Rams to score 3 touchdowns right away, 3 more in the second half, that ultimately will be exposed against good offenses late in the year and in the playoffs?
I think it's a little twofold. On the one hand, since they played the Rams, they haven't played a team like that. And I know the Panthers had an impressive win over the Rams on Sunday, but generally, they haven't played a really good football team since then. So that's kind of the $1 million question. When they go to Indianapolis for Monday Night Football, how are they going to be able to stop that offense? How are they going to be able to stop this Bears offense? How are they going to be able to stop this Seattle offense? And that's where we're really going to know. And I just think we don't necessarily know yet, because if we saw it against the Rams and it wasn't good, it's gotten better, but it's gotten better against 3 teams that it's really still doesn't tell you a lot about where they are. But I will say this. These are 3 games that they should have won, and they won them. And I think there's something to be said for that. I think, if things were really bad, if the offense wasn't improving, if they were going to be terribly exposed, I don't know that they necessarily win these 3 games. They're winning the games they should win. So with that in mind, they should beat the Tennessee Titans. And then in those next 3 games, we'll see who this defense really is and what they can do. But until then, it's just a little bit hard to tell. I expect an improved defense than the one that played the Rams and got totally carved up a couple weeks ago. I definitely think it will be improved. They're playing 3 very good football teams. I don't know if any of those football teams, except maybe Seattle, are truly as good as the Rams. I think the Rams, despite the loss the other day, are a top team in the NFL. But we just don't really know yet because they haven't been exposed to it since that Rams game. But I think that Rams game kind of put a little bit of a chip on their shoulder and maybe made people step up even more. So that Monday night game in Indianapolis is going to tell us a lot about this defense and how far it can go. But to your point, with the offense being healthy and Christian McCaffrey having the season he's having, and Brock back and all of the things, the defense just needs to be good enough. I really think that. I think the defense needs to be good enough. I don't know if that's going to get them to a Super Bowl, but I think it needs to be good enough with this good offense, and they can really make a playoff run.
All right, Tracy, in the spirit of 1 week at a time, what are your plans for the bye week after having a nice sports schedule going Ohio State, Michigan, then over to Cleveland, and now a couple of weekends before we worry about the Tennessee Titans?
Oh, it's so nice. I'm not getting on a plane. That's the number one thing, which will be great. And I'm going to relax. I'm having a holiday party. I love having a holiday party. It's actually one of my favorite things to do. And I have not had one in years for obvious reasons. The timing has not worked out. So I'm having a holiday party, but it's going to be a lot of relaxing and not getting on an airplane. That's going to be really the exciting thing.
Yeah. So a lot of red at your holiday party, a lot of green. We don't want any Dodger blue at your holiday party, even though I know you'll be celebrating back to back. I'm wondering about the whereabouts of one Brandon Aiyuk during the holiday season and where he's going to be. And we had Yannick. I don't even think it was last week when we asked you this. It was the week before. Last week we knew about the athletic story that they withheld a lot of guaranteed money and all of that. But I think it was the week before where we asked you, is Brandon Aiyuk going to play here in the rest of the year? And you said no. I don't think he's going to play.
I did.
So, yeah. So the marker I've been looking at, Trace, he did get injured October the 20th, ACL, MCL, and meniscus tear. But the surgery did not happen until November the 15th because there was so much swelling. When November the 15th came and went, I thought, okay, it's been a year now. But where's he at? Can he pass a physical now? Now it's December the 2nd. You're having a Hollywood party, holiday party. People are going out and getting Christmas trees. We're into December now, and there's only 4 more games to go. Does he want to play football? Can he physically pass a physical? Can the performance staff, Dr. McAdams and the Dustins, clear him to play? Does he not want to play here? If he would get released, would he go play somewhere else? If he is healthy, does Brandon Aiyuk want to play football? Where is he at physically, mentally, spiritually? What do you think's going on with BA at the end of the year here, Trace?
I mean, it's an interesting question because on the one hand, you'd think they're probably going to release him, play or not play. So he wants to play football somewhere else. He's got to show them that he's healthy. That being said, you could come in late and get hurt again, which hurts both parties here. Then the 49ers are on the hook, for another year, and he has another year of not playing football. It doesn't feel to me like he wants to play here, and so therefore at this point, it doesn't feel like he wants to play. And for whatever reason, they also have not cleared him to play. So that could be part of it. But if you just even look logistically, if they open his practice window next week, which I don't think they're going to do, but if they open it next week, he has 3 weeks. So I don't think he's in a position where they open his practice window and he's available that Sunday. So now, are you going to bring him in for the last 3 games in the playoffs, or is you don't know what you're getting with Brandon Aiyuk if you do that. I mean, that's the other thing. We don't really know where he is in terms of ability. He hasn't played football in well over a year, and he's coming off a major injury. So I am still of the opinion that I will be very, very, very surprised if he plays football this year.
Yeah,
like shocked. I'm going shocked.
I'm kind of with you.
Three varies.
Kind of with you.
Three varies. That's,
three varies and a shock. Three varies and a shock.
Very, very, very shocked. Okay. He won't play anywhere? What if the
This
Niners
year-
medical staff say you're cleared? You are physically healthy to play. Now he's choosing not to play? Man, how does that work? What if he forced them to release him? Would you be very, very, very shocked if they released him and he went somewhere else to play, or you don't think he wants to play football the rest of this year?
I don't think that they're going to do that. I mean, can they really force? I just think at this point in the season, I just don't think they're really going to do that. If they think he's good enough to play, they're going on a playoff run. So I think if they think he's good enough and cleared to play, they want him to play for them. And I don't think they're going to release him and give him a chance to go sign with the Rams, let's say, or the Seahawks. I don't think that's going to be a thing that happens. So I think that's my feeling on that. So I don't think that release is coming till the end of the season. If he's truly good enough to play with no qualms, no concerns on either side, then the only team he would play for this year is San Francisco. But I still maintain he's not going to be playing for anybody the rest of this year.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if he was in a different uniform this season. I mean, they didn't even let Devondre Campbell out of the building because they didn't want to reward him by getting him to go somewhere else to play football. So
it's different.
Of course.
But I think the only scenario where that could happen, Papa, is if the 49ers lose in the first round of the playoffs, they release him the next day and someone else signs him. But other than that, I don't think that that's going to happen.
Get released right before the Super Bowl, get signed. I'm kidding. I'm not even going to go down that path.
And then plays the Super Bowl as Levi's for someone else.
Tracy, we appreciate you. Have a fantastic bye week. And I'm waiting for that invitation to the holiday party, so I'll stay tuned.
Oh, come on down. You're here on Thursday. We'd love to have you. Love it.
Eggnog for all. We'll be there.
Exactly. All right, guys, have a good day. Happy bye week. Bye.
Happy holidays to you.
Tracy Sandler in the holiday spirit. Yeah, so we had her on Tuesday, and then when I was with Dirty Work, we slotted her in for Wednesday as well. So then Todd Husak and I said we would devote our first drink of the night to Tracy Sandler. So I know she's been in a festive mode for well over a week now, and even if she doesn't think that it's all festive around the Brandon Aiyuk situation, the 49ers are in a good spot, and I think everybody, media, players alike, happy to reach that bye week. And I know Kyle Shanahan certainly is, because that guy works like crazy. Going back to the two-term president analogy that Jordan Rodriguez gave us when she was on, she's like, he no longer looks like a morose person in that two-term kind of president look. So maybe everyone could use a bye week.
Yeah, we're just going to leave it at that on 2 terms, and we'll end it at 2 terms. So I think it's interesting how they handle it, and there is an element there that they won't release him because they don't want him going somewhere else. But I just wonder where he's at physically. Can he change direction? Do they even know? Is he on the field doing things? And he's around the building. It's not like he's completely disappeared. He's got to rehab to some degree under their eye. He's still the property of the San Francisco 49ers, but it is interesting, and you could hear it in John's voice that he's hopeful that B.A. will come back. I mean, that's a good football player. Whether or not, he's quite Brandon Aiyuk, he is a ex-wide receiver with a big, powerful build, and he can snatch a ball. And it's just, you just don't have many opportunities in this time. There's not that many Decembers where you're on a really good football team that's hopeful to play into the playoffs and maybe doing big things. And what's his agent saying? Put it aside, brother. You need to show the world you are healthy and signable come March. Or you're not healthy. You're not signable right now. We don't want to expose the world to what you are. We'll wait and do a workout, in March. So I don't know where he's at, but once December the 15th came and went, or November the 15th came and went on my calendar, Gregorian calendar, and it was a year since the surgery, it's time to start to evaluate when you're going to be healthy enough to play. Are you healthy enough to play? Are you mentally, spiritually, emotionally healthy enough to play? Those are the questions right now. And what does he want? What do you want? It's your career. Take control of your own career. Let them fight it out. Let the Niners and your agent, you own your career. You're not going to have a lot of Decembers where you can play football. They're gonna end for you at some point when you are able to go. Why does he not want to play? Is that the bottom line? He's not able to physically and he can't mentally? Where is he at? Maybe it's time, outside of curious social media posts, maybe it's time for Brandon Aiyuk to sit down with someone and tell his side of the story. Or maybe it's a story he shouldn't be telling. I don't know. But it's cloaked in mystery. The guy was a really good player. He got the bag, and he's a starting wide receiver on a team that scored first in the Super Bowl, and now he's just going to disappear off the roster, and that's it? Maybe that happens, but do you want to disappear out of the league and not play anymore? Weird.
Yeah, no question about it, and there's no way around saying that it is a very strange situation that we will continue to monitor, because I think when we got that report, there were more questions than answers than we had at the time. All right, Warriors basketball. We have not gotten into the Houston game, which was a bad home loss. We have not gotten into the fact that Steph Curry is going to be missing the next handful with the quad contusion. Seth Curry is back on the team, and Sam Amick is going to join us at 12:50. So let's talk about what to make of these Dubs who squeaked by the Pelicans on Saturday night. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
No Steph Curry tonight for the Warriors, but they will have Seth Curry. The younger brother is activated for the team after rejoining. And the Dubs have a big challenge tonight at 8 o'clock against the Oklahoma City Thunder down at Chase Center. We'll be talking all about it tomorrow, and if you don't want to wait to sleep for your Warriors recap, JD's got you covered right after the final horn with Dubs OT.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver on a Tuesday. About to talk some basketball and shift gears here. But before we do that, that sound right there, that's the newest of Evanescence. Fight Like a Girl is the song, and you can hear that live if you call right now, and you're lucky caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. If you call the generic phone line, Walter will not answer. If you call the number I just listed out, he might. And then you get to be caller number 10 and win those tickets. It's going to be July 20th, 2026 at Shoreline. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you won't have to worry about paying or buying if you just call right now. LiveNation.com is where it is furnished. You can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. So, I don't know. I think Fight Like a Girl is a song from a movie, as I saw with like one of those album covers. It looks like it's from, I don't know, Evanescence and K-Flay. Anyway, learn something new every day. That's right. Oh, it's the Ballerina movie. So there you have it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Anyway, I don't know how that relates back into the Warriors, because if we want to say Fight Like a Girl is a good thing, that's what they're going to have to do against the Oklahoma City Thunder. They got to fight in any form if you want to beat a team that is 20-1. And yeah, going back to what you noted earlier, Pop, I'm starting to worry a little bit. The precious 73-9, I don't want that to be touched this year. Cleveland got off to a roaring start last year when I think they won their first 15 with Kenny Atkinson running the ship there. They're 20-1. If they win tonight, they are 21-1. Can they lose at least 10 games this year? The way they have depth, the way they have continuity, and the way they play defensively, all led by an MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, it's ridiculous.
Well, we'll talk to Sam Amick about it, and they just got Jalen Williams back from Santa Clara, and they are suffocating. The numbers, the way they defend is incredible. When I look at their individual, as a team, they do defend well, but I don't put them up with the greatest defensive teams of all time. But the analytics show it, and we're going to watch it. I mean, we watched the Warriors get off to a 24-0 start the year after they won the championship, and it was big time. And it was good to see Andre Iguodala, there on Saturday, sitting next to Joe. He's the head of the Players Association now for the return of Kevon Looney. And fight like a girl, fight like Sonia Curry or Aisha Curry, or there's a lot of Currys that fight tough, or a Valkyrie, but right now you're minus Steph, and it's 28 points a game, and 4 assists a game, but the gravitational pull, you're minus the epicenter of your offense. Like even tonight, Hartenstein to be the guy you go at a little bit, try to create a switch and get him to guard Steph out in space, and they have some vulnerability, but you don't have Steph Curry to do that. So
Hartenstein is also out tonight.
He's out tonight. We'll get into it all. I mean, that's the NBA and the life we lead. Who's going to play and who's not going to play. But Steph is out, the night before Thanksgiving in the game against Houston. It was great to see Mike Breen here and Tim Legler and Richard Jefferson do the game on ESPN. But late in that game, and they fought to the end. Steph, left quad contusion, banged it, tried to sprint at the end to see if he could get a loose ball. He's incredible. So he missed the remainder of that game and the game against New Orleans, the return of Kevon Looney. And now we'll see if he makes the road trip. They're going to fly tomorrow. Interesting road trip, obviously, with Philadelphia and Chicago, and Cleveland is really good this year. So anyway, how do you play without Steph Curry? You move the damn basketball. You pass it, you share it, you create. It's kind of like the Niner running game. The pre-snap motion, just subtle movements to give guys just a little bit of an angle. And that's Jimmy Butler handling. Pajemski starting and handling. Off the bench, Gary Payton II. You got Kuminga back. They are going to get a couple of guys back. We'll talk about it in a moment. Seth Curry may play tonight, and then DeAnthony Melton on the road trip. But, Pajemski played big time on Saturday, made some big shots, some tough catch and shoots. But there was one play. He made a defensive play. I think it was against Sadiq Bey. One of their bigs went up, and he just subtly made a miss the shot. The Warriors cleared the rebound, and then he sprinted to the right corner. And they threw him the ball there, and he just, as Steve says, get it on the second side, just one pass away, where if you come up the floor and try to create, they're going to square you up. But if there's a little bit of an angle, he caught the ball right away, and he had just a half a body where he could beat a guy middle, and he went in and he scored. And that, you've got to move the ball. You've got to pass the ball. I know Jimmy looks like he just pounds it. Just dribble, dribble, dribble. But what he creates off of, because he will get by a guy at late, he'll create an opening, and that creates another opening. It's the Spurs. And the line, we kind of stole is good to great, or good to better. Really, it's good to better to best. It's swing, swing, pass the ball, keep moving the ball. The ball will move quicker than you. Not with Steph Curry. He's the ball himself. He climbs inside the ball. He dribbles the ball. He creates. You don't have that. You're not going to create anything where Steph is the basketball. You've got to move the ball, to move bodies, to create angles. And even then, against this team, I never go into a game thinking they're going to lose. But tonight I'm wondering just, how do you stay close with these guys? They don't just beat other teams, Greg. They annihilate them. Their point differential, everything they do, and they haven't been completely healthy this year. And then they got the guy that's unguardable. How do you guard that guy? So I think they can figure it out a little bit to stay competitive. You don't want to get blown out on your home floor. But New Orleans is 3-17 after the game on Saturday night, and they barely were able. They had to go to the end to beat them. And then we'll talk about Seth and DeAnthony Melton. Seth Curry is a much better player than people think he is. He is not just a drift three-corner shooter. He's not Steph, but he's pretty damn close. He does everything well. You can put him on the ball in the pick and roll. You can have him set a screen. Obviously, as a shooter, he's going to take some gravitational pull. Run some plays for that guy. Run some pin downs and curls and floppies, and let him just, he and Buddy Hield coming off floppies on the baseline could be pretty dynamic here. But the bottom line is, and it's going to be tough without Steph Curry, without question. And then when they fly away on this road trip, Greg, does he go? Does he make the trip? Does he join him on the trip?
I would think so, considering his reevaluation date was, a week from the injury, so that would be tomorrow. But, yeah, you reevaluate him tomorrow, and then you got to decide if you do want to fly him out there.
Well, he would go to be with Macklin Celebrini's father, but there have been times when Rick Celebrini stays back to work on one guy, and that would be Steph Curry. With Seth on the team, he's going to screw us up. It is Stephen, and it is Sethin. He's confusing me already. We know Sonia and we know Aiyuk. Anyway, they're going to fly tomorrow to Philadelphia. If you know he's not going to play in Philly and maybe play in Cleveland or maybe play in Chicago on Sunday, would he play both games, Saturday and Sunday? I don't know. So I'm even worried about Steph's travel plans to get there. We'll get him a private jet to get there, and maybe just Celebrini stays back with him. But without him, it changes I mean, how do you run your offense? You don't have him creating mismatches. You don't have him creating mismatches on the ball. If you're Dagnow, who, by the way, is your doppelganger, a little older version of you, is Mark Dagnow, the coach of the NBA champions, going into a game, how much easier is it to defend the Warriors thinking like, oh, yeah, Dort's going to be, how are we going to guard Steph? Well, you don't have to worry about guarding him. And the guy you got to, put a big body on is Jimmy off of that. And then what do you do with shooters around? Just let Draymond. I mean, that first half was ugly shooting the ball. They made some shots. Kuminga made a tough shot, by the way, over Kevon Looney at the left above the break, and Pajemski made some big shots, and Gary Payton, nobody puts a body on that guy. The little big man, that guy's a 6-foot center, comes flying in for offensive rebounds and crashing boards, but it is a whole different world not having Seth Curry's older brother. I'm already very confused with too many Currys on. I say we don't have enough Currys on the team, but as a broadcaster, you feel for their pain. There's a lot of Currys out there.
Well, remember, Steph joked that Seth was offering to buy his number 30 off of him, and if he somehow was able to do that and the team allowed it and the league allowed it, I would be confused for eternity. So at least you get to see, I think he was 31 when he was here in this first stint. Assuming he keeps the same number, you get a 30 and you get a 31. That's Klay Thompson's new number. That's the old Reggie Miller right there. So I'll tell you the numbers coming up of the Warriors' offensive rating with and without Seth. So, geez, I'm already getting confused. It's with
Isn't it
and
hard?
without Steph Curry.
Ask Curry. No, that won't work either.
Time for a break so I can figure out my names and everything. We'll talk to Sam Amick coming up.
And Steph. Did Dell have that problem when he called him for dinner?
I know. What are they doing? Come on, Dell and Sonia. You raised incredible men and basketball players, but you're confusing us over here as broadcasters. It's Papa and Silver. We'll talk to Sam Amick at 12:50 on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we'll be talking about with and without you, as in Wardell, Stephen Curry, and the offensive ratings that this team has with and without him on the floor. Before we get back into the dubs and get ready for Sam Amick, you know the deal. We've been harping at it all day long, and the 49ers have been so good to us, by the way. They brought us in lunch. They've been hanging out. They got great energy. Even some good radio voices here among their employees. So I do see a lot of them down in Santa Clara every Thursday when I do the football hour. But here on the bye week, we get them on a Tuesday, and it's the 49ers' 9th annual holiday auction. Go to 49ers.com/give. If you missed it earlier, we talked about some of these fun opportunities that you can bid for, like playing video games with Ricky Pearsall, Top Golf with George Kittle, baking cookies with Trent Williams, Colton McKivitz, now the injured Ben Barch, and the whole offensive line. I mean, it's pretty cool stuff out there. So again, bidding ends at 7 p.m. tomorrow night Pacific time, 49ers.com/give, and you can start doing that right now. 510 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, here's your solution to the Curry dilemma. You call Steph Curry Wardell, and yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chef Amy,
Gary
as signed.
Payton already does. Gary always calls him Wardell. He never refers to him as Stephen. Okay, Wardell.
Okay, Wardell and Seth. Yeah, Sethan and Wardell. Anyway, so with Steph on the floor, the Warriors have an offensive rating of 118.2. That is 6th in the NBA. 105.2 with him off of it. You guessed it, that is dead last. And it sure looked like that when they were playing the New Orleans Pelicans on Friday. Now, the Oklahoma City Thunder and New Orleans Pelicans, as far as back-to-back opponents, you probably couldn't get any farther away from the spectrum. Here's the good news. Winning against the bad teams still counts too. That was one that this early stage in the season, the Warriors definitely needed to have. Jimmy Butler was that guy that was the advantage on the plus-minus for them. Gary Payton II, his contributions down the stretch, and you mentioned it. Kuminga hit a big shot over Kevon Looney, and Brandon Pajemski, fresh off of that very frustrating 3 missed clutch free throws there, getting the lane violation and having a redo. Doing that against the Rockets, well, he did make some big shots down the stretch, and they're going to need their young guys to be able to shoot. They're going to need their young guys to be able to run the floor. In the half-court set, the Warriors have really struggled this year, but in transition, when they get out and run, that's when they've been able to find a little bit of juice to this offense.
All right, so Hartenstein's not playing for OKC, right? Normally they play a double big lineup, and it's a problem. Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren, it was back off the terrible hip injury that he had, early in the year, last year against the Warriors. So I think they'll start Quentin Post tonight. Assuming they're just going to run out the same lineup, saying Stephen Wardell, Moody, Pods, Butler, Draymond, and Quentin Post. And Post played well the other night. His defense has improved immeasurably. I don't like him matching up. Last time the Warriors faced this team on that fateful Tuesday night when they got rolled in Oklahoma City, the Dust Bowl that it is, and then, talked about personal agendas and all that after the game. So I have to, how do you guard SGA is the first thing tonight. How do you deal with him? You would think Kuminga, but he's not probably going to start the game tonight. So honestly, of this group, I don't know who can. Moody will probably get him, but SGA just creates problems because he's so damn long. He's going to get you in the paint. Don't get into foul trouble. Don't take the bait. And then what do you do with Holmgren minus Hartenstein? But forget about all that. I just think they got to figure out, how they want to play minus Steph. Pods can give you a little ball handling, and then Pat Spencer off the bench has to play to give you a little ball handling. Draymond can handle some, but it'll be Jimmy a lot, just orchestrating the offense for his own shot, but trying to create angles. And then we will have a Curry on the floor tonight. It just won't be Stephen Wardell. It'll be Seth. And we've watched Seth his whole damn career. Got to know him well off the floor. He and his dad, the whole family, come watch Steph in the playoffs. And even the one year he was in Portland. There was a back and forth, and the Warriors swept that Western Finals against Portland, where Seth Curry made some plays. Steph had a hard time. He can play, and he can shoot. In a game, a horse in the backyard, Well, I'd take the old man just because I love the old man. He doesn't take a jumper. I mean, Dell never got up. He was like a flat-footed shot. Love the baselines. But Seth can shoot with Steph. I'd like to see those guys. He can play, and he can play defense. How do you integrate him in tonight? This weird rule where he had to wait a long time to play. We're already a quarter of the way into the year, but I think he'll mix in. Probably won't start the game, but I think he'll get minutes tonight because you need the body minus the older brother. And then DeAnthony Melton is going to go on this road trip. And I don't want to compare it to Brandon Aiyuk, but I'm going to compare him to Brandon Aiyuk. And I don't think with Melton, they gave him the surgery because they feared he was going to tear his ACL. Did he ever really just completely tear the ACL, or the ACL, the anterior cruciate ligament, have to be repaired because they knew it was going to eventually tear? And I think it was an isolated, as they call it, a clean ACL. I don't think his MCL was, I don't know, I could be completely wrong. Aiyuk had ACL, MCL, and meniscus.
Yeah.
It was not good. But Melton did his about a year ago, Greg. I mean, he played 6 games to start the year. When did he have the surgery? He's back now. BA's not, again, I'm not going to compare it, but his was in October 20th. Whatever it is, DeAnthony Melton is coming back at some point on this trip. Maybe against his former team, Philadelphia, maybe against Cleveland, maybe against Chicago. He gives you another body. So you want Steph out there, obviously, but you are getting Seth back into the mix, and you are going to get DeAnthony Melton. And then when Stephen does come back, I don't know how he's going to figure out all these minutes here. To be honest with you, who's going to be out of the rotation? Right now, you don't have quite enough, but you're going to have a lot of bodies. But you have to replace 28 points a game without Steph Curry, and that's going to be hard. I mean, they scored 104 points against New Orleans the other night. They couldn't shoot. I mean, they got to 12 of 47 on the 3-ball. What were they halftime? Like 2 for 22? It was like, geez.
Over a 3-quarter span. If you're going fourth quarter of the Rockets game and then the first half, it was like, I think JD had the numbers somewhere. I got to go find them. It was ridiculous. It was 3 for feeling like 65.
Well, maybe not. They were 2 for 22 is the number I think they were at first half against New Orleans. Whatever it is, yeah. If you can't score against New Orleans, how are you going to score against Oklahoma City? I mean, in a lot of metrics, this is clearly the best defensive team in the NBA right now. We had conversations last year, and I was skeptical that they won 68. I thought somebody would get them. And actually, Indiana may have. With Halliburton healthy in Game 7, they may not have won. But they did. I'm not taking it away. But as far as defense this year, tell me what metric you want. Efficiency, points per game, field goal percentage, turnovers forced, points per game, off turnovers, steals per game. They're number 1 in the league in everything. And so they're I think there are other teams that have played defense in the NBA, in the history of the NBA, including the Warriors, could guard these guys when Durant was a Warrior. But this team is unbelievable. We'll talk to Sam Amick about it. Are they going to break the Warriors' record of 15-16 and have fewer than 9 losses? I mean, they're 20-1. The Warriors started that year 24-0. Let us not forget, greatest start ever. And they got to 73-9. They did not ultimately win the championship. So a lot to talk to, Sam. I am. How do the Warriors score without Stephen Curry? How do they score against this team? And is this team going to break the record? And where do you rank it all time as far as defense? And then the Warriors right now, despite all the ups and downs, they are number 8 in the West, 11-10 overall. And Sam's got a big piece up about Ja.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Memphis is 9-12. They are right behind the Warriors as far as that 9-10 mix. And we got a lot of teams. Is Phoenix better than I thought they were going to be?
They just beat the Lakers and looked pretty damn good doing it.
They are 13-9. Who would have thought that as they dismantled that team and gave up a guy named Durant? And then Oklahoma City, how good are the Lakers? How good are the Rockets? Denver, San Antonio? Where do the Warriors ultimately fit? But a lot to talk to with Sam. Basically, how do the Warriors play until Steph comes back? And is Memphis now the time to trade John Morant, and where would he be traded to? Would they trade him to the West? Would they trade him to the East? Who would take him? And all the baggage with him. I mean, the guy's a great player. There's no doubt. Not defensively, but there aren't too many guards that attack the rim the way John Morant does in the history of the NBA. So we'll find out. It's the Tuesday fortnight to talk to Sam Amick, and I'm looking forward to it.
And we'll do that when we come on back. He joins us every other week, although, again, I talked to Sam last Wednesday with a little show switch, so I'm getting spoiled on talking to Tracy a bunch, talking to Sam a bunch, and he'll join us next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health is live. Go to 49ers.com/give between now and tomorrow at 7 p.m. for your chance to bid on incredible one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Again, that's 49ers.com/give. Go check it out.
Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition in your retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. Don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, every other Tuesday, we get the chance to talk to The Athletic's Sam Amick. Senior NBA Insider is the official title, but basically ball knower is what I think of. And he was out there for the Rockets and Warriors this last Wednesday. That was when all of these headlines we've been processing really started. So we'll welcome him in on the UMA guest line. Sam, it's great to have you back. How was your Thanksgiving?
Good afternoon, guys. Thanksgiving was well. We stayed close. Went to the in-laws' house about a mile away after taking in Warriors Rockets the night before. So no complaints. Hope you guys had a good one.
Nice. Yeah, well, I sure did. And let's start with Warriors Rockets, because when I talked to you with Dirty Work on Wednesday, you were getting ready to watch that game, and that was a tough one for the Warriors in many ways. I mean, Steph getting injured in the final minute of play, Pajemski missing not one, not two, but 3 free throws in the clutch, Reed Shepherd going nuts with no Kevin Durant even playing. And so what were your main takeaways from the Warriors in that game, and just kind of the general flaws that they have shown as to why they have had some highs, but also been extremely inconsistent in the first quarter of the season?
Yeah, I mean, you're right that it was this litmus test type game that didn't bode well for where they're at. You know, to me, you watch a game like that and you certainly flash back to the playoff series last year. What struck me was the fact that you got this Rockets team that doesn't have Dylan Brooks anymore. And that, I think you had wondered because of that, is their defense going to be as edgy, as effective, and specifically against number 30 and the way that they bottled him up at times last year, like, could they do that again? And last week they kind of did. And like you said, then he got hurt, and that was, without Dylan the Villain being part of their group anymore. So not a great look when you're trying to obviously, kind of advance. I mean, they got the best of the Rockets last year, but that young crew is going to keep getting better. And it's kind of the opposite story of the Warriors as they continue to kind of fight age here.
And Dylan the Villain went off last night. Phoenix is shockingly good. I thought they were going to slide. I want to get your thoughts about, everything in the West, in particular these OKC Thunder went 68 wins last year, and they're off to a 20-1 start in the champions. And, could they better the Warriors 73-9 historic run of 15-16? But minus Steph Curry, and it's a bad injury, a left quad contusion. They had a hard time scoring at all. They barely were able to beat Kavan and the Pels on Saturday night. I'm not getting a great vibe about Steph going on this road trip. We'll see. They're going to fly to Philly, and then they've got Cleveland and Chicago coming up. So he's definitely not going to play tonight against this suffocating defense. Just how do the Warriors get it done? They could barely score against New Orleans. How do they score against Oklahoma City? The ball's going to be in Jimmy's hands a lot. But minus Steph Curry, Sam, they're like 28 points a game. How do they score without Steph?
It's going to be brutal, Pop. It's going to be brutal. I don't need to sugarcoat it. I mean, this Thunder defense is wild. They are just incredible. It's funny, I remember a couple weeks back, I have what was a very enjoyable and fascinating conversation with Draymond Green about defense in today's NBA, and the whole spirit of the discussion was, do we respect elite defenders enough? Do elite defenders get paid enough? That type of stuff. Then you look at this Thunder roster, and it's just up and down the roster, guys who guard their position, guys who can help defend, guys who have an identity as a group. And I haven't looked at it in a couple days in terms of the stats, but last time I checked, the defensive rating gap between the Thunder and whoever the heck was in the number 2 spot was just massive. They are head and shoulders the best defense in the league. That is, the absolute tip of the spear for them. So to combine that with the Warriors not having number 30, and even if they did, that was going to be an uphill climb anyways. It's not a good formula. I mean, if I'm the betting man, which I'm not, it's 21-1 seems to be on the horizon, but we'll see what happens.
Talking to Sam Amick here on the UMA guest line. So Seth Curry is finally back with the Warriors after getting waived, and that was all part of the plan. And then DeAnthony Melton expected to get reinserted very soon. How much do those two guys ultimately help this lineup? And I'm not implying that it covers the void of Steph, but once Steph is back, are Seth and Melton big additions, or do you almost see the negative side of it where it's more clutter that confuses a crowded rotation.
I mean, anytime to me, just generally speaking, that you got mediocrity, like you're not gonna, kind of turn your nose at reinforcements, if that makes sense. I think it's a good problem to have for Steve and the staff. I think that the shooting of Seth, we know that his efficiency and his marksmanship from long range is elite when he can get it going. That shooting can help if Draymond can find a way to, maybe they can play in lineups together where you're setting him up. DeAnthony to me is just a massive question mark after all the time away. You got to get eyes on him and see if he's the guy that he was before. But I think options are good, especially when even at the intro, guys, the way you kind of recap the Rockets game reminded us that whether it's Pods or some of these other role players, they keep having, the roller coaster experience with those guys. So it's a good problem to have, but that's certainly it's not a game changing addition by any means.
All right, so the Thunder are number 1 in the NBA in defensive rating, 106.6. Orlando's number 2 at 109.1. So there's a sizable gap. So they're clearly the best defensive team in the NBA this year. I think they were last year when they won the 68, although I think if Halliburton doesn't suffer that horrific injury in Game 7, they may not win, but they won. When you look at they're the best defensive team today in the NBA, and they're not going to have Hartenstein tonight. But they got Lou Dort. If Steph was playing, they'd put him on Steph, and they probably will put him on Jimmy tonight. And you got SGA, you got Cason Wallace. Holmgren's a really good defender. He may be the defensive player of the year. And the guy rebounds. Jalen Williams is back. They got the other Jalen Williams. They got Isaiah Joe. They can guard in today's NBA. Where do you put them? Because I've heard people say, best defensive team of all. I'm like, slow down. Michael and Scotty and Ho Grant in that group, Russell Seltzer. There's some great defensive teams. Clearly, we will give them the title of the best defensive team in the NBA today, but I'm not going to say every day in the history of the league, Sam, but you've been watching this game for a long time. Historically, how good are the Oklahoma City Thunder defensively?
Well, I mean, listen, Pop, the way you framed it's perfect because I couldn't agree more. Like the regular season numbers are eye-popping. The regular season results are eye-popping, but it's just not a small thing that they almost didn't get the job done in the last playoff run, despite all the dominant metrics that preceded the playoffs. And I'm with you on the Pacers. What might have been, if Tyrese doesn't get hurt even before that, watching the Nuggets, slice up this OKC defense and push them to 7 games was an indictment of their ability to do it on the playoff stage. But in the here and now, when we're talking about NBA basketball in early December, it's remarkable. I mean, I saw an interview the other day where I think Shea was the one who was asked about who's the best defender on your team. And the guy couldn't even pick between 4 guys. He's talking about Lou Dort, and I mean, it makes life hell for us voters. Where who are you supposed to give, all defensive selections to? Is it Lou Dort? Is it Chet Holmgren? Cason Wallace has been tremendous, and Shea was maybe even putting him at the top of his list. And they've, and a little bit like last year, this dominance has come in a counterintuitive kind of way. Last year, they didn't have Chet Holmgren for so much of the season. This time they don't have Jalen Williams. He's the guy that was getting all defensive love last season, and he's not even on the court this year. So it's an embarrassment of riches. But yeah, to this point, there's you got to prove it to me in the playoffs to be part of the historical discussion.
Sam Amick, the voice you hear with us on the UMA guest line as we get into the 1 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday. I know when we talked to you last week, or when I did, I asked you about your feature on Scott Perry, the Kings, essentially feeling like it's time to blow up this roster. Then you start seeing all these trade hypotheticals because that's what we do months before the trade deadline. Plain and simple, if the Kings were to look to move Domantas Sabonis, do you think he'd be a good fit for the Warriors or no?
I don't. It's funny. I noticed that my colleague Jake Fisher had written something recently where he kind of pushed back on his own reporting regarding the Warriors' level of interest. And essentially, just reading it, it seemed like somebody from Warriors land got in his ear and kind of told him, that's not our cup of tea. I don't feel like it'd be a good fit. Like Draymond Green is your hub, and he's your kind of your playmaker and your heliocentric guy in terms of the way the Warriors function and Steph's off-ball action. Domantas Sabonis is also a hub. Like at his best, he is a similar type role to what Draymond does for the Warriors. I don't think you can have two of those guys. I don't think Sabonis is coming off the bench, to do it in a six-man type of role. I just don't see how that functions. I mean, ironically, if you look at this current Kings roster, and you can see proof of what I'm kind of arguing, which is DeMar DeRozan is actually a decent playmaker. He's evolved in that department. Malik Monk can be a good playmaker. Sabonis can be a great high post hub playmaker. Too much of a good thing is not a good thing, and it doesn't work for them. And if I was looking at it from the Warriors' point of view, I think that's what would concern me. Because if you take that special power away from Domas, then it's he's not a shooter. He'll hit the glass. He's going to help you there. He's not a defender. Like you're taking away a superpower because you kind of already have that.
Interesting. And he's out right now. He's going to miss several weeks with a meniscus partial tear. We've seen him a lot. I mean, Draymond stomped on him. Kevon Looney had a way of outplaying him. They do run the offense up top. I know what you're saying. He'd slowed things down a lot. That dribble handoff game he had with Herter, when Herter was there, was pretty deadly. And that would be a nice combination, but they'd have to run a lot of pick and rolls. So I agree. Ultimately, he's a really good player. Just because we're on that thing, and how would the Warriors get him? And now Kuminga's back in the lineup, and he's got to reassert himself in a non-Steph role, on this team. How close did Sacramento? Did they make the best offer to get Kuminga in the offseason? I believe it was Malik Monk and maybe a one. Is there a world we live in January? Where they do rekindle that with Scott Perry and Mike Dunleavy. And would Sacramento want Kuminga? How would the Warriors be able to pull that off? Who would be involved?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it'll get revisited, and who knows, maybe they've quietly talked and we don't even know it yet. Kuminga can't be moved yet. But I think certainly the conversation would evolve. To me, Malik Monk is out of the conversation. I think the Warriors have made it clear that they don't have interest in Malik. The numbers are a massive hindrance, though, in terms of what Sabonis makes if you're going to go down that road, which is in the 50 million, I think it's 43 territory. And then Zach LaVine, he's to me an interesting one as well. He's shooting. I think Zach could make a team better that's already decent. He's just not a number one guy. But you're talking about both those guys, and I don't have it in front of me, but roughly making nearly 2x what Kuminga is making, if not more. So then why it becomes an issue is that the Warriors have signaled like a real disinterest in having to gut their roster from guys they like just to get the money up to where it needs to be. Because you're probably talking about the Moses Moody's of the world. I know Buddy Hield's not had a good year, but Buddy's number would probably have to be involved. So I don't think they have much appetite to be doing a 3-for-1 deal. But at the same time, I do think they'll talk. I think the Kings' interest remains. The Kings' interest was very real, and it wasn't just from a distance. Scott Perry, their GM, spent time with Jonathan in Florida, spent time with him on Zoom calls, got to know him a little bit. There was a bit of an investment just relationship-wise that, built a foundation. I think I shared before, talked with Jonathan briefly about what his impressions were of the Kings' kind of pitch, and it was positive. So, combine that with the weird, wonky dynamics that he has with the Warriors again right now, then it seems like a natural conversation for both teams to have.
So we just got some news a couple minutes ago. Zion Williamson's going to miss some time with a right adductor injury and be reevaluated in 3 weeks. That's going to bring me over to the other top pick in that draft that had a lot of promise. That's Ja Morant. And recently, we saw him John with Klay Thompson in the middle of a game. He was wearing street clothes. Klay Thompson was playing. He made some statements that were circulating around social media afterwards. But you just wrote a piece about Ja Morant, and there's trade rumors around him. But at the same time, his presence with the Grizzlies on the bench is starting to help them turn it around a little bit. They got off to a rough start. Now they're kind of hovering right behind the Warriors with a 9-12 record right now.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't certainly what I expected to be writing at the start of this week. I kind of, every once in a while, I enjoy doing the just kind of eyes and ears type approach to different teams. And Memphis came through town on Sunday, and Ja was with the team. I decided to just kind of see how he was moving and see what his vibe was, considering, all the negative vibes he'd been spreading on social media, whether it was the Clay stuff or if you go back a month when he was beefing with the coaching staff. And what I saw that I thought was fascinating was just that he was fully engaged during the game with his teammates, very vocal. I'd heard plenty of stuff about how down he was on this current coaching staff. So I was a little surprised to see him like almost, coordinating and collaborating with them during the game, talking about strategy, being in the huddle, stuff like that. So I ended up chatting with their coach, Tuamas Isalo, and some of the guys, Jaron Jackson and Contavious Caldwell-Pope, about where Ja was at, and nothing but positive feedback on how invested he seems to be right now. Like, that only matters so much. He's played like absolute garbage in the 12 games that he's been on the court. But, and you could be a cynic too and say that he's smart enough to know that, like, it's time to start changing the optics here if he wants to get out of town. I don't know what his motive is, if any, but it was, interesting to see how he was moving. And all of a sudden, like you said, Greg, they've won 5 out of 6. Zach Edey, the other night, I think it was 32 and 20 that he went for. He was just a monster. So they're suddenly a pretty interesting team.
Well, that guy's way better as an NBA player than I thought he was coming out of Purdue. I didn't think he was. I thought he was a big stiff, and he's proven me wrong. He's really way more athletic than I thought. So Memphis overall, despite the slow start, they're playing well. They're right behind the Warriors. They're 9-12. Warriors 11-10. I mentioned Phoenix. I just thought, giving up Durant, they got players back, Dylan Neville and obviously Jalen Green. But whoa, they are 13-9, and they beat the Lakers last night, an impressive game, and Dylan went off. Do you think, we were talking about Oklahoma City defensively, they're 20-1, and they won 68 games last year. Damn. Are they going to get the Warriors' record of 73-9? And just give me your thoughts about the West specifically, Sam, because we are about a quarter of the way through the NBA schedule. Is Phoenix going to be a playoff team or going to be a play-in team? I'm amazed how well they're playing.
Yeah, there's a lot of surprises. OKC is not a surprise that they're good. It's a surprise that they're this good. I'm not stepping out on a limb to say this. It does feel like it's officially like the 73-win, 74-win watch is on. Like, when you have one loss, a quarter of the season in, then it's fair to start tracking it. I think the only thing, ironically, that you wonder if could trip them up is when Jalen Williams does come back. Does it take time to integrate? Does that change anything? Even though he's a fantastic player, we'll see how that part goes. Then you've got like the race for legitimacy regarding just who's the real threat to the Thunder, right? Like, we thought that it was for sure going to be Denver, and I think it is, but they're up to 5 losses, and they lose to the Kings a little while back, and Joker is flat out saying we're not a good team or we're not a good enough team. So they have their own concerns. They've had some health stuff too. Houston, to me, is kind of laying in the weeds because they're sitting there at number 2 with, KD having missed some pretty significant time. Like, we talked about that win over the Warriors, that it's pretty legitimate to do that without Kevin. And to your question about Phoenix, yeah, I think they're a playoff team. They're scrappy. They showed the Lakers last night that in terms of just competing, if you don't show up, they're going to just absolutely boat race you.
It's pretty remarkable, Sam. On the note of Phoenix, right? It just goes to show that if you insert a group of stars together, it's another reminder that basketball's a big old team game and you don't know exactly how it's going to shape up. On paper, Phoenix last year versus this year, you'd say, you kidding me? Of course last year's team is the better team, but they couldn't ever figure it out. And this one, under new coach Jordan Ott, they seem to be doing it. So always good to talk to you. We appreciate you coming by with us every other week. And given the way the Warriors season has gone, I have no idea what the discussion points will be a couple weeks from now. But luckily, Pop, we got a lot of practice with this, with the Giants over the season.
The only consistency is inconsistency so far. So I think it'll be something along those lines.
Absolutely. Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See you.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, the only consistency is inconsistency. Then we got Tracy Sandler dropping bars about the Grip It and Rip It podcasts and everything. But that's, you might have to get a little copyright from you. I think that's your phrase.
I mean, all this is confusing, and we got too many S. Currys on this team, and we do have confirmation he is going to wear number 31. That is Seth Curry. So close to 30. Going to be really hard to figure out the Currys, but it's good to have one out there tonight. What's up with Zion Williamson? He's hurt again? You kidding me?
Yeah, reevaluated in 3 weeks with a right adductor injury. So I know Zion and Ja, two very different stories off the field, but man, that draft that had so much promise coming into it, they've both had their fair share of shortcomings in their young careers so far. Doesn't mean that it's going to be that way forever, but I know there was talk about could the Warriors want to go and get someone like Zion and that kind of value over the past couple of years. I say no chance. You got to stay off of that. He just can't stay healthy, and it stinks for him, but he can't.
They're 3-18, and they already fired their head coach. And seeing Joe Dumars watch his team play, he's the head of basketball operations. You know he'd like to move him, and he is in better shape. It was fascinating to watch Draymond Green guard him. There were times Draymond, got under his skin and took a foul, and then there were times he just could not stop him. He is just, he's so forceful, and he looks to be in better shape. But again, he's hurt. Is he ever going to be able to play? I think the time is now to move him. Who would take him? What are the Clippers going to do this year?
I don't know.
They're 5-16. They're older than the Warriors. All of a sudden, they got old overnight. Sacramento's got to blow it up. So you got to rearrange these teams. Sacramento, the Clippers, and New Orleans, and then what's going on in Dallas, those 4 teams have got to figure out, do they wait for Kyrie to come back in Dallas? How do they figure this all out? But Zion Williamson, just when you're looking at, the skill there, even a guy like Draymond, when he faced Draymond up, Greg, Draymond could not keep him out of the lane. He just walked around him sometimes. He can't shoot the ball from the outside as well. But at some point, you got to just root for the guy to be on the floor. Has he missed more games in his NBA career than he's actually played? It's sad.
Ooh, I should look that up. I would guess yes if I had to.
I bet it's close.
It's probably close. That might be a little activity during the break. Here's the good news for the Warriors. You have more teams in the West that are in complete disarray than you could have said last year. That said, look at the top. You also got teams that are much better than you as of right now, and that includes the team you beat on opening night. The Lakers have been playing really good basketball. You got to worry about the Rockets, and you didn't even face KD. Of course, the team you're going to see tonight headlines it all, and then the team that you had the incredible home opening overtime victory over, the Denver Nuggets. Yeah, look, you always got to deal with Joker, and Cam Johnson didn't play very well in that game either. So I think those 4 right there are going to be a problem. And then if you move to number 5, the San Antonio Spurs, yes, Steph played 2 of the best games I've ever seen from him in that stretch, and you beat him twice. But that was, if you don't have Superman Steph, you're talking about a pair of losses right there.
Yeah, I think if you get him in a series, the Warriors are just smarter and more veteran, and they were able to beat him those back-to-back games, which was really impressive. The problem is getting into a series. It's the 82 games, and, it's just the old guys can't play. Horford's not going to be able to play tonight. Tonight is about defending the honor of the 73-9 Warriors. I want a banner in that top of the. I know it ended in getting teabagged and blowing the 3-1 lead and all that. I want Andrew Bogut to go out for the opening tip tonight. Put Andre Iguodala right next to Joe, and he's not going to be as the president of the Players Association. He's Andre Iguodala here, and this was the HB lineup. This is before you had Kevin Durant. Tonight, this is about, we don't have Steph. We realize that. We do have another Curry. And you guys are going to lose 10 games this year. You're not tying our record. You're not breaking our record. And your second loss, the only team that's beaten them all year is Portland. Are you kidding me? You are taking loss number 2. We are defending the honor of the 73-9 Warriors. Somehow, some way, you're going down tonight.
We'll wrap up some thoughts from this Sam Amick conversation, and then it is Giving Tuesday today, so we're going to do a little spinning of the wheel around sports and talk about all sorts of gifts that are going on, some funnier, some more serious, and a little bit of update on your San Francisco Giants. Who will the starting second baseman be? Well, the guy that you'd think is slotted in that position just underwent some surgery today. We'll talk about all of that. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
With the 49ers set to head into their bye week, both John Lynch and Brock Purdy stopped by with Murph and Marcus around the 8 o'clock hour, and they got into the team's wild journey to get to 9-4 before they finally have a week off. You can hear the latest on their expectations and approach for the rest of the season on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Final half hour or so with the Gregs here on a Tuesday. A lot of football, a lot of basketball, and a lot of giving coming up. We'll go around the world of sports, all the different headlines. It's been a busy week and always crazy when we start getting into the holidays. It makes you realize how much more you cram, how much more you miss when you just have 1 or 2 days off within the week. And so we're back. We're getting into the routine. The 49ers are finally getting their hard-earned rest with the bye. And we've been figuring out, is there a way for the Warriors without Steph Curry to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder? Well, you got one of these late tip-offs tonight at 8 o'clock. And so we'll see if I'm going to end up watching some of this one come the morning time. I don't know how old man I'm going to get at night and see if I fall asleep here before the fourth quarter. But by the way, I mentioned the Giants. Well, Casey Schmidt visited our favorite doctor, Stephen Shin, and got a little wrist surgery, 8 to 10 week recovery for him, which by the simple math shouldn't be a problem come spring training. But we are going to talk to Susan Slusser on Thursday and get a little bit more into the offseason baseball as we got the winter meetings coming up here in a few days.
Yeah, and it's he'll obviously meant for that, and he's at the stage of his career, really, he doesn't need fall ball or go play somewhere. He played a lot of baseball this year, but he played out of position. I think the interesting thing as the winter meetings are coming up and things are going to start to get going Sunday when they all get to the happiest place on earth in Orlando, Florida. Next week they actually really get rolling. It's do you make Casey Schmidt available? I think for his own personal growth, he would go through in his agent, and I think he needs to be traded. He can play second base, but he's kind of locked out of first base here. Obviously, he's locked out at third base as long as Matt Chapman's healthy. Matt does miss time, and he does go back and play, but he would have a chance to be a Gold Glove caliber third baseman somewhere, and someone that could easily hit 15 or 20 home runs. So I think for his own personal growth, he needs to move on. Now, they could just say, we're going to play at second base. I mean, who in the market out there, Bo Bichette would be the guy, but I don't see them spending that kind of money on a position player. Mm-hmm. Marcus Semien just got traded, which is really interesting. We had an interesting trade. Brandon Nimmo went from the Mets, and Marcus Semien is now a New York Met, and Nimmo is a Texas Ranger. Obviously, Sonny Gray got traded. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the Giants do with Casey Schmidt. I have mentioned Patrick Bailey's name out there. I would not be completely shocked if the two-time Gold Glove winning catcher got moved. I wouldn't expect it this offseason, but I think in time they need pitching. They need to go out and get now what kind of Hunter Green may get traded from the Cincinnati Reds. Could you imagine adding him to the top of your rotation? A hard-throwing righty in combination with Logan Webb, stylistically completely different pitchers. You still got Robbie Ray, a couple of young guys. You need more bullpen help. And if not, someone like Hunter Green, who's Freddie Peralta is available as well with the Milwaukee Brewers. He does not make a lot of money. He makes about $8 million a year. He's got one more year on his contract, and Adames knows him well. So what do you do with someone like Casey Schmidt? I'm sure he's available, but you'd have to have a trade partner. We mentioned Bailey. I think the big one is Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah.
Would they seriously make him available? With obviously with Rafael Devers now, and you can't play him in the outfield, I don't think. As far as Eldridge, do you want him to be a DH? Should Devers DH more? Do you want to bring Dom Smith back? So I think those two guys, young guys on the right side of your infield, are in play to some degree. Eldridge would get you a big return back. If you wanted Hunter Green, would you make Bryce Eldridge available? If you wanted Freddie Peralta, would you make Casey Schmidt available? To me, the answer is decidedly yes. I would make both of them available. Maybe trade. If you can walk out of here, you're not going to get both. But, man, they need a couple of starters, minimum. Veteran guys. You need a couple of back end of the bullpen guys as well as, the airbender. Devin Williams just went to the New York Mets. So we're starting to get a market. How about Dylan Cease's deal to go to the Toronto Blue Jays? 7-year deal for a starting pitching for $210 million going to Canada? How many loonies is that going to be for him to go there? So we're starting to get a market, trade market, starting pitching market, relief pitching market. What are the Giants going to do when they get to Orlando on Sunday?
Yeah, and if you think about the Giants' offseason priorities, it's starting rotation, it is your bullpen and rebuilding that, it is finding a right fielder. We mentioned the second base conundrum with Casey Schmidt, but it's interesting when you bring up Eldridge like that because there is a bit of a logjam at left-handed hitting first baseman, and they're all so different. Eldridge is a prospect who came up at the end of the year and has so much power and promise. Rafael Devers is someone who's been a superstar and a World Series champion, and he came over in a shocking trade in the middle of the season to go and play a position for Bob Melvin's group that he'd never played before. And then Dom Smith was the veteran that you signed, but everybody loved him because he did what the Giants really struggled to do as a whole, and that was just get on base and make contact with the ball. So do you find a way to have all three of them on your roster? These are the questions we're going to start addressing a little bit with the winter meetings coming up. It is Giving Tuesday, and so we talked about a little bit of gifts. Well, on my list was Dylan Cease being gifted a 7-year, $210 million contract by Walt's Jays. I know I talked about Dylan Cease as an offseason target. I don't think I would have spent that kind of money and, more importantly, the longevity of that contract. But good for him to go and get it for the reigning AL champions. We'll get into some of the big headlines that we may have missed and go a little outside the box here as we finish up a Tuesday. Then we'll hand it to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. All right, once again, the Dolan Law Firm, some of those attorney ads that you see or hear, they could be based in Los Angeles, sometimes not even in California, and you don't know who's protecting your local community, but Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been in the Bay Area for more than 25 years, and they are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that fight for you right here where you're living. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about it. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Remember, with all the people and children, motorcyclists, pedestrians, you're going to hear my holiday rant over and over for the next couple of weeks. Please be careful and let's do what we can to make the Bay Area secure. If life gets in the way, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front or deal with hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get the money in your pocket first. They live here, they work here, and most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Final couple of segments here on your Tuesday afternoon. You can go to 49ers.com/give as the holiday auction is live. And it is Giving Tuesday, where it's a good time to be charitable. It's a good time to do kind gestures for the people that you care about in your life. That is the beauty of the holidays. So make it count and do something good for other people. When we talked about Giving Tuesday, and I was thinking about how we could end the show today, well, we got the holiday auction, we got a lot of fun, and the sports world has been giving us headlines all week long. And with Thanksgiving and then all the chaos and the college football season wrapping up in the playoffs, I mean, we can go all sorts of different directions. And so I thought, hey, here are some of the holiday gifts getting handed out by the sports world. And we're just going to do a little bit of a hodgepodge here. I'm not going to call it NBA grab bag a la Dirty Work because, you know, I take the copyright very seriously. But you see this headline about the Eagles offensive coordinator getting his house egged after the loss to the Bears. So meanwhile, while Ben Johnson is taking off his shirt, we've got the gift of an Eagles staffer getting his house egged because the Chicago got a bunch of hot dogs. Philadelphia was emptying all their egg supply here. It wasn't about baking season. It wasn't about baking cookies with their offensive line that can't get anything going for Saquon Barkley. It was about just chucking eggs, and even Big Dom couldn't put a stop to it.
Philadelphia. My brother was a sportscaster there for 30 years, and those people loved him. I don't know how he tolerated them. They are wild, a very different fan base in all the sports than we are in the Bay Area. Kevin Patullo's the new offensive coordinator there, obviously. Tough assignment there. Their offense is not the same. Saquon can't get going. The tush-push is not working. The quarterback fumbled on one in a short yardage situation. Their wide receivers can't separate. The quarterback is limited. Yet, they're still going to win the NFC East. They're still going to be a playoff team. But their fan base, you could just see the anger in watching them on a Black Friday at Lincoln Financial Field. And, you know, Santa Claus was there booing them. And honestly, they are lucky that it was just eggs and not bricks. And they got a mentality there. There's a doc that details, you know, we think the mafia, Cosa Nostra, I don't even think it really exists anyway as an Italian-American, but the Philadelphia mob and what they went through, about 30 years ago in taking over the, mob activity in the Northeast from New York. So they are angry people. You don't want to get them upset, to be sure. So you just knew it was not going to be a good time there for the new offensive coordinator. And they're going to win the NFC East, I think, this year. But their new OC is certainly lucky that it is only eggs. They could easily do a lot worse to people there in South Philly. So Kellen Moore got out of town with a Super Bowl championship and now trying to figure it out in New Orleans. But not surprised by the people of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Decidedly not a city, even during the holiday season, of brotherly love. They can be just nasty.
I mean, the highest salaried offense in the NFL for Philadelphia ranks 24th in yards right now, 23rd in passing.
I think in history. It's the highest payrolled offense in the history of the NFL.
Yeah. Makes sense. Numbers just keep going up and up. So they're the highest salaried offense ever in the NFL. So it's 24th in yards, 23rd in passing, 22nd in rushing, and 19th in scoring. So I'm with you. I think the Eagles are going to make the playoffs. The question is it going to be 2023 part 2 where they completely back their way into the playoffs and this thing ends up going in a disaster? I really, really wonder, and we can go revisionist history all day, but I do wonder, had the Eagles lost the Super Bowl last year, this was looking like it was going to happen again, would Nick Sirianni be safe?
I think Jeffrey Lurie's sensible. He's more sensible than his fans. It's just it's the way they built the team and how he knows what he's doing, because they rebuilt the defense and let people like the Gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, go, and their highest paid offensive players are on offense, starting with the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, Lane Johnson, A.J. Brown, Jordan Mailata, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Landon Dickerson. You don't get to a defensive player until Jalen Carter. Brandon Graham shows up on the list, and that guy just came out of retirement. He was working in TV as a talking head. And so, I mean, their offense is just where the money is. And it's just the one thing is, even when Kellen Moore was there, the quarterback holds them back. And I know he was the MVP of the Super Bowl, and when they lost to Kansas City the first time they met, he would have been the MVP of the Super Bowl. But they just don't have a sophisticated. It's an RPO-based offense, and it's just him making simple reads and squeezing him in the pocket. All that being said, he did win the MVP of the Super Bowl not too long ago in February, but they don't care about that. So I don't know where they go with this quarterback. Obviously, I think he holds him back a lot. He can step up and make deep throws. It's just, being able to read an NFL defense is where they set him back. So it is a tough crowd there in Philadelphia. There's no doubt. They are just different than Chicago, different than Boston, different than New York. Philadelphians, as far as sport, and they are sophisticated, urbane, Society Hill type people. And then when you get them around an Eagles game, it's like all the South Philly shows up and none of those people make the games.
So, yeah, big gift here in Philadelphia right now, and I have no idea how this one's going to shake out, but not surprising that the fan base did not take kindly to Little Black Friday. Again, Ben Johnson giving hot dogs out for the city of Chicago, Philadelphia getting rid of their eggs.
So now they know where the OC lives? Not good! Time to put the home up for sale. Go live in an apartment house.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's always serious when you hear about robberies and such and for former players. And look, it's a high-profile position where they know when you're going to be out of the house, and if it's during an NFL season, that is most of the time for half of the year. Another gift, Lane Kiffin is giving us a lasting legacy. Yeah, the man does not exit quietly, and that's about that's what I'll say as far as consistency goes. I've heard comparisons in the line about you can't turn a garden tool into a housewife. Maybe Shelby Harris can give us a little bit of assist right there. But look, I get it. His daughter's at LSU, dating one of the players that he's now going to be coaching. And I mean, Lane Kiffin, it's time to pull out the overhead projector. This man just continues to be the gift that keeps on giving at the college level. Ooh.
Where do you want me to start with Lance? We go back. I mean, he was the co-offensive coordinator at USC with a guy named Steve Sarkisian. And I remember Al calling, who was on our staff? Who was on our staff previously, do you think could do that? I told him Steve Sarkisian, John Kingdon. I thought he was zeroing in on Steve Sarkisian to be the coach of the Raiders. Sark would not come here. He would not take an interview with Al. I remember on a Friday close to 5 o'clock, Al called and said, he won't come. Who? He won't come here. And then he hung up, and he was despondent. He was zeroing in on Josh McDaniels in New England. Remember that epic playoff game between the Patriots and the Colts, and Indy came back, and McDaniels wound up being available on that Sunday, and somehow Lane Kiffin got on Al's radar after Sark wouldn't do it. I honestly think it was his then wife, Layla. Al was kind of smitten by her, and he liked the fact that, Lane was a recruiter at USC. He had that job years ago. Before you knew it, Lane Kiffin is the new head coach of the Raiders. Like, damn. Right away, he has his guy Mark Jackson make a deal to trade Randy Moss to New England because Moss would not take his phone call. Kiffin called Moss. Moss would not get on the call. He wouldn't talk to him. And his guy Mark Jackson traded him to Belichick for a 6th-round pick. Al had to step in and undo the deal and get a 4th-round pick. And Randy still scored 23 touchdowns that year of Brady's 50. He was insane. He was just and then he's bitching at Al. I'm like, what did you think he was going to do? Did you Google Al Davis and know what he was going to do when he hired you? You think it was going to go easy? He's going to run the defense and climb inside your butt on your offense. And he disrespected Al. He went to a league. Man, there was a player they drafted at left tackle that Al loved, Mario Henderson. He thought he was the next Art Shell. Kiffin thought he couldn't play, and there was a battle. And Al thought, is he racist? Does he not want to play my player? And eventually, because of injury, Mario Henderson had to play in a game in Kansas City. And I remember meeting with Lane the night before the game, and he was like snickering at him. And I'm like, you are going to try to help him play left tackle tomorrow, right? You're not going to make this about Al. If he gets beat off the edge, you're going to slide protection and keep the quarterback, upright. It was almost like he was rooting for Mario Henderson to not play well so he could win his little battle with Al Davis. But what a guy. The overhead projection and firing him with cause. And he did that to a lot of people. Held back $250 from Mike Shanahan and Tom Cable, the whole deal. And then Lane goes on, and it's just job after job after job. And now he looks like he's in a tanning bed. Is that Lane Kiffin? I mean, is he Nick Saban, just younger version? How much weight has he lost? He's leaving a team at the end. It's beyond me what Lance Kiffin, after blowing up so decidedly as the Raider head coach, what he's become in college football. It's just unreal.
It's the gift that keeps on giving as far as the story that writes itself. And LSU, welcome in, I suppose. So there you have it on the college front. As far as something that might not have been as giving, maybe taking, Will Smith, and no, not the rapper, actor, keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Will Smith, the San Jose Shark, was taking and breaking ankles last night. And Pavel Regenda gave the Sharks a goal in his first game wearing teal, although they were wearing the little black throwbacks last night. I love those jerseys, but the Utah Mammoth go down and the Sharks put up 6. If you look up all of a sudden with how disastrous that start was, they're in the wild card right now as it looks in the Western Conference. It's pretty remarkable.
And we talk a lot about Macklin because, the number 1 overall pick and what he's doing. And he's got 40 points, 14 goals, 26 assists in their 27 games. Will Smith is right behind him. With his 2 last night, he has 12 goals. He has 15 assists, 27 points. I mean, does this line, and they are line mates, and we talked about Macklin living with Jumbo Joe. Will Smith lived with Patty Marlowe and his family. It's so weird how this is in the NHL. I really got to go live with Patty Marlowe. Can I have lunch with him like once a month? I got to move in with the family? Well, you're not old enough to buy a beer in Santana Row after the game, so it's just does the line have a nickname? The Kitty Core line? They're both teenagers. They're just kids. And the skill level of these 2 young guys, have we given the Celebrini Will Smith line a nickname? We got to give him a line. Something, right? What would it be? And do they have one we don't know about?
They could, honestly.
We gotta come up with one. Shark fans will tell us.
They're so great in commercials together, though. I mean, that's awesome.
We've had Macklin on the air on our show last year. Are we going to get Will Smith on the air at some point?
Yeah, we're going to work on a little Will Smith here.
We got to get him a line.
Yeah. He's been fantastic.
The gag line, a goal a game line, that was a line years and years ago. The kitty, they're just kids. Or either one of them even turned 20 yet. It's unbelievable how productive they're going to be and what they are right now and what they're going to be in time. But they are exciting. The skill level from those 2 guys is incredible.
707's telling us it's called the sleepover line. I mean, they did have the famous sleepover in the hotel room, so this is pretty good.
They're just kids. Sleepover line's a good one. I do like that.
I like
that. It does
that.
work well. And they did sleep over. Macklin slept at Joe's house, and Will Smith slept at Patty's house. So they did do sleepovers. That's good. They're about the age where they got to get permission from mom or dad to do sleepovers.
So there you go with a little bit of Giving Tuesday. And you see these old Sharks and these Sharks alums being so giving with their homes and their life. And I don't know, what do they like stock the fridge for them too? It's a pretty unique situation, but it's really, really
Why don't
cool
you
to watch these.
Sleep at Lane Kiffin's house. Good luck with that one.
Oh,
now that
jeez.
Lay's gone. Is he remarried, Lane?
You think I keep up with this? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Google Layla Kiffin. If she was the whole reason Al hired Lane, it was because of Layla. Layla.
I know what song we're rejoining with when we come back. We'll wrap up the show and then hand it off to Dirty Work, finishing off a Tuesday here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
No Steph Curry tonight for the Warriors, but they will have Seth Curry. The younger brother is activated for the team after rejoining. And the Dubs have a big challenge tonight at 8 o'clock against the Oklahoma City Thunder down at Chase Center. We'll be talking all about it tomorrow. And if you don't want to wait to sleep for your Warriors recap, JD's got you covered right after the final horn with Dubs OT.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up here. About a minute and a half, and then we'll send it over to Harmonic Brewing, where you can catch Dirty Work, Copes, Deep Pop, and Tim Webb. We got Jacob Violante in the house today, ready to run that operation. And the Warriors play so late, Pop, that show's going to end, and then still another 2 hours before the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Golden State Warriors will tip it off. Can the Warriors do the impossible, win it without Steph, or are we talking about an Oklahoma City Thunder team that gets one win closer to threatening the Warriors' record set in 2016?
Remember when the Warriors were 24-0 and went to Milwaukee? They had won an overtime game the night before in Boston to make it 24 to open the year. Klay Thompson hurt his ankle in that game. He couldn't play in Milwaukee. And the T-shirts they handed out in Milwaukee, 24-1. They were going to give the Warriors their one loss to start the year after 24-0, and they actually did. The Warriors did lose in Milwaukee that night. So tonight, I want T-shirts out, 20-2. You are not getting 73-9. This is for Andrew Bogut and Andre Iguodala and Harrison Barnes and the old guards that never got a ring in 2015, 2016, but they had the best record in the regular season history of the NBA, and the Warriors went 73-9. One problem tonight. Guess who the lead official is tonight?
Oh, I already know.
Didn't they win a game recently with Scott Foster as the lead referee?
I believe they did. They did. But yes, I always have a fun time talking about Scott Foster. By the way, I checked myself. It's not Copes. It's JD, D-Pop, and Tim Webb because JD just doing the full shebang today between Dirty Work and Dubs OT. So we'll take it out to Harmonic where you can see some festive holiday decorations. Pop, appreciate you. We'll reconnect tomorrow at 10. Thank you to Walter, as always, and our guests, Jeff Howe, Tracy Sandler, and Sam Amick. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's send it out to Harmonic for Dirty Work.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy. And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right outside Chase Center, it's Dirty Work's 1-year anniversary special. And of course, Adam Copeland's not here. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the same thing he did to me when I called out sick. I call BS. He's not sick. He's probably just, tired from doing 49ers pregame or going to Hawaii or anything else we've had to do for the last 2 weeks, all the work that we had to do. So if you're upset that, we're not doing NBA grab bag or Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, take it up with Copes. But we are here at Harmonic Brewing. We're going to have a great time. We're getting ready for Warriors and Thunder, tipping off at 8 o'clock. And once that game goes final, listen to Dubs OT with my man John Dickinson, who's joining me right now. What's up, JD?
What's going on, Derek? Good to be with you, man.
Good to be with you.
A long day, but a fun day.
Yeah, of course.
Getting it started early here. 6 hours to go before tip-off. I always say, don't complain.
Nope.
We sound soft on the West Coast when we complain about 8 o'clock tip-offs. They do 8:30 in the East. They do 8:30 in the Midwest. They do 8:30 in even the Mountain time zones and the NBA Finals games. If you want to ultimately get to the NBA Finals, you might be playing games that start as late as 8:40 and back in the day after 9 o'clock. So the West, I think, don't do anything to make us sound soft. We are hardy sports fans today. We can handle a couple of 8 o'clock tip-offs a year.
And honestly, like, I'm cool with it because, watching both games on the NBC broadcast, I remember the first game of the season. It was OKC, and I forget who they opened the season. Oh, the Rockets, yeah.
But that game was early.
I know. And that game bled over where I had to use Peacock to watch Warriors and Lakers, and that thing was freezing the whole time. So I'm glad that we have the buffer of the 8 o'clock tip. But, not to sound soft, JD, but, like, do you like the 8 o'clock tips? Like, do you like doing Dubs OT a little later? Do you like – is Steph Curry taking his sweet time with the post-game pressers anymore? Is he now coming out – to come out to the media and make sure you guys aren't waiting too long?
Well, Steph's made a switch this year to his protocol, which is he's come out first. Even before Steve
Still
Kerr.
Sweating.
In some, uniform and all. And
still sick, too, sneezing on you guys.
Just a little bit of a switch, trying to mix things up a little bit. Sometimes he'd go through his lengthy routine and end up being one of the last players to speak, but trying to switch it up to this point. So he comes out a little bit early. I don't mind either way. I just love having a game. You could put this game at 5 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time. You could put this game at 6 o'clock. You could put it at 8 o'clock. Hell, you could put it at 8:30, and we'd be ready for a little Dubs OT. Going to be a tough task, as everybody knows, for the Warriors going up against an Oklahoma City team that just refuses to lose to begin the year, and a team that I think as the season goes on, we could find them challenging the Warriors' all-time regular season wins record of 73-9. Still a long way to go. I know the Warriors were 24-0. You look at the NBA standings right now, and the Thunder come in 20-1, winners of 12 in a row. And obviously, Steph Curry not going to play in the ball game tonight. Might get a Seth Curry sighting for the Dubs tonight.
Finally.
Warriors finally making that move and also adding LJ Cryer to the mix from the G League team in Santa Cruz. So we'll see how it shakes out. Tough task. I know the Warriors, I think without Steph, last year right before Thanksgiving, played a competitive game at Chase Center against the Thunder before the Thunder ultimately won that game. But no doubt the Warriors – big one on Saturday just because they stopped the bleeding, but anytime this team's playing without Steph, it's going to be a tough task, and even tougher when you're playing against a team that through the first 21 games of the season has been historically great in the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder, and they haven't even been whole themselves to begin this season.
Yeah, and we hope it's different than what we saw early November when it was 126-102, and of course that's when Draymond Green came out with the personal agendas and all of that, that came with it. So we'll definitely talk a lot of Warriors today. We'll talk a lot of Niners today. Kyle Shanahan is going to join us at 2:50. Caught up with him earlier today. I did ask him about Brandon Aiyuk. He will give us the latest on that as John Lynch and Brock Purdy join the morning show today. We'll play some cuts from them later on the show, but the vibe I'm getting from John Lynch is that they would like Brandon Aiyuk to come back, but it doesn't sound like they're holding their breath right now. So we'll talk about that. Andrew Luck's going to join us also at 3:50 to talk about Tavita Pritchard being the new head coach of the Stanford Cardinal. They had a press conference today, so we'll talk to Andrew in his last interview with us of the season. But, JD, we started with Warriors. Where are we at right now? They're 11-10. I mean, at this point, does it kind of feel like things are worse or on the same level as a year ago when things started 12-3 and then, S started hitting the fan and things got bad for the Warriors quickly?
Well, there's no doubt they're in a more disappointing position than I think they believe they would be in at this point of the season. I think especially given the fact that they got off to the 4-1 start and the fact that Jonathan Kuminga, with all of the conversation about the contract and would he be around, would he not be around, all of that, and he got off to a really good start. And so it looked like the pieces were fitting. But the one thing that everybody knew was that they were going to have an incredibly daunting schedule with back-to-backs and travel and a ton of road games. And it took about a week and a half for the Warriors to hit the, oh my God, this is the regular season wall. And they really, other than the 3-game winning streak with the 2 games in San Antonio, where they did look like themselves from the 23-8 finish of a year ago, to kind of stabilize things after the first time that you had Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler calling out the team. It's happened twice in the aftermath of the game a week ago against the Rockets as well. But they were able to bounce back off of that and win 3 games, and then it looked like, okay, maybe this thing's getting back in another direction, but now you're dealing with the injuries. So to this point, it just, they haven't been good enough or deep enough to be able to offset the grind of an 82-game schedule with all the back-to-backs and the travel and all of that. And they also just haven't been consistent enough, I think, more so the younger players and the role players than the veteran players and the big 3, if you want to call them that, with Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. But the big 3 at different times has been culpable in their lack of being able to bring it on a night-in, night-out basis at the level that this team needs them to win games consistently. So it's been, I think, unfortunately, a lot of the more disappointing aspects of this team even prior to the Jimmy Butler trade a year ago, and the disappointing aspects of the teams with some different players in the mix from 2 and 3 years ago, we've seen a lot of in these first 21 games for the Warriors. And the fortunate thing for them is the fact that the West beneath the Warriors stinks. Like, the Warriors come in at 11-10 tonight. They're 8th. And the 9 and the 10 seeds in the play-in tournament might be 36-win teams when it's all said and done. I know Memphis is there now at 9-12, but again, the bottom of the West has been really bad. Worse more quickly than in recent memory. The top of the West is as formidable as anything. I think in the last few years. We talked about the Thunder at 20-1. The Lakers have been a surprise, although they got beat by Phoenix last night, and the Warriors beat them on opening night, but they had a long winning streak. But OKC, Houston, Denver were the 3 teams that you would have expected were going to be right there at the top of the conference. And I don't think we've seen anything to this point of the year that makes you think that the Warriors are on the level of being able to compete in a playoff series with any of those 3 teams.
No, absolutely not.
And so I think that's kind of the grand takeaway of it. We'll see about San Antonio. We'll see about the Lakers. Minnesota currently is in 6th, but the Warriors are only a game and a half out and 2 in the loss column from that 6th spot, which I think is the spot that they'd like to get to ultimately. The positive reality, though, is despite the Warriors' flaws, they are still in that mix to where if they can get it together, as they have the final 31 last year, as they did the final 39 2 years ago, although they needed all those wins just to avoid missing the play-in altogether and wound up with a 10 seed. If they can get on a similar level run, the ability to still be a top 6 team is very much in front of them. But as far as being a contender, the one thing that's blatantly, obviously clear and undeniable is that this team as it's currently constituted, in my opinion, is not a championship contender as we sit here on December 2nd. Can they get to that point? I think the only way they can is with a couple of moves, but here's the thing. You can't really make any moves for another month and a half because that becomes the point at which you can move Jonathan Kuminga on January 15th. So they have to figure it out with the team that they've got in the meantime and stay close enough to be able to add and then make that run toward the top 6 and maybe feel good about potentially winning a couple of those series if you play an OKC or a Houston or a Denver. But you also have to make sure that you can not lose enough to where it feels that's off the table when you actually have the ability to make the moves to fix the roster up a little bit.
So that's the key. How do the Warriors become a contender in the Western Conference? We'll talk about it today, the future of Jonathan Kuminga. We keep having, pinpointed that date on January 15th. Does it make sense to move on from Pods? Does it make sense to move on from Moody? They're getting reinforcements. I hear all the time from people that know the NBA, you know your team in the first 20 games. So through the first 21 games, how do we view the Warriors right now? We'll talk about it all day long as we're live from Harmonic Brewing. It's Dirty Work. I want to tell you about a few giveaways we're doing today. Or just one giveaway, but one thing that you guys will want to pay attention about with the KNBR holiday auction. But first and foremost, let's talk about the prize we're giving away, as we're giving away all day or all week until Friday. It is a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. Tune in between 3 to 6. When you give you the cue to call, be the 10th caller in studio to 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by Tony's Pizza. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Jacob, do we have that cue to call that we always play? All right. Well, once we get that, we'll play that and give you details about that. We're also going to tell you about the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation, going on from now until tomorrow at 7 p.m. 49ers faithful have the opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49er experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and much more. Some of the packages include level up your holidays. What does that mean? Well, I'm about to tell you. Score big with exclusive opportunity to game alongside 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience and is perfect for the football and gaming fans alike. Just for details, go to 49ers.com/give to bid on the packages. And Tim, do we have also details on a new package we're giving away?
We have all sorts of details. There's all sorts of things that are coming in even as we speak. How about this one? This one it shook me. The big game. Score the ultimate football experience this holiday season with 2 tickets to the big game at Levi Stadium. That's on February 8th. I think you could probably figure out what the big game is. This is a once-of-a-lifetime opportunity. It puts you at the center of the action with the biggest game in football and unforgettable perks. Can you imagine bidding on that and winning that prize?
No, it sounds awesome.
Game.
It also kind of sounds like we're on QVC right now, just like giving
bit.
away items. Anyway, Dirty Work Live from Harmonic Brewing. Let's talk a little 49ers. They get the win against the Cleveland Browns, 26-8. But is it about right now, JD, or is it about the last 3 weeks of the season? We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Much needed bye week for the Niners fans, but that's okay. You can still hear all the boys on The Sports Leader. We had John Lynch. We had Brock Purdy on with the morning show. We have Kyle Shanahan today with Dirty Work. Keep it locked in here, Niner fans, if you want to hear our boys while they have a much-needed week off. Keep it locked in here on The Sports Leader. You can find those interviews on thesportsleader.com and on the podcast page. Anywhere you get your podcasts. Go Niners.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
49ers have scored all 3 times they've gone to the red zone, 2 touchdowns, and that field goal with 4 seconds left before the half. This is 3rd down and goal from the 8-yard line. Niners have 8 of 13 on 3rd down. Shotgun snap, Purdy looks left, throws left, and a head-high catch made at the V in Cleveland by Jauan Jennings for a 49ers touchdown. Jauan Jennings has a touchdown in 4 of the 5 games this month. He's the only 49ers receiver to have one this year, and it's 23-8 with 11:05 to play, 4th quarter.
Live from Harmonic Brewing, it is Dirty Work Season 2. And we're reacting to the 49ers win over the Cleveland Browns 26-8 to get them to 9-4 and finally getting to that elusive bye week. We'll catch up with Kyle Shanahan. We'll play that interview for you at 2:50. And if you missed it, we'll play it again at 4:50 for you. Talks a little bit about Brandon Aiyuk and if he's hopeful that he's going to return for this season. John Lynch and Brock Purdy joined the morning show. We'll play some clips from that interview later on in the show. But, JD, just your thoughts on the 49ers win against the Cleveland Browns. I would say that, it was a good rebound from Brock Purdy in the way that he played. Obviously, the 3 interceptions, looking a little – it's hard to say rusty because he already played that game against the Arizona Cardinals, but just trying to drive the ball a little bit too much. And I don't know if it's, a huge indictment on Brock Purdy after we saw Matthew Stafford throw a couple interceptions against the Carolina Panthers. They're just a opportunistic defense. But just your quick overall reactions to the win 26-8 on Sunday.
Yeah, quarterbacks are allowed to have bad games and bounce back, and franchise quarterbacks get that opportunity, and Brock was able to do it, fortunately, coming off a win against the Panthers.
Yeah.
Often when you play the way that Brock did in the game against Carolina, you don't win the game, and you certainly don't win it comfortably as the 49ers did. But no, I thought Brock Purdy was terrific. I loved the steady way in which the 49ers played the game. Try to be mistake-free, it felt like, above everything. They took advantage of the 3 short fields to get points on the board, to get a lead. And, I thought there were a couple of big 3rd down throws early in the game that Brock and throughout the first half was able to make to allow for the 49ers to get control. I thought the conversion to Pearsall on the drive after the 49ers had fallen down right before halftime to go down and get the field goal lead. He had a big one to Kittle before Matt Gay doinked the 25-yarder in. Fortunately, that goes in. But then, the Niners took advantage of the Browns being the Browns. They're going for it on the own 33. And then another big 3rd down conversion, Brock to Kittle for 14, which set up the 1st and goal. And so real nice game for the 49ers. Take advantage of the opponent. That's something the Niners have done really effectively throughout the course of this season. And, now you get to the bye week and coming out of it, you've got another game. The one game that I've said even for the last couple of months is that, that's when you can pencil in as gotta get and must have and should have enough to be able to win against a Tennessee team that currently has just 1 win. So I think the Niners deserve a lot of credit. Brock for bouncing back. I think just the style at which they played that game. I think Kyle Shanahan had the 49ers prepared for the fact that it was probably going to be an ugly game.
Yep.
And it wound up not nearly in the second half because the 49ers had the lead, being as ugly as I think it could have been. The first half was. I mean, it was. I remember thinking at halftime, and I think I put it out on social media. I mean, this game was basically everything I expected it to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the 49ers were very comfortable in that environment because I think Kyle drilled it in them through the week that it may not be pretty. So you take your 26-8 and you take your 9-4 and you enjoy the week and you come back ready to get win number 10, and then things have the opportunity to get really fun with the game in Indy and the game against the Bears and the game against Seattle. Those 3 games, not to move past the game against Tennessee 2 weeks before they play it, but those final 3 games are really going to determine the ultimate fate of the 49ers in this 2025 season. Are they going to be a 6-7 seed? Do they have a shot to get up to the 1 seed? I mean, we'll see. It's all on the table, whether you believe that this team's capable of that or good enough for that. Talent-wise and with the players that are healthy and available for them right now, like, we can debate it, and we're probably going to spend the next 3 weeks debating it up until that Colts game. But the math says that they've earned the right for us to have that conversation because they are a half game out of the 1 seed, and they're going to be playing the teams in front of them. They're playing Seattle again, which would give them an opportunity. If Seattle can beat the Rams to move up to the division lead, and you're playing the Bears, which give them an opportunity. Basically, you run the table, and you got a shot to be the 1 seed. A great shot to be
You
the
definitely
1 seed.
do. I just wonder about I don't know if 10 wins are enough to get you in the playoffs in the NFC right now. And I don't think the Niners have had a stretch of games like they will have the last 3 weeks of the season. And I know the Colts are leaking oil. I know that the Bears just ran the ball effectively against the Philadelphia Eagles. Not a lot from Caleb Williams in that game. But I do still wonder about the 49ers defense. And I think that, yes, the 49ers defense has improved the last 3 weeks from what we saw against the Rams where they gave up 41 points. But they're not playing the greatest of offenses. Not to minimize the victory, because I'll give you my positives from the game. I thought that Kyle Shanahan had a great game. He knew right away that with the elements that they were going to possess the ball right off the bat because they wanted to have the win against their back in the fourth quarter. And he even debated, was it a good idea to go down the field right before halftime to get that field goal? And he said, F it, yeah, let's do it. So they did, and it helped them in the second half. I do think it was, again, the 49ers played a really good game. But I do think it was a lot of questionable decisions by Kevin Stefanski. I don't know what the hell he was thinking going for that 4th and 1 on his own 33-yard line that set up the touchdown with Brock Purdy. And also, who doesn't love a good Dougie from your starting quarterback? But, yeah, and then also the muff punt, which led to the Jauan Jennings touchdown. So the 49ers capitalized on the turnovers, and the Carolina Panthers did not do that against the 49ers the week before. So you have to say that that's a skill in that. But at the same time, I'm not looking past the Tennessee game by any means, but maybe you should because they're only 1 win. They only have 1 win. The last 3 weeks will tell me a lot about this 49er team. And the NFC is so convoluted right now where I think just because the Rams lost, people are like, this conference sucks. I disagree. I think there's just a lot of competitive teams right now. But I do commend Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh for still having this team, despite all the injuries, playing for the NFC West right now. Do I think Seattle and the Rams look better? Yes. But the 49ers are still in it, which is amazing considering all the injuries.
Well, and the other big takeaway, too, and I know the Niners went in without Bosa and beat the Rams in the Thursday night game. The thing that has really popped into my mind is this team this season, and I'm not saying they can't now, but this team this season, if they had a healthy Nick Bosa and a healthy Fred Warner, could win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like, could win, and that was a question at the beginning of the year. Could they become a team by the end of the year that you believed coming off the 6-11 could get back to that level? And I think the answer to that question, now it doesn't matter because you don't have Nick Bosa and you're not going to have Fred Warner. Maybe in the Super Bowl if you can get to that point or at the end of a playoff run, we'll set that aside. But the reality is that this team had action in that way had those guys been healthy, even with everything else. But that's the way it shook out, and they obviously have had to deal with it. I think the reason that I am reassessing, and look, a month ago I would have said, yeah, I don't think they can win the division. I don't think they can win the 1 seed. I think it's going to be a challenge really against, and at this point I wasn't even counting the Bears a month ago as a playoff team. I was counting the Lions as a playoff team.
Of course, yeah.
And so, a month ago I would have said, yeah, probably not beating the Rams, probably not beating Philly. We saw them play in Tampa and how that all shook out with Mac Jones as the quarterback. Probably not beating Seattle, even though they had beaten Seattle when they had Bosa and when they had Fred Warner in week 1, or Green Bay or Detroit. Like, you just kind of run through all of them and you're like, yeah, all these teams are bad. Now I'm not so sure. And look, the 49ers don't really have a quality signature win in the time since Fred Warner went down against Tampa. They've basically beaten all the middling or bad teams. They lost to the Rams and they lost to Tampa. They lost to Houston, who Houston now, even though they're still on the outside looking in the AFC, looks like a really good team.
Definitely.
But they've handled business against everybody else. But I look at it a month later here as the 49ers have gone on this run to get to 9-4, and other than the Bears, who sit at the top of the NFC, if you run down all of those teams that I just mentioned that you would have put in the category of, how would it look if they played in the playoffs, the 49ers and all these teams, the Rams, your opinion of the Rams is not as high as it was a month ago. It's just not. Maybe for me it's not.
I still think they're the best team in the NFC.
I agree with that, but are they as good, as dominant as you thought they were? Like, for me, they're not. Just like showing that they could beat.
The Carolina loss has me thinking differently, just slightly, but
they still
prior
might
to
be
that,
the best team.
Yeah. Prior to that, they only lost to the Niners on a great game that went to overtime, and then they collapsed against the Eagles.
And the Eagles. So, my opinion, slightly less of the Rams than it was a couple of weeks ago.
Gotcha.
Eagles down. If we're just doing stock up, stock down, the Eagles stock is down. They're still obviously a great football team when they're
a lot of talent. Yeah.
Tampa Bay stock down, certainly since the 49ers played them back in the middle of October. Seattle's still really good. I think they're kind of like the Rams in a sense that they lost to the Rams in a highly competitive game. But I look at Seattle, and I think their stock is slightly down from where it was a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Green Bay, we saw them go through some struggles before bouncing back here to win a couple of games and beat Detroit on Thanksgiving. And Detroit, their stock is clearly down from losses to Philadelphia and Green Bay over the course of the last month. So I think based on the fact that the Niners have been winning and these other teams maybe look less formidable while still very good, and any of them can beat you on any given day, I just don't think they look as unbeatable maybe in comparison to the more injured version of the 49ers as I would have said a month ago.
But to your point, though, as far as the 49ers being in Super Bowl contention, had they had Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, I agree with you. I think that this might be – I mean, we'll see what happens in the postseason, but this just might be a little more painful because what if? What if they had Nick Bosa? What if they had Fred Warner? Could you, with all the question marks going into the season about this defense and all the rookies that are going to be a part of this team, the fact that they've played fairly well, but the fact that they've played well without Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, you have to think what could have been this season. Even with Mac Jones playing as long as he did, this team right now, if they were fully healthy, they could beat the Lions, the Eagles, everybody that you just mentioned, the Rams, the Packers. It's just, right now without, their two future Hall of Famers in Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, it has me a little skeptical. We can talk about it more. I want to go through the NFC rankings with you, but coming up here, let's talk a little bit more about what John Lynch and Brock Purdy said to the morning show, and then we'll be joined by Kyle Shanahan at 2:50. It's Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work live from Almanac Brewing, getting you ready for Warriors and Thunder, tipping off at 8 o'clock tonight. Kyle Shanahan's going to join us at 2:50 before he heads off for the 49ers bye week. Before we do all that, I teased that we're doing a giveaway, gift card for Tony's Gimignani, Tony Gimignani, but Tony's Pizza. And listen for the cue to call between 3 to 6. We finally have the cue to call. Jacob, tell the fine people how they can call in.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
Tony's
right
Pizza
now.
gift card. I even forgot how to do that part. So, yeah, listen for that between 3 to 6. And then call in to 415-896-KNBR. And then you'll have a chance to get yourself a Tony's Pizza $50 gift card. All right. Let's talk a little bit about some interviews that we had today on the morning show. John Lynch joined the morning show along with Brock Purdy, and both were asked about the Aiyuk situation. But let's start with John Lynch. Here's what John Lynch had to say about Brandon Aiyuk and how they're trying to kind of do damage control with the locker room right now.
You know, I think, number one, we're focusing on the guys that are out here because they're a tremendous group, and they're all about the team and all that. And so when you have a situation like this that from the negotiation all the way through, and then you get that fixed, and he has a really tough injury, you know. And so I think what I try to do on all these situations is look inward. What could I have done better? What could we have done better? And the great thing with this is it's not over, you know. So we can take that, we can hopefully move forward, and you know, that's what you do. You look inward and say, where can we be better? And then you try to implement that moving forward so that we get everybody on the same page and we're all pulling in the same direction.
I hear John Lynch on that. I think that he's saying that, you know, to make the situation sound a little bit better. But also, I think at this point, it sounds like they've moved on. I don't know what the hell happened in July where it's gotten to this point. I guess, you know, maybe it's more than just missed treatment sessions for Brandon Aiyuk. But, yeah, you know, you could say, like, we looked inward and tried to be like, well, how can we handle the situation better? I think the bottom line is Brandon Aiyuk just kind of handled this whole thing piss poor from when he got the contract, and then afterwards with the whole, you know, situation on the field with the shorts. I'm still curious to hear his side of things. If he believes that he should have been already healthy, if he should have been playing already, or just everything that's gone on. It seems like the relationship between him and Kyle Shanahan deteriorated after the fact of the contract. So I don't know. I think that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan will say the right things and be like, we're hopeful that he's going to come back, and we hope that, you know, we can mend fences or whatnot. But it sounds like at this point everybody's moved on.
Yeah, it really does. It sounds like John Lynch trying to make the best of a pretty rough situation as it relates to, again, trying to keep it as positive as can be in terms of, if Brandon can come back and is cleared and all that, you certainly would take him. I don't think there's any intent on trying to make it worse, which I think is you know, in some ways it's like that becomes just the price of admission way that it needs to be handled, especially considering everything that's in play with this team playing as well as they have with the players that they have. You don't want to be disrespectful to that situation, because I think that's when it can have the potential to tear apart a locker room. And I think a big part of the reason why it's not tearing apart the locker room is the fact that I don't think this team for this season has ever really believed that Brandon Aiyuk was going to be a part of the team. Yeah. And so once you get this far down the road, I think it's easy to just omit a guy as, he's injured. And there's some other stuff going on, but everybody's so laser focused on their job and their goal. And I think when you're winning, it makes it easier also, because if you're losing, I think then it becomes, wait a minute, like, what's going on? This guy could help. This guy's a really talented player. This guy could help. I think when you're winning, sure, he could come back and potentially help this team level up even further. But I also think I go back to the George Kittle press conference from a couple of weeks ago where, I mean, he basically said it. I mean, it's just this is the team, and everybody kind of views this as the team, and Brandon's kind of off in his own little side world at this point. And it's unfortunate that it reached the level that it did for everybody involved. And again, you keep that door open just in case. You never know. But I just, at this point, I think the writing has long been on the wall, and everybody's probably going to be comfortable just continuing status quo till the end, and then the breakup at some point here can become official in the offseason.
Definitely, and I think that the fact that they're 9-4, they really don't miss him. Like you could say, at some points where the offense looked, not great this season, you're like, okay, well, when they get Aiyuk back, they could be a little bit better. But I don't, as you said, JD, I don't think Kyle Shanahan, I don't think anybody on this offense or the coaching staff thought, all right, well, when we get Aiyuk, then we're going to be this different, this high-scoring team.
Yeah, it never became a thing.
No, it never became a thing. And also, what are you really hopeful you're going to get in Brandon Aiyuk at this point? As John Lynch has said numerous times on Murph and Marcus, it was a catastrophic injury. He tore his ACL and MCL. So you're probably getting a receiver that is not going to do much for you. Maybe one catch a game. Who knows? I don't know what his productivity would have been had he returned. But at this point, it's telling to me that the team does not miss him. They're playing fine without him. And yeah, from everything that was reported with Mike Silver and Diana Rossini, they're going to have a divorce in the offseason. And I also don't think it's going to be, all right, well, as soon as he's released, then some team's going to pick him up, the Commanders that he always wanted to go to team up with Debo and Jaden Daniels. I think a lot of people are going to see this guy has a significant injury, plus he's also kind of a head case. Let's wait till training camp until we make a judgment on him. So I think it was crazy for him to, not fight the voided guarantees. Kind of just let that go, didn't get the NFLPA involved, but it is what it is at this point. And yeah, I think that both men are resigned to the fact that Brandon Aiyuk will not be back on this football team. So let's play another cut from John Lynch here. He was asked if the communication between the 49ers and Aiyuk has been damaged with the public report from The Athletic.
I don't necessarily know that the reporting was an inflection point, but I think the entire time it hadn't been great, and so you do your best to rectify those things, and then everyone's got to be professionals and conduct themselves in that manner, and so that's how we treat all our players, and we have great relationships with our players. We've had a great relationship with Brandon, and we look forward to that continuing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the report did anything differently with how they feel about each other, but it was telling to me the Saturday before the Monday night game when Kyle was asked about this, and he kind of played it off like, well, we've known about this for quite some time. Something happened in July. You guys just found out about it on Friday. But when he was asked, what went wrong with Aiyuk and you, and he just said, you have to ask him. And he was blatantly honest saying, I haven't been able to get a hold of him either. So the whole thing seems weird to me, and like I said, I think it's best for both parties to move on, and Brandon Aiyuk can go find a different team, but I don't think it's going to be as quick as everybody anticipates.
Yeah, it might not. I do think teams will be interested in Aiyuk. It's not going to be for a lot of money. I mean, it's going to basically be, I think, a 1-year prove-it kind of a deal, prove that you can be healthy, prove that you can be productive, and prove that you also can, not be a player that's creating a bunch of distractions in some of the strange ways that Aiyuk had created distractions both with the contract and then ultimately after he signed the contract, and even just the general mood after he signed the contract. I mean, and I've said this a few times, and maybe it was a media thing where he didn't want to talk to the media specifically or felt the media had twisted some things around, but he did not act like the type of player in the locker room in the first half of last year before the injury that wanted to be a member of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
And so, that's the thing that I go back to. I don't know how it got to the point that it did beyond the obvious in terms of contract dispute, but it did. It got to the point where he, and maybe it was this way in the summer of 24, he didn't want to be with the Niners. He wanted to get paid. Yeah. And it was a debate of would the Niners pay him what he wanted, would another team. But I also think he didn't love some of the other options out there as well. So he wound up just kind of stuck. And then the Niners certainly wanted to keep him because why the heck wouldn't you want to keep him? I mean, in a perfect world, money be damned. You want to be able to keep a player as quality, and this is pre-injury. So ultimately it led to the path where he didn't love some of the other situations enough, and Kyle was able to kind of convince him, hey, let's make this work. But it just never seemed like he wanted to be with the Niners. He wanted to make sure he could get paid as much as he could. And I think that's why, now you look at this and there's two things in terms of the willingness to not fight the the voided money for 2026. I mean, to me, that's two things, right? That's either I really, 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 really want out of here, right? Or I really, 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 really did something egregious that isn't going to be, able to have it be recouped in an arbitration or in some kind of legal fight. I feel like it's probably more, though, he just really, really, really wants out and wants a fresh start and wants to be able to move forward with a different team, which is unfortunate. But I think it's, I think given the way it's all shaken out, both sides are going to have an opportunity here to get the clean break and the fresh start. And I think as disappointing as it is, I do feel like a lot of things could have been worse in the way that it dragged out.
Absolutely.
You void the deal, you get the money savings now. If you're the Niners, you get to, and he can go do his prove-it contract if that's what he wants elsewhere, and you wish everybody the best and wish it had ended a little bit differently or more positively.
But not only that, the fact that this all happened in July, I'm just surprised that none of this leaked out sooner.
Yeah.
Or that he was a detriment to the locker room right before the season started. We heard none of that stuff. We knew that he was kind of sulking and, not happy with the situation, but at the same time, he just thought he was rehabbing. The fact that this stuff happened in July and it's just coming out until November is kind of odd to me. And then it sounds like Aiyuk just wants to get the hell out of here.
Well, but it came out now, I think, because
they pushed it.
Everybody's waiting. Why isn't he back?
Yeah.
Why isn't he back? Why isn't he closer to being back?
There was a couple weeks ago where Kyle was asked about that, and he brought it up himself. We may open the the practice window for Brandon Aiyuk here, and then it got pushed back more and more. So I think it's on both parts. I think that it was just bad business. It was definitely bad business on Aiyuk's part for declining the contract with the Patriots that would have paid him $32 million a year, or not wanting to go to Cleveland. He thought those were worse situations football-wise, but he would have been paid more money probably. Not to mention he wanted to go to Pittsburgh, but they were going to offer him, I think it was $28 million. So he settled on 30, and now he complained and didn't like the fact that he had to wear different shorts in a practice, and now we're at where we're at right now. But yeah, as far as Brandon Aiyuk, we'll see what happens with that situation. Most likely he's played his last down with the 49ers. We'll react a little bit to what Brock Purdy said with the morning show, and then we'll play the interview with Kyle Shanahan. We'll give you what he has to say about Brandon Aiyuk and his future with the 49ers. This is Dirty Work, live from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what time it is, Finheads. It's time for your teal update. The San Jose Sharks whooped the Mammoth last night 6-3. Huge game by our boy Will Smith. That guy's a stud. We love him. The Sharks, 4th in the Pacific Division, making a run. Keep it locked in here, Tealheads, for all your Sharks updates on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shotgun snap for Purdy. Fakes the give. He runs left. He's got a nose for the goal line, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown. Reed opted in a celebration for the quarterback, Brock Purdy. The toe looks just fine on a 2-yard scamper, and the Niners lead 16-8 with 1:29 to play third quarter.
Jack, what did I say pregame? You got to have a wrinkle in the run game, and there is the wrinkle.
Dirty work live from Harmonic Brewing. Brock Purdy showing off his legs in a touchdown run against the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. Before the 49ers head off to their long-awaited bye week until Week 14. Kind of ridiculous that it was this long in the season. Kyle Shanahan caught up with myself this morning. Let's catch up with the 49ers head coach, Kyle Shanahan.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
We got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
It's a pleasure to be joined by the head coach of the 49ers every single week, Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is sponsored by Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amichi's delivers. And by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazaard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazaard. And by Freeman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freeman's difference. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us on the UMA guest line. Kyle, how's it going today?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. So let's just start off with Thanksgiving. We'll get to the football a little bit later. Just how was your Thanksgiving this week? I know it's kind of weird with a short week and having to travel to Cleveland, but did you still have time for family and everything?
Yeah, actually, this is my first Thanksgiving that my family ditched me on.
Oh, really?
Yes. My wife hadn't been home to be with her parents or her dad, and since we got married, so 20 years, and so she did it this time. She left me a bunch of food. I made her feel real guilty for me being alone and stuff. She almost didn't go because of it. But to be honest with you, it's the first Thursday night in a football season that I got over 5 hours of sleep on. It was awesome. I went home. I had the turkey that she made me, and I had all these plans to do stuff, but I fell asleep on the couch and never woke up until the next day. So it was great. It was peaceful and relaxing, and it was perfect.
Now that you had the house to yourself, did you spend your time kind of game planning a little bit more, or did you actually watch some games?
Well, that was my big plan, was to do that, and that's kind of what it means. Since I got home and I was out of the office and no family was around, I had a lot of ambitions, but I ended up falling asleep and getting more sleep than I've ever gotten, which kind of stressed me out. But I'll tell you what, science is right. When I came in Friday morning, I felt like a new man, and definitely made Friday and Saturday going into Sunday a lot better.
No, absolutely. Sleep is key. So let's get to the football game. I mean, playing in Cleveland is always difficult, especially with the weather, and you made the decision to possess the ball so you could have it against your back in the fourth quarter. So what is the process like as far as game planning when you're playing in the elements and you have to be a head coach and kind of a weatherman at the same time?
It's something I don't pay attention to much because, even when you do try to pick the wind and everything, especially in a Niners stadium, it circles so much. It changes throughout the game. But just talking to people with Cleveland and, my year there, one side was usually always worse than the other coming off the lake and everything. So the reports were it was going to be that way, so we had to plan accordingly. You still got to plan the other way because you never know. The weather can change and it can be great. So you got to have a game plan that attacks a team the exact way you want to attack a team. But then you have another game plan where you're anticipating you won't be able to do that, or at least for not two of the quarters in the game. So you got to balance that out, prepare your team for that so they're not surprised when it seems a little bit out of character how you're calling it, and then you do what you got to do to win, and you adjust as the game goes.
As far as giving you that information on the weather, is that coming from your analytics department or any other coaches? How are you guys going about the decision-making during the week?
I really have, my assistant, Patrick Hagedorn, he works on that stuff a lot. Just looking at the weather and stuff, and then Matt Plonsky, who helps me out with all the analytics stuff up in the box during the game. He's looking at that as thoroughly as a very smart mathematician can look at it. So I just take their word for it. But I also learned, they also told me last year versus Buffalo that it was going to snow, but don't worry, it's not going to snow at all during the game. And then it snowed for 3.5 hours straight. So I got to realize that even weathermen mess it up too.
No, definitely. Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. So as far as the touchdown run from Brock, how long have you been planning that play, considering he's coming back from a toe injury?
That really no factor going into it. It more has to do with how they play defense. They're a very sound gap-oriented team who hits their gaps extremely hard. When teams do that and they tee off on that, it makes it very hard to run the ball on them. But usually the weakness to that is no one's accounting for the quarterback. So sometimes that's the only way you can take advantage of something like that, and that's why it's the right team to do it against. And they actually, on the one that he did run in, though, it wasn't the best look because they had two guys blitzing outside of the tackle, which makes you one short. They actually do have a guy for that because they got one guy for the running back and one guy for the quarterback in that situation. But Brock rode the handoff long enough, and Christian bounced away, and both guys kept their eyes on Christian, and it allowed Brock to run in. So it was an important play that we had.
I mean, Brock's arm looked great in the weather, but I was impressed with his legs and his ability to evade the pass rush. Just how valuable is Brock's mobility when you have injuries to the offensive line? You're facing a defensive line with probably the defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was one of the most impressive things of the game, just really collectively and how they did it together. I thought the O-line was extremely good in that game, especially going against the challenge of that front. Everyone knows Myles Garrett. He's the best, but also just collectively they rush the passer very well. It's very similar to Houston. And I thought our O-line blocked very well, especially with the help of the tight ends and the running backs, always help chipping on the edge. But the only way they can do that is if a guy plays really well in the pocket. And Brock never got too deep throughout the game, so they couldn't come around the edge. He stepped up and got to his third guy in the progression a number of times in the game. And you don't see people do that very much versus that pass rush. So it was a great job by Brock and the O-line.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. So obviously the defense has had its struggles this season without Bosa, Fred Warner, and Michael Williams. But since the Rams game, you've done a better job of getting turnovers, getting to the quarterback. So and Bryce Huff's been good for you guys all season. But how have the additions of Cleveland Farrell and Keon White helped this defense?
I mean, those guys have stepped it up huge. When you lose guys like we have throughout the year, you need other guys to step up. And these guys have gotten their opportunity through some of these injuries. And it was awesome getting Keon through the trade. And it was so great that Clee was available for us to sign first to practice squad and then to get to our roster. But those guys have come in. They've done well in the past. And they've been those exact same guys here. So it's been a huge lift for us. And hopefully that'll continue to get better throughout this year.
And as far as the injuries to the linebacking core, Fred Warner being out and Tatum Bethune being out, but how much has Curtis Robinson stepped up the last 2 weeks with playing, teams that usually run the football very effectively, the Rico Dowdle and, of course, Quinshon Junkins with the Browns this past week?
Oh, he stepped it up huge. It's very rare that you get down to your third Mike linebacker. It's something our linebacker coach Johnny Holland talks about all the time, how important it is to have a third Mike linebacker because no one trains at that all the time. There's so much that goes into being in that position besides just playing football. It's very similar to the quarterback. It's very similar to the center. And this is the first year that we've been down to our third guy. And it's so awesome to have Curtis in that position because he's been prepared for it. I think he's really done a good job settling down the defense in terms of calling it, making all the adjustments with motions and everything. And he's played well in these two games too. And part of the reasons that we've been able to win both.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. I know Saturday before the Monday night game against the Panthers, you addressed the report on Brandon Aiyuk. At the time, you said you were still hopeful he could return this season. Now that we're going into the bye week, are you still hopeful he could return at some point in the last remaining 4 games?
Oh, I'm definitely still hopeful. It's not counting on it. It's but I'm definitely still hoping that can happen.
And then, as far as getting into this bye week, you mentioned that this is the longest bye week you've ever encountered. All the injuries you guys have had this season. How much of a grind has it been to have a bye week this late? And how much have you had to adjust with what you normally would do during a bye?
Yeah, when you see that bye week that late on the calendar, it can get a little daunting. Especially after our Thursday night game, which was versus the Rams. I want to say in week 5. So. those are the only days that you really get a break, because when you play on a Thursday, you have a bye week. And so after that Thursday night game, when you looked at that calendar, it was like, all right, we got about 8 weeks in a row before we get a day off. That was daunting. And so what you had to do is not talk about it. We didn't sit there and count the days. We just tried to get caught up in the season and kind of acted like we weren't going to have a bye week. And now the fact that we've actually gotten to this point, I kind of like it. I'm not asking for it again next year by no means. But the fact that we've gotten to this point, we're sitting here at 9-4. Now it's a great time to have a bye week, because we plan to come back and be better in these 4 games to finish. And if we do that, then I think it's perfect time in a bye week, because you want to be fresher going into the playoffs, and this gives us a chance to do it.
No, absolutely. I know you said at the beginning of the interview that your family left you for Thanksgiving. So are you hoping to get more family time during the bye week?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I'll do. Just lay low around the house, catch up on sleep, hang out with the family, hang out with my dog. It gets a little harder as my kids get older, because they don't give me quite as much time. I'm not as cool to them as I was when they were younger.
Yeah.
So now it's more sympathy hangouts, but I'll make sure to get those, take the wife on a couple dates, and watch a little football, just more as a fan, just trying to enjoy it, watch it with the family, and come back next week ready to go.
Well, Kyle, thank you for joining us today. Congrats on the season up until this point, being 9-4, and enjoy this long-awaited bye week.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you.
So there you go. There was Kyle Shanahan with me earlier in the day, and pretty much, he's hopeful that Brandon Aiyuk will return, but not counting on it. And I think that's the same sentiments that John Lynch had this morning with Murph and Marcus. So, yeah, we've been talking about it. They're moving on. He's moving on, and this football team right now, I don't think they miss him. They're 9-4. They're in a good spot with this bye week. Just talking about that real quick, JD. Just have you ever? Obviously there have been Week 14 bye weeks, but with what this team has had to deal with all the injuries, missing Fred Warner, missing Nick Bosa, not to mention Michael Williams, just how much of a grind it's been that they've gone to this point, being as successful as they've been. But now they get to recoup. That could be beneficial for them to be a dangerous team the next 5 weeks here.
I love it now that you're here, and I hear what Kyle Shanahan's saying. You'd never ask for it again, and I think part of the reason why you'd never ask for it again or want to have it again is the fact that you're not going to have, and Kyle wouldn't admit this, but the favorable schedule that the 49ers have had top to bottom. That is why the 49ers are in the position they're in, because they've taken advantage of the schedule that we've been talking about since May 14th when it came out. Hey, this is a really favorable schedule. The 49ers have an opportunity here to handle business and become a playoff team, even through some of the question marks before we knew just how injury depleted they would be in terms of some premium players like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Michael Williams. So, but once you get through to 9-4, I love the layout now. You're 9-4, you get the week off, you come back with a winnable game to kind of reestablish the momentum, but you also, not that you want to come back slow, and the Niners have been really good after buys in the Shanahan era, but if you do start a little slow, you're playing against a team that you can figure it out on the fly against if you don't have it early in the game to where you get that rhythm back for the 3 games that are going to be the truly difficult ones. So I think the layout of it is perfect, and maybe if this team gets to that point where they're a playoff team, they can earn that spot, they're going to be a more formidable playoff opponent than they would have been otherwise with the team that they had, say if they had their bye in the middle of the season and had to play more games in the lead up to having to be in the playoffs. So, hey, you take it. I think they've made the best of it. You check that box, and you try to come back strong.
No, it's the perfect situation for them, a tune-up game against the Tennessee Titans, and then, your season, it's coming down to the last 3 games. But I think it's the perfect point where, guys like Ricky Pearsall, who've kind of been sluggish coming back from injury, get him a little bit more, off his feet, for a week, and then, come back a little stronger, hopefully for the last 3 games of the week of the season here. So, yeah, and also it's crazy to me how we talk about the injuries, but they really haven't impacted the football team, in that I thought they would have lost to some of these lesser opponents on their schedule. Like everybody they lost to, really not bad losses. The Jacksonville Jaguars are a sneaky good team right now. They're leading their division, so they're not that sneaky, leading the AFC South right now. The Rams, we were talking about maybe the best team in all the NFC, and they just definitely exposed your weaknesses with the injuries that day. But then, you lose to Tampa, and that was a day where Fred Warner got hurt, so that's understandable. And also, we're seeing now, at the time, maybe the Houston Texans loss was bad because of where they were as a football team, the Texans that is, and their inability to get C.J. Stroud down. But you just see how great that defense is. So given all that, they made the most of their, week schedule, and we'll see what happens the last 3 weeks here where they have to play potential playoff teams, the Colts, Bears, and Seahawks.
They don't have a single bad loss.
No.
In my mind. The Jaguars loss, you didn't know because you didn't – are they a good team or are they not? The Jaguars are a good team. Jaguars could end up winning that division in the –
which is crazy to think about now.
In the AFC South. And so, yeah, you look at – the Rams, no way. Houston, number one defense. They had a number one defense even then.
Mm-hmm.
So you go into that game with a backup quarterback, and yeah, I think the disappointing part was the fact that the Texans' offense was so formidable. But again, that was the 49ers defensively. I think some of the injuries catching up with them, in the aftermath of Fred Warner going down. So no, you look at that, and top to bottom, they don't have a single bad loss in my mind on the schedule to this point.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing, getting you ready for Warriors and Thunder tipping off at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's talk about those Warriors. Where are they at right now? 11-10 on the season, 2-2 on the homestand. And how are things going to look tonight against the defending champions who come in at 20-1? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR Holiday Sports Auction is underway, presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Here's how you do it, Bay Area. You go to 49ers.com/give to bid today and tomorrow, and you can get a bunch of good stuff. I'm telling you, they got a lot of packages with 49ers alumni, current players, signed memorabilia. This is grade A items. 49ers.com/give, KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, Dignity Health, 49ers Foundation. Get in there, Bay Area, on the Sports Leader.
We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
It's very common. And the number one reason is people just don't have the money to pay them. So in the first year, they make a mistake. They just don't file. Then year 2 rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1 and they still don't have the money? It becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS catches you? Folks, it's a terrible way to live. And think of it like this. It's like you have a chest pain or something else in your body, and you're just too scared to go to the doctor because he or she might tell you something horrible, so you don't go. So a condition that could have been fixed gets worse. It's just like that here. This is a fixable problem. We can file all the old back returns. But Steve, I don't have the money. That's okay. We want to make a deal for you. There's a lot of good deals. You hear me talking about them all the time. What if you don't have your record? No problem. We get all the records the government has on you. What if you need some bookkeeping? No problem. We have a bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, what do you have to lose? We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We've been doing this for years. We're super familiar with it. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to do anything with the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take this problem away from me.
Thanks, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Live from Harmonic Brewing, it's Dirty Work right outside Chase Center, getting you ready for Warriors and Thunder at 8 o'clock tonight. Keep on listening for that cue to call for Tony's Pizza. Listen to that, and then call 415-896-KNBR, and you could get a gift card to some Tony Gimignani's Pizza. And also, today until tomorrow, until 7 o'clock tomorrow, we are doing the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. The 49ers faithful have the opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Some of the packages include Tee the Season with the 49ers. Play a little Top Golf with George Kittle and the tight ends. Tee up some fun with the 49ers tight ends at Top Golf. You and your guests will enjoy an unforgettable afternoon filled with friendly competition, laughter, and team spirits as you swing side by side with some of the NFL's best. And George Kittle, that'd be an awesome time to hang out with him and play some Top Golf. And we also have a very interesting package, don't we, Tim?
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. Again, 49ers.com/give. Again, 49ers.com/give. Lots and lots of packages. They also have funny names like this one, the Holiday Hole-in-One. Experience AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am like never before. This package offers a front-row perspective of the PGA Tour stars, celebrities, and stunning Pebble Beach coastline. By the way, if you've ever been to Pebble Beach, it is stunning. Enjoy tournaments in style with access to Clint's Saloon. That's elevated dining, comfortable seating, and excellent views of the 15th green. So you can bid on this package. Take your dad to Pebble Beach. You'll have a good time.
There you go. And again, it's 49ers.com/give to bid on the packages. Okay, now that we got our prices right on, let's talk a little bit about the Warriors as they take on the OKC Thunder tonight. 20-1 on the season. The Warriors 11-10. And I was talking about it with Copes, JD, while we were in Hawaii talking about this homestand. And for us to feel comfortable about this team, we want them to go 4-1. Worst case scenario, you lose to the Thunder. You should have handled business against the Portland Trail Blazers, and they're one of the worst teams of basketball right now with only 8 wins. But 2 of those wins are against the Golden State Warriors. The day after Chauncey Billups got arrested, they go into Portland. They lose that game off of a back-to-back when they were playing here against the Denver Nuggets. And then the first game of the homestand, they can't stop the Portland Trail Blazers offense. Then they rebound against the Utah Jazz. But then I'm watching the game last Wednesday night against the Houston Rockets, and they have a pretty good, comfortable lead, and then the Rockets come back and win that game. So you got Steph Curry with a quad contusion. Hopefully we'll get an update on him tomorrow with what's going on with him. But beating the New Orleans Pelicans to me doesn't mean a whole lot right now. So as far as the grand scheme of things, just where you at with the Warriors at 11-10?
Well, it's been a disappointing homestand, regardless of what happens tonight, and it would be obviously a win for the season if they can beat Oklahoma City without Steph and Curry, and they would end up 3-2 on the homestand. But no, make no mistake. I mean, if this game goes as we would expect it to, which is the Warriors to lose to OKC and have OKC move to 21-1. And the Warriors back on the road. I mean, 2-3 is a 3-2. I think you could have taken if it had been, maybe you lose to Houston and you lose to Oklahoma City and you're able to beat Portland and you win the other 2 games. I mean, at this point, they won the 2 price of admission games and they lost the other 2 games. And it's Houston without Durant as well.
I know
that's the other part of it, and not that this team is good enough to be able to count a game like that as an automatic win. And we saw by virtue of the first matchup they played against Portland that you knew the second matchup against Portland wasn't going to be an automatic win either. And that's just I think a tough matchup with the Blazers' wing size and skill and their big man size and skill. And Houston hit them similarly in terms of the offensive rebounds and the turnovers. So it was the same things that hurt the Warriors in the game against Portland hurt them in the game against the Rockets. But it just goes to show, and even the Utah game, which turned into a blowout, but it turned into a blowout after the Warriors just played a miserable first quarter, and Steve Kerr's got to bench Brandon Pajemski and really go deep into the depth chart to be able to get enough energy from the guys to be able to put that game on cruise control. And even the game against the Pelicans on Saturday. You're playing that game without Steph Curry, and defensively the Warriors played well, but it just without Steph, they just cannot consistently score the ball enough to where that they're gonna they're gonna have these long droughts in games, and they're gonna have to work extremely hard, which they did to just beat that. Like, to me, it's as much about, yeah, we can look at the teams they lost to, but you can also look at how they won the games that they won, and they've just had to work so hard, and that's been something that's been true even with Steph. Work so hard to earn any kind of win against any kind of opponent, and so it just all relates back to this team not being where anybody, I think themselves included, would have wanted them to be at this particular point in time. 11-10, and still searching for a lot of what they had in the final 31 games of the season when they went 23-8 last year after the Jimmy Butler trade.
Yeah, 2 months ago when we did our roundtable discussion with the start of the Warriors season, I was like, I don't know if this team can compete with the upper echelon teams of the Western Conference. I don't know if they could beat OKC. I don't know if they could beat the Denver Nuggets. I wasn't even sure if they could beat the Houston Rockets with how much of a struggle it was last year in the postseason when it went to 7 games. But that game against the Denver Nuggets, opening night here, I was like, all right, this team actually has some juice to it. Maybe Steph Curry coming out the gate red hot, scoring 40 points in that game. And then since that time, I know they've had some good victories going on the road to San Antonio and whatnot, but for the most part, they do look a little older to me. And I don't know if they can compete with those teams. And you mentioned also, they were playing Houston, and Houston was a good team last year. They had their struggles against Alfred Şengün, but the star of that team now is Kevin Durant, and he wasn't playing that night a week ago. That's been a problem this season with going on the road, playing the Milwaukee Bucks, and Giannis doesn't play. Of course, the Indiana Pacers don't have Tyrese Halliburton for the entirety of the season, but yet they lose to them on the road to give the Pacers their first win of the season. So I know they're getting reinforcements. I'd like to get your opinions on Seth Curry, maybe making his debut tonight. We'll see about that. And then is DeAnthony Melton expected to return this Thursday for the team?
Yeah, Melton's going to be back at some point, whether it's Thursday or maybe Saturday or Sunday when they play in Cleveland and in Chicago. One of those 3 games for sure. Not going to play in the game tonight. By all accounts, he's looked terrific at practice in the time that he's been able to work with the team, and he has been here for the better part, I think, of over a week now since they've been home and able to practice with some individual days where they've had a day they could play the game, have a day off, and then practice the next day before the following game. So by all accounts, he's going to be good to go here shortly, and he could be a tremendous help. I mean, he's somebody that I think can alleviate some of the inconsistencies that they've seen to this point from Brandon Podziemski, because if it's going to be an inconsistent kind of night for Brandon Podziemski, maybe he doesn't play as much, and DeAnthony Melton plays some of his minutes. But I also don't think that Melton should be viewed as some kind of cure-all for what ails this team. I mean, he's somebody coming off an ACL injury himself, to where I think they're going to want to try to keep him fresh over the course of the season. And not have him, because he's been an injury-prone player throughout the course of his career, not have him be somebody that you're really having to overextend just to get through the regular season. So, but all that being said, I think he can be a real beneficial and useful player. It's funny, you were going through the rundown of the teams that the Warriors have played, and it's so funny because they get up for Denver when Denver's here. They get up for games against Victor Wembanyama when Victor Wembanyama is the talk of the entire league, and Draymond does his thing. They get up for opening night in L.A., even with LeBron not playing. I thought they got up for the Clippers game early in the year before we knew that the Clippers were not a very good team. We didn't know that the first week of the season. The Warriors get up for those games. The problem has been some nights they're just not good enough to beat those teams, and we've seen that, or guys have been out, and you take somebody away, and then they have a tough time beating anybody, let alone those teams. But the issue has been more the fact that they haven't been able to win enough against the other teams on the schedule to make some of the games that they've won against the better teams or been more competitive against some of the better teams to make those wins stand up. And that in and of itself is an issue, because the veterans, I think, have to be so good every night to lead the young players and the role players to a point to where they're so comfortable that they can have some semblance of consistency. And we've seen the veterans either aren't able to do that on a night-in, night-out basis because they're going to have bad games too, and they're getting a little older, and the consistency wanes. And the young players just have not been able to, for the most part, hold their own on any night where the veterans don't have it, or be consistent enough as role players a lot of the nights where the big three haven't all been tremendous. And then that means you can get beat by anybody, even teams that are playing without their star players. So it's this mishmash of, I wouldn't be surprised tonight, even without Steph Curry, if the Warriors are extremely competitive, but probably don't have enough to win the game.
Because it's OKC.
Because it's OKC, and it's on NBC, and like bring a dog. I don't know how they're going to score tonight against the Thunder, elite and potentially all-time defense. And we've seen the Warriors basically operate as the worst offensive team in the NBA when Steph Curry is either out or not on the floor. So that's problematic in and of itself as you look at the matchup tonight. But the issue still, to me, it's not so much the energy and the effort and the ability to compete against the better teams, it's the consistency of the effort that goes from the veteran players against the lesser teams, and the inability for the younger role players to be better against those teams. Other teams, middling young role players, look at the Warriors role players as young players and think, we're better than these guys, and they go cook against them on a lot of nights, and it puts the onus then on the veterans to have to do more, and some nights it's unfair to ask the veterans to have to do it. And I just go back to the fact in saying all of this, Derek, the Warriors believed that they built a balanced enough team and a talented enough team, both youth and experience. They thought they had it all to where they weren't going to have this same problem that they had before the Jimmy Butler trade a year ago, that they had before the final 2 months of the year 2 years ago, that they had before they made their run in the final couple weeks of the season 3 years ago. So that's where I do think they deserve some criticism. And, yeah, I know we're quarter of the way through, but we're quarter way through the year, right? Yeah. It's not really early anymore. And then you're going to have to deal with the normal times in which Steph's out or Jimmy's out or Draymond's out, and it all compiles this inability to get on any kind of a consistent run that makes you believe. Because you may say, hey, I think they can. I don't think they can compete with the better teams. And I may say, I think they can actually compete with the better teams. It doesn't matter if they're the 7th seed. You're not winning as the 7th. So you got to be able to be better than the regular season than the 7th seed to have it matter that you can compete with.
And that's my biggest issue. I've heard you talk about it all the time on Dubs OT and listen to JD tonight when the game goes final on KNBR with Dubs OT. But they pick and choose which games they want to play up for. And even in playoff games, we saw it a year ago against the Rockets. They were in Houston for Game 5. They didn't care about that game. They've done that a lot since they've won 4 championships, and I get it. They're established. But at the same time, I don't think you could just throw games in the regular season, not play up to some of these opponents, and then think, well, we'll just turn it on again. We'll flip a switch like we did with Kevin Durant back in the day. No. If you're going to be a play-in team, it's going to be a pain in the ass in order for you to beat the likes of OKC and Denver and maybe even San Antonio at this point. So people say hopefully they just get in, hopefully they avoid the play-in. No, I say F that. They need to be like a 4 seed. They need to be one of the more dominant teams of the Western Conference for me to believe in them.
Yeah, and I don't think they can be a 4 seed. I think they can be a 5 or a 6. I think just the math says they can.
Right.
But the question I would have for you is, are they picking and choosing, or are they just incapable? Because that's the thing that I find myself grappling with. And I don't mean incapable. We know they're capable of bringing it against the better teams, but where I wonder, and some of it is picking and choosing. I'm not completely dismissing it.
Yeah.
But how much of it is picking and choosing the nights that you really go hard to show up versus you just can't physically do it as consistently as you need to be? And if that's what it is, and I think it is part of it, then you have to build the roster with enough reinforcements to be able to get through the season to where you still can beat Houston without Durant, and you still can beat Milwaukee and Indiana without Halliburton and Giannis, where you still can not lose every game you play against Portland. Like, that's the part of this thing. And look, there is time for it to change, but the biggest concern that I have for this team is, as they currently sit, they just seem to me to be much closer to a 44-45 win team than they are to a 50-52 win team. And I think they would have thought they had a 50 to 52 win team the way they built it going into the year. And I think it's also a tell, and the Steph Curry injury is part of it, but it's also a tell, Derek, that Seth Curry's here now. When they were trying to wait, it felt like as long as they could. And LJ Cryer is a two-way player that they'll have the potential to activate. Jackson Rowe is a guy who he took his spot. I mean, LJ Cryer's averaging 24 and shooting 40% from 3 in the G League, and looked like somebody that belonged on an NBA roster even in the preseason. So there's something to be said for guard reinforcements now in this time in which they don't have Steph and Curry to try and see if they can come up. You always look internal before you look to make moves, right? You see this in baseball, I think, more than any other sport. When we're all talking about, hey, the Giants, for example, need to go get an outfielder, or they need to go get a bullpen arm, or they need to go. You always try to bring up the outfielder you have in your system and see for a couple weeks, can he be the answer? Can this reliever be the? Oh, nope, now we got to go get. And I think the Warriors are doing a little bit of that with Seth Curry and with Cryer
Yeah.
before they have the ability to make trades significantly league-wide on December 15th and then with Kuminga specifically on January 15th.
Well, that's the biggest question to me is we know the Warriors are older, but they're not getting rid of Steph Curry or Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler, but is the supporting cast good enough? Is Brendan Pajemski good enough? Is Moses Moody good enough? And, of course, is Jonathan Kuminga good enough? What do you do with Jonathan Kuminga? We'll talk about it next, JD, on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Looney set that last screen in there, clipped his man, and he was ready to attack the rim no matter who was there.
Kuminga's first three of the night. So Richard makes the three. Kuminga's 1 of 4 from deep.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. We'll be joined by Andrew Luck in about 11 minutes. Talk about the new head coach of the Stanford Cardinal, Tavita Pritchard. But before we do that, we were having a conversation, JD, about are the role players good enough for the Warriors right now? And as we were talking, they're not going to change the big three. Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. That's not changing. But is the supporting cast good enough for them? Is Brendan Pajemski good enough? Is Moses Moody good enough? Is Kuminga good enough? I think at times this season they have been. But when it really mattered a year ago in the postseason, and again, I think it was maybe injury related, but you saw Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski kind of disappear. And then, Kuminga would show up for these games against Minnesota, scoring 30 points, but that doesn't mean a lot to me when you're getting blown out. So they all have their moments this year. Kuminga came out, and Steve Kerr said that he's going to be a starter going forward, and I don't know if that was a good idea with how much things changed in the starting rotation for Steve Kerr. But also, with Brandon Pajemski, he's had moments this season. But I feel also we're hearing more about him wanting to be the next Shohei Ohtani or wanting to be the next Steph Curry more than his play on the basketball court. And then Moses Moody, yes, there's moments where he was great against the Pelicans and he was their third leading scorer, but he's also been inconsistent. I would also say, yes, they played better against San Antonio without Kuminga, but I think a lot of that was Steph Curry going off for 46 points or 45 points. So I'll ask you, I don't think that's sustainable every night for Steph Curry to score 45. I think he's still a great player and a championship player, but you do need more around him. So is the supporting cast good enough right now for the Warriors?
No. I mean, the answer is flat out a simple no. And there are nights individually where the big three have not been good enough. And I think the big three have not been able to be consistent enough to keep this team against some of these opponents without star players and the like. So I think they're culpable in it too, right, to a very small extent. I want to make sure I make that point. But to answer your question directly, are the role players good enough? No, they're not good enough. They're not nearly consistent enough. And I think the thing that you must do as you start to evaluate the roster here for the Warriors and you look at it through the lens of the depth chart, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond are starters and closers. You don't consistently know who your fourth and fifth closer is, right, on any given night. We've seen it be Pajemski and Moody. We've seen it be Kuminga and Post. We've seen it be Horford and Kuminga. We've seen it be Moody. We've seen all these different combinations and we've seen Will Richard involved, all that. To me, how you have to evaluate the role players is who's impacting winning on a consistent enough basis in certain ways to be able to be kept versus who needs to be included, because you're not changing the big three.
No.
And so whether you think the big three is good enough consistently enough or not, you're not changing that. So that is the crew that you're riding with, so you have to change the others. Mm-hmm. And so to me, as I look at it right now, I look at a guy like Will Richard as somebody that maybe not in a significant way in terms of playing 25, 30 minutes a night is going to be a factor, but he is somebody that I would already, and I think you can see from Steve Kerr's standpoint, you can count on him to start in a big game if he needed to. You can count on him to play anywhere between, say, 15 and 30 minutes, depending upon the night and the matchup and how well he's playing. Will Richard and Moses Moody are in a different category for me than that of Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski. And you may say, well, wait a minute, Pajemski and Kuminga and Pajemski, those are the most talented of the two young players that the Warriors have, or maybe the two with the most upside, let's say. And also the two who have a desire to be more than they currently are or have been to this point in their NBA careers. But when I look at Richard and Moody, I look at both of those players as, when they don't play well, it doesn't kill you in the ways in which when Pajemski and Kuminga don't play well, it is more inclined to kill you, right? The types of mistakes, the in-between unconfident play of a Pajemski, the turnover-prone nature of Kuminga taking bad shots and different things when he doesn't play well. Now, when he does play well, it's a different story. When Pajemski plays well, he's this great connector and all of that.
Right.
But Will Richard is basically a 3-and-D, take the open shot, move the ball, drive a closeout, kick it around the horn, play solid defense, be stable. That's when he's not having a good night, it doesn't completely wreck the game for you. Moody does a lot of those things in a steady way, and it hurts when Moody doesn't make shots. Moody is significantly less effective when he doesn't make shots. But again, Moody is such a simple player that you can play him and see if he's got it. And if he's got it, he's really going to help you. If he doesn't, then maybe you look to go in a different direction in terms of somebody else on the roster. When Kuminga and Pajemski don't have it, they really hurt you.
Yeah.
And they really hurt you. And so to me, those are the guys that I start to factor in. And I look at Melton coming back as a player that if he can show that he's healthy and consistently healthy, I look at him as somebody that makes Brandon Podziemski expendable. And I also look at what do the Warriors lack, and I think we can say they lack a big, we can say they lack a combo guard that can score the ball. They still probably overall have too many guards, and they just added Seth Curry and L.J. Cryer, and they're getting DeAnthony Melton back. All 3 guards, right? So I kind of separate the need for a combo guard that can score. Malik Monk, Sexton, guy, even Kobe White, who I like and think would be a good. I separate that need there. What they need is a 3-and-D wing. What they need and the means to get that 3-and-D wing is to use Kuminga and potentially Podziemski as the and potentially draft capital if we're talking about somebody like a Trey Murphy to be able to get somebody that can shoot it and keep it moving and has the length and has the defense and just plays in a much more simplified manner to where you're not, or maybe doesn't have the upside of Kuminga when Kuminga's at his absolute best, but you know what? Is going to be playable on a night where maybe he's not at his absolute best. And the same thing kind of goes for Podziemski. Like, it's when those guys don't play well, you don't even want them on the court at all. And the Warriors need players that, yes, are going to be more consistent, but consistent in ways that complement Steph and complement Jimmy and complement Draymond. And I think that's where you saw, Kuminga was out and Steph had to go for 45 a couple of games for them to beat San Antonio. Yes, but the one thing I would say, and it's not all on Kuminga, but the one thing I would say is the ball movement was better.
Yeah.
The flow was better. The energy was better in those games offensively. And I think offensively is the bigger problem than defensively at this point. Steve Kerr would agree with that. So it's to me, it's Podziemski and it's Kuminga. Those are the 2 guys that, how's this team going to get better? It's the willingness to find a deal to put one Kuminga, potentially both, in a deal and look to bring somebody back that can be that bona fide 4th starter and closer in your rotation to help you get to a point to where maybe you don't have to work as hard every night to beat some of these teams that don't have their star players throughout the course of the regular season. That's the level of player that they need to add to this roster.
I do want to continue this conversation because I do think at some point, there will come a time, obviously after January 15th, where we're looking for Jonathan Kuminga to be traded. But I will be honest, I've talked a lot about him this past offseason and holding the team hostage with his contract negotiations. And then once he got the contract, it seemed like a beneficial contract for both sides where he could be dealt. There was a brief time at the beginning of the season where I thought, okay, maybe this guy does give them something they definitely need in order to get over the hump and be a championship contender. But as the season's progressed and we hear more and more, stuff from Anthony Slater and different articles and, self-agendas, whatever it was, it's becoming more of a thing where, as you're saying with Brandon Podziemski, maybe the best thing for this Warriors team to get over the hump is to move on from them and get a better player.
And it's not even necessarily his fault. It's just like he's tried to do everything the right way coming into the season, and he's been hurt, and he's the type of player when he's less than 100%, he isn't always as confident in his ability to be effective. Like, I don't even blame him for, we can talk about the first 4 years and unwillingness to do things a certain way, but you know what, that's all bygones now too. It's about this year. Like, I don't even care about that part of it. It's just a matter of, to me, it's not a blame game. It's a matter of, the guys that you want to keep, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, the guys that I think do fit around them, Will Richard, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, like, the guys that you want to, it's the guys that are the highest talent in terms of upside, Kuminga and Podziemski, and also the guys that are maybe the most inconsistent and the least great of a fit. And so, like, all those things, it's not so much blaming them for not being what you need. It's the fact that they are the best path to acquiring with draft capital what you need. Because this team, I think we can say top to bottom, we know isn't good enough.
We'll talk more about the future of Jonathan Kuminga, but let's catch up with the Stanford Cardinal general manager for the last time this season, Andrew Luck, coming up next on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Dirty Work, live at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, Thrive City. The Dubs in action tonight against the unbeatable OKC Thunder. It is looking grim. No Steph Curry, 20-1 Thunder. That's their record. It's a pretty big spread. But hey, crazier stuff has happened. Go Warriors. Beat the Thunder tonight. Our old mascot. Take it back. And listen to Dirty Work at Harmonic Brewing. And always keep it locked in here for Dubs OT with JD after the game on The Sports Leader.
The Sports Leader presents a two-time Heisman Trophy finalist.
Luck takes a snap, sprints right, pressure coming. He throws on the move, and it's caught in the end zone. Zach Ertz, touchdown. What a pass by Andrew Luck.
And a four-time Pro Bowler.
Luck steps up, throwing over the middle for T.Y. Hilton. He's open at the 20, to the 10, to the 5, and Indianapolis has come all the way back 64 yards from Luck.
Who has come back to where it all started. Here is the general manager of Stanford football, Andrew Luck, on The Sports Leader.
We do it every week on Dirty Work. John Dickinson filling in for Adam Copeland, Derek Papa. It is an honor once again, for the last time, unfortunately, this season, to talk to longtime NFL quarterback and now the GM of Stanford football, Andrew Luck. Andrew, how are we doing today?
I'm doing really well. It's a momentous day for the Stanford Cardinal football program. We introduced Tavita Pritchard to the world as our 37th head football coach in history, man. It's awesome.
No, and I watched the press conference this morning, and yeah, absolutely big news since the last time we spoke. So what went into the decision to hire your former Stanford teammate, Tavita Pritchard, as the next head coach of the Cardinal?
Oh, a lot went into it, right? And there's many dimensions and a bunch of calculus that goes into something like this. I was afforded an incredibly long runway, right? Uniquely long, at least long, open and transparent runway because of our situation. And frankly, really proud of the team and our staff and university and Coach Frank Reich this past season for taking an unbelievable step forward, including, reclamation of the axe. But a lot went into this. I interviewed a lot of people, talked to a lot of people, a bunch of different archetypes, those like Tavita, who hadn't been a head coach before, and coordinators, position coaches, NFL, college, leagues, big and small archetypes that had been head coaches, sitting head coaches. So, and in the end, cream rises to the top. And certainly, the thing I thought, most stand out were just the references from those at the Commanders and in the NFL that had worked with Tavita here, over the last few years, and just how much they affirmed what I believe to be true about Tavita: special leadership qualities, a servant leader. He's got an edge to him. He's a dogged competitor. He knows football IQ, football acumen. He helped guide Jaden Daniels to one of the great rookie seasons of all time. And he's a teacher, right? He's a teacher of the game of football, which we need, and to help develop our young men, because this is about developing young men and winning.
You mentioned today during the press conference your time playing with him back in the day, and of course you jokingly saying that you took the starting job from him. So what was your relationship like with Tavita when you were playing with each other, and did you see some coaching qualities back then?
I did see. We had a great relationship, and I did. We had a quarterback battle the spring of 2009, and I won the job, and it was an awesome competition. And then all he did was continue to push me and support me. And I felt the coach in him. My first day on campus, or maybe one of the first months I was on campus, he taught me a protection, hound two, like an old school, a variation of a West Coast offense protection. I remember him sitting down and taking the time to teach me. And so he's a teacher at heart. He comes from a huge family of 11 siblings and great parents, and like a leader who connects with people. He just does an amazing job of doing that. And I felt that as a teammate of his, and I saw that as he continued along his coaching journey.
Andrew, you mentioned you interviewed about 30 candidates, the long runway and all of that. Who did you consult when you were making the final decision, and was Coach Reich involved in that, and to what level?
Yeah, I had an amazing search committee that was there to support me. It started with our president, John Levin of the school, our athletic director, John Donahoe, our faculty athletic representative, Professor Jay Mitchell from the law school, and then, former Secretary of State, Dr. Condoleezza Rice. So like this amazing group to bounce things off of, and Condi's amazing. She is unbelievably whip smart, and the questions she asks are always the right questions. And John Donahoe and John Levin just doing an unbelievable job of, running the athletics department and our whole university at large, and fun to bounce things off of them. And then, yes, I involved Coach Reich as we got close to the end, and it was great to hear his perspective, because I both trust the guy and respect his football opinion and what it takes to lead a football program. And I know he had a great time getting to know Tavita through that process.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. You and Tavita today mentioned during the press conference your time playing with Jim Harbaugh and David Shaw. I know they're busy right now with their own jobs in the NFL, but did you consult with them at all about the next head coach?
Oh no, they're too busy. they're too busy. I left them out of it, and it's been fun watching both the Chargers and the Lions from afar, and certainly spend a little bit of time reflecting on my Stanford journey, just seeing Tavita here now, and how much both Jim and David were part of that, and what they gave us school, and also time for this next era, and starting this chapter of Stanford football.
With Coach Reich coming from the offensive side of the ball, did you know you wanted to hire an offensive-oriented coach, maybe helping the transition be a little bit easier for the team, or was that not necessarily a part of the equation?
No, it wasn't part of the equation. I was open to hiring someone from all three phases. I mean, there's sort of the archetype of John Harbaugh, who you don't see much anymore as a head coach, that came from the special teams world. I talked to some really quality coaches that really grew through the ranks on the defensive side, and then there was obviously the offensive side, and it just so happens that the right leader for us is from the offensive side of the ball.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line, you just mentioned that what kind of the feedback you got from the NFL coaching staff kind of set Tavita apart from most candidates. So why was that important to you in the hiring process for a college head coach at Stanford?
Yeah, look, I think we have this amazing history with NFL coaches at Stanford. I mean, you go back to John Ralston, Bill Walsh, Denny Green, right? Tyrone Willingham came from the NFL before he came here and had his unbelievable success. Jim Harbaugh and his whole NFL history. David Shaw with his NFL history before coming to Stanford. I think the way our young men are wired, the way our locker room is wired, is really copacetic with NFL scheme and style. And look, it was important for me too to referencing was a integral part of this job search. I mean, I learned very quickly, being great at an interview could just mean that you're great at interviewing. It might not mean that you're great at whatever the job you're interviewing for is, and getting the opinion of those that you work with and the players that play under you was really important for me when doing this.
Andrew, you talked about how proud and happy you are with the season that you had in terms of growth and kind of changing things up. What would you say is the biggest lesson that you've learned in your first season as the GM at Stanford?
Oh, that these young men are worth pouring energy and heart and soul into. This locker room, these young men are amazing. I mean, they're believing in themselves. They're believing in each other. It was so rewarding to see the growth and the steps that they took. And I'm reminded of a bunch of stuff daily. One that just keeps sitting on my mind right now is there's a quote, and Kevin Hogan, the quarterback who they one of 3 quarterbacks ever to play in 3 Rose Bowls, the quarterback who succeeded me here and took this team to really unseen heights. There's a quote that I think he copied and used and put his own words on it. But we talk a lot about the price always increases. It does not stay the same, and it does not decrease. And that's why our guys are back working out Monday after our Notre Dame loss, and preparing to get their edge, sharpen their edges as we forge a team that's ready to go, win championships with championship culture. So really proud of this team. I mean, they taught me little things every day, but man, they're worth pouring your heart and soul into.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. I mean, yeah, not the season you wanted, but some great moments from the season, beating Florida State and, beating Cal just a couple of weeks ago. So what is the biggest thing you hope to improve upon for the 2026 Stanford Cardinal?
Yeah, look, we got to keep building championship process and culture, because that is the only way to get to where we want to go, and that's winning championships, right? It starts with a conference championship. We laid out a couple goals of getting to an ACC championship game, of getting to a bowl game, and beating Cal. Now we only succeeded in one of those goals, right? So we have to take major steps. We're not. Look, we know a little steps lead somewhere, but we got to take a lot of little steps this year. We got to end up with some big, end up with a big steps and figuring and continuing to figure this out and work with great people and look, I'm excited for Tavita to take us where we need to go as a head coach of this football team.
Do you think you're farther along than you would have anticipated a year ago, or closer to in terms of maybe optimism for what next year can hold than you would have thought? Like, where did you think you would be?
Yeah.
And now that you're there, is it better or on par? Not quite. How does that shake out?
I had no idea where we would be at this point when I joined a year ago. Like I really didn't. I had aspirations, I'd hoped, but I could say this: I think we're in a fantastic spot. I mean, beating Cal, getting the Axe back is huge. winning more games than the previous year really is huge. I mean, this is the first time since 2015 that we've won more games than the previous year, right? Like that is a major accomplishment by this staff, these players, this locker room in this year. And so I know the arrow is pointing in the right direction, and that's us right where we're supposed to be. And so, yes, there is optimism, there's belief. It's not just hope. I think there's a real conviction that, yeah, let's keep doubling down on what we know works in brotherhood, in competition, and practicing, and teaching and learning great football, because that will get us where we need to go.
Couple more minutes with Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. As you move into 2026 with your new head coach, Frank Reich is staying on as a special advisor. So how special was it for you to have Frank Reich help you in your first season, given all the circumstances of what might be his last season coaching?
Yeah, I'm totally grateful. Like, totally grateful. I mean, the dude put so much into this program. You know, he lived apart from his family. Linda, Mrs. Reich, you know, shared him with us for the year and his 5 grandkids. So he is deserving of some good rest and recuperation and look, he taught me how to be, you know, what a great head coach GM relationship looks like. And, you know, he's a phone call away. I hope he's out as much as he can. I know he's there as a resource for Tavita, you know, and a long-time head coach. Now he has to be a resource for, you know, a first-time head coach. And I'm proud to be associated with them. And, like, you know, those that are around this program, I think those that are around the Bay Area know what an unbelievable job he did. And, man, he's a Stanford man. He's as Tavita said it today, even from afar, you can tell that Frank Reich is, you know, as a Stanford man, and he really is. I'm grateful for him. Really, really, really grateful for him.
Well, Andrew, this is our last interview with you for the season, and I know that me and Adam loved having you on every week. And I know you're finishing up your first season as Stanford GM. I'm finishing up my first year as a on-air personality here at KNBR. So I just want to say that this was an absolute pleasure to talk to you every single week. I go back to 2009. My dad introduced you to me when you started at Stanford, your first game. Watching you Thanksgiving weekend against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I loved that game and followed your career with the Indianapolis Colts. So I just want to say I hope we do it next season, and thank you so much for coming on every week.
The pleasure was all mine. I appreciate you guys. This was a joy. I don't know what I'm going to do with my Tuesday afternoon from 3:50 to 4:10 now. I'm going to have way too much time on my hands. And why not run it back? Well, why not run it back? This was a great experience.
Have you thought about
you? Go ahead.
No, definitely. With your free time now, Andrew, have you thought about starting up the book club again?
You know what? It was a topic of conversation yesterday, so we will see.
There you go.
Appreciate you guys and appreciate everybody who tuned in and listened, and thank you to KNBR for having me.
Of course, it was an absolute pleasure. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us this season.
Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, there you go. Andrew Luck is starting his second season as Stanford GM with Tavita Pritchard as his head coach. And, yeah, man, I go back to my pops taking me to the farm back in 2009. It was, I think, Toby Gerhardt's last game as a Stanford Cardinal before they went to the bowl season, if they went to the bowl season that year. But, yeah, no, just followed his career until he was the first overall pick and then watched pretty much all his games with the Colts. So, yeah, it was an absolute blast. Talk to Andrew Luck every week.
Yeah, very, very very nice to have an opportunity to be a part of the last one here in year one. And no, just fun to talk to him, and just an unbelievable talent. And you just think of the undertaking of where the Stanford program was and has been in recent years. And to find someone that obviously knows the program was extremely successful, but has a passion and a love that you can feel in the conversation. It's just how important the university is to him, how important having the football component of it, which is such a treasured part of the history of the university, it is to him. I mean, it truly, I think, for them to get where they want to be was going to take someone like him being willing to step up and step in and be able to try to run the show and guide it in the right direction. So I think they found the right guy, and we'll see how it all shakes out with Tavita Pritchard. I think it sounds like they really feel like they found the right guy.
Yeah.
That's going to be obviously the long-term head coach.
No, college football is changing. You got GMs now, and maybe that doesn't matter for the big schools like LSU, now with Lane Kiffin as head coach, but it's important to have, big figures like Andrew Luck and Ron Rivera back with Cal, where they can guide those programs in the right direction. Dirty Work, live from Harmonic Brewing. Getting ready for Warriors and Thunder tonight, tipping off at 8 o'clock. Before we get back into some Warriors, let's go back to a little 49er talk. And we've been talking about how great the 49ers season's been, 9-4, given all the circumstances. Maybe Kyle Shanahan's best season coaching this team. But do you really think he's going to win Coach of the Year when you look at the other team, the other coaches that could win that award? We'll talk about it next, right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jam-packed day of guests here on The Sports Leader. We had John Lynch and Brock Purdy with The Morning Show. We had Andrew Luck and Kyle Shanahan with Dirty Work. Check out all those interviews on thesportsleader.com, The Sports Leader app. Always check out those podcasts. Those guys are awesome on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Big time games. There's so many really good games. So, but that's not to take anything away from yesterday. I thought he played really well. The way he played was the exact way that the game dictated. He was very good in the pocket. We blocked him, I think, very well in protection, but Brock also did a real good job not getting too deep, staying up in the pocket, being able to hang in there on some longer developing plays. He took care of the ball and made some big-time throws that got us points.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. The doors are open. Come on in, get a brew, get a nice quesadilla before the Warriors take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight at 8 o'clock. That was the voice of Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy's performance against the Cleveland Browns. By the way, we'll be playing our interview with Kyle Shanahan again at 4:50. Get you little details about how he thinks of the future with Brandon Aiyuk's going to go. But before we do that, let's talk about something else going on with the 49ers. Our 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation, going on from now until tomorrow at 7 p.m. 49ers faithful have the opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Some of the packages include cookies and cleats. What does that mean? Well, I'm about to tell you.
Tell me, Derek.
Do some cookie baking with the 49ers. Spend an unforgettable day baking alongside members of the 49ers. You and your guests will head to the 49ers Team Cafe for a hands-on cookie-making session with the offensive line. JD, if you had to cook with one member of the 49ers, who would it be?
Probably George Kittle.
Yeah, that'd probably be fun.
Cooking with Kittle?
Cooking with Kittle.
I would say Eddie Pinheiro. I don't know why, but I think he could probably be fun making a dish with.
Ben Barch.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm ready.
And also, if you want more details about that, go to 49ers.com/give, bid on packages. And Tim Webb in our package center. The package center. Give us more details about some of these packages from the 49ers.
First time I've been in the package center. Yeah. 49ers.com/give. Again, 49ers.com/give. How about this one? Swing into the season. This is where you tee up alongside stars in one of the most scenic golf destinations in California. Enjoy a golf twosome in the 49ers Foundation Golden Getaway Celebrity Golf Tournament at Carmel Valley Ranch, which is also an incredible course. You'll enjoy a day filled with golf, celebrity guests, and unforgettable viewing of the Carmel Valley Hills. Whether you're there to compete or simply soak in the atmosphere, this exclusive event promises great company, gourmet hospitality, and memories that will last well beyond the 18th hole.
And again, for more details, it's 49ers.com/give to bid on packages. And also, keep your ears perked for that cue to call for a $50 gift card at Tony's Pizza.
Jordo is standing by.
God, I hope not. All right. Just kidding, Jordo. All right, let's talk a little bit about Kyle Shanahan and having one of the best seasons of his coaching career. And I go back, me and Copes were talking about it yesterday. I'm still surprised that he did not win Coach of the Year back in 2019 when the team turned it around from 4-12 to 13-3. John Harbaugh won the award that year. I guess the context of that was they made the transition from Joe Flacco to Lamar Jackson, and they had an all-time season of 14 wins. But
were they the 1 seed that year?
They were the 1 seed that year. Yeah. Lamar Jackson was MVP, but I traditionally remember the award being if you took a bad team into a good team. And, of course, there's context along the way if you had a bunch of injuries. I don't think it just should be, well, you were a good team a year ago, so that definitely means you're not going to win Coach of the Year the next year. I think Kyle Shanahan should be in contention for it, but if you look at the odds, according to FanDuel, Mike Vrabel's the favorite right now. Next up is Ben Johnson. And third, Mike McDonald. And if you remember a year ago, the Seahawks were a good team. They didn't go to the playoffs, but they were 10-7. They made, changes from Geno Smith and who else? Tyler Lockett, moving on from him, trading away DK Metcalf, and now they're having a 9-win season. But does that really mean that Mike McDonald's Coach of the Year? I don't know about that one. Brian Schottenheimer is in 4th place, and I mean, they're not even a playoff team right now.
Yeah, they're 6-5-1.
I mean, they started off well. Kind of the same situation, though. Would you say more it's like GM of the Year with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones for turning it around for trading for Quinnen Williams at the deadline? I mean, Brian Schottenheimer's been better than anticipated, but I don't think he's deserving of Coach of the Year above Kyle Shanahan. Then you have Dave Canales, who's turning things around with the Carolina Panthers, so I give that to him. Shane Steichen, again, the Colts haven't been as good as the season started, but I think Shane Steichen, I mean, for a guy that was potentially on the hot seat this season, I think that he's turned that team around. So I'm cool with that. And then Liam Cohen, yes, absolutely, with the Jaguars in first place with the AFC South. And then there's Kyle Shanahan. I think he's 8th.
So eighth?
He's 8th. I would have him moved up, but just your overall thoughts, JD, on Kyle Shanahan's season as far as in contention for a Coach of the Year.
I think this is the season in which I think he should be most likely to win Coach of the Year of any of his seasons.
Right.
I'll say that. And to me, it's always bad to good, right? The coaches that win it, and you mentioned this, when a team goes from bad to good, especially if a team's been bad for a while, and it's a relatively new head coach that comes in and can have the ability to turn it around. So right off the top, I mean, Ben Johnson and Vrabel, a couple of teams that I don't think anybody would have expected year one that they would be good football teams, playoff teams necessarily, and yet you look up and they're both leading their respective conferences. So I can understand those. Bad to good. Liam Cohen is another one. Jacksonville 8-4 currently here. So those three, I think, fit the mold in terms of understanding where you would be ahead of Kyle Shanahan on the list. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate that. My life was flashing before my eyes as that was going over the.
We were thirsty. It's all good.
Over the laptop.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God. Don't move. Don't move. Don't talk. Anyway, I digress here. But no, I think when you look at it, I put those three in that category.
Yeah.
Steichen is also because I think where Steichen is still ahead of Kyle is because they got off to the great start.
Yes. And
so the odds have not fully caught up with the season that they're going to end up having, and we'll see what happens. Maybe they get back on track. And I think the Niners, by virtue of the winning streak that they're currently on, Shanahan's making a late run at this point, I think, because of the winning streak. But yeah, I mean, I personally, I think he probably should be fourth when you look at the end. I mean, he's played with a backup quarterback the whole year for the most part.
If I had to rank it right now, I would say I would put Ben Johnson 1, I would put Vrabel 2.
Yeah.
I would put Steichen 3, and I would put Shanahan 4. And then right behind Shanahan, I would have Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I'd probably have Vrabel 1, Ben Johnson 2, Cohen 3, and Kyle Shanahan 4 at this point. So who did I leave out that you had? McDonald or
no?
McDonald would be out because they won 10 games last year.
Yeah, and I think again that's like that's
and got better at quarterback.
Well,
and
to me, that's like GM of the year for like John Schneider making these moves by getting Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence. Like, to me, that's not value as far as – and again, Mike McDonald's done a great job this year, but I don't think it's deserving of Coach of the Year. Same thing with Brian Schottenheimer. It's not like, he's definitely has the offense playing very well right now. But, yes, the reason they're playing better defensively is because they traded for Quinnen Williams at the deadline. And right now they're on the outside looking in for the postseason. Dave Canales would be last on my list just because they're not in the playoffs right now, but he's definitely turned that team around. But this is the conversation me and Coach were having yesterday. You think it is with the category of Coach of the Year where if a coach is established enough that he's never going to get consideration for that award? Like, I go back, there's been a few guys that have won it multiple times.
You can, I think, if you're dominant. Like, I think it would, like, the year Kyle would win it would be if they go 16-1 or something.
Yeah.
When nobody thinks that, when people think maybe they're a 10-win
But maybe the
team.
argument also is we kind of expected them to be good in the first place. Like, it's kind of weird with me where Bill
because they are going from bad to good.
Yeah, they are.
Even though you don't think of it that way because they've been in the Super Bowl or in championship games.
Right.
3 years prior to that.
Right. But Bill Belichick, I think, is the anomaly where I believe he's won the award 3 times. It's seasons where the team went 14-2 or had a perfect season of 16-0, or that one season where Brady was MVP in 2010 without Randy Moss, and they gave him Coach of the Year. Maybe because the competition wasn't that great for another Coach of the Year. But I think in today's age, when writers are deciding this award, it's all based on guys that are coming up. Like Vrabel has already won the award, but it's because he's starting brand new with a new team right now.
Yeah, and they're going from bad to good.
Exactly. Like, I think Kevin Stefanski won it for the second time a couple of years ago because everything was so bad.
They were bad, and then they were good, and then they were bad, and then they were good.
Yeah, but there was also, Deshaun Watson being, injured, and then they had Joe Flacco the rest of the way, and that's why he won the award. I think, like, would Sean McVay ever win it again? Probably not, because he's an established coach in this league. With Kyle Shanahan, when you mention the best coaches in football,
and McVay's won it once, time,
and that's it. He's never been in consideration for it again. I think it's where if you're established, then sometimes writers are going to forget about you. Like, this is Ben Johnson's first year as head coach of the Bears, and he's completely turned them around from where they were a year ago with Matt Eberflus. Now they have the number 1 seed in the NFC, and we'll see if that stays. But, yeah, I think because, people will talk about him, I think that this may be the only time that he would be a consideration for the award. We'll see what happens down the line here. But I think it's also the markets. I think it's Chicago. I think it's New England. But, yeah, I do wonder if we missed the boat on Kyle Shanahan getting Coach of the Year consideration.
He should be higher.
Or award in the first place.
He should be higher than 8th. Again, you can make the case that Ben Johnson and Vrabel should be ahead of him. I think Liam Cohn, that's another one where you didn't think – I didn't think Jacksonville's going to be a team that's probably going to win 10, maybe 11 games.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have said that. It's not going to be Harbaugh, either of the Harbaughs. Steichen is in there. He would probably be in my 5 hole right now after Kyle, and he might have been at the top of the list a month ago, right? Maybe it wouldn't have been Ben Johnson at that point. Maybe it wouldn't have been Vrabel at that point. But now you look up and the Bears and the Patriots are leading their respective divisions, and it's obviously it's not going to be Todd Bowles.
No,
I think McDonald should get some consideration. I think Brian Schottenheimer's done a terrific job, but you're right, they're not good enough. I think when you watch Dallas, they look like, especially on the offensive side of the ball, they look like a well-coached team.
Yeah,
I think their offense is much better than it was with Mike McCarthy. So I give him credit there. But if you're 6-5-1, you're not going to win Coach of the Year because everybody thought you were going to win 4 games and you wind up winning 9. Like that.
It's also Dallas. I think
I do think he's a good coach.
No. I mean,
believe me, he's had a good year. And I've watched him.
Yes.
Maybe I'm a little biased in that I think Dallas is, and we all have these teams. Like Dallas is one of the teams that I feel like every time I've watched them, they play better.
Yeah.
When I don't watch them, they're getting crushed by somebody.
It's your fault.
But when I watch Dallas, I've been impressed with them. He looks like a coach. They look like a buttoned-up team.
Yeah.
And that has and doesn't have talent in some areas, does have some talent in other areas. He's kind of gotten Dak back on track.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think he's done a nice job. But I would have him at this point below Steichen and below,
of course,
Canales and definitely below Kyle Shanahan.
Because I think it's kind of going against what the expectation was. I think that immediately when you see that Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, you're like, what the hell is this about? And I get that because a lot of people viewed it as a cheap hire. It's a guy that hasn't been in consideration for a long time. Really, the last time he may have been interviewing for head coaching jobs is when he was offensive coordinator of the Jets. But since that time, his name has not been mentioned at all. So people right away say that he's not going to be a good coach. And turns out he knows what he's doing. It's not just a nepo hire because he's the son of Marty. But no, he's doing pretty well. But again, I think it's because they made significant moves at the trade deadline, getting Quinn Williams.
But they're not good enough anyway.
They're not good enough anyway.
They're not.
I don't think they're making the playoffs. I know they had a really back-to-back great wins against the Super Bowl teams and the Eagles and the Chiefs, but I can't see them with how jam-packed the NFC is right now. With him winning that award. As far as does
Mike McDaniel get back in the mix because they were 1-7 or whatever?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I like Mike McDaniel. He might have done a good enough job where he keeps his job now.
I think he is going to keep his job.
And then maybe Tua is the guy out the door, but no, I don't think he's a consideration for it. And when you look at the context of each thing, Ben Johnson. Okay,
I was kidding, by the way.
No. I know. And Mike McDaniel makes me laugh, but yeah, definitely not Coach of the Year. But as far as Ben Johnson, yes, he took the Bears offense that was putrid a year ago. I remember watching them the day after Christmas against the Seattle Seahawks, and it felt like Caleb Williams was getting sacked every single game, or every single play. And then they go out on Black Friday, and ran the ball up and down the Eagles. So he's changed that offense. He's made Caleb Williams a better player. Mike Vrabel, he took a 4-win team a year ago, and Drake May at quarterback, and has changed that team. Josh McDaniels helps with that as OC. But when you look at what Kyle Shanahan has done, not having a starting quarterback, losing both of his best players on defense, and they've won 9 games, I do think context matters. So do I think he's going to win it? No. Should he be top 3 in votes? Yeah. Maybe top 5, but he should be in contention for it. I just think that at this point, unfortunately, Kyle Shanahan, I don't think will be in contention for these awards, or not contention because we're bringing his name up, obviously, but I don't think he's going to win it because he's already been established. I think it's been too long where he's been named as one of the best coaches in all of football.
Yeah, and Vrabel won with the Titans back in 2021, so he would get his second. I think he's the guy that's probably going to wind up winning it because the Bears project to lose a couple of games here.
Yeah,
probably
probably.
one to Green Bay, maybe one other one.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Patriots are probably going to be the 1 seed.
Or the Broncos, yeah.
It could be the Broncos, but the Patriots, I think, you look at the Patriots schedule, they still play Buffalo, and I think that's it.
That's probably it as far as, teams above 500.
Their most difficult game, so they're
They have I know they have to play the Jets. I know they have to play the Dolphins again. I think they have to play the Ravens one last time with the Patriots. Just real quick, are you buying either of the top 2 seeds in the AFC right now, the Patriots or the Broncos?
I'm buying them as much as I'm buying the 3, 4, 6 seeds.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm buying the Patriots every bit as much as I'd be buying Jacksonville or Indy, or the Ravens at 6-6 having a lousy season, or the Chargers, who I think have a lot of talent. But, we'll see what's going on with Herbert and his ability to bounce back with the offhand injury and the surgery. But, no, I'm in a normal year, if we were talking about, and I know Buffalo's still in at 7, but if it was Buffalo, Houston, Kansas City – if this was a better Baltimore year, if those were the next 4 teams, I'd say maybe I'm not buying the Patriots. But why wouldn't you buy the Patriots and Broncos as much as the 6-6 Ravens, the Jags, and the Colts? I mean, I'm absolutely buying those 2 teams above the others.
To me, it's just with the quarterbacks. I probably buy Drake May more than I do Bo Nix. It's just the inexperience of those 2 guys.
By the way, if you look at the 7 that are in right now in the AFC.
Yeah.
Look at the 7 that are in. It's the Pats, Broncos, Jags, Ravens, Chargers, Colts, Bills. I mean, if there isn't a year, I know they're the 7 seed, but if there isn't a year for the Bills to get it done, given that, and I know the Patriots beat them, but I mean, you got no Chiefs.
Yeah.
Potentially no Texans, although the Texans could still get in. I mean, to me, it's like you couldn't. If you were Buffalo, even as the 7, and I know they're flawed defensively, but I feel like this would be the year if you're Buffalo to go pull off an upset in Denver, and then you beat the Patriots, a divisional opponent that you know well, and then you're in the championship game against somebody. Maybe you're playing Jacksonville in the championship game.
That's where I think the AFC is more topsy-turvy, where I probably do put more stock in a wild card team in the Buffalo Bills, or even if the Chiefs get in as a 7 seed.
Don't let the Chiefs get in.
I probably would buy those teams more just based on the quarterback play. So we talked about the AFC. Let's talk about the NFC next. Let's talk about the NFC West and how the 49ers it's still on the table. They can win this division. And we'll look at the schedules remaining for all 3 teams, the 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks. And we'll rank our NFC teams right now. Are we buying the Rams? Are we buying the Eagles? Is there a case to be made that the 49ers are playing the best football amongst the bunch? We'll talk about it next on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Bryce off play action. Has time in the pocket. Throws downfield for McMillan. Makes the catch at the 20. He's got the 10, the 5. Touchdown, T-Mac. Touchdown, Carolina. And the Panthers take the lead with 6:34 to go.
4th down and 1 at the Seattle 4. Handoff, play fake. Brosmer being chased. Brosmer is going to go down as he throws. It's intercepted. Coming back to the near side. Far side 50. Down to the 40. Being chased. 20. 10. It's Jones who is intercepted. His 4th pass of the year. And this one goes to the house. From back near the 10-yard line, Ernest Jones.
Sounds from the other NFC West wins over the weekend with the Rams, or I should say losses actually. Rams losing to the Carolina Panthers 31-28, and the Seattle Seahawks dominating the Minnesota Vikings 26-0. Right now in the NFC West, you have the Rams still leading at 9-3. You have the Seahawks right behind them at 9-3 after their head-to-head with the Rams beating the Seahawks a couple weeks ago. And then you have the 49ers in 3rd place, but right there with a half game, 9-4 right now. So when you look at the NFC West, JD, I thought it was a foregone conclusion a couple weeks ago when the Niners got thoroughly beat by the Rams, by losing, what was it, 41-26 or 42-26, whatever it was. At that point, I thought the division was for the Rams or for the Seahawks. But now, with the Rams losing that game against Carolina, and the 49ers getting their bye week, and as you said, playing an inferior opponent in the Tennessee Titans, and we'll see for the last 3 weeks of the season.
The Titans, by the way, are probably the only team. Them and the Raiders are probably the only teams at this point. And the Niners have already beaten the Saints and Giants, so I'm not going to include them in this. But honestly, the Raiders and the Titans are probably the only teams that the 49ers could be playing right now.
Yeah.
To where I'd say, oh, yeah, they're going to win that game. And they have to win that game.
Yes.
And no excuses. And I think they definitely – even the Browns, who are currently 14th in a 16-team conference, that game had everybody a little uneasy. And I think
only
rightfully
because
so.
of the defense, only because Myles Garrett's been so incredible. But when you look at the Tennessee Titans, we'll talk about it more next week when they actually play them. Tennessee's lucky to have one win. If it wasn't for Arizona just messing around and DeMarcado fumbling that ball at the 1-yard line, they probably win that game. They're probably still winless right now. So the 49ers definitely should win that game. But as far as the grand scheme of things with the NFC West, is it shocking to you that the 49ers are still in contention for winning the division?
It is. But it's interesting, but because of how well the 49ers have played, it's only taken one Ram loss. Yeah. One weird Stafford throws a pick six and another pick in the end zone and a fumble that was nearly a fumble six with the Rams going down to win the game or at least tie the game.
Right.
They were in field goal range to tie the game and potentially send it to overtime in Charlotte. It's only taken one Rams loss because that was the first Rams loss since they lost to the Niners back in early October. Mm-hmm. And one Seattle loss, which was the game to the Rams that Seattle almost came back and won at SoFi. So that, to me, it is surprising, but it didn't take much. And the reason it didn't take much to put the 49ers back in the conversation is, one, they've been winning to get to, consistently to get to 9-4. And it goes back to sometimes years are just the way you win, the way you lose, the way things play out. The two wins that have kept the 49ers not only in the playoff race, but in the division race, the win they got at SoFi against the Rams after Nick Bosa went out and you're playing with Mac Jones, and Mac went in there and lit the Rams up in the first half of that game, and the Niners end up holding on and winning it. And the game that they won week one, the miracle, the Jake Tonjes miracle catch as the 49ers are going down there late, and they wind up forcing a turnover to preserve the victory up in Seattle. Those two games, two road wins against division opponents after they went 1-5 in the NFC West a year ago, are the reason that the 49ers have action in the NFC West. Again, if you play in Seattle 3 weeks ago, and we saw played the Rams 3 weeks ago, it was different.
Yeah.
And if you're playing Seattle, if you haven't, we're having a different conversation, but it's not. The Niners won those two games, And because they won those 2 games, I mean, they're set up to where if they win out and Seattle beats the Rams in Seattle, they play, I think, 2 weeks from this Thursday on the 18th in Seattle. Seattle wins that game. Niners went out, which means they beat Seattle twice at the end of the year. The Niners would be the 1 seed because they play the Bears the week before. That's all it takes. I know that's a lot. That's 4 Niner wins, and the Seattle game's
No, but the fact that we're talking about that, like, it shows you how crazy NFC is
just
right now.
straight up, if the Niners win out, we're talking about basically 2 things, although it's really 5.
Yeah.
Niners win out. Seattle wins on Thursday Night Football, December 18th at home against the Rams. The Niners are the 1 seed. Like, to even be in that position is miraculous. And no, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have bought it 2 weeks ago, let alone a month ago.
No, it just shows how resilient this team has been, and I would say also week 1 has been just so different than what it is right now. I thought the Seattle Seahawks, you saw Jackson Smith and Jigba, just totally ball that day, but I thought the offense was just inept for the Seahawks. And then the 49ers, win that game with defense, Nick Bosa getting the forced fumble. But obviously since that point, they don't have Fred Warner, they don't have Nick Bosa. And the Seattle Seahawks have been a juggernaut when it comes to scoring points. I do think there is something to Sam Darnold, though. I do think that, you watch him play against the Minnesota Vikings, the familiarity that Brian Flores has with him a year ago and Kevin O'Connell playing for that team. They definitely had a good defensive game plan against him. But it was just because they were playing whoever, Max Brosmer, whatever his name was, the rookie quarterback. Not to mention J.J. McCarthy's been terrible then for the most part. But, yeah, I think that you saw it also a couple weeks ago with Sam Darnold throwing 4 interceptions against the Los Angeles Rams. So that's the one thing where I'm like, that team is definitely lethal offensively. They haven't used Rashid Shaheed to his capabilities the way that Clint Kubiak knows him from his days in New Orleans. But it's just Sam Darnold where I do wonder if he's just one I'm seeing ghost performance away from looking like the same guy from the Jets. As far as the Rams, yeah, I just think they had a bad game. I think that for the most part, Matthew Stafford's been incredible this season. Was it 34 touchdown passes to 4 interceptions? Like it was, 32-2 coming into the game against Carolina. And Carolina's been a sneaky team. They've been so inconsistent. You see a week ago when they play the 49ers, you're like, this team, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, they don't make any sense.
Exactly. Bryce Young throwing 2 interceptions where he could have easily just walked into the end zone and suddenly throws a pick to Jair Brown, and all those interceptions that Brock Purdy didn't amount to anything. But then they're so aggressive on 4th down multiple times that they find a way to beat the LA Rams. So when you look at the NFC West with the remaining schedule, you got the Rams this week going to Arizona, then they're home against the Detroit Lions. That Thursday night game you're talking about, JD, they go to Seattle, and then they have a Monday night game at Atlanta, and then they finish up the season against the Cardinals. The Seahawks go to Atlanta. They're home against the Colts, then the Rams. Then they go on the road to play Carolina, and then they finish up the season at home against the 49ers. 49ers, we know where they have a bye week this week. They play Tennessee, and then there's the last 3 weeks of the season, Colts, Bears, and Seahawks. At this point, things change week to week in this league. Who do you feel the most confident in winning this division?
The Rams.
Yeah.
I think the Rams are the best team. I think they're the most complete team. The one issue the Rams do have still, and it's been an issue all year, is their secondary. I mean, the Rams secondary.
We saw it last game.
Still, it leaves them vulnerable. It leaves them attackable, right? You look at, especially going into playoff games, if you're going to be playing. And right now, by the way, the Niners would be going down to SoFi to play in the 2-7 game, probably on the Sunday afternoon or Sunday night or maybe Monday night.
And you know what's crazy about that? I think that Kyle Shanahan would welcome that game. I think Sean McVay would not.
100%. I mean, it feels like the team that should win or the team that's expected to win every time those two teams plays doesn't win.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
The exception, probably the most recent matchup where I don't know, where you were a couple weeks ago at Levi's, but I thought, this is a game where if the Rams play like the Rams play, they're gonna beat the Niners. And it was 21-0 before the chairs were warm at Levi's, but I think the Niners would definitely welcome it. I think it's still the Rams, and we'll see what happens when the Rams play up in Seattle. I think, but. Again, I mean, you laid out the schedule. I mean, the Rams game, the Rams game against Detroit, even though it's going to be at SoFi.
That one's interesting to me.
That's not a lock, and the Lions are still going to very much be playing for something. I do think they'll beat Arizona twice. That's for sure.
They should at least, yeah.
They beat Arizona twice. But in Atlanta, at Atlanta can be weird. That's
Yeah.
a Monday night game. I mean, we saw Buffalo, but Atlanta's done, so I think it's better to play that game now than it would have been to play it earlier. They're going to have extra time before that game, too, because they'll get the Thursday night game before they go across. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
The other thing that stood out to me as it relates to the Niners, and I don't think a lot of people are talking about this yet, the Bears game against the Niners. The Niners have a short week because they play in Indy 3 weeks from last night. They play in Indy on the 22nd, Monday Night Football. It's a short week for the Niners off of the road game in Indy. The Bears are going to play Saturday.
That's right.
So the Bears have a +2 advantage on the 49ers, 2-day advantage on the Niners in terms of rest going into that game. I know it's at Levi's, which maybe mitigates some of it. We'll see how the Bears are looking then. That's the one game, and maybe it's recency bias because of the way the Bears looked against the Eagles. The Eagles have been in shambles. But I feel like the Bears, if the 49ers have two what I deem to be fatal flaws, it's the inability to stop the run and no pass rush.
Right.
And so a team with a quarterback that can beat you if you don't have a pass rush, or a running game that can beat you because you can't stop the run, that to me is the 49ers kryptonite, if there's going to be kryptonite that ends up sending them home at some point here between now and the end of the year. And I feel like right now, maybe it changes in almost 4 weeks, 26 days until they actually play that game. But right now I think you could almost make the case that the Bears are the team from an offensive standpoint against the Niner defense that would be the most equipped to make them pay. Ben Johnson wants to run it 50 times. Ben Johnson wants to run it some more. And went on third down in the pass game, although he did say the pass game for the Bears is not where he wants it to be, and they're winning in spite of it.
Yeah.
He said that within the last 24 hours. So that's kind of how I look at that game. But that game on paper, for all the games that might look better on paper than they did a month ago, the Bears game is the one that I think looks a little worse on paper if we're just kind of going game by game.
Yeah, and that game will be on Sunday Night Football. But, yeah, very interesting, and we'll see where the 49ers are at when they play that game in a few weeks.
Who do you think? Rams?
I would say Rams.
Rams are the number.
I still think that – I know some people are going to say, like, after all the losses this weekend, that the Eagles and all these teams are not very good anymore, the Rams too. I'm like, I disagree. I honestly look at the Rams' losses. They lost to the Eagles. They lost to the 49ers in overtime. And then, they have a screwy game with the Carolina Panthers. But – I'd still put them number one in the NFC. So let's do that real quick. Let's go through the NFC rankings and see who's actually better than the 49ers. Is there anybody that might have a better record than the 49ers at this point, but we think is better? The 49ers are playing better football than them. And we'll replay Kyle Shanahan's interview from earlier in the show. It's Dirty Work, live from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR Holiday Sports Auction is underway, presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation. Here's how you do it, Bay Area. You go to 49ers.com/give to bid today and tomorrow, and you can get a bunch of good stuff. I'm telling you, they got a lot of packages with 49ers alumni, current players, signed memorabilia. This is grade A items. 49ers.com/give, KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, Dignity Health, 49ers Foundation. Get in there, Bay Area, on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Shotgun snap on 4th and 16. Sanders back to pass. He's planted into the ground. Another sack for the Niners defense. This one's for Keion White. 5 wide for Sanders on 2nd down and 10. Takes the snap. 5-man pressure for the Niners, who flush him out right and track him down from behind. It's Clay Farrell for the 2nd time today, who drops Sanders back at the 39 for a loss of 11.
Highlights of the 49ers rocking the house against the Cleveland Browns last Sunday in their 26-8 victory. Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. JD filling in for Adam Copeland, and he'll keep you company once the Warriors and Thunder goes final night for a little Dubs OT. But let's talk a little bit about the 49ers a little bit more, and we'll play Kyle Shanahan's interview that I did with him in a little bit here. But Niners at 9-4. Right now they would be the 7th seed in the NFC playoffs. So, they're gaining a lot of ground right now, and they're playing a lot better. But when you rank the NFC altogether, JD, where do you have them right now? Do you think that with the way that the Philadelphia Eagles have played of late, they're a better team than them? You're buying the Green Bay Packers. We talked about you still believe the Rams are going to win the NFC West. So where do you put the 49ers as far as the NFC right now?
Right this second, I'd probably put them 5th.
5th, okay.
I think I'd put them ahead of Philly and Tampa if there were two teams, just based on how Philly looks right now and how Tampa looks right now. I would not put them ahead of Chicago, who obviously is the 1 seed, and we talked about some of the matchup issues that I think the Bears, when the Bears are playing as well as they can, potentially can give the 49ers. And I would not put the Niners ahead of the Rams. We've seen this version of the Niners against closer to this version of the Rams or Seattle at this point. The Niners do have the win in hand, or Green Bay. I think a lot of it comes down to Jordan Love. A lot of it comes – and the Packers' defense is more than good enough.
Yeah.
It just is a matter of, do they take the training wheels off of Jordan Love, which sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. Obviously, I kid. I mean, Love is a 27-year-old man and a guy that's been a starter for multiple years. But sometimes it feels like Matt LaFleur's still got the training wheels on.
It does.
Jordan Love. And, when he has not done that, sometimes because of necessity, Jordan Love has been able to raise his game. So I think Green Bay I would put behind the Niners, and then I would put – or in front of the Niners, and then I would put the Niners at 5 right now, probably Philly 6th and Tampa 7 if we're power ranking.
Yeah.
But it only takes one good win for a team like Philly.
Of course.
To be able to bump back up and get in the lead. They're playing the Chargers next Monday.
With Justin Herbert having a bad hand.
So they're kind of – look, we've seen this with the Eagles before. 2 years ago we saw this with the Eagles where they get off to this great start. After they wind up being in the Super Bowl, play great against the Chiefs but lose, and then they have the great start. I think 10-1. They end up 11-6.
Yeah.
And they go to Tampa and they get smoked, and they were just cooked. They were done in December and ultimately January. Is it happening again to the Eagles? The offense is weird. Feels like their coordinator's like a game away from getting fired. Everybody's booing them.
Throwing rocks at his house.
Eggs, right?
Yeah,
eggs,
too,
right?
yeah.
He got his house egged, I think. But anyway, or was that Lane Kiffin? That might have been Lane Kiffin.
Both,
or the AD at Ole Miss. That might have been. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
Again. But yeah, I'd put the Niners 5th in the NFC right now. But again, I really think if everybody's playing to the fullest of their capabilities, I'd probably put them 7th still.
Yeah, I would put them 6 right now. We went through it yesterday, but I still put the Rams number 1. I think Matthew Stafford's your MVP right now, and Devontae Adams is unguardable in the red zone. Puka Nacua catches everything. They didn't lose this game because they played poorly offensively, and they run the football probably the best since Sean McVay's been the head coach, with the two-headed tandem of Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. As you said, their defense is really good up front, but the back end with their secondary might be their biggest flaw. So I put the Rams number 1, number 2. I'm putting the Green Bay Packers just because I like their pass rush. I think that Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary, I think that right now, I get it. They have a ton of injuries, but the way that they played last week against the Detroit Lions, I'm a big fan of Jordan Love. Yes, I agree with you. Sometimes it feels like Matt LaFleur doesn't take the training wheels off.
And sometimes I understand it also. Well, I didn't make that point, but
yeah. Well, no, but because like he still throws these passes off his back foot. I'm like, dude, you've been in the league for how long now? You're still doing that? I think they're getting reinforcements back. They're getting Jaden Reed back at one point, or at some point, I should say. So I think they have the best defense in the NFC right now, just as far as a pass rush. The secondary's a little leaky, but I just think the potential of that team. I think I give them the best shot to win the NFC North at this point. As far as number 3, I would put the Seattle Seahawks. Again, I'm still kind of weary about Sam Darnold. Number 4, just because of the tiebreaker scenario, head-to-head matchup, I put in the Bears above Philadelphia. I think that the Bears still have a lot to prove with me with their passing offense, but they run the ball very effectively, and they're an opportunistic defense. With the Eagles, look, they're extremely talented. They're in their own head right now. I think that Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley and the offensive line is holding this team back. And you can have A.J. Brown have all the stats in the world the last 2 weeks, but it doesn't amount to anything because they're losing games. So once they figured it out, and I'm with you, it's kind of reminiscent of 2023 where they just totally crapped the bed along the way. But I also do think that they're talented enough to figure it out. They did win the Super Bowl a year ago. So for that reason, I put them ahead of the 49ers, and I put the 49ers 6.
Yeah, and I'll give you the official. I'm with you. I would still put the Rams 1. I'd put the Bears 2. I think you have to give them that benefit of the doubt. I'd put Seattle 3 right now. Ahead of Green Bay, I'd put Green Bay 4.
Okay.
I'd put the Niners 5, Eagles 6, and Tampa 7. Again, right now today, if the Eagles go in and win at SoFi against the Chargers next Monday night, I probably flip-flop the Eagles and Niners again because I do think the best version of the Eagles beats the best available version of the 49ers.
Yeah.
Especially if those two teams have to play head-to-head. But for right now, I think the Niners have earned some respect, put some respect on their name, and put them in the top 5 in the NFC.
Well, let's do it one more time because we are the replay leader. Let's go back to Kyle Shanahan with a conversation I had with him earlier today.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
It's a pleasure to be joined by the head coach of the 49ers every single week, Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan is sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. And by Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney, you need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And by Freeman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freeman's difference. Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us on the UMA guest line. Kyle, how's it going today?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. So let's just start off with Thanksgiving. We'll get to the football a little bit later. Just how was your Thanksgiving this week? I know it's kind of weird with a short week and having to travel to Cleveland, but did you still have time for family and everything?
Yeah, actually, this is my first Thanksgiving that my family ditched me on.
Oh, really?
Yes. My wife hadn't been home to be with her parents or her dad, and since we got married, so 20 years, and so she did it this time. She left me a bunch of food. I made her feel real guilty for me being alone and stuff. She almost didn't go because of it. But to be honest with you, it's the first Thursday night in a football season that I got over 5 hours of sleep on. It was awesome. I went home. I had the turkey that she made me, and I had all these plans to do stuff, but I fell asleep on the couch and never woke up until the next day. So it was great. It was peaceful and relaxing, and it was perfect.
Now that you had the house to yourself, did you spend your time kind of game planning a little bit more? Or did you actually watch some games?
Well, that was my big plan, was to do that, and that's kind of what it means. Since I got home and I was out of the office and no family was around, I had a lot of ambitions, but I ended up falling asleep and getting more sleep than I've ever gotten, which kind of stressed me out. But I'll tell you what, science is right. When I came in Friday morning, I felt like a new man, and definitely made Friday and Saturday going into Sunday a lot better.
No, absolutely. Sleep is key. So let's get to the football game. I mean, playing in Cleveland is always difficult, especially with the weather, and you made the decision to possess the ball so you could have it against your back in the fourth quarter. So what is the process like as far as game planning when you're playing in the elements and you have to be a head coach and kind of a weatherman at the same time?
It's It's something I don't pay attention to much because, even when you do try to pick the wind and everything, especially in a Niners stadium, it circles so much. It changes throughout the game. But just talking to people with Cleveland and, my year there, one side was usually always worse than the other coming off the lake and everything. So the reports were it was going to be that way, so we had to plan accordingly. You still got to plan the other way because you never know. The weather can change and it can be great. So you got to have a game plan that attacks a team the exact way you want to attack a team. But then you have another game plan where you're anticipating you won't be able to do that, or at least for not 2 of the quarters in the game. So you got to balance that out, prepare your team for that so they're not surprised when it seems a little bit out of character how you're calling it. And then you do what you got to do to win, and you adjust as the game goes.
As far as giving you that information on the weather, is that coming from your analytics department or any other coaches? How are you guys going about the decision-making during the week?
I really have, my assistant, Patrick Hagedorn. He works on that stuff a lot, just looking at the weather and stuff. And then Matt Plonsky, who helps me out with all the analytics stuff up in the box during the game. He's looking at that as thoroughly as a very smart mathematician can look at it. So I just take their word for it. But I also learned, they also told me last year versus Buffalo that it was going to snow, but don't worry, it's not going to snow at all during the game. Yeah. And then it snowed for 3.5 hours straight. So right. I got to realize that even weathermen mess it up too.
No, definitely. Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. So as far as the touchdown run from Brock, how long have you been planning that play considering he's coming back from a toe injury?
That really no factor going into it. It more has to do with how they play defense. They're a very sound gap-oriented team who hits their gaps extremely hard. When teams do that and they tee off on that, it makes it very hard to run the ball on them. But usually the weakness to that is no one's accounting for the quarterback. So sometimes that's the only way you can take advantage of something like that, and that's why it's the right team to do it against. And they actually, on the one that he did run in, though, it wasn't the best look because they had 2 guys blitzing outside of the tackle, which makes you 1 short. They actually do have a guy for that because they got 1 guy for the running back and 1 guy for the quarterback in that situation. But Brock rode the handoff long enough, and Christian bounced away, and both guys kept their eyes on Christian, and it allowed Brock to run in. So it was an important play that we had.
I mean, Brock's arm looked great in the weather, but I was impressed with his legs and his ability to evade the pass rush. Just how valuable is Brock's mobility when you have injuries to the offensive line? You're facing a defensive line with probably the defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was one of the most impressive things of the game, just really collectively and how they did it together. I thought the O-line was extremely good in that game, especially going against the challenge of that front. Everyone knows Myles Garrett. He's the best, but also just collectively they rush the passer very well. It's very similar to Houston. And I thought our O-line blocked very well, especially with the help of the tight ends and the running backs, always help chipping on the edge. But the only way they can do that is if a guy plays really well in the pocket. And Brock never got too deep throughout the game, so they couldn't come around the edge. He stepped up and got to his 3rd guy in the progression a number of times in the game. And you don't see people do that very much versus that pass rush. So it was a great job by Brock and the O-line.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. So obviously the defense has had its struggles this season without Bosa, Fred Warner, and Michael Williams. But since the Rams game, you've done a better job of getting turnovers, getting to the quarterback. So and Bryce Huff's been good for you guys all season. But how have the additions of Cleveland Farrell and Keon White helped this defense?
I mean, those guys have stepped it up huge. When you lose guys like we have throughout the year, you need other guys to step up. And these guys have gotten their opportunity through some of these injuries. And it was awesome getting Keon through the trade. And it was so great that Clee was available for us to sign first to practice squad and then to get to our roster. But those guys have come in. They've done well in the past. And they've been those exact same guys here. So it's been a huge lift for us. And hopefully that'll continue to get better throughout this year.
And as far as the injuries to the linebacking core, Fred Warner being out and Tatum Bethune being out, but how much has Curtis Robinson stepped up the last 2 weeks with playing, teams that usually run the football very effectively, the Rico Dowdle, and of course Quinshon Junkins with the Browns this past week?
Oh, he stepped it up huge. It's very rare that you get down to your 3rd Mike linebacker. It's something our linebacker coach Johnny Holland talks about all the time, how important it is to have a 3rd Mike linebacker because no one trains at that all the time. There's so much that goes into being in that position besides just playing football. It's very similar to the quarterback. It's very similar to the center. And this is the first year that we've been down to our third guy, and it's so awesome to have Curtis in that position because he's been prepared for it. I think he's really done a good job settling down the defense in terms of calling it, making all the adjustments with motions and everything. And he's played well in these 2 games too, and part of the reasons that we've been able to win both.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the UMA guest line. I know Saturday before the Monday night game against the Panthers, you addressed the report on Brandon Aiyuk. At the time, you said you were still hopeful he could return this season. Now that we're going into the bye week, are you still hopeful he could return at some point in the last remaining 4 games?
Oh, I'm definitely still hopeful. It's not counting on it. It's but I'm definitely still hoping that can happen.
And then, as far as getting into this bye week, you mentioned that this is the longest bye week you've ever encountered. All the injuries you guys have had this season. How much of a grind has it been to have a bye week this late? And how much have you had to adjust with what you normally would do during a bye?
Yeah, when you see that bye week that late on the calendar, it can get a little daunting. Especially after our Thursday night game, which was versus the Rams. I want to say in week 5. So. Those are the only days that you really get a break, because when you play on a Thursday, you have a bye week. And so after that Thursday night game, when you looked at that calendar, it was like, all right, we got about 8 weeks in a row before we get a day off. That was daunting. And so what you had to do is not talk about it. We didn't sit there and count the days. We just tried to get caught up in the season and kind of acted like we weren't going to have a bye week. And now the fact that we've actually gotten to this point, I kind of like it. I'm not asking for it again next year by no means. But the fact that we've gotten to this point, we're sitting here at 9-4. Now it's a great time to have a bye week, because we plan to come back and be better in these 4 games to finish. And if we do that, then I think it's perfect time in a bye week, because you want to be fresher going into the playoffs, and this gives us a chance to do it.
No, absolutely. I know you said at the beginning of the interview that your family left you for Thanksgiving. So are you hoping to get more family time during the bye week?
Yeah, that's pretty much all I'll do. Just lay low around the house, catch up on sleep. Hang out with the family, hang out with my dog. It gets a little harder as my kids get older, because they don't give me quite as much time. I'm not as cool to them as I was when they were younger.
Yeah.
So now it's more sympathy hangouts, but I'll make sure to get those, take the wife on a couple dates, and watch a little football, just more as a fan, just trying to enjoy it, watch it with the family, and come back next week ready to go.
Well, Kyle, thank you for joining us today. Congrats on the season up to this point, being 9-4, and enjoy this long-awaited bye week.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You heard the lady. GSW Hoops tonight. Chase Center, Oklahoma City Thunder. They're really good. Dubs, no Steph Curry, but they got Seth Curry. We got one Curry. That could be enough, baby. Let's go Dubs. Dubs OT with JD following the game. As always, boots on the ground. We got it for you on The Sports Leader.
You're good.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
a $50 gift card at Tony's
call
Pizza.
right now.
Hey, I nailed it.
Hell yeah.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center as the Warriors take on the defending champion OKC Thunder. And this Thunder team, JD, 20-1 on the season. And, of course, that makes us think of 10 years ago when the Warriors had their 2015-2016 season that, in my opinion, was the best regular season in Warriors history. We were glued to our TVs for every single game. It was much-watched television. You know, starting the season 24-0, then losing to the Milwaukee Bucks. It was incredible. And, of course, things changed when Kevin Durant came along, and it was still amazing. They won championships, but I don't think anything compared to that regular season. Of course, it's tainted because they didn't ultimately win the championship that year. But, you know, we'll bring this up because both teams are playing each other, and the Thunder are off to a hot start. Do you think that this Thunder team is comparable to that team 10 years ago when the Warriors went 73-9?
I think they are defensively. I don't think they are offensively.
Yeah.
In terms of firepower and prowess, and that was the unanimous MVP year for Steph and Curry.
Yep.
And to me, I think the Thunder are a great team in this NBA, and they are a worthy champion. They earned their championship going back to the playoffs in the spring here of 2025, and they're the favorite to win it again. They look even better
they do.
in what they've been able to do at 20-1, and Jalen Williams has only been back for the last two games against Phoenix and Portland, and they avenged their one loss. Their one loss earlier in the year was in Portland, and they were, in their most recent game, were able to win in Portland on Sunday night. So I think defensively, the way that they play, the ability to switch and block shots and like, to me, that is comparable. And when the Warriors would really get on it, they'd go to the death lineup, and it would be Draymond at the 5 and Harrison Barnes and Iguodala would come in with that group, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. But the Warriors had it on offense and the Warriors had it on defense because they had Steph Curry at the peak of his absolute powers in that 15-16 season. And I've never seen a team fight so hard to win every single game, even games where they didn't have it at all, you look, oh, they're going to lose this game, and they put on a massive run late in final 6 minutes, final 5 minutes to come back, and they won every big moment in all of these games for the most part down the stretch, really all the way up until April, where it looked like maybe they weren't going to get to the 70-plus win and 72-plus win territory. The Bulls in 96 winning the 72 games, which the Warriors eventually eclipsed by winning their 73rd game on the final game of that 2016 season. But it looked like maybe the Warriors were going to falter. They got to 69-8 and then 69-9. We remember the Celtics and Timberwolves beat them in early April. Yep. And at 69-9, they had to run the table, but they had to run the table and beat the Spurs twice in the final 4 games. They played the Spurs, the Grizzlies, the Spurs, and the Grizzlies.
It wasn't that the first win they had in San Antonio in quite some time?
And the Spurs had a 67-win year.
Yeah, they
that
did.
year themselves.
Weren't they undefeated at home that season, too, up to that point?
Up until that point.
Yeah, that was insane.
There are some similarities. I think, again, but the similarities are defensively. Stylistically, offensively, they're completely different. But defensively with the switching and things of that nature and the way they really put their imprint on the game defensively.
Yeah.
But that Warriors team was 24-0.
With Luke Walton.
24-0 with Luke Walton as the head coach. They did not lose a single game until December the 12th. Of 2015 when they got beat in Milwaukee, second of a back-to-back after winning the night before in 2 overtimes to win their 24th in a row at Boston. So in terms of the pacing, though, you look at it, I mean, it's truly remarkable when you look at the Warriors' first loss of the year was December 12th. Their second loss of the year was December 30th. When they got beat by the Mavs in Dallas. Their third loss of the year wasn't until January the 13th in Denver.
Yeah.
And then they would lose in the Palace of Auburn Hills in against the Pistons. A couple of games, they actually lost 2 out of 3 there. And then they run off 11 more in a row. Their first game after the All-Star break in Portland, they ended up losing that game. Damian Lillard went for 51. And then they didn't lose again till early March.
Yep.
And basically ran the table until with one loss between the 6th of March and April 1st. They lost one game.
Dude, and I remember April 1st when they lost the Boston Celtics at home. It was their first loss, their home loss of the season, and that was just the arrogance of Warriors fans back in the day. I was devastated that they lost a game at home because I thought that they would be able to run the table.
And nobody had ever done that.
Yeah.
And nobody still has ever gone undefeated at home. The Celtics went 40-1 back in 86, I believe, or 39-1 at Boston Garden. I can't remember. I think they may have lost one game, but they used to play a game in Connecticut. I think they lost the game in Connecticut, but didn't lose at Boston Garden. So there are some similarities. I think the Warriors team in 2016, and look, this Thunder team this year may go on and win the championship. And, if you go on and you win the championship and you win 73 or 72, does that make – I mean, I think you'd almost have to give them the nod. If you win 73 and win the title, you win 74 and win the title. I think it's going to be too difficult over the long haul for this Thunder
I think so too.
Team to do it. I think 70 is on the table. And how can it not be if you get off to a 20-1 start? So I think 70 for this Thunder team is on the table. And look, nobody's even won 70 other than the Warriors and the Bulls who won 72.
Yeah, but don't you think that load management has been more prevalent since that time where I think that if the Thunder...
But there wasn't a team that could win 70, let alone 73, since the Warriors did it.
Okay,
there was no team that's even sniffed that.
But at this point, do you think the Thunder would have more pride in having a 70-win season or just going back-to-back?
Well, here's where I do think the two teams are similar.
Yeah.
And we talked about the defense and the switchability and all of that, and the offense is very much different. The Warriors' offense with the ball movement and the three-point shot. And the Thunder will shoot the 3-ball, but it's so much more isolation-based and dependent on getting to the free throw line. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's an unbelievable young MVP and finals MVP and all of that. But I think when you look at areas in which that Warriors team is similar to this Thunder team, that Warriors team in 2015-16 was the most disrespected defending champion of my lifetime.
Yep, I remember.
So go back through the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s and the 10s. Most disrespected defending champion of the last 40 plus years.
Didn't Doc Rivers say, like, who did they beat? They played they didn't play the Clippers, they didn't play San Antonio.
Right.
Guys got hurt, making all the excuses in the world of why it wasn't that big of a deal that they won the championship that year.
Exactly, and Kyrie got hurt in the finals,
Yep.
and the Grizzlies were banged up, and they played the Rockets and didn't play the Clippers. Well, Doc, they didn't play the Clippers because you couldn't beat the Rockets, Doc. You guys blew the 3-1 lead.
Yeah.
And ended up going out. Lob City ended up being Choke City that year. So you look at all that, and you played the Pelicans, and even the first round. Remember, they wound up playing the Pelicans in the first round. And that was a year where Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant were dealing with injuries.
Yeah.
And the Thunder that year didn't make the playoffs. And there was a thought, oh, my goodness, the Thunder with Russ and with KD
sneaking in as an 8
could
seed.
get the 8 seed and knock the Warriors out.
Yep.
The year the Warriors won the title with the 67 wins in that 14-15, the first year with Steve Kerr. But the one area, in addition to the defense, where I do think these two teams are similar, although different, because I think the Warriors took it to the ultimate extreme, I think the Thunder do feel disrespected as defending champions in a similar manner, maybe not quite to the extent, but I think in the most similar manner since the Thunder view themselves as disrespected as a defending champion in terms of who did they beat. They played Denver. Guys got Halliburton got hurt.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they weren't going to win the final.
Yeah.
Like I think there is a similar level of motivation, although nobody has the maniacal Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. Remember, that was the year Draymond and Steve go at it in the locker room in Oklahoma City, and the Warriors come back and win that game. They were anytime that game in OKC with the double bang and Steph Curry hitting the shot and they come back, the Warriors were 53-5 after winning that game on February 27th.
That's insane.
I mean, it's just absurd.
That season was insane.
I remember covering the game in the Palace of Auburn Hills in mid-January of 2016. I covered the game in Detroit. I covered that whole road trip, Detroit, Cleveland, Chicago. And they lose in the Palace of Auburn Hills. They were 37-4 at the halfway mark. Anyway, I say all that to say the Warriors were extremely disrespected as defending champions. I don't think the Thunder have been as disrespected as the Warriors, but I think the Thunder view themselves as the most disrespected defending champions since the Warriors, and I think they have a little bit of that rocket fuel that is pushing them toward and they're young enough to say, hey, let's try to go for this at a minimum 70, if not trying to get to 73.
To me, that's why they're comparable, because it's funny, we're talking about earlier in the show how the Warriors pick and choose for what games they want to play up for. Every game meant something to the Warriors back then. It's because they could, because they could play that way because they were younger. But I remember, the 2015 season and them just being so dominant, and then all the excuses, us going, was this Steve Kerr? Was this the best first-year season for a head coach ever? I remember you and I, when we were doing the NBA show together back in the day, a long time ago. And then the next year, 73-9, they just came back and they were just so dominant. I do feel the same way with the Thunder right now. I don't know if they're going to be 73-9, but they're just so young, and they're still the best team. They're getting reinforcements, as you just said. Jalen Williams is coming back, so I honestly don't know how the Warriors compete with a team like that if they get into a 7-game series. That is a team you have to look at, along with the Denver Nuggets. And even if you want to, say it's the Warriors, the Nuggets, the Thunder. It took 7 games for the Thunder to get past the Nuggets too. But as far as I was talking about last year, but as far as comparing the two, I think that they're similar. Just winning that first championship, being a young team, and then establishing possibly a dynasty after that. But just real quick, JD, you were reminiscing about that season when they went 73-9. This last season, they celebrated to the 10-year anniversary of the first championship. Do you think that season should be remembered more? You think that season should, have a banner of some sort? I know it didn't end with a championship, but last year it wasn't that much of a celebration where they had Mo Spades come back and a few other people. But should we celebrate that season? It was a fun season, but because it ended in such heartache, should we celebrate that season?
It's the greatest regular season in NBA history. No team in the history of the sport has won more games than that Golden State Warriors team did in the regular season. It's the greatest regular season. Again, they didn't win the chip.
No.
That removes themselves from the conversation in terms of greatest individual seasons of all time, because they didn't win the chip, and the 72-10 Chicago team now 30 years ago, as crazy as that is, 95, 96, that team did win the chip and won the 70 games and broke the record. Not only the 69, multiple teams had won 69, nobody had won 70. They won 72, 70, and then 72. It's the greatest regular season I've never seen. Nobody has seen anything like it. I can say, as somebody that's covered the NBA for over 2 decades, at still a relatively young age, I've never seen anything like it. There has been nothing like it. And the way they pulled games, it was the dominance on one end, but it was the way they pulled games, the rabbit out of the hat in some of the other games that you thought they were absolutely cooked in. And then Steph and Clay and Draymond and Iguodala and Harrison Barnes would get it going down the stretch, and they'd come back and win. It absolutely should be celebrated. And I think, look, this team won a title before that year. They won multiple titles after that year, 2 immediately. And, they went and got Kevin Durant. And then they won another one a couple years removed from that. Like, it absolutely should be. And I think it will. I think as time goes on, the year that the Warriors didn't win it will be acknowledged and honored more with the years that they did win it, because they went on to win more. Now, if they'd only won the one,
it's different.
Then I think maybe it's a little different. But again, that year should be memorialized, to be sure. There has never been a year like it, and I don't think this Oklahoma City team will be able to match it or beat it.
Now, special season. Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center, getting you ready for the Warriors and Thunder, tipping off at 8 o'clock tonight. Let's talk more about the Warriors, just what they need to do in order to be in contention for a championship, get that 5th ring. And let's talk about everything with Jonathan Kuminga right now. We know about the January 15th date, about him potentially being traded, how this team could improve, and I want to get your thoughts on everything that's led up to this point. His better play at the beginning of the season, but everything that's come with it, the Anthony Slater articles, the personal agendas, him feeling like a scapegoat. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The good steal there. Wow. Amichi couldn't hammer it down. Nobody can take a lid off either basket right now.
Well, Draymond was in the mix there.
And Richard out of the corner. And Kuminga high for that rebound, and he's going to hammer that down.
He's looking pretty healthy.
Dirty Work live from Harmonic Brewing. Warriors taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder. No Copes today. JD filling in, and he'll have you all the details for the Warriors game against the Oklahoma City Thunder once the game goes final with Dubs OT later tonight. Before we get into some more Warrior talk, I want to talk about the 9th annual KNBR Holiday Sports Auction presented by Dignity Health, benefiting the 49ers Foundation a couple times a day. 49ers Foundation. Going on from now until tomorrow at 7 p.m., 49ers faithful have the opportunity to bid on incredible, one-of-a-kind 49ers experiences, exclusive memorabilia, and more. Some of the packages include gaming with Ricky Pearsall, golfing with George Kittle, and baking with George Kittle, and members of the offensive line. For all the details, go to 49ers.com/give to bid on the packages. Tim, tell us more, my friend.
Yeah, 49ers.com/give. Again, 49ers.com/give. I was poring over these to find one that I thought was really cool. How about this? It's called Tidings of Red and Gold, but it should be called Tidings of Brent Jones. It's the Brent Jones Hall of Fame weekend. Ring in the holidays with 49er royalty. This exclusive package invites you and a guest to celebrate the induction of our guy, Brent Jones, into the 49ers Hall of Fame. An unforgettable weekend of football and festivities. Brent Jones is one of the greatest humans that has ever lived. You should bid on that because he's awesome.
No, Brent Jones is the man, and yes, they are honoring him in the 49ers Hall of Fame against the Tennessee Titans in a couple weeks, so look forward to that. But yes, for more details on the KNBR Holiday Sports Auction, go to 49ers.com/give to bid on those packages. All right, JD. So, Jonathan Kuminga is a polarizing figure with
your favorite topic. I don't know why you always keep bringing him up.
He's my favorite topic? I mean, I think when you talk Warriors, you talk him, and I know you talk about him a lot on Dubs OT, and I was hopeful for this season. I wanted to go in with a good attitude. I think a lot of people just say he had, prior to this season, it was a lot of the potential. And I just hate that it divided the fan base. I said this all the time. I said it at the round table that, what are we talking about here? We're talking about Steph Curry trying to win his 5th championship. We're so focused on Jonathan Kuminga. But when the season started and he was playing the way he was playing unselfish basketball, he was passing the ball, he was rebounding, I was like, all right, if he's bought in, then I'm bought in for the time being, and we'll revisit January 15th if things go south. And since that time, yes, it has. There's been turnovers, there's been sloppy play, he's been out of the lineup, and there's also been, it was weird that night when they lost to OKC earlier in the season where Draymond said there's personal agendas. And I didn't know if that was related to Jonathan Kuminga. I didn't know it was related to Brandon Pajemski. I don't know what any of that meant. And then Draymond's defending Kuminga the next day. A couple weeks down the line, you get the article from Anthony Slater talking about how, Jimmy Butler has definitely taken Kuminga under his wing and how he's misunderstood. He kind of, feels a certain way about him and can't empathize with his situation in Miami, how it's similar to his. So, and then, all the stuff with Steve Kerr and the relationship there, him asking about the health of Jonathan Kuminga, saying you're gonna have to ask Jonathan about that. Now he's back. He played the other night, played 19 minutes. I think it was 10 points. But overall, what have you made of, this season for Jonathan Kuminga? And at this point, I think it's pretty clear to everybody, in order for them to be a championship contender, they're going to have to trade him to get a significant player.
The last part is 100% true. As for the rest of it, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga's done anything wrong.
Of course.
This season. I don't. I think he and it goes back even before the first handful of games of the year where he was attempting to do what the Warriors wanted him to do and doing it successfully. To me, it goes back to training camp. He showed a willingness to move the rock and try to defend and rebound and make a lot of the hustle plays that the Warriors coaching staff had been on him for 4 years to be more consistent in trying to play that way. I think he's seeing the game better, which was maybe leading to the ability to make some of those passes. But again, I think Kuminga brought the right mindset into the year, and it was paying dividends. He was playing awesome basketball the first 5 to 7 games of the year. I think things kind of went awry for him a little bit in the games that are coincide with the Warriors' season starting to go awry a little bit in Milwaukee and in Indiana. And I think and then he gets hurt, and right as he's taken out of the starting lineup. I think Steve Kerr made a mistake in anointing him as basically a full-time starter as early and quickly as he did, knowing that as time has gone on during his tenure that he has been unable, or the Warriors collectively have been unable to find a cohesive enough fit for that to continue forward. But I have no issue with the way he's played. Like I said, it was 5 really good games, 5 to 7 really good games, and then he struggled for a handful of games, and then he's been hurt. And he comes back the other night, hit 2 big threes in the game against the Pelicans, shots that maybe you don't always want him to take, but he was being dared to take, and I give him credit for making them, especially after he had missed some threes. Was not a finishing player for the Warriors against the Pelicans. That's fine. I think the path forward with him is off the bench, attempting to play the way that they have wanted him to play since going back toward training camp. And I think he's going to be willing to do it with the intent that he's going to be moved and with the Warriors' best means to improve as a basketball team being him being included in a trade. So it goes back to what we talked about earlier in the show, Derek. It's not about blame as it relates to Kuminga for what he hasn't been able to do or been unwilling to do or any of these things in these other years. It's about how does this team get better? And does this team have a stronger chance of getting better with Jonathan Kuminga on the team? Or if Jonathan Kuminga is a part of a deal that can acquire a player or players that the Dubs can get back and have those players elevate them to being closer to a championship contender. And the latter, to me, is where this thing sits. So, again, it's not personal. It's business. It's not about anybody's future. It's not about ceilings and superstardom in 2029. It's about 25 and 26 and 27. And I think that's where I'm at in terms of, and they need him for the next 44 days. Yeah. We are 44 days until he's trade eligible. There's a 3-week window they can trade him. And the Warriors have been adamant that they're not just going to flip him for anything. The one area I do think the Warriors have to accept at some point is you're going to probably wind up having to trade him for a role player. And don't let the fact that you're trading him for a role player change the conversation as to, well, we're not going to move him then because it's not for Giannis or it's not for, And look, I think Trey Murphy III is a role player.
Yeah.
When you talk about, and he's probably the pipe dream high-end version of the way things, the types of players that they can get. So when you boil it down to, and I'll ask you, better shot Kuminga can help them be the team they want to be with him on the team, or part of the deal that gets them the player that allows them to be that team? Again, I think it's an easy one.
Yeah.
But we're still having that debate at this point.
I was hopeful that maybe they could find a way, but we're 21 games into the season now, and I think it's not so much an indictment on Jonathan Kuminga. It's more so that this team's not capable of winning the championship without making a significant move.
Correct.
And he's the most attractive piece, so you have to move him. And honestly, I would consider moving Brandon Podziemski as well because
100%.
I think he's a solid player and he's a scrappy player, the type of guy that Steve Kerr loves to coach for. But at the same time, I just don't see him getting that much better and impacting your basketball team to the point where, like, damn, okay, strength and numbers all over again. Brandon Podziemski came off the bench and had a clutch 3 to send the Warriors to the Western Conference Finals. I just don't see that. I don't see that right now. And I'm still hopeful with Moses Moody. I think he could be a starter with them. But at this point, I think I've seen not that I've seen enough of Kuminga or Brandon Podziemski. I just think that if you want to compete, if you want to get Steph Curry that 5th championship, then you have to consider moving those guys. And I think that's always been the back of the mind of Steve Kerr, obviously, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. But let me ask you this. This is kind of a real question. Do you think Joe Lacob would settle for that? Because I think he's the one guy that's gotten in the way of them moving Kuminga. He loves him, obviously, he bringing him courtside with the Valkyries.
But Joe also has to understand that there is no future core. And if Kuminga is the best player on a team 3 years from now, it's not going to probably be a very good team.
Yeah.
And that there is no standalone Podziemski, Richard, Moody, Kuminga Post or TJD or whoever you want. Like that group is not like, none of these guys are good enough to where we're going to be sitting here 3 years from now saying, wow, look at these. This is Steph and Clay and HB and Draymond.
Yeah.
Like it's like no chance. I think he's smart enough as a basketball mind to know that's not the case. The thing is, though, you only have one shot to make the trade. So when you make the trade, you want to make sure you make the right trade. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be Giannis or some other superstar player.
Probably not.
But you want to make sure that it's going to be somebody that helps get you to that level to where you have a legitimate chance to contend. And I'm of the belief that there are players like Trey Murphy or P.J. Washington or others that can help the Warriors get to that point because that player is will fit better than Jonathan Kuminga does. If he doesn't, even if the players because the players you get are probably not going to have the ceiling, or at least the pie in the sky dream ceiling. Like that's part of it. Like a lot of the evaluation on Kuminga is what you think he can be, right? And that that's just the idea of what he can be is often, and really to this point in his career, the idea of what he can be still is much greater than anything he's shown he can be.
Right.
And so you have to factor that in.
No, 100%. I think that's why some fans are like, we're going to trade away Jonathan Kuminga for P.J. Washington or Trey Murphy. And believe me, that might be the piece that you need in order to contend. But I think, yes, when people look at the potential of Kuminga, the longevity where those players are older, yeah, it's definitely something you think about. But let me ask you this. You mentioned some names, but do you think that there is a trade out there that's significant to the point where they could be better than a 7th seed a year ago? Because think about that. They traded for Jimmy Butler, and they went on a fantastic run. At one point, they were 4th in the Western Conference, but it wasn't good enough. In the end, they were the 7th seed. Do you think there's a trade out there where they could be a top 6 team in the West?
Yes. I do. I think there are multiple trades. They have to find him. And I don't think it involves anybody. I don't think it necessarily involves acquiring a player that's an all-star caliber player, let alone a superstar caliber player. Yes, I do. I think if they go out and look to move Kuminga and look to move Podziemski and look to move, on top of that, some future draft capital, there are absolutely moves, plural, that can be made that can elevate this team to where they can get to a point where you believe in them going into a series in April or May or June.
We will see what happens. The Warriors take on the OKC Thunder tonight, and, of course, Jonathan Kuminga's trade eligibility starts on January 15th.
44 days.
44
but
days.
Who's counting?
Yeah. All right, we'll finish things up here from Harmonic Brewing. It's Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know what time it is, Finheads. It's time for your teal update. The San Jose Sharks whooped the Mammoth last night 6-3. Huge game by our boy Will Smith. That guy's a stud. We love him. The Sharks, 4th in the Pacific Division, making a run. Keep it locked in here, Tealheads, for all your Sharks updates on the Sports Leader.